Okay, even though they lost, it's a result they can be proud of. But Furia right now within their top half of the bracket, they are supposed to be the favorites. I would say a little bit shaky after that, where maybe it's not so guaranteed for them.
Do you think that there's any guarantees for Mr. Who's
Oh,
right
for the Vitality side over there?
Maybe a little Vitality love?
Vitality Love, they are in the bracket of death, we were going to call that. It is not great to be a Vitality fan right now, but if any magic can happen, it is your boys that can pull it off, Danny, that's for sure. They've done it time and time again. And also, you got the French crowd, man. You're in Paris.
Yes.
This is exactly what you need. No one can outmatch you here, surely.
100%. And the fans by now are used to be in the bracket of death. It happens to us in every single game. So, no, I'm looking forward to all the Counter-Strike matches. And, I mean, we have a team in every single game. So
you're stressed beyond belief, right, in many of these situations?
Yes.
Yeah. Danny, just because we do have you here and you are the CIO of Team Fight, what is a CIO?
That's a Chief International Officer.
Ooh.
So you travel the world?
Absolutely.
Fancy. Just for esports? I love this. How can I sign up and take your job?
Which game do you want to play for us?
Buddy, do you guys have a Marvel Rivals team yet?
Oh, not yet.
He said yes. So there's an opening. All right. Oh, wait a second. I have to ask you questions. Otherwise, I lose this job. No, but Vitality, you guys have 17 teams competing at EWC. How do you manage such a huge operation while making sure that every single team gets the support
Not
that
sleeping.
it needs?
Not
sleeping at all, right?
Flying around the world. I can tell you it's a hell of a job for sure, but it's so rewarding. Like the players that we have, amazing human beings. I enjoy so much working with every single one of them. And then everyone coming together here is so beautiful because all of a sudden you can also do the cross-team promotion. You have the fans behind every single team as well. And then you see like the Crossfire team hanging out with the Counter-Strike guys. Pack, who has never really watched esports before, gets to learn about Counter-Strike. And it's just such a joy to work for Team Vitality.
Can I glaze him a little bit
Please.
as well? Danny selling himself, maybe not so much here, that he was a professional player and a champion one time himself, way back when. It was the SK Gaming days, right? And you were dominant. So he's the right man for that very fancy title and job he's been doing, because I remember young Danny being a star.
Yeah, my biggest prize was a BMW M6. When I was 16 years old, I didn't have a driving license. I was playing for SK Gaming. I made a name for myself because all the Counter-Strike players back in 2007, they were pretty jealous of the car. And that was pretty fun time for me. But in I think like 2012, I called it a career, went to management, and now I enjoy it from the other side, which is a bit more stressful than actually playing myself.
Right? It's like the more you work in esports, the less games you get to play. But we do have, guess what? A question for the chat and everyone watching. Chat, this is a question for you. Who wins the Vitality versus Falcons showdown in Counter-Strike 2? What do you think chat is going to say right now, Danny?
I mean, my question would be, are they even getting that far?
I'm ready for this.
I like this.
Who knows?
I do like this. I enjoy this a lot, but we are going to let chat answer those questions while I get to ask you another one, Danny. With Vitality competing across so many games, are there any crossovers between... I mean, wait, you already talked about this. You covered question 2 with the answer to question number 1. Next question. ZywOo and Apex have both extended their contracts with Vitality until 2028. How important was it for the organization to secure 2 of its biggest pillars for the long term?
Yeah, not important at all, right? Like,
Yeah, no.
we have so many players anyways, like 1 or 2 more or less is like, no, I like because Neo, our CEO, keeps actually saying that ZywOo is our real CEO. If he shows up on a server, the company is doing well. If he doesn't show up, well, we're struggling a little bit, right? So keeping him around, and on a real note, like having a duo in Counter-Strike together for 10 years.
10 years now when that ends.
It's insane.
Right.
I've never seen this before. And I, as we just said, have been around esports for a long time. And that is also a testament for Vitality to keep players in our lineup, to have them happy, and especially proud to represent the club as well.
Amazing. All right, now on a different note, Vitality have had a difficult run in CS2 recently, including the loss to B8 here at EWC. What needs to change for the team to turn things around in the playoffs?
Oof.
We take it game by game. It feels like, and you know, there's this saying, you don't want to poke the bear. Well, it has happened, so I hope we get into the face match with a whole different mindset, ready for the playoffs, have to take it game by game. And yeah, there's, no easy opponent from here onwards, and the guys have to definitely lock in.
I think it's a good thing you guys lost the bait, because I saw Apex's face afterwards, and that is the thing that really kicks him up, and gets him fired up and ready, because he knows it's not good enough and not acceptable. So it's probably done them some favors to go into this playoffs like that, and also have the crowd where the guys always deliver.
Glitter, I need someone to glaze me as much as Binks glazes Danny.
Honestly, you have been a staple in esports from the entertainment side and the esports side at the same time for a decade, okay? Everyone knows who you are. You are amazing at what you do, and everyone loves working with you.
And I saw you driving a Ferrari. It was kind of nice than a BMW.
Yeah, you know what? Listen, I set a world record. I'm not sure if you saw. It was for the
slowest.
It was for the world.
I thought,
slowest.
yeah.
It was for the world.
You were driving real crazy in that as well. I watched the clip and I'm thinking, okay, that time was kind of long. And she goes, I'm just going my own pace.
I'm going over here. I'm going over here now. Okay, but finally, last question for you here, Danny. With the club championship race potentially going down to these final days, how much pressure is there across the organization? Because I saw you walking along before we started, looking at all the keys and going, oh no, Vitality.
And many crushed keys in the graveyard. No, look, we had high ambitions coming into the Esports World Cup. We always said we want to be finishing top 3. That's still the goal. Internally, we were dreaming about also winning it all, right? But now we have to be realistic. It's such a long shot. I think EWC put out the statistic that says we have a 0.3% chance to still win it.
Still a chance.
I guess it's still a chance.
You're saying there's a chance.
We take it match by match. If that happens, I don't know. We have to go crazy in Paris for sure. But no, we want to definitely take the top 3, and every single player still playing for us knows the pressure that is on the club, on the players, and I hope that they can show up and make us proud.
Amazing. Well, we do have some other games that we need to talk about. So, Glitter, you know that I'm coming to you next.
Sure.
Over on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage, we saw some other cars go racing by in Trackmania. What did we see?
Listen, we're going to start kind of tying Vitality into a lot of these storylines. Okay, this is how it's just going to play out when it comes to the CC side of things. If we're talking about Trackmania, we are keeping our eyes on Falcons with Carl Jr., 7-time champion in the game. So already, I think some pretty high expectations of Carl for Falcons. I think they're going to be looking to get some points on the board for that. However, both Gwen and Binks have made their way through for ag.al. And Vitality was the number 1 seed with Pack coming into this and are expected to do very well. And there was a big surprise towards the end of their round here where Muda ended up in the lower bracket. And I think when we start to see further matches into the competition, those surprises actually completely shake up the expectations for the top side of the bracket. I think it's not going to be as easy as people thought originally for Falcons and Trackmania.
Well, we're going to move straight on over to the Kadia City grid because we had some Fortnite. I know that you're always over there for all the battle royales. Me and Barney were taking a look at some of the POIs
How'd that go?
around Paris. Barney kept trying to jump off of things.
Crazy.
And then he kept trying to say, oh, look at the Eiffel Tower. Look at the mats on that.
Did you trust that?
I should I not have?
You might have needed to pick a better duo.
Okay. Will you be my duo?
I don't know if I'm an upgrade from Barney, but I would do it for you.
Will you be my duo
Yes.
in telling us what we've seen in Fortnite so far?
I absolutely will. Group A. All right. Group A is how everything kicked off. And this was actually a big one. We've got 4 CC clubs that we're paying big attention to when it comes to Fortnite. 3 of them are in Group A. And when Group A wrapped up, Aurora at the top make their way through, followed by Falcons in 4th, Vitality in 6th, which means it wasn't about the points. It was about getting into that top 7 because that guaranteed them the spots in the finals. So those 3 CC orgs have done what they needed to do. They just get to lie and wait now and see what happens with Group B, see what happens in the survival stage as well. But when we get to Group B, that's where ag.al are. We're going to have to see how they're able to perform as well.
Okay, well, finally, our final game over at the Allianz Vault. We have some Crossfire and shots were fired, Glitter.
They absolutely were. And Crossfire is actually quite a far ways into the competition. Top 8 already has been secured by ag.al and Liquid. So we're going to be paying attention to them, but also have Falcons, Na'Vi, and Vitality, again, in the lower bracket semifinals. And when it's coming down to those matches, Vitality and Na'Vi are looking like they can absolutely pull through in these lower bracket matches. It's going to be a lot more difficult for Falcons. So another opportunity to get some points for these other clubs.
Okay, so we have one more question for chat. Who do you think will finish in the top 3 of the club championship? And if you don't say Vitality, Danny will hunt you down and find you. But we'll... Yes. He's like pulling up the database, being like, I see you. But Glitter, as we let chat get their potentially wrong opinions in, we do have to talk about the club championship rankings as they are right now. And who's at that tippity top?
Well, I mentioned ag.al had made it into top 8 in Crossfire. That means that they have closed the gap a little bit at the top between them and Falcons. It's now only 100-point difference, which is pretty much nothing. However, we have to see how everything is going to play out across the rest of the titles, because Vitality can shake that up, ag.al can do well and shake that up, and Falcons have to really fight to survive here if they want to get the 3-peat.
Banks, can you talk about every single game with the same level of compassion and dedication that she just did?
Yes, he could.
Holy.
The games I'm passionate about, sure. That is my easy answer to get out of this.
Well, I was... actually, here we go. We have the rankings. And they're, as you said it, only 100 points behind. But we keep talking about this. And I know they say, stop beating a dead horse. But this horse has a little bit of life in it. Team Liquid at number 12, when before they were just 0. Actually, Danny, for you, we've seen Team Liquid second place last 2 EWCs. Was it surprising for the other orgs to see such a strong contender just fall?
Great question.
Yes, I was shocked. I saw them as a favorite in MLB. I saw them as a favorite in EFC as well. I kind of expected a Falcons Liquid final in EFC. And then everything changes. But it generally feels like this year's EWC is unpredictable. So many upsets, so many rookies also winning and becoming champions. I think it's a beautiful story.
Yeah.
But it also showcases top 3, which we want to be, is not easy either.
But that 0.3% of a chance.
I'm German after all. I want to be realistic.
All right, well, we could just have our fingers crossed. But listen, as we wrap up this Spotlight show, Banks, is there anything that you want to say before we get into those next couple of CS2 matches?
I want to say that the CS2 is only going to get more crazy, maybe more difficult for a lot of the teams here. We've obviously got some of the very best teams in the world facing off in this round of 16, and especially in that group of death, I'm expecting at least 1 or 2 more upsets. Hopefully it doesn't go the way of Vitality in that one. We have some potential for some banger matchups. I'm a little bit worried about team spirit for them. It's a team that everyone had at the beginning of this year, beginning of the season. They could be so dominant, they're supposed to deliver. But in last tournament, they were supposed to win it. They lost to a team that, in many's opinion, is beneath them. And now this opening matchup is against Bait, who already upset Vitality, and they've got nothing to lose in this. So I'm looking at that one as like maybe that could be the big upset and change things massively.
Ooh, we do love upsets. Glitter, for you?
I just want to see some shakeups. I'm ready to see some insane performances out of Vitality, out of ag.al, even out of Na'Vi up there. I want to, because we know that this is going to be a tough fight at the end of it all.
Danny, finally, for you, anything that you want to say to all the Vitality fans who believe in that 0.3%, who want to see the squads come out on top in all of these different games?
I finally, after 3 years, want to win this lovely silver plate at EWC. Because so far we have only won MLB Women, which has a lovely trophy, but it's not the EWC trophy. So this week, it has to be the week.
I love that.
Oh, I love that. And yes, everyone wants to bring home that beautiful dinner plate. But everyone, thank you so much for joining me. For everyone else, this was the EWC Spotlight. We're a little crazy, but we will see you next time. Bye. The Sony manga booth for the One Piece experience, and as you can see, it is absolutely massive. One Piece fans, you need to come check this out because you do not want to miss this. Now, there is a special secret that we can activate here. I'm going to go ahead and see if I could figure out how to do just that. Kaki atsume, sagashimono, sagashi One Piece. You can feel all of the emotion coming from each of these individual panels. Oh, wait, we got a color. Quick, we have 2 minutes. Well, don't just stand there holding a light. Help me. Time's up. Did I do it? I did it. Yeah. And of course, you have to make your final stop at the One Piece photo booth so you can figure out what your bounty is. Oh, that's adorable. Okay, just under 3 mil. You know what? We take that. Look how freaking cute. Oh my God! So please come out and experience One Piece as it has not been experienced before. I mean, come on!
let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We booked Esports World Cup up.
Just another day at the office. And more Trackmania to go. Right, listen, Aaron, I'm not going to lie. I'm seeing everyone on that stage is like 40 years old. I'm a man in my early 30s. And I feel like I can play this game. It doesn't look that hard whatsoever. Give me,
okay. You know what, here, take it. You know, the traditional way of playing Trackmania is with the keyboard. Yes, there's a controller and there's a wheel, but this is the way you're going to have to deal with it. This is the setup. How about you give it a try since you think it's so easy?
I'm a controller guy. I'm an FPS man. But you know what?
Right.
Nothing has ever stopped me like this before. Right, I feel like I can do this. I've drove a car before.
Okay.
No, we're doing okay. We're doing okay.
Yeah,
this is easy, man. This is what I was saying. This is what I was saying. It's easy.
Oh, right. That
Let's keep us going. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, now and see what you mean. Give me a controller. Carl Jr. uses one. I'd be absolutely fine. That's a stupid game. Start the show, for God's sake.
just south of the River Seine in Paris at the Paris Export Porte de Versailles. We begin day 2 of what is a historic time for Trackmania fans around the world. And for those just joining us, maybe for the first time, looking at this esports that's got a 20-year history, this is the moment that you have luckily tuned in to the biggest prize pool of all time. What that means, the story's even bigger, the lights even brighter, and hopefully these moments on desk even funnier. We had a lot of fun ones yesterday. We're going to start again, very fun. I see my friend Patty walking down. I'm going to give her a shout out as well, as she keeps passing me without bringing me snacks. This is what happens when you work 6 weeks in a row and you start to know things. My name is Ray Day. I'm joined here by Aaron Import Brooks, Kai Luckers Turbo. Guys, what a great day yesterday. More good stuff here in day 2.
Yeah, exciting matches that we have coming up. Also, we're going to see the first key crushes of the tournament.
That's right.
That's going to be heartbreaking for those players, but honestly, I'm kind of excited. It adds a lot of drama to what normally wouldn't be so dramatic at a Trackmania tournament. It just adds a little bit of extra, oomph to the pain that they may be feeling at the end. But at the same time, a lot of exciting matches, a lot of victories we'll also be able to see as well, with top 8 from the winner's side going to the single elimination playoff for Saturday.
What I heard is just you delight in others' pain. That's what I heard. Okay,
just a little bit.
Turbo, we feeling the same way?
Because, we see the best of both worlds today, but, players going through and players getting eliminated, because tomorrow will be, of course, very important as well, but I think most importantly, the players who will be qualifying from match 5 to 8, they have a break tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting because, of course, tomorrow it's going to be everybody on the line. Today, only a few members on the line. Some upper bracket games will happen later on, but let's take you through the STC Rewind to show you how we got here. And Aaron, you could talk us through some of the matches that caught your eye yesterday. We ended with a stunner, obviously, so maybe we'll start with that. But what great play across all of our groups that went 8 different matchups yesterday.
Yeah, starting with the 3-way matchup between Paco, Gwen, and also the
Mutta. Yeah.
Thank you. Apologies for that. Yes, Paco, Gwen, and Mutta. That the 3-way tie essentially all the way to the finish, and then ending with the triple finalists, with Paco being able to go through not only sniping the previous round while both Gwen and Mutta were a double finalist, but then Paco being able to snipe it and get first place was a great thing to watch.
I feel a bit bad because Geek and I, we were only casting one match, and then we got such a banger of a match. Really, this was so good, and Mutta fell behind, got his composure, but wasn't able to close it out there. It was just match of the day, that is for sure.
It was certainly match of the day. You guys are pretty lucky. We'll see you have another one later on today as well. We'll see if that is also the match of the day. It's got some good players in it. We'll show you the schedule in a moment. But Carl Jr., the 7-time world champion, he took down maybe what you were saying, Brooks, the most oppressive game that we had seen so far. It only took him 16 rounds to reach finalist mode and close it out.
Yeah, 18 rounds to win.
Yeah.
18 rounds to win, but yes, it was a very close match, very close to a perfect game, which is 15 rounds. That is 14 first place finishes and a finalist finish as well. So yeah, impressive, dominant play. The only player to do that all of yesterday. The other dominant performance I believe we had was Grenady as well, having relatively dominant play, but not necessarily as perfect and as what we saw from Carl.
Epos as well, also pretty dominant there. Grenady, you mentioned, he was playing great. We saw him have some moments here. Neil wanted to get out a little stronger. Charles actually had a better round there. And Pac, many people thinking he's going to maybe take this all the way. Turbo.
Yeah, it could be that Pac makes it all the way through, but also Epos, his fellow countryman, he only got second in his match behind his teammate Otak, so this is also something to consider, that is for sure. But
that's right.
Yeah, it was just a great couple of matches that we have seen yesterday, and one that I also really want to stress is the match between Wizzy, Elcon, and Massa.
Yeah.
That fight, that was a very good round between them. I talked with Massa about it after that. He was very surprised by the level from Elcon especially, but also the fact that he only made 4 mistakes and it was just so close for first position in the end.
Well, coming into this, we have a race at the top, not just in Trackmania, but in our club championship. Chris is standing by with an update. What's going on, Chris?
Club Championship update to kick off your day. We are here at the SCC Arena. That is now very, very full. Counter-Strike ongoing here, and it's Falcons that are the focus for our very first game this morning. They are playing and right now winning in their game, which is as to be expected. Top 8 placement for them will be guaranteed with a win here, which, I mean, is the minimum they would be expecting. They're one of the favorites for the event. We'll be keeping up to date with them with CS throughout the rest of the week. But other games going on for them. They will have a chance in Crossfire to get themselves in the top 8 again today as well, although not quite as successful as they are on this side of the venue. Saying that, let's see how they do. We'll see if they can manage to make it through, but the expectation is they may not. Let's go over though and talk about ag.al. Right now, that's looking good for them in Crossfire. Let's see how they're going to go on to do there. Over in Fortnite, ag.al play today. They might not make it out of their group, which is a possibility, but they are expected to go on to do well. They're playing in their group today over in the Gadia City Battlegrounds. We'll be heading over there to see how they do at a later stage. Falcons already played in their group and managed to make it through to the next stage. That's as much as I have for you at this moment in time. There's a lot going on throughout the rest of the week. Today in CS, multiple different teams playing that have relevancy in this club championship. And we'll be keeping you up to date with every single moment.
That's right. The Aramco Club Championship leaderboard going to give us the information we need at a glance as to who is closing in on Falcons at the top. ag.al really the only org that has a chance of catching them, but they are still 100 points behind. Can they do something here? Whether it's Fortnite, whether it's Trackmania, and Binks and Gwen who are representing them. And of course, the big question for Falcons will be, can they perform? They've got some favorites in Fortnite competing. They've also got a favorite here in Carl Jr. I want to keep adding that S. I'm an American. I just keep looking to do it.
Got the fast food on the mind.
It's just, I've just said I've said it that way so many years. Carl Jr. And he has obviously demonstrated the most dominant round. We'll see if that continues, but obviously people trying to take him down.
Yeah, Falcons looking in a really good position here. But honestly, for Trackmania perspective, ag.al actually has a better odds overall, just with having 2 players compared to 1 with Team Falcons only just having Carl Jr. But honestly, we'll find out. We're still supposedly in that position that we could be the kingmaker for that club championship.
That's right.
We'll be looking for that. We'll be interested to see how that's going to turn out.
Yeah, it's going to be a very important chat. And of course, Stage comes Saturday. If it is coming down to the wire, we'll see all those games played back to back to back. So quarterfinals, semis, and then your finals. So it should be an exciting one that we're building up to. Of course, we got to lose a few out of our round of 32, and that leads us to our upcoming schedule and brackets for today. Really, we just want to let you know what's happening on the scene. We'll give you a more of an overview of the brackets tomorrow, but right now we see Nako, Charles, Flimsy, and Spark taking off and starting our action on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. Mutalingo, Noisia, Josh following up as well. Our second page will lead you towards our upper bracket game. So all of those first ones, we're crushing not 1 but 2 keys. This page, no one's getting crushed, but we are setting up the stage for tomorrow. Who's going to have to go only 1 more game and make it through? Who's going to have to play and be, of course, in that decider position? Carl Jr., Masa, that'll be a fun one. Pac, Gwen, Wosile, and Epos. Turbo, you might have gotten lucky again.
Yeah, I think Gig and I, we are very, very lucky with that one because we're going to end it with a bang, 22-10. I mean, it's still a long way to go. We have a marathon in front of us, but all of those matches will be so close, and there's so many storylines that will unfold here, that is for sure. Both are looking strong, of course, but let's not get ahead of ourselves and maybe talk about the match that we have coming up.
Well, it's going to be interesting. If you guys have an idea on what you want to be telling the world that you think is going to get the win today across all of these matches, make sure to get your pick'ems in for EWC. We tell you every single day you got a chance. Make sure to scan that QR code and take part in what could be your share of $300,000 by just participating. So get your pick'ems in. Our match is about to start in just a few minutes here on the stage. All right, it's time to get a head-to-head and take a look at what we've got so far. Here it is Nako, Charles, Flimsy, and Spark in Group 1. I'm sorry to cut off your energy, Turbo, but yes, let's kick it off. Our matchup of 4 about to take the stage.
It's a great match, you know. Nako fell short towards Neon in that very, very first match of the day yesterday. And he's clearly the favorite in this one. Charles and Flimsy showed incredible pace. They are so fast, but had so many rounds that they have not finished. They crashed a lot of times. And then we are Spark, I would say the underdog in this match. Also great performance yesterday, but I think he has to step it up. And I think we're gonna have a very close match up ahead. Nako, I think, definitely has a lot of pressure on the line, and there we see him as well walking into
seeing the man himself, Neko, walking through. Honestly, he is, I agree, going to be one of the people we're going to be looking at here for this match to go through into the next round, not having his key crush. Charles is somebody I'm also looking at here. Player I'm very familiar with. Very good guy, very fun guy, and he definitely feels the sting from the match from yesterday, and he thinks he could have gone through if he would just focus a little bit more. So interesting stories from him. Flimsy, on the other hand, I think he's chill. I think he's okay. He's just kind of playing each game that he comes across, and Flimsy should be good here as well. Spark, on the other hand, is going to be somebody we're also going to have to kind of root for a little bit more. He's not the favored one to make it out today. He may be one of the first ones we see his key crush, but I don't want to see that. I want to see everybody make it through. I want everybody to have their fair chance, and I think Spark, this is his time to put it all down and keep going.
A lot of the dynamics yesterday, if you missed day one, were that we saw some teams, some groups where there was a clear favorite that was taking all the points, and then there was a battle for second. And some of these loser brackets or elimination bracket matches are destined to be a lot more competitive, coming down to one corner, one turn, and being able to edge yourself out over those components who also didn't really get a chance to take down the Eposes, the Grenades, those things like that. I know Rachel had a chance to catch up with Flimsy heading into this matchup to see how he's feeling now in a match that hopefully favors him a bit more.
I've got Flimsy alongside me now. Flimsy, we'll just chat about yesterday quickly. 4th in your matchup. Overall reflections on yesterday?
Yeah, I thought I had a really good pace, but I was just crashing a lot. I would be first place and make a small mistake, which would put me in last place. I think today I've worked on the parts I was crashing, and I think I can clean it up some and do a lot better.
Why do you think you were crashing?
I think it was a little bit of nerves, a little bit of inexperience. Probably it's my first time on a big stage, so probably all that played into it.
What do you think you were doing well, though?
My starts were very good. I was often leading the pack out of the first half of the map. I just need to keep it together and close and get those 10-pointers.
You said you've been practicing overnight this morning on those areas. What did that look like?
Playing part maps on those specific parts, playing rounds with my practice group, just overall working to get my consistency up and try not to lose that pace that I had as well.
What will you be telling yourself today when you go out there?
One crash doesn't mean the end of the match. I just need to keep my head in the game. If I make a crash, just shrug it off and keep going.
Have you walked in the arena today? Does it feel different now that you have the experience from yesterday?
A little bit. I'd say, yeah, I'll be a little bit more used to it, but I think I'll still be pretty nervous on stage.
And I mean, in terms of the experience, you mentioned it. You're from the US, from Ohio, never even been to Europe before. This is a completely new experience for you.
Yeah, it's been great. The stage is great. The whole atmosphere is really cool. It's a lot of fun, and I'm hoping I can keep competing.
Go on then. Ambitions for today, what are they?
I want to win the match.
Win the match. Yep. Go through.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Flimsy, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great insights there from Rachel. Flimsy feeling confident in a way because he's, in a way, been very reflective.
Yeah, and I definitely think him saying he wants to win the match, I believe him. I also think he is spot on. We also agreed when we were analyzing his match when he was playing, he had the pace. He could have actually done some damage in his match, but he even said it himself. He recognizes, and that's a good thing about a player, is to recognize your faults and be able to improve on that. And I think he has the capability of doing so. He admits also that he doesn't have the experience. That's something that not many players necessarily want to admit or anything like that. They want to come in, they want to, kind of have the big posture that they can have, but Flimsy,
speak it into existence.
Yeah, right. But I think for him, he has the ability to do it, and if he has the confidence to do it, he could definitely get out this round.
I'm very much impressed how really, after just a couple of hours, he is able to process this match so well and just get all the key points across. Because yes, his starts were great, but then he was shaky. But why was he shaky? Okay, I'm here on a very, very big stage, maybe his first or one of his second ever events or something like that. But you know what I'm saying? It's just so impressive, and I think he will bounce back and eventually take that top 2 spot there as well.
How important do you think that mentality is going into a matchup like this? I felt there was almost an inevitability of some of our P1s taking the win in our previous day's matches. In this, do you feel it's the same, or do you think the little things will have more of an impact in a tighter matchup?
I think when it comes to sudden death, there's a lot more things that can be involved in a matchup like this. There's a lot more nerves. There's also a lot more players pushing and trying to min-max every single obstacle that they come across in each map. So there's a lot of room for mistakes, but there's also a lot of room for some insane performances that we could potentially see.
So one thing that I want to mention here really is consistency. I mean, just not get pulled away from small mistakes that happen to you and to drag them into the next round. I think that will be the make it or break it point here, because I think the gaps will be a bit larger in comparison to the matches that we've seen yesterday, but just getting points onto the leaderboard round after round after round will be the most important factor in this match, other than pace.
Did I hear that right? The gaps will be larger, you think?
Yeah.
In what way? Expand on that.
I think there will be more mistakes.
So you think people will risk more and thus create more of a difference between...
maybe not risk more, but the pros make it look so easy who have won their matches yesterday, but the maps are hard. I mean, I think we
we know
really,
they're
really
very
neglect
hard.
that. We have seen it in the
Chris
cold
found
opening,
out with you, Drew.
Yeah, he did. And he found out very quickly too. That's not as easy as it looks.
No.
But no, I think he's on the same point. I do think there are going to be gaps. I don't think it's going to be every match necessarily.
Yeah.
I think there are we're going to see at least 1 or 2 close matches, at least on this lower bracket side. But I do think that the gaps are going to be considerable as well. I don't think everybody's necessarily on the same playing field here in this lower bracket.
This is interesting. I mean, it kind of goes against what I would have anticipated, but you guys have seen the scene for so long. You've been in it so many years. I'm really excited for today. If anything, it does feel like it'll be a different shade of maybe a similar color of Trackmania.
Yeah, definitely. I would agree with that. I think you're going to see a lot more interesting dynamics with the lower bracket versus the upper bracket. When we get to the upper bracket, that's going to be a whole different ballgame, a whole different set of rules compared to what these kind of matches are going to lead us into.
What do you think, Jerome?
Yeah, I do think so as well. I mean, I just got a bit dragged away there by the intro shot there from Neko. But yeah, I agree. I mean, there will definitely be close matches, that is for sure. But here, I do think that we see 1 or 2 players falling behind. And also given the factor that Flimsy and Charles have crashed so often, can they get, I mean, Flimsy said it, but will he hold that promise as well?
That's a great question. Can they avoid the fatal mistakes that deter their chances of moving on? It is do or die in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, and that means that everybody has to show up with their absolute best. There are no do-overs. There's no second tries. You've got to race to the very end and find yourself getting those 10-pointers if you want to survive. Trackmania Day 2 here in Paris begins in just a moment as we kick it off.
Yes, yes, yes. For those joining us here in Paris or at home, welcome to Day 2 of Trackmania at the Esports World Cup. It's the second day, but also still the first edition ever of Trackmania here at this massive global event. And yesterday, I gotta say, for a first taste of actually being part of event crew here at Trackmania, incredible day. Matches galore. Long day, but still a lot of action out of it.
A lot of action indeed here. You know, I was actually watching Flimsy just there, talking about practicing last night after the event yesterday, after a sluggathon. You know, it was hours and hours. We saw our racers there waiting, racing. Got me thinking about EPOS yesterday, beatboxing.
Yeah.
Last night I went back and practiced some beatboxing at home. I've got this. I've got that so far. It's a work in progress.
A 100-mile journey starts with the first step.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you so much. And it's time to meet our race. Don't forget, every single one of these next 4 races, we're going to see keys crushed in this competition here. Paris, I know you're ready for this. You folks, I'm ready as well. That's right. So let's meet the first 4 racers eager to stay in the competition. Would you please put your hands together as we welcome to the stage Neko, Flimsy, Spark, and Charles.
That's the opening for a good reason, my friends, because up to this point, you've not seen what is behind that LED screen. It is our crusher, where in every single one of our first 4 matches, 2 keys will be crushed, representing 2 players to be eliminated from Trackmania at EWC. The top 2 will advance and live to fight another game, but for the other 2, their day will be done. Our first matchup with 4, 2 on the elimination, 2 on the investments. Let's get our day started.
32 players, $500,000 on the line at the end of this competition. One player with the very first ever in EWC history to be the Trackmania champion. Please welcome to the stage, it's Staffed!
Neon!
Bywag! J-Swag!
Mono!
Bren! Epos!
Cole Jr!
Just about, can he overtake in this final corner? So far it's pushed down the hill. Carl Jr. into first place. Mine has been caught. Carl Jr.
I think a few upsets could happen. We've got 32 best players in the world here.
Neon overtakes. Bren overtakes. It looks like Bren has it.
Points on the board here for Otake. Off the upright. Mistake is all that is going to cost Epos. He goes very wide.
No surprises for the first day. The only real upset, it's got to be Mudder.
Still keeps the gap relevant to 2-10, and Gwen, after all those trials and tribulations,
He's going to have to fight his way through the lower bracket to get into the playoffs.
Still, Mime will cross the line.
Yes! Everybody is going to be going tooth and nail in these games in the lower bracket. I think anything could happen.
And he will be making it. Pussy Tupaco is our top seed from the very last match.
Let's get this one on!
Well, we had some upsets yesterday, and I think we started with the conversation that we ended with last night. We'll begin here to set the tone. Paco taking that first out of the 3 finalist mode over Gwen and Mutta, obviously leaving Mutta now to go through the elimination side of the bracket. But that is not this group here, yet the stakes are still similar. Turbo, when you look at this, the maps, it could be the difference between finding yourself qualifying or going through something rough and saying, wow, I've given this chance away to somebody who's taking it right in front of me.
Yeah, someone might regret it here. And Australia, first time being seen. We haven't seen, that's one of the things that I wanted to talk about. We haven't seen Australia all day yesterday, and now it's the very first map today. Quickly go through the bans. Saudi Arabia is banned, as well as Norway, Argentina, and Germany. And then South Korea is map number 2 here in Porte.
Yeah, I'm just happy to see Australia finally. We get a little bit of variety now. We will now have finally seen every single map in this map pack, starting with this match on day 2. But yes, South Korea, Canada, Japan, and Poland, the decider again. We need a stat track on how many times Poland has been
Argentina,
I
think, as well, right? It's been quite a bit. Argentina and Poland have been, I think, the main deciders here.
But this is do or die, guys. Bottom 2 is getting eliminated from this tournament, and I think you rightfully said it here. Someone is gonna regret it. It's a life-changing opportunity, and players are still not eliminated. They could theoretically still win the tournament.
Our first 2 players in Trackmania going home after this match. I know 2 guys who are eager to get it started. Let's send it over to Onset and Bravo for our first game of the day.
Well, here we go then, folks. Welcome back to Trackmania EWC 26. On Sam Bravo here to take you through this first matchup that we've got in front of us. And boy, what a way to start it. The first time we're going to see Australia. That got everybody's eyebrows raised almost immediately.
I think it really did. And maybe the most eyebrow raising might be coming from Nako on the other side of the stage. Let's not forget, when we talk about this specific generation of Trackmania players, one of the best in full speed tracks. And I tell you what, we are going to see a lot of full pedal down here across at least 4 rounds of Australia.
Now, of course, we have to reiterate to everybody who's watching right now, and also maybe just to give yourselves a little bit of an indication of how these players are going to be feeling on our main stage. Elimination is at stake. Bottom 2, unfortunately, will have to watch the rest of the tournament from the stands. They will have their tournament ended as we are heading straight into action here on Australia. And like you say, Andy, pedal to the metal. It's full speed to start.
Full speed down through the checkpoint here into the dirt. Course speed slide's going to get you through not only this section, but also as you get ready for this, watch the speed slides coming through. Everyone in this full loop here, it's going to be full power down as we see 800 speed into the penalty sand.
Flimsy out to an early lead. Charles just in behind, but now Nako will nestle in behind as we transfer from the dirt through the penalty sand to the first little indication of the jump. Kind of a micro agility course here, which sets us up and gives us a little bit of a flavor what to expect later on when we hit that identity.
That's right, a very important fifth gear on that plastic as everyone's trying to send it here. Flimsy and Charles going to be clean once again. They'll be back into fourth on this turn as they get ready for a little bit of exchanges to set up this first big jump.
A lot of talk about Flimsy yesterday. The speed was there, but the consistency just lacking. Some big crashes in big moments. It could have looked like a very different day for him. And with this line going a little bit wider, he might have given Charles a little bit of an opportunity as Nako will find the upright. Not what you want to do.
That's a big tap there. Charles with a slightly wider line and a better exit so far. Let's see if he continue here through the identity.
Well, this identity will claim victims as Charles is losing a lot of speed and Flimsy is gaining a lot. Flimsy will steal away the 10 points, a first place for him.
You and I were talking to Nua as well, just about see if Spark can manage to finish this. Of course, going to have that crowd cam just blocking the timer, and it will be not enough time for Spark yet again. But I want to talk about Flimsy. 10 points on the board for him. You and I were just talking to Nua backstage, who got to call a lot of the Flimsy matches, not just historically, but yesterday as well. And Flimsy needs to just find consistency. He had the pace on a lot of tracks and needs to just simply find a way to close it out. He does that there. He will be in the lead now with 10 points.
Oh, into the full pipe corkscrew as everybody gets nice and close to that flagpole on the left. It's a real test of the nervous system, how close you want to get to that one to make sure that line is pristine. And at the start here, Flimsy going to have a very narrow lead over the chasing pack. It's going to be Spark at the back with Charles and Nako just tucked in behind, but Flimsy, that's not the kind of angles you want to see from the car.
So much speed off the plastic, but in the end, into the dirt, and actually it's a tap from Spark as well. This will create quite a gap in the race. Charles and Nako will now have a clear gap up front.
Already mistakes from numerous drivers so far. A few taps, a few bumps, and certainly a few scrapes to the ego for a lot of these players. And we will head into this jump before we full speed all the way through that penalty sand for the right-hand turn into the identity. Nako trying to chase down Charles here. A little bit of a difference in line, but actually pretty similar. Yeah. Charles will establish himself a lead as he makes that first jump, but it is not one that he sticks. That's some ankles being broken.
Clips on the plastic is going to have to respawn, as you see there, so it will be Nako out in front. He will finish. Spark in behind, and now Flimsy in third. So what looked like it was going to be a sure thing for Charles is now a sure DNF for him. He will not be able to finish, and it's actually a rear wheel clip into the entrance on the identity. Mark, to be honest, it's pretty rare. Usually, if you're coming in on that entry, there's a different sort of clip. Maybe you're a little bit off, maybe too much speed into the second piece of plastic. It's rare that you're going to see them catch the back two wheels. So as you said, a few mistakes from drivers early on. That puts Flimsy and Nako now tied on 14.
You think about what Charles's head's going to be like when he heads towards that identity again, right? You're looking at it and you're going to be thinking first jump. That's usually the most simple of them before you really have to just watch how that car is rocking. But now seeing it in the headlights as you're heading towards it, you're going to be thinking about what could go wrong on that first jump before you've even considered what could happen afterwards. It looks like Charles is actually DNF'd here, so something's gone wrong there. As we now will go into the chicane before the little bridge here. Nako in a slender lead between the three.
Yeah, Spark there on the DNF as he'll be way in the back of the pack. And Flimsy now, most importantly, out of the plastic. This time he was good into the dirt, and now he's pushing against Nako for first.
Into the jump we go. Flimsy and Nako with a much wider line, trying to catch that booster and narrow the line through that checkpoint down to the penalty stand. Now, Charles, this is the POV you may want to watch. And if you're Charles, maybe you don't want to see. Trying to make that first jump. This time comes clean and will take away second place as well from Flimsy. Nako still in the lead, but Flimsy is really pushing him here, and Flimsy on the line will take it. A 1:15.108. That is 10 points in the bag for him.
Yeah, just 0.016 ahead of Nako, and that's the first time here on Australia that we've seen our pack that close in a round. It was an impressive finish, of course, with the exception of Spark falling behind. Impressive to watch them all coming across the plastic so close to one another in the final identity. That puts Flimsy on 24. Nako not too far away on 20 points.
Flimsy seems to have consistently good speed on this full speed section. Always seems to be just leading the pack.
No,
Charles ricochets into the ether, which leaves now Nako and Flimsy in a battle for first and second. Spark just in behind them as well, keeping the pressure on, keeping them honest as Both drivers will come through that first mini agility dash into this dirt section with the outside dirt line just lining up for this tight chicane into the bridge. Nako's still with that lead.
It's another pretty rare collision that we see from Charles. It's not the typical place you'd expect to find it, but we'll break that down after the round. Instead, as you say, it's still going to be Nako out in front. Flimsy trying to keep up here into the Lenovo Legion jump.
Yeah, Charles with a DNF. He's going to think about the next round, not what just happened. As Flimsy trying to chase down Nako here. Very similar lines into the turn before the identity. And Nako with a clean jump into the first segment. He'll take this one pretty carefully if he needs to establish enough of a lead, almost a second or so between first and second place, and Nako will take home the 10 points here. A much more comfortable run for him with not a lot of pressure on his back.
I like what I saw from Flimsy. Flimsy knew the gap was there. He decided he's not going to push. He's just going to also coast this one out, make sure that he gets the points on the board. For Charles, a really rare hit. Typically, if you go too wide out of the full loop, you're going to catch much earlier. He instead hits way further down the ramp on the right side. Typically, by that time, you've corrected by then. You have a straight line into the penalty sand. It's a very forgiving entrance into that penalty sand. So that tells me that not only is it maybe a little bit of just nerves going on, but maybe a bit more as he's unable to close that one out. That will do it for our rounds on Australia. And we say full speed on Australia. It certainly is. It goes by fast as well, if you ask me. I believe that sets us up now for South Korea.
South Korea. This is going to be the Charles pick, so an opportunity for him to maybe put the speed behind him and start to think about a little bit of precision and really start to lock in as well. I think it's a very interesting point that you made on where that crash was made in that final round, because like you say, it feels like a lack of concentration may have actually contributed towards it instead of a technical mistake.
And here we go as you see players exchanging kind of positions so far. So it will be Nako and Flimsy tied on 30, and also Charles and Spark tied at 10. So quite a gap, quite a chasm developing here, as everyone's going to hold forth into fifth gear into this section. It's actually going to be Spark with a pretty good line. Charles, though, in the lead here into the engine off on all drivers coming out. We'll see who can exit here on the reactor.
Charles and Nako right at the front. Nako trying to cut that angle, but not going to be able to cut it enough to close that gap on Charles, who's into leads. We slide around to the left-hander now. Throttle down for all of our players before we just tap that drift into the left-hander and transfer back to the grass, trying to cut it as narrow as we can inside of that checkpoint.
Charles has been pushing. Should be a clean maintain here, a fourth for everyone. Yes, it is. Charles has been pushing. He has been clipping. We'll see if he can maintain the lead through the rest of this race.
Revs dropping right down, but everyone's still holding on to that fourth gear as the engines will go off, and it's all about just tapping those brakes after that initial setup on the drift. And now, as we go into the identity towards these reactor boosts, it's going to be Charles, Nako, who are fighting out still for first place. Charles with a narrow lead, but it's wheel to wheel. It looks like Nako has more speed across the line, and will steal away the 10 points.
I think you and I were thinking the same thing. The first reactor zoop, Nako just a little bit of a cleaner line, just a little bit less airtime, and when you add that up across 3 reactor zoops, guess what? He makes up just enough time to steal out first place. That will put him now on 40 points.
40 points for Nako. Flimsy in behind him, just 6 points behind. That can change very, very quickly with a win on one of these rounds for Flimsy. For Spark and Charles, it seems like they're battling out for third and fourth place at the moment, really falling behind the pace that has been set by the other two. And once again, it's going to be Flimsy and Nako who lead the way here, as we see Charles taking a very interesting line to try and catch up a little bit of time.
Nako still out in front, as you say. Flimsy in the number 2 right now. Spark trying to keep up, and right now, as you had alluded to, it's a little wide on the left. Has to just regain control of the car, but it's going to cost him time-wise, as that's going to see Spark quite a further back. But Charles and Spark right now, for them, they need to start taking points off the board from Flimsy. We are at the point now in these rounds, in this entire set of rounds, where they need to make sure this gap does not continue to widen. That will spell disaster for them. That will be early exits from the tournament.
Yeah, like you say, elimination is what they're going to be staring at the moment. For Charles and Spark, it's not looked too good so far. 6 rounds into the action. Charles trying to get a little bit closer and hope for a mistake, but by doing so and trying to push it, he makes a mistake. Flimsy gets a little bit fortunate that Charles did make that mistake. He holds on to second place, but it is going to be Nako who gets across the line first. Another 10 points in the bag for him.
Huge. Also, keep in mind, that's the second time we've seen him not leading into the identity, but on the reactor zoops, being able to just make up all that time against his opponents. Let's not forget, if you're just joining us, first of all, welcome to day 2 of Trackmania. Unsurprisingly, we are getting right into the action as the drama continues to develop, but it's Nako, the 11th seed in this group. He expects to be ahead of the group, and right now, that's exactly where he sits.
Whoa, goodbye, Nako. Well,
until...
That's your first one of the day, and I'm sure that I'll have one very soon after, but Nako gets sent to the back of the pack. Look at the speed coming through from Spark here. As everybody sees the Indian fly past them. And now Flimsy has an opportunity to catch him up here, hoping he might see another mistake from Spark here, that's going to give him a clear run to 10 points.
Yeah, that's Flimsy and Charles going just a bit wide, but look at Flimsy having made up all the time. Spark needed no invitation, but Flimsy has somehow found a way to get right back in front, wheel to wheel, and actually having the lead here into the tight right-hander. Line looks clean from both of them. He's got a sizable lead into the identity.
Well, this could be a really interesting round here if Flimsy can hold off the challenge from Spark, because you're looking at the leaderboards. Nako probably going to be thinking about finishing this race, and if he does, it will only be 3 points, whereas Flimsy will grab the 10, and Flimsy does exactly that. That is going to close that gap considerably here. And Nako, importantly for him, with 3 seconds left until the DNF at least scrapes those 3 points to his total.
And we should mention now, as the tournament progresses, not DNFing will become more and more and more important as we go. So you can tell how much that made a difference. Because of just getting fourth there, and not DNFing, Nako stays in the lead by 3. It was the literal difference maker, otherwise the 2 would be tied. So most importantly, though, if we think about the points math, it's really all about Flimsy having made up the gap. He only trails by 3 here.
Unfortunately, it looks like Charles has just fallen behind again. Another little tap on one of those barriers. It's going to send him over a second behind the front 3. Flimsy and Nako once again battling it out at the front as we again transfer from the grass, sliding through. A little bit of airtime there from Spark, not what you want to see, but still keeps control of the car and keeps it on the track.
Yeah, he's sending the car, but as you said, he was a bit wide where he didn't need to be. He's a bit in the air, as you say, more airtime than he needed. But now will be as we take a look. Flimsy out in front.
Yeah, really good speed out that transfer from Flimsy through that narrow kind of straight chicane. Just gives him this established lead here as we go through the checkpoint. You can see he'll be leading by 0.3 of a second, which is a pretty comfortable lead at this point. And by doing so, he's going to put the pressure onto Nako in that points tally. One more turn to make. Flimsy has no real pressure on him. Comes through clean. Nako in second. And Spark and Charles will make up 3rd and 4th. But that time, coming in at that point, I think from Flimsy, is just going to put the pressure back onto Nako. And as we exit South Korea, wow, the points could not be closer at the top.
That will be 8 rounds done, as you say. And Flimsy, with that win right there, will go on 60, and he will take the lead by just 1 over Nako at 59. So what has continued to be a 2-player race, that gap continues to extend. It's all about Flimsy and Nako here. However, the race between them, as we said, could not be closer.
Yeah, very, very close. And for Flimsy, having just gone into a narrow lead off the back of South Korea by just a single point, now has his pick. We are heading over to Canada, where he likes to get a little bit quick, but also the precision is going to be so important through some of those vital chicane sections.
Yeah, very excited to see what he could do here. Let's not forget, we should talk about the seeds once again. We mentioned that Nako is the 11th seed. Flimsy is the 29 seed, of course, coming in through that North American online qualifier. We should also mention that Flimsy, he lost to Carl Jr. and Mime yesterday on 88 points. Now, I'm not going to lie, it's a bit tough to judge that 88 points too harshly when you're in a group with Carl Jr. and Mime. So right now, he's maybe starting to show us right where he belongs here in terms of these 4 players.
Well, as we get underway here on Canada, it's going to be Charles who goes into an early lead, and Spark is actually going to be in behind him. A little mistake actually coming in early from Flimsy. He's over half a second behind the rest of the pack, and Nako now goes into a lead, and Spark makes a mistake himself. So feels like we're back to almost parity with Nako now taking the lead as we transfer through the dirt onto the slalom. And on the exit, keeping it tight, keeping it narrow, Nako will go into that lead.
Really good work from both of them through the no break, but it's Nako through the dirt who, as you say, has the much better exit and will now have a sizable lead here over Charles, who's just trying to chip at his heels.
Well, things can change very, very quickly on this turn around the final corner before we slide down the ice and the players line up their cars. Nako's going sideways.
I don't like it.
Oh, it's going to be good enough.
I was nervous. Nervous indeed. Nako, 1:02.541 will be the time that he throws down. Charles, as we saw, just a bit behind. And able to get through there just narrowly. We've seen many drivers clip that left side. This time, the line, as you say, was good.
Scary moments, but there's plenty of those in Trackmania, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of them. Nako falls to the back of the pack. Not the best start here for him. Really just struggled with his line through some of those early slaloms that we do see, but seeing mistakes in front of you is going to really, really build the confidence, especially when it's 2 mistakes on the sausage chicane. That is going to hurt them. And now it's Charles and Nako with a clear run here.
Yeah, look, both of them back and forth there. Interestingly, through that no break, Charles is going to have the lead, as he often has through many of these rounds, but can he hold it through the dirt? The answer is no.
Yeah,
he goes wide. Nako says thank you.
Nako very good on this dirt section, very, very consistent, and that seems to be the name of the game for him as well. Minimizing those mistakes, and with Charles, even though he slid out, trying to push the pace here. Nako does have a narrow lead as we approach this ice slide into the tight turn before the ending, and it looks like Nako might have just clipped there. Charles will come through and will have a clear run at first. Nako falls behind by just a little bit with Flimsy and Spark having problems themselves. Nako will be able to recover and take home those 6 points.
See if Spark's going to be able to get it. It's going to be very close, and honestly, too close. We're seeing a few too many of those. That's given me a little bit of heartbreak, and of course, Spark fans and all the Indian fans also feeling a little bit of heartbreak there to see him DNF once again. It's now going to be Nako's at 75 points on the board over Flimsy's 68.
Still very, very close though, but Nako just opening a little bit of a gap. It hasn't been a great map so far for Flimsy, considering that this was a pick for him. We're seeing a couple of mistakes once again through the sausage slalom, and it's Nako this time who's fallen right to the back, and that is an opening now for Flimsy.
Yeah, opening for him. He's also going to look very good coming out of the no break, setting up into the dirt. We know his line has been cleaned into the dirt. We'll see if Charles can clean his up, and he does quite a bit, so they will stay really about just over 1 car length, now make it about 2 between each of them.
Yeah, if Charles starts finding a little bit more consistency and just minimize those mistakes, he's not out of this just yet. That gap could be closed very, very quickly with a couple of first places, getting those 10 points on the board. For now, he's settling for second, just in behind Flimsy. And as both players come through clean and just narrowly avoid those slalom poles, Flimsy will get the 10. It'll be Charles in behind him by just half a second behind, but 6 points on the board. But Nako again, mistake costing him. It will just be the 3 points for the Frenchman.
And as you mentioned, though, that will bring things much, much closer as you see Nako all the way down there in 4th place. Of course, will finish, but now as we see tied 78 to 78
once again
between Flimsy and Nako. Charles and Spark, quite a gap, as we said, 49 and 33 respectively. Not over yet. Quite a lot of races to determine who's at least going to take this one, who will be first on finalist mode.
So we've seen a lot of mistakes through this sausage slalom. Nako out front with Spark in behind. Lost a lot of speed though as he was rocking the car, Spark, and that's given second place over to Charles now. And Charles gives it straight back to whoever wants it. Does not come through the chicane clean.
Charles trying to push it there, and if you're trying to push in that no break, you can very, very easily just take the wrong line, and that's exactly what happened. Tried to get a little aggressive, wanted to take the chicane faster than you really can, and Nako now with quite a lead over Spark. Flimsy all the way in the back, 7 seconds behind.
Yeah, long, long way behind. I mean, you're looking at the distance even between first and second here. It's 0.8 as we go through the checkpoint, and on the turnaround, Spark will make it clean. Nako, most importantly for him, makes it clean as well. Turns the car stylistically sideways, and that will be 10 points in the back for him. Just re-establishing a little bit of a lead here, and that's a painful round for Flimsy.
Yeah, the Frenchman unfazed there. You can see barely any reaction from him, and going to have a lot of hometown support. Of course, he's also mentioned Nako, of course, longtime friend, teammate of Binks as well. So the French contingent certainly supporting him, and that's going to now do it for 12 total rounds across these maps. That will wrap up Canada. As we look at the points total, just to keep everyone updated here, it's going to be Nako on 88, Flimsy on 81, Charles all the way down at 53. So we're going to just assume that the points math will continue. It will be a Nako-Flimsy race. We'll update you, though, if that starts to change. But right now, it's anyone's round. In terms of this side of the bracket, really, either of the two, Flimsy and Nako, it's really just going to come down to individual rounds on these maps. Who can find the consistency to close this one out?
Well, now it's time to start thinking about walking the tightrope. It's going to be Japan next up. This is going to be a Spark pick. Just keep your eyes out for those narrow, narrow gates that have caused so many crashes and collisions as players try and force it through those final sections in the identity. It really has been a tough, I personally find it a very, very tough final identity in comparison to some of the other ones that we have, just because of the narrowness and the kind of margin for error that you have if you want to maintain maximum speed through those gates.
Yeah, Flimsy with slightly wider lines there, just on that kind of rock back and forth off the very opening. Charles out in front once again. It's not the first time we've seen it, but the big question is through these no-break sections, how long can he hold on to it?
Nako, quite a gap between first and second to try and break down. Charles and Flimsy come through the rest of the track unscathed. You would imagine that he would have to settle for third with that kind of a gap that's opened up. Flimsy with the drift in.
Very nice.
Through the engine off, and then starts it early for this tight section of turns and hairpins. Another one here, and Flimsy with a slightly different line, but the speed on the exit here from Charles keeps him in first place.
This is the longest that Charles has really held on to a lead. It's a tap from Flimsy as well. Charles will take that. He will run with it now through the no-break fragile, and he will have a sizable lead into our final identities.
This is a really big opportunity here for Charles. I mean, Nako's out of it. You got Flimsy in behind as well, and a gap that has appeared. Charles doesn't have to force this too much, doesn't really have to push the pace, and now just needs to complete his run. That's going to be Charles with 10 points, and that changes things. If he can keep that kind of pace up and that kind of result here on Japan, then those scores will change very, very quickly. I mean, Nako with a DNF as well.
And Flimsy gets a second in a... despite a little bit of wobbles as well there, so that will actually make the top very interesting. It's now just Nako on 88, Flimsy on 87, and Charles on 63. So now's our time to update you. We told you if that race got within a respectable distance, we'd talk about it. And to be honest, off of round 1 here on Japan, that's already starting once again.
Yeah, maybe the mental gymnastics are going to start pretty soon for Flimsy and Nako. If Charles starts to put points on the board, you start to worry about him instead of your own race and what you're trying to do, with Nako at the back of the pack once more, but with more speed ahead of him.
It's a tap for Flimsy.
Then now, out of that section, finds himself attacking Charles, who is at the front once again.
Charles has looked the strongest on this map so far, without a doubt. He's led at a variety of races through Australia, through South Korea, and through Canada. But it's here on Japan where he's looking to make his statement.
Well, it looks like Nako wasn't feeling the pressure. He was at the back of the pack momentarily, but with the speed that he was carrying through that section, looked absolutely fantastic as we go into the fragile. Nako still with the lead, but you can see the ghost of Flimsy right in behind him.
Somehow
mistake from Charles, though. Big mistake from Charles.
Yeah, somehow Flimsy's made up all this time and now pushing against Nako.
Flimsy really pushing him to the line here. You can see, but Nako, that pressure has told as he's going to fly to the back of the pack. Oh boy, that's another big, big mistake coming in from Nako. Flimsy with the 10 points and Charles with the 6.
Oh no, and it's a DNF there for Nako. You can see a shake of the head in his player cam, and that's heartbreaking because it puts Flimsy on 97 over Nako's 88. And look, not that far behind, it's Charles at 69. And how the tables can turn now as this thing gets really exciting. We are not done yet and far from it.
Things just got very, very interesting in this elimination match. Reminder for everyone watching, bottom 2 out of the tournament. For the top 2, they get a chance to continue to fight their way through. And Flimsy out into the lead here with Charles and Spark. Where is Nako? He is 3 seconds almost behind the pack. It's another disastrous start here for him.
Way back, hasn't even hit the reactor just yet. Finally, he'll be coming through. But as we said, Charles in the lead yet again. The man has put the hours in on Japan, and it is showing.
And there was a tap from Flimsy as well on one of those walls. A little crash coming in from him has put him behind. Spark trying to hold off that challenge, but for Charles, look at the gap that he's established over half a second between him and second place as we go into the fragile section. But Charles is feeling anything but fragile right now. He's feeling invincible here on Japan.
Here's the question, can he run it clean? If he runs this one clean, if he takes this win, it gets even more interesting in our battle at the top 3. Charles looks good through the final gate, through the final reactor boost, and he will take the win.
Absolutely massive for Charles, and that changes things up. Nako trying to finish at least to get the 3 points, and will do, but Charles now full of belief after what has been a fantastic run for him so far here in Japan.
This is unbelievable. Just in case the points math is getting a bit much on top of everything happening in these rounds, we don't blame you, but let's not forget we were tied around 80 for first place.
Nako crashes again at the start.
Unbelievable. He's going to have to find the composure here, because all of a sudden it's Flimsy on 103, Nako on 91, and Charles on 79. Charles essentially one more win away from being tied.
Let's not forget about Flimsy as well. He is in the lead, and he is growing that lead as well every single time that Nako is falling to the back of that pack. Charles trying to push here. Sparks is going to lose his second place. Did not have a good line and a turn through the checkpoint here. And look at the speed that Charles has. He's catching Flimsy here once again.
His line has been good through here. His line has been very good through this section. He's going to go a bit wider, and he will take the
first place away.
In the same exact spot here through the no break. We'll see if he can hold on.
Charles with another opportunity for 10 points. Flimsy trying to deny him. Charles been very, very good through the identity, through the first game with Flimsy making a mistake. It's given Nako an opportunity to come from nowhere to take second place away from Spark, but Charles is the story here. He takes 10 points, Nako with the second, and Flimsy in third.
Unbelievable, and the math is going to get so interesting here. Charles and Nako beating out Flimsy. That's going to crunch your top seeds even more in terms of the points table. And after that race, we got to go ahead and check in on the math. I believe it's going to be a 107 or so, yes, for Flimsy. Nako at 97, only 10 points away, and Charles on 89. And it could not be closer at the top. Spark all the way down on 46. May have to watch the rest of this, but between the top three, you thought this was going to be Nako all the way through and Flimsy maybe being supporting cast based on the first few rounds of Australia and South Korea. Instead, Charles right now battling it out and still in contention for first.
Yeah, and with the points being split as well, it's looking like we're going to go back to Australia potentially, where Nako will feel a little bit more comfortable with it being his pick a little bit earlier on. But before we get there, we have to say gen.g to Poland and send our drivers on their way. Poland is going to be the track we find ourselves on. So close, and nothing decided yet on who's going to take those top two spots and who will be facing elimination.
And what a punishing map here, a perfect one when you have this type of small points gap between the top three. This is a map that will start to separate these players without a doubt.
Not a lot of separation to start off with as we go through that reactor boost, sliding through the grass all the way through this long drifting right-hander. And it'll be Charles and Flimsy who find themselves in the lead. Bad news for Nako once again. The pressure's starting to tell a little bit for the Frenchman here. He's made a mistake and he's dropped back by 8 tenths. And Charles has disappeared as well.
We lose Charles on that jump, and instead now into the lily pads. Flimsy's going to be out in front, Spark right behind him. We'll see if Charles and Nako can make up time. Right now, Nako trying to push. It's not over yet here as we get ready for the identity.
Yeah, Nako with an early mistake, but the big mistake coming in from Charles has given him an opening. And Spark! Oh, he could not keep both feet on the plank. And Nako, from nowhere, when it looked like the awful start was going to cost him, comes through with 10 points. Fantastic composure coming in from the Frenchman.
Look at the smile on his face as well. And if you're having a little bit of deja vu, we forgive you, because in the highlight reel, it was yesterday, Nako on Poland. He knows how to make up the time in the identity. He does it again. And just like that, only trailing here by 6 points. It's 113 to 107 in favor of
107-93. Charles still in this race, still in this battle, still in this dogfight between these three racers. But there's only space for two here to continue at EWC. Flimsy with a narrow lead as we jump towards the reactor, riding this grass wall into this big sweeping right-hander, and it's Nako full of confidence all of a sudden who's into the lead.
And it's like we said, this map would claim victims. It will come down to consistency. It always does in Trackmania. And Nako's still out in front, but my goodness, did he ever command the identity that otherwise took down so many players.
A little bit of a wider line there from Flimsy. It was a safer line, but it might have cost him. But look at the exit speed. Staying with the pack ahead of him. Nako narrowly in the lead. Charles in behind him. But here could be one of the biggest moments. Flimsy makes a huge mistake. And now it's Charles who comes through the identity. Takes first place away from Nako.
Let's see if he can do it. He's going to touch here. It should be just easy work to close it out. And yes, Charles will be the first across. It's Nako in second. And Flimsy all the way down in fourth, trying to make sure that he can get those points on the board, and just does in time. But most importantly for the table, it's Charles keeping things close against Nako. It's only a 10-point game between second and third, even closer between first and second. Flimsy is only leading Nako by 3.
13 points separating the top 3. That's what you want to see. Everybody giving it their all here, and Flimsy, who made that mistake as we approach the identity, now finds himself with Nako's Ghost overtaking him. A little mistake coming in from Spark. Charles is at the back of the pack right now. And it's back to the 3 at the front with Spark. The tail end of the pack. First jump, Nako comes through clean. Flimsy makes it as well towards the lily pads now. But he's got Charles right on his bumper.
Some extra style points as well. Flimsy really just testing the limits of those blocks and seeing just how wide he can get the car. As you say, it's Nako and Flimsy out in front into the identity.
Nako with a pretty comfortable gap though. And Charles though, he's pushing Flimsy here. He wants to try and take those 6 points away. Flimsy trying to hold off the challenge. Nako will take the 10. Flimsy just about does enough to hold off Charles, and he has to do so with a PB.
A .015 difference between Flimsy and Charles there. And as you said, if maybe we had 2 more meters of track, it might have been a different story, but we race to the exact specifications here on Poland as we wrap it. Oh my goodness, not how you want to start there for Spark. So it will be Nako, Flimsy, as well as Charles off to the races.
Flimsy in the lead. 1 point separating the top 2. Charles needs a win now. You're getting into that kind of territory, but making a mistake like that is just going to see the 2 front runners disappear in front of him and leave you knowing that you might have just left it out of your own control here.
All he can hope for now is maybe some mistakes up front, maybe a lack of pace mixed with a few mistakes up front if he really gets everything that he's wishing for. As you say, Flimsy and Nako still leading here, a tap of the dirt line. Flimsy with the signature wider line. They both look clean through the jumps.
Charles pretty clean as well. As we go into the lily pads, a mistake from either Nako or Flimsy at the front of the pack will give the opportunity for Charles to close that gap. And Flimsy offers him an opportunity here, and here comes Charles heading towards the identity. Has the speed as well to make the jump. Nako in the lead, looking like he'll secure the 10 points, but now it's Charles having to hold off the challenge from Flimsy, and Flimsy will take away second place, goes wide, lets Charles back in, and the second place at the 6 points will go the way of Charles.
Unbelievable, the dramatics there of the back and forth exchanges of the lead at the very end. As you say, it will be Charles who gets those points on the board, and as a result, he keeps things in second and third place within 13 points. But still, we're focusing on that second and third race because of obvious reasons of elimination. But let's not forget, it's Nako only 133 over Flimsy's 126. There is everything to play for in the top 3 here.
And as we go back to Australia, this is the Nako pick. This is the track where he felt comfortable, and he is still at this stage of this incredible match between these 4 players. The front runner needs 7 points to hit finalist mode. He could get it done here with a win.
And what an identity to have it happen on, right? I mean, talk about this entire track, one of our favorite maps without a doubt. But when you talk about the best players in the world at the Esports World Cup in the first elimination match of the biggest tournament in the game's history, everything to play for and a wild identity where you're going to have these drivers absolutely sending it, of course, on plastic, and we're going to see some succeed and some fail here. We are underway on Australia. This map, of course, could decide it.
And we might see some big mistakes that are the cost players as well. Everyone has to push. There is no room for safety at this point, knowing that your tournament life is on the line. Nako out to an early lead. Flimsy and Charles nestling in behind him as everybody comes through the first mini agility dash pretty clean.
Pretty clean. Flimsy knows his mistakes earlier into that dirt were going to cost him. Onto the outside dirt line, very tight turn. I think we see a tap from Flimsy.
Yes, we do. Flimsy falls to the back of the pack, and that's an opening now for Charles. Nako still in the lead. As we will transfer down, everyone holds the gear through the checkpoint before the jump.
Flimsy tries to run that really tight, and it's tempting to try to make up the time there, but it has cost him. And we'll see if Nako and Charles can both run clean races through the identity.
Different lines on the entry, but the exit from that turn going to be very, very similar. Spark in behind in third place. Charles has managed to push Nako out of the way on the identity, though. As we go through the checkpoint, what are 10 points? This could be for Charles to close that gap. He comes through in first. Nako in second, and Flimsy falls to the back of the pack. But boy, look at the leaderboards now. Charles is back in this race.
Nako 1 away from finalist mode. He will not hit it. He's on 139. Flimsy on 129. And as you say, Charles is only 6 points away on 123. This should be finalist mode here for Nako, but other than that, everything to play for.
Wow, what a way to start the day here on day 2 of Trackmania EWC. All these drivers giving it their all as Nako will take the lead early on again. Charles nestled in behind, waiting for those mistakes. Flimsy in third. This is where the mistake was made before from Flimsy, but this time he seems to stick it and might have a little bit more speed than Charles on the exit.
As you say, Charles and Flimsy is a real battle to watch here. Nako, no, again!
Flimsy! The patterns for yesterday are rearing their head again. The speed looks good, but the mistakes are crucial. And Charles and Nako now stroll into a lead with just the identity to go. Charles, too much of a gap to try and make up, but Nako, if he comes to identity clean here, will hit finalists. And Charles is not going to be far behind him as well.
My word, and down to the wire, no shortage of dramatics. All 4 drivers will finish, but most importantly, it will be the first finalist mode of the day for Nako. It will be Flimsy now on 132 and Charles on 129. Flimsy, of course, with a chance here to be on finalist mode. It cannot happen for Charles in this race, but Charles can certainly be in the lead in second at the end of this. Can Nako end it here?
Once we go through the corkscrew, Nako has the opportunity to think about popping some champagne here as he might take first place away in the first qualification spot to continue here at EWC. Flimsy in behind him. And Flimsy
what a deny
into first place.
What a deny this would be from Flimsy. Flimsy, a man who needs the points. He needs all of them, by the way.
Oh,
keep in mind.
Nako, no! Falls to the back of the pack. A huge mistake coming in from him. Flimsy and Spark in front of him. The only good thing for Nako is that Charles had made a mistake a little bit earlier on.
And Nako just has to pray for mistakes here. He has to pray for mistakes in the identity. He could still do it here, but he needs both drivers. He needs Spark and Flimsy to make mistakes through the identity.
Deep breath, everyone. Flimsy goes in clean. Second jump made as well.
Oh, it's
Charles sends it and does not look good. Nako's still hoping for a mistake from Flimsy, but it will not come. And Flimsy will get onto finalist as well. Nako will have to wait as Charles, heartbreakingly, will not finish as well. No points.
You cannot make this up. Charles is now a full race away from finalist mode, and we are on dual finalist mode in your first set of rounds for the day. The first match of the day, Flimsy and Nako, both on finalist mode. They want to advance here.
Only room for one in this race.
Wow.
Nako and Flimsy with a chance to secure their qualification. Charles and Spark, the 2 players who can deny it right now. And if everyone who's been watching so far is paying attention, Charles certainly the most likely to do so, but a tap on that outside line on the barrier is going to hurt his chances so much. Nako out into the lead.
If the rest of this round is clean, that could even be the nail on the coffin for him in terms of this round. As you say, Nako's still way out in front and a huge lead over Flimsy, who's now in third.
Through the jump we go. Flimsy with a little bit of a wobbly landing, just about. Comes through clean though, and he's going to be hoping for some mistakes in front of him from Nako so that he can secure his qualification. But it's Nako into the identity with qualification in his sights here, who just needs to come through clean. The Frenchman has done it. He will qualify here and make it through to the next round.
And a big smile on his face, and like many players before him, you can see a little bit of an exhale, leans back and realizes, okay, the hard work is done. And unsurprisingly, the local fans, the French crowd here in Paris, very happy to see him all the way through. I tell you what, some ups and downs, leading very early on around the 80-point mark, and allowed for a lot of players, not just Flimsy, but also Charles, to bring it back in terms of points. But we also should mention, Flimsy now, of course, on finalist mode. It will not be Charles on finalist mode following that race. So Flimsy with an opportunity to be the number 2 through.
But this is South Korea. This is Charles' pick. This is where he felt comfortable. And if picks are anything to go by, Nako showing that those picks are working out. Australia, very, very good for him. He gets it done on his pick after a horrendous looking Poland for him at certain points. So for Flimsy, nothing guaranteed. He will have to hold off the challenge from Charles. And Spark might have something to say about this as well.
By the way, look at the absolute impact of Charles tapping on that last one. He's still on 132. Needs a win here to not only deny, but to also get on finalist mode.
Sometimes when the path is simple and you know what you have to do, it unclutters the mind a little bit. And for Charles, he knows he needs a win. But this slow is not a good sign in any racing game, regardless of the situation. And Flimsy now has all the room in the world, over 2 seconds between him and Charles in second place. And by being on finalist mode, just needs to finish.
As you said, it's a simple job to close things out. Charles trying to take his creative line, a very different line through the dirt, and it cost him in a huge way. Could not keep control of the car. Flimsy going to look for this tight. Doesn't even need to be that tight. Into the identity. Only 3 reactor zoops to close it out and to advance.
If I'm Flimsy right now, I'm turning on the radio in the car and I'm getting myself down to a few beats because this is very, very comfortable. You can take your mind off of elimination and think about qualification. Flimsy comes through as the second qualifier here. Holding it together on South Korea. He will join Nako in the next round.
And a little shake of the hands there, smile from those 2 players as well, as it will be GG, and they know that they are through, as you say, not only through to the rest of the tournament, but all the way through to the playoff stage. It's a big win from them. And even though these 2 players coming in with very different seeds, Nako the 11th seed, Flimsy all the way down at 29 will come through. They will exchange handshakes as well with Charles as well as Spark, and we gotta say, commiserations, but also a congratulations to Spark, the first ever Indian player to make it through, as well as Charles. A lot to be proud of for Colombia. And it's going to be rain day. Now ready here on the desk to break down what we just saw.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Great cast there on set in Bravo as we see Nako and Flimsy make their way through. The winners will be able to have the chance, Nako specifically because he took that first spot, to crush the keys. And of course, that means Charles and Spark will have their EWC dreams go by the wayside. It's something we get used to here, Aaron, and it's part of the EWC special. You come in with your life represented by that triangle there, that key, and you risk what just happened there when you don't perform.
Ouch, I felt the pain when that happened. The little snap that happened at the end.
Yeah, the small snap, that was crazy. Wow, that adds so much drama to it, right?
And also, I think for Trackmania, certain things in Trackmania are a little bit personal to an extent. Everybody's friends and everybody's very friendly and we all get along very much, but just kind of that added physicality that this brings of crushing these keys, it brings a little saltiness to it, I think, and it's going to be interesting to see how players react to it as we go on.
I mean, it just emphasizes the storyline that we try to create here as well, right? If there's a close battle between the players, which we have certainly seen, it was... Yeah, it just stresses that. That was very cool.
Yeah, unfortunately for Spark, just not in it at all. And unfortunately also brings kind of into question the depth that the APAC region has as player base, because that was one of their top 4 players, and unfortunately he just had no presence whatsoever at this tournament. We could say nerves, we could say whatever, but with so many mistakes, it really just showed that he did not have the refinement that was required to be at this level, at this competition. But it doesn't mean necessarily that he didn't try. It doesn't mean that he isn't a skilled player, but just to be at this echelon, it just shows you how high of a level you have to have in this game to be able to compete.
Yeah, the consistency, the speed, those 2 elements, sometimes which one is more important, but we were in a kind of a different level here. And you made this really interesting point to me, and I asked, as we see yet another key about to get crushed here on stage by Nako, that in these lower brackets, sometimes when you see players who have, how do I put this best, been outshone by top dogs, like Carl Jr., like Epos, like Otak, that we've just seen, well, what's the story of those who didn't qualify? You put them in this lobby, you think it would be a lot closer. I mean, coming in from a lot of esports, a lot of situations, and even sports in my background, I would think, well, now this will be a tight match. But the level is different because we're talking about players who have reached a certainty of professional and consistent performance on each and one of these maps that don't allow for many mistakes. Yet this level, despite being second or third best, it seems like it opened up room for way more mistakes, way more variability, and so we still saw that gulf.
There's so many factors that come into play. Not only being at the maps being incredibly hard, players make it look so easy, but they do. Trust me, those maps are so hard to play, and if I were to play them, and I have 10,000 hours plus in this game, well, I would still be 1 to 2 seconds behind, and then also crashing every now and then, probably more than getting a clean run through. But then also, I think just players being on stage for the first time, pressure comes into play. Players know how to drive, but then you all of a sudden think about it. I think that's a very, very neglected part of Trackmania as well, just the whole mental aspect of it.
Yeah, and I think at this level of play, especially for this match, Turbo was right. There was a gap. There was a huge, considerable gap. But also, when we're at this kind of lower tier, right, you will find that even with that gap, anything can happen. We saw both Nako and Flimsy having mistakes. Charles was climbing back. He had a really good map for himself, I believe on Japan. That it was, he was very dominant on and was able to climb back and tie himself with the rest. But even then, he wasn't able to finish it out.
And again, Charles had so many rounds where he did not finish in. I think it was the round
earlier on
Australia, the second rotation. He was at 129 points. Then he yeeted off of the map with a plastic. And again, he was not close to that final spot, but just so many what ifs. What if he had just gotten a better position? What if he had finished those 3 or even 4 or 5 rounds where he hadn't finished in? He would have been in finals as well and could have been the one crushing a key right there.
And what if he was more comfortable in Australia? I mean, he'll have to ask that question too, because first rounds he was in behind, and I think 3rd or 4th place with some DNFs, and then now obviously to close it out, it was Australia that gave him a lot of trouble. But that leads us to Nako and Flimsy, who do advance, and now Import, we get to see them yet again have a match coming up tomorrow, or I believe it'll be tomorrow that they'll play. How do we feel about their approach so far to this, and how confident are we feeling that they can move forward?
Yeah, let's talk about Flimsy real quick. He clearly has shown improvement over a day. Amazing improvement, in fact, and being able to, like we said, analyze his own mistakes, analyze his entire previous match, and apply those new findings into this next match has been evident. Unfortunately, there's still consistency that he has to work on, but if he can just, like, you know, smooth those edges that he has, he could potentially go further into this tournament, especially into the top 16.
Was Nako the bigger story for you, or was it Flimsy and his resilience in bouncing back here in this next match?
The thing is, Nako, he was having it at the start, but then he really felt the pressure on Japan. He had, I think, 2 rounds where he didn't finish, and all of a sudden Charles and Flimsy came closer. But I really think everyone had their moment, but it is Nako who eventually really got it together. But Flimsy's performance on the flip side of things on Japan was exceptional. But I think both of them, they have to step it up in order to make it out of the top 8 from their group.
It's going to be even tighter as we continue on. Let's take a look at the schedule coming up. Group 1 just finished on the stage, and we've got Group 2 ready to go, standing at attention. Mutta! We didn't expect to see this caliber of driver coming in for this second round, but here he is, and he's got to win or he will see his key crush. That would be a huge upset in this tournament, guys. But we've got Lingo, Noisa, and Josh who will be joining him. All of these matches coming up back to back to back. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere because we've got more Trackmania coming up. But yeah, Import, just the fact that Mutta is in this group. I mean, that's surprising, but it's exciting.
It is exciting. Also, if Mutta somehow fails at this stage of the game, something went terribly wrong. I think everybody still has the expectation that Mutta is going to be at that grand final. Now, some have said that maybe he was just, you know, going down to loser, so he had to avoid these really tough upper bracket matches.
That would be so advanced.
And I mean, that would be the big brain play right there, because, I mean, there are some scary matches up at the top. But honestly, he wasn't a very tough match.
Yeah, he was.
And there was a lot of things going on, and nobody was really consistent in the first day except for Carl.
Yeah, right.
And so, honestly, to have that performance, it seems shocking. But if you look at the grand scheme of things, it's actually not that surprising. Now, with him being in the lower bracket, he does have a little bit of a, I won't say relaxed because there is that sudden death, but he does have a little bit easier time because the skill level of his opponents is not at what we would consider at his level. Specifically for second place, we're going to be looking at Lingo for sure. And also his
second place. I think someone like Lingo, he could theoretically also win that match. That is for sure. I mean, of course, that would be very unlikely, but Mutta one step closer to elimination. You have to think about it. Mutta was a player that's probably like 80% of people put in S tier as someone to make it into the grand final, but now he's here in the lower bracket. Of course, he had a very tough match. We already covered that, but Lingo, he's very fast and maybe has nothing to lose. I wouldn't say it there, but also Josh is in there, also had a disappointing. We're gonna see.
All right, well, it'll be exciting as well. We'll send it back. Oh, there we go. We're right back. How about we send to that content? We got a Lenovo Legion speed reaction coming up, and we'll see you in Group 2 in just a moment. Ouch.
Time to play the STC speed reaction with Lingo and Link. In terms of reactions, out of the both of you, who thinks you've got the better reactions?
I think you. Really? Yeah, I would think you.
What makes you each say that?
I think my reaction's fairly average.
Okay.
Mine as well is average.
Okay, average, there we go. Great start, guys, loads of energy. Okay, right, shall we play? We're gonna see a picture here of Trackmania. Every time you see a Trackmania graphic, whoosh, hit the buzzer. Do not hit the buzzer if you see an Esports World Cup graphic. Okay, let's get into it. Only one rule, really. After you've hit the buzzer, hands by your side, so there's no cheating.
Okay.
Got it?
I got it.
Let's play. Ooh. Ooh, don't think you even hit that table button.
Right, sorry.
Keep watching. They come quick and fast.
Ah, you got it by...
You missed it.
I missed one.
Oh, we should take one away.
Let's go.
Lingo, come on, in the game. Oh, quick.
No.
Trying to put each other off, are you? You can talk to each other. Oh,
let's go
buzzer's
again.
gone. Buzzer's back. Who won that one, Lingo?
Lingo did, yeah. Of course it's me. Yeah. Walk in, bro.
3-2.
I accept reacting.
Lingo's switching all the time.
I'm switching.
Yes! 4-2. Come on, Lingo. Oh, because you missed one.
Yeah, we
both missed one. So technically, none of you were that good because one of them was missed. But the winner, of course, goes to Mr. Average. He called himself. They both called themselves Mr. Average, but on this occasion, it was Link who came out above average. Lingo, congratulations. Guys, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler won. You're done.
Raw energy. House from blow the house down.
Welcome back. It is the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet action happening all across the Paris Expo Porte Versailles for more of EWC's final week here. My name is Rain Day. It's been a pleasure. And Trackmania continues with our group number 2, where we just saw one of the featured drivers. It's Lingo. And of course, a player that, you know, many people think can do this, can take first place. This is open to anybody. And of course, loser's bracket means, as we introduce G-Geek back on the desk as well, alongside Aaron Import, that this is an opportunity to go home. It's also an opportunity to start what could be one of the most historic runs in Trackmania history.
Yeah, not only a historic run, but a dynasty potentially going forward even after the event, you know, solidifying yourself as the top echelon in Trackmania. But yeah, Lingo could potentially finish first. I do believe that is a potential case. I also believe that Lingo could potentially also heavily falter. He is known as the kind of on-off player, and he is going to be one we're going to have to watch out for in terms of his consistency. That is going to be a big key going into this match. Mutta, I think, on the other hand, I think confidently, G-Geek, maybe you can agree with me that he should have this in the bag.
Without a doubt, he is definitely the top 1 contender here. And one thing that really upset him is his early game. Like, his very first map pick backfired really hard. Out of 8 rounds that were played on Saudi Arabia, he only won 1 of them and even ended up throwing away a finalist status. If he can dial that out and be on the ball right from the get-go, he will be a true contender.
What's the question? Do you go back to a map like that if you have the struggles just because, you know, okay, I can correct my mistakes mistakes. I know where I messed up, and I'm already comfortable with it. Or you veer away?
Yeah, basically just put it out of sight, out of mind. All right, that was a set of 4 rounds that happened a few minutes ago. Just put it on the back of your. Just don't put it away. Don't let it go to the back of your head. Don't let it simmer, really, and try to just continue running your race, and eventually the race will come to you.
What has been the kind of the formula, the recipe, so to speak, for the GOATs? I mean, Carl has done it so often, but it's been a matter of looking at different ways. For me, these last couple of days, these matches have gone where there's been inconsistency, and sometimes that's been the difference. There's been top speed, top ability that's been the difference, but also adaptability, right? Certain times we've seen Australia not get banned most of the time. It came out, and then there were some issues on that. Saudi Arabia, as you mentioned, for Mutta. So what element of a component do you think makes for somebody who can go the distance in Trackmania as a champion?
If you have the benefit of having an extra life or a moment where you're able to at least take a breather in between that round or something where you can reset yourself, that's an opportunity to reset. However, if it's one of those longer issues, such as like there's just a line you're not getting, or there's a mechanic you're not getting, or you're just missing something in the map, that's going to take time outside of the match in order to brush that up. That you're not really going to be able to deviate from your strategy per se, even though there's really not really strategy in Trackmania, but your line that you're dedicated to, you're not really going to be able to deviate from that.
Makes a lot of sense.
So yeah, that's one of those issues where it's like, if you have an extra life, you have the opportunity to kind of recollect and try to fix those issues. Most of the time though, for these players, it is nerves. It is just, they know what they need to do. They know what they have to do, but it's one of those things where they're not focusing in one area or focusing too much. That's where the nerves come in.
Yeah.
So they really have to be able to kind of reset themselves, either mid-match, mid-round, whatever it is, to be able to get themselves to push forward.
I mean, Carl said, getting into this, he trains for 4, 5, 6 hours to get to what he wants on the track. And then once he has it, it's maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours to stay on form. What's the approach during an event, G-Geek, that you've seen players who have mistakes have that quick turnaround? I mean, you're playing sometimes Mutta played at 11 p.m. almost last night. Now it's to come and play it, right in the second match of the day. What's he been able to do?
Well, if I may put on my French teacher outfit and say a French saying, please. We say in French very often, la nuit porte conseil. The night is often giving you good advice. Sometimes just a little bit of rest can really do a whole world of difference. Just to give you a little bit of historical context for that, Epos, for instance, dropped down to the lower bracket in the World Tour playoffs 2 years ago, which were a qualifying tournament for the World Cup. He was not really feeling great about that particular performance himself, and then just let it sit. 24 hours later, came back and won his old matches and got his very second spot into the World Cup as well. So sometimes just let it slide, rest a bit, and approach with a fresh mind.
I love it. Great conversation here to top it off. Mutta, one of our tournament favorites, now facing a potential elimination. And one of the drivers we think that could make a difference is Lingo. We had a chance to talk with him and Rachel earlier heading into Group 2.
Well, Lingo joins me now. Lingo, third yesterday. You've had a chance to process it. Overall reflections?
I think it was a difficult match to begin with. We had Epos, OTAG that already are considered favorite to the win. And there was me that, first match of a big land still. So the pressure was getting me a little bit, but I think at the end I still played quite good, but just Epos and OTAG was better than me today.
Do you think you gave those two players too much respect?
A little bit, I think. I should have more confidence, but I just think they are that good,
How are you going to learn then from that yesterday and not maybe giving the other players that respect in this matchup?
Of course, after the match, I kind of analyzed, every single match that happened, and I saw they were doing some different lines that I tried to, after the match, I tried to apply to my runs.
How's it been going?
Quite good. I actually gained some times on some of the maps.
And what in particular have you been working on then? Different lines. What else have you been working on overnight?
It's true that because we have so short amount of time that you cannot really work on anything. And consistency, you could try, but you should have a few more days. But it's more about trying to go back to my pace, go back to try to some new PBs, trying some new stuff. And just hope that it works in the next match.
What did you do particularly well yesterday, do you think?
I played quite good on Saudi Arabia, for example. I had some difficulty on the not identities, but on the quarter pipes. that I was crashing quite a lot in my practice, but for some reason, somehow I just barely crashed on Saudi Arabia. It went quite well, even though I could have won more rounds than that, but went quite well.
In terms of today, do you think the matches will be played out very differently from yesterday? Because obviously there's so much more at stake today.
I think it will be more one-sided than you think. I think it will be most likely me and Moda just taking all the points, and Josh and Noisia, maybe take some points, 6 points, 10 points a few times, but I don't really expect a lot right now from them. I heard a lot of things about them, so this is why I'm saying that. But I'm thinking Moda is going to win. For example, I'm going to get second. I will be pretty happy with that.
Well, that's what you need to do. So the confidence is there. Good luck out there today. Thank you.
Thank you.
I love it, Rach. Also, love the green. Love the green. That's just it's nice, We were kind of in a tan zone today. I had to change my jacket. G-Geek, you guys looking great, but I couldn't try to compete at this point, Aaron.
Yeah, 3 of us showed up. Actually, 4 of us showed up.
Yes,
with
we did.
Tan button-ups and everything. Also, I believe Bravo showed up as well with the tan button-up. So yeah,
it's a day 2 thing.
We're just so in sync. That's what it is.
That's what it is.
The synergy.
We also order the beef for lunch?
Yes.
Okay,
the beef with the side of beef. There's been so much beef on the menu.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think if beef and lunch were the statistic of who's in sync, we'd all the whole.
I need a statistic of how much beef has been eaten
today. Yeah, we don't want to know that. By the way, we do want to know what you think. Who's going to take this first group that you're seeing Mutta in the lower bracket in? He's going to have to make a heck of a run. Do you think he'll come out in P1 like we saw Lingo say? Do you think Lingo would take P2, or will we see a surprise from Josh or Noisia and jump in to take one of those spots? Maybe create some drama to kick off our day here. G-Geek, what do you think?
Well, I'm going to go along with the grain here in a sense, because Mutta is definitely the one that should not have dropped down to lower this early on.
I agree.
And I'm pretty sure he's going to be keen to try and make amends to the wrongs of yesterday, especially that very first map pick, which always went so haywire. As we mentioned, only 1 out of 8 rounds won there. That's the key pain point he needs to completely work out.
To me, Mutta is the type of esport player, I said this before, that you want in your esport. He has personality, he talks a little trash, he's self-confident, and that makes for the most interesting stories when something unexpected like this happens, where he's so good, but now he finds himself 1 match away from elimination.
Hey, and it's not that he hasn't been in this situation before. XP Evo last year, he was actually in the losers bracket and made a run through the losers bracket to be able to get to the grand final. So this is not a situation that he is unfamiliar with whatsoever, and I think that's going to help him coming into this match. Again, Lingo, with the interview that we just saw, going to be the kind of not only the major topic, but just what he can achieve, the possibilities that he can achieve. If he just cleans his act up, he can go so far. I'm a big fan of Lingo. If you didn't know, I seem a little critical of him, and that's just because I like him so much and I want him to succeed so much.
I love it.
This is his time. He needs to show up.
Noisia representing, I believe, Argentina as well. All the hopes and dreams, not only of a nation, but these players in the biggest moment in Trackmania history. Group 2 about to begin on stage. $500,000 handed out here in this tournament. That journey for Mutta, or potentially the end of it, begins right now.
Thank you, Rain Day. Nako, our first winner here on the main stage today, and also the first player to crush the dreams and the keys of 2 competitors as well here, who sadly won't make it any further in the competition, but Nako seems very chirpy, very happy, and I would be too.
Absolutely you would, because it's tough, right? The pressure of not only being in the lower bracket, but also being on the main stage, biggest tournament of the game ever, that adds to you. But I want to ask you, for those here or watching at home, from now on, we're going to have to get used to that heartbreak every singular game, because it's going to be like this. 32 enter, only 1 can win at the end of it all come Saturday. But we're ready for our next set of players. So please join me in welcoming our second game players, Mutta, Noisia, Josh 1248, and Lingo.
The crowd here in Paris are ready for this one. As you can see, these 4 competitors playing for a place in the next round of the competition, but only 2 will manage to go through. 2 will sadly be leaving us. It's the final stand, a final opportunity to prove their worth here at Trackmania at the Esports World Cup. One thing's for sure, this will be ferocious. This will be full of crazy. Who will go all the way? Let's find out.
Well, I love a little crazy as we get underway, and you could expect that these turns and these rounds will give us a delightful scene as the fans clap. What are those called? Noisemakers? What are they? What are they?
There was an
Boomers?
official name for it, and I totally forgot.
They're not clappers. There's something. Somebody will let me know as well. I don't know.
I mean, they make noise.
They do make noise.
We could call them that way. I don't really have the proper term either.
Okay, and that's surprising because you've got books. You came in here with terminology on where everybody.
Encyclopedia in his head.
Jiggy,
Do you
know
think I got
everything.
that big of a brain? Come on.
Yes, I do. I actually do think so. I think you both do.
I agree.
Well, I was also going to ask a question. How did Mutta know which setup he was going to be at? I'm just kidding.
That's a great question.
He's the only wheel player here in these four. Obviously, a cool distinction about him if you're jumping in. Not everybody plays with keyboard, as you said, was the traditional. That was cool to know. The traditional way to play Trackmania. A controller has become very popular as well. Some players like Mutta known for doing a little bit
Some
of
like
this
bananas.
and that. Some like bananas. And some like controllers here. So, wheels. So that's what Mutta's going to bring as we see his first pick, Germany, come out to start things off.
Lingo choosing Norway as map 2, Noisia coming in at map 3, but look at the first two bans. Josh and Noisia opting to ban Japan and Australia as Saudi Arabia returns from map 4 and Canada will be the decider, and that will continue the trend that we saw actually yesterday. None of these players have played the maps that have been banned first, so no Japan, no Australia, not really any basis to go off of, and Saudi Arabia, it's a good thing for Mutta that he comes up and later in the rotation, that way he can psych himself up to be prepared for that. Now, can he solve his early game woes under Germany, though? That's going to be the big question.
Yeah, definitely. And also, Mutta and Lingo, best map pack for them, easily. Norway, Canada, that's something they're going to really excel on. This is something that they're going to be happy with going into the match.
Two favorites coming into it. We'll see if Josh and Noisia can make a splash here as we send it over to our two casters for game number 2 to get underway. It's Nua and Twiggy.
Thank you very much, Rain. Hey, the devs talking a lot about how big their brains are. They don't even know what thunder sticks are called. I'm glad that they've given us our chance to shine. Those thunder sticks making some noise in the crowd now as we get ready for our second match of the day. And I'm looking forward, in particular, Twiggy, to seeing Norway again. Only our second time seeing it on stage here at EWC.
Yeah, indeed. Hey, I just saw Josh's dad in the crowd. Lovely man.
Lovely.
Absolutely lovely man. We had a chat with him a few days ago. Heavily Yorkshire accent.
Very strongly, yes. Yeah, absolutely.
But I mean, Josh apparently came out of last game quite upset at his own performance. I think that is the tale that we're seeing, not just in the players who dropped down to the lower bracket, not least of all, Mutta, but also players who finished second in their games as well. Like Epos, for instance. Apparently, I talked to him. He's not very happy either. And look, everybody wants to be the best here, and I think that if you're not topping your game, it's going to be a pretty difficult time to top the whole tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're saying even the players who came second. I'm saying even some of the players who came first. Yeah. I'm thinking back to watching Grenadi in his match yesterday, shaking his head at his own performance a couple of times. Like, ultimately, if you win the match, you're going to be relatively happy. But there's room for improvement for a lot of these players, even in the upper bracket still. But for now, we stay with the lower bracket. Two of these players will be getting their keys crushed at the end of this match. Let's wait, find out who it's going to be. Mutta, definitely the heavy favorite to make it on out of this one, but as Jiggy pointed out on the desk as well, slow start to the match yesterday, and we'll be looking to rectify that here in round 1.
Yeah, I mean, Lingo even saying, well, probably Mutta first, then I'll take second.
Sure.
Which Rachel did call confidence. I'm not sure I would call it.
Oh dear.
That, and that's a early setback for anybody who isn't those two. In fact, Mutta well out ahead, and it is Lingo right behind, or a few tenths behind.
Yeah, I mean, clean start for Mutta, clean start for Lingo. Josh and Noisia both clipping on the same quarter by, both dropping down by multiple seconds. Lingo catching a little bit more airtime than is optimal there. We'll lose a few more tenths to Mutta, but shouldn't put the result of this race in any doubt. Last real section for any failures coming up here. There is a failure, a respawn for Lingo as Mutta is clean out in front. Nobody else in sight, even on the drone shot. And Mutta will set a time of 110.9. Mutta goes sub 111, by the way, as Josh at the very least will get across the line. Noisia is going to be close. Lingo is going to be there, and Noisia is less than
centimeters. Oh my
from the
God.
line, but will DNF round 1.
Well, there you go. There you have it, folks. Having glasses is what gets you wins. Those 3 finishing, and the only person without glasses, Noisia.
Quick, somebody get him a pair of glasses, Stat.
Somebody quick. Oh,
I know
my
we've
Lord.
referee randomized from the NCSA region behind furiously searching for a pair of glasses right now.
Anything. They can be completely cosmetic. It doesn't matter. Just put some glasses on the man.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Well, it's not a great start for really anybody but Mudder. I think everybody but Mudder is going to be looking at their round and going, okay, let's lock in.
Settle
folks.
in. I suppose there is the upside for all 3 of those players as well, where I think all of them were probably thinking, right, well, Mudder is the player to beat and probably actually the player to lose to in this match. And so the fact that all of your maybe real rivals for second place crashed out of that first round as well, you know, it's not kind of a massive hit to the nerves early on.
No, exactly. But this is a much better round from all involved. Noisia a little bit behind, but you have got Josh in contention with Lingo and Mudder up at the top there. And that's a brilliant jump from Josh. A little clip of the wheels is not the end of the world whatsoever. He is right behind Lingo, and with a better turn here, could overtake. It's more exit speed. The turnaround is great. Lingo doesn't even get the turnaround. We haven't seen that mistake happen in a long time. If you start turning your car before all 4 of your wheels are on the ice, you are not turning around at all.
Yeah, and hey, that's a very good time again from Mudder. Consistency as well. Both of the rounds so far, 110.9 from Mudder. And this, if you were talking about cleaning up that early consistency, about having a better start to the match, that's exactly what you are looking for. Maybe less so on this occasion, though, as it will be Mudder dropping behind with an early mistake.
Yeah, a little clip of the wheels on the dirt section there. It's, well, at least early in the map, you can make up for that mistake over the course of the rest of it. You're not going to lose too much time, but this does open the door now for everybody who missed out on points in the first couple of rounds to get involved. Mudder is right back with the rest of them, overtakes Josh, in fact, and over past the ice. Way more speed than Noisia. Will move on up into second place very shortly, I would assume, but Lingo has been struggling for points over the first couple of rounds, is going to be taking this one by the horns.
Yeah, low scoring, partly caused by that DNF by Noisia in the first round, but low scoring for the lobby in general past that. Lingo with only 7 points, looking to pick up 10 here. We talked about it a lot yesterday, Twiggy. Those 10 points are huge in this format. It is so far ahead of anything else.
Oh my God, he's going to come
that it's great. But Mudder is making that comeback. Look at the speed, look at the downhill, the turnaround just to go. And Mudder, despite the clip early on pure driving pace alone, has won a 3rd round in a row.
Disgusting.
Incredible. Filthy. Nasty. Ew. I, for one, am not happy with this, and we'll be having words with the other 3 drivers, but there's been a little bit of talk about that elusive 15-round win, you know, I mean, just win 14 rounds, get to finalist and win one more there. If there was ever a time, this might be the match for it to happen. If Mudder can keep this consistency up as we move through the rest of our maps, it'd be great. But of course, this is the map that Mudder picked, right? This is Germany as the highest seed coming into the match. He put us here first. And it's working out for him. It's working out for Josh as well. In fact, the only other player above 10 points currently, and Lingo won't be happy to see that one. Obviously, Josh had a tough time yesterday. Apparently may not have even practiced before the game started, but now definitely feeling it. Sometimes, as they said on the desk, you just need a bit of rest. It's nothing to do with how prepped you are for the games. It's nothing to do with you putting in the hours beforehand. Some players do play better without prepping beforehand, and maybe Josh just got better sleep last night. Absolutely. Hard to say, but I mean, right now in this round at the very least, sitting in second place, slotted in by Mudder. That's a small clip. That's a clip from Josh, and that'll be Lingo sliding through into second place as Mudder continues this run of dominance on Germany. Should be clean on the turnaround. Lingo this time around safe. Mudder will still finish in first place despite a little wobble at the end there, and ultimately Josh drops to third, and so Lingo will close the gap a little bit as we exit Germany, but nobody close to Mudder. 4 from 4 for Mudder here. He'll be looking to get this one done very quickly. I mean, look, Carl Jr. managed to make it happen before anybody got to triple figures. It's true. See if Mudder can make it even better than that, right? I mean, what? The same round. That's Carl Jr. did it like by about as close a margin as you could. 99 was the amount of points the second place player was. Yeah, exactly. Let's see how many points somebody is on before Mudder finishes the game. It might feel like we're getting ahead of ourselves here. Well, well, I'm not sure we'll find out. I think it's also partly just Mudder the type of guy to lock in. The type of guy to lock in after a performance like yesterday. You know. Not necessarily very rattled. We're going Italian, New York Italian.
I thought you were going Cajun there.
Oh, I guess maybe. Yeah, I guess I just don't know my North American accents.
What the type of guy?
Yeah, I suppose I could be.
So that's maybe one of the most difficult accents to.
Which is why I'm not going to even try to keep going.
Yeah, well.
We're on to Norway for only the second time at EWC, and we're going to see how this one goes on this one. This map picked by Lingo, and we've seen a couple of players. We saw Australia for the first time in the last match, I believe picked by Nako. Last time around, and there are a couple of players who maybe have a chance to get something done on maps that if they sneak through bans, other players have maybe not put quite as much time into as some of their preferred ones. This map, of course, defined by these large jumps, and if you can nail them, get that landing early and straight, not have to release to get around the following corner, as we saw from Josh right there is time to be gained.
Yeah, but ice is definitely somewhere where Mudder is going to feel comfortable, and as you can see, sails on through into first place. Josh clattering into the wall, Mudder back on form, retaking first position here, and ice is just going to be a good situation for the man who has been historically quite comfortable on that surface. He sails on through into first place. Lingo down in second. Can he stick the landing? Mudder, oh my god.
He
overjumped it. He overjumped it. There goes the perfection down the drain. It was looking so good. He couldn't stop his car in time. He's not going to make it the second time. Right from first places into a DNF.
I mean, on the bright side, his score still looks perfect. If we'd only played 4 rounds,
if you're not going to get 10 points, you might as well get none.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the meantime, though, I mean, look, Lingo and Josh now tied for second place. Noisia still has not really fallen away from the back of the pack. We're only 5 rounds in, so any round wins here for Noisia would get him right back up in the mix as well. Mudda now looking to bounce back from what was a pretty disastrous mistake at the end of that last round. That is one of the reasons I think some of the players don't love Norway, apart from the fact that ice is a surface.
If you're really good at it,
it's great, absolutely. It can feel really good, but also just how punishing mistakes are on this map. They can put you multiple seconds behind immediately on one of these clock tower jumps, and then after that, the DNF.
Well, I also just meant that the better you are, the further you're going to jump because you're going to have more speed.
That's true. Okay, yeah. You can literally be too good. Yeah. You're saying Mudda's too good for
I was saying that Mudda was too quick. He was too quick. He overjumped it. But here comes Josh with a lot of speed as well, going inside here on the ice. He's going to go overrun a little bit there on the reactors, but he's going to stay with Mudda this time, and maybe if he lands better, might just get the overtake done. Mudda goes a lot lower this time, and I don't think he makes it once again. He clips a wheel. Josh is going to capitulate, and it's Noisia with a lot of a slowdown, but he still makes it happen, and Mudda once again can't make it work. Can he get the finish this time around? I do believe he has time, but just about. Oh my god.
We couldn't see the timer behind Lingo's face just there, but I think Mudda was probably somewhere between 0 and 1 second.
Yeah, very much. I think you saw the HUD disappear right as he crossed it there.
Yep. So Mudda very close to a second DNF in a row here on Norway. I suppose maybe the one positive you could take away so far from Mudda on Norway here is that the pace is definitely there. It is just that final jump that is causing him issues.
Yeah, it really is, and not particularly a situation you want to be in. Obviously, as you move away from your own map pick, things can very quickly go wrong. But look, you had an interesting stat about Mudda, right? He was the only person who went down to the lower bracket who did not have a loss in a round at any point.
Came last in a single round.
Came last in a single round,
which, to be fair, for someone who dropped to the lower bracket is still a wild
Does the DNF count as coming?
He didn't DNF. Didn't? Yes.
No, I mean in this one. Yes. So now he has 2. Two more.
Yeah, correct. I believe that is
3 rounds now. Yeah, which, look, you look at it, and this is clearly not a good map for him.
No.
Even if he is quick, the identity is the problem point.
Yeah. So we'll see how it goes this time. I mean, look, this time around doesn't have the buffer either, not out in first, so if he does miss this jump, it is going to be a problem. Lingo's going to be back to make the jump. Mudda capitalizes as everyone else clips and slows and slides down the rankings. Noisia right there behind him, but it is Mudda picking up 10 points and maybe starting to feel a little bit more comfortable with how Norway is going.
Yeah, well, right as we're closing out Norway here, the final round, and the points, they've all but, kind of got a little closer, right? Obviously, Noisia is still down from the first place, but things have evened up significantly since Mudder was on 40 points at the end of the first map there. And, well, everybody is going to be quite happy about that. Lingo, I think, slid out a little further. Is he going to get that speed back, or is he down by a significant margin here on this next checkpoint? It's fine. He's still with the rest of them, but it is Mudder out in first place. Josh looking a lot better today. Very low, but oh my lord, that's how you get all the speed coming out of
Josh
it.
is getting all the speed. That is so well
really
jumped.
pushing the limits today.
Really, really nicely done. We've seen that in a couple of rounds now from Josh, feeling comfortable with that low jump line.
Very wide on the ice though.
That's
scary.
But you can see what he's going for there. We saw him crash it a couple of rounds ago, but when it works, it works. And Josh holding a relatively commanding lead, given that he was down by a few tenths on Mudda, and it has not been a mistake from Mudda. It's just been pace from Josh, who now leads by 3 tenths. It all comes down then to this final jump. Can both of them? Can either of them land it cleanly? Josh knew. He was off to the right. He's respawned already, so Mudda inherits the lead. Where will Josh end up coming? Lingo looked across the line in second. Josh behind Noisia as well. And look, credit to Josh. I will give credit to Josh, Twiggy.
If he didn't,
coming early.
If he didn't do that,
early,
he would have DNF'd.
It was a DNF guaranteed. You're absolutely right. I love the keyboard balanced on the wheel. Just in case you need to flame anyone if you're playing online, you balance the keyboard up there, get a quick all chat in, and then back to
he was not getting an all chat in. He was spinning. He was spinning.
Yeah. Maybe not so much when you're on stage and your opponents could walk over to you at any time. But
I wonder if that is because he had a very slight tilt on the wheel and it was just going.
It could be. Could well have been. Well, Twiggy, we move on to another map.
We do. That is how Trackmania
Yeah. Often
Every
quite
4
quickly,
rounds,
it feels like.
In case you haven't caught on.
Yes.
So far.
Now we are going, Twiggy, to South Korea. And hey, speaking of interesting facts, South Korea.
But we just got to France.
That's true, but we're going to South Korea now instead, okay? I've heard the food is very good. Twiggy, South Korea, a map that we have not seen a DNF on yet. The only one in our map pack that has not seen any DNFs. And look, it comes down to this map maybe being a little bit more forgiving. It does mean that it's kind of nicely placed here in the middle of the match, right? Everyone's going to be almost guaranteed to at least pick up some points every round, so the field won't stretch too far. But we absolutely have still seen dominance on this map. We have still seen players picking up repeated first places, and so maybe a chance for someone to stretch that lead if you're Mudda, maybe close that gap if you are Noisia as well, who did bring us to South Korea this time around.
Speaking of closing gaps, I mean, this is a tight grouping between these 4 players here. Josh is the only player I would call trailing at any length whatsoever. I mean, 3 tenths down is not that much whatsoever. Noisia out in first place, Lingo and Mudda right behind here, and everybody is needing points at this point. Mudda, his lead no longer in a situation where he will be very happy about the position of it, and he's dropping down, in fact, into 4th position if Josh keeps gaining more speed here, and it's all going to come down to the reactors. How much can you gain? Noisia clips a wheel on the wall. He's going to be back in 4th place. It's Lingo well out ahead, but Josh gets an amazing zoom. He's out even further. He's going to be taking 2nd place, and Mudda slips into 3rd.
Yeah, well held by Lingo in those last couple of jumps. As you said, Josh was on the charge. Great speed through that identity section. And unfortunate for Noisia, that clip right at the very beginning, overtaken by every other driver in the race. A chance, 4 points just there, but the upshot is that Mudda retains his lead, but Josh and Lingo closing the gap a little bit, and both of them tied on 49 points as things stand. Round 2 on South Korea. Josh out to a good lead early on. Noisia sitting in just behind Lingo there as well, and Mudda once again falling away just a little bit from the field.
Things not going quite as well since we left Germany for Mudda here. You don't want to let this happen anymore. Look, keep in mind, if you're looking at this and you haven't really watched the rest of the tournament so far, you could be tricked into believing this is an upper bracket game. We've got Mudda here, we've got Lingo here, Josh as well, a player who has been gaining notoriety in the mixed scene over the course of the last few months, the last year.
Last year and a bit.
Exactly, and you could think that this is an upper bracket game. It is not. Every one of these players came in the bottom 2 of their first matches, so we are going to say goodbye to 2 of these players, and if that's Mudda with no wins or no advancements from a game, then that is a scary situation. This is a player a lot of people would have rated as a finalist in the competition here, but it is Josh in last place for the time being. It's so close. Mudda goes for the overtake. It's a matter of 200 hundredths between first and third. GR.
Yeah, what a race. And Noisia got the speed on that final leg of the identity, overtaking Lingo right at the finish line, and that's big points as well. The gap suddenly shrinking between the players in second, third and fourth. Mudda still with a relatively comfortable lead, but maybe only for the time being based on how things have gone. You called it out earlier, right? Mudda had a great first map, 40 points from a possible 40 in the 6 rounds since then, has only gained 31.
Yeah, precisely. It's not a great look so far, but sometimes, again, you gain that comfortability as we move on through the maps here, and certain maps can definitely be an Achilles heel for certain players, but right now I think it's more just fervency, right? Every single player wants to advance into the next stage of the lower bracket. They do not want to go out right here. They've seen 2 players get their keys crushed already. They don't want that to be happening to them and be out of the competition that, you know, this everybody, all of the time leading up to this, everybody has been so excited, so looking forward to getting their chance on this stage, and for it to all end in 2 games would just be heartbreaking here, key breaking as it were. And Mudda now aiming for first position, looking to regain more of that gulf of points that he was looking for. It's looking good for him. Lingo right behind, but he cannot get a better zoom than Mudda, who takes first place once again.
There you go, there's big points for Mudda. The gap will once again extend, and what a time from Mudda as well. So close to Gwen's tournament record, within 100th, slightly more than 100th of Gwen's tournament record just there. So Mudda, look, we know it. I mean, we shouldn't be surprised to see Mudda having the pace on all of these maps. I think, again, yesterday it just came down to a very, very slow start to the match. That has not been an issue for Mudda today. Now he just needs to continue to at least keep pace with everyone else, not let it slip and start letting the other players pick up multiple first places in a row.
Everything is still up in the air though. First place could go either way, but more importantly, second place, there is absolutely nothing really between all of these third, fourth, second, third, fourth. Imagine fifth players in the lobby. Oh, that would change everything. But no, it is going to swap back and forth between all of these. Lingo seemed to think it was definitely Mudda, Lingo going through. It does not look that way right now. It looks like anything could happen.
Yeah, and I mean, this again would be big for Noisia, sitting in first place at the moment on South Korea. Mudda pushing hard as we head towards the back half of the track as well into the chicane. Mudda always carrying so much speed into it, not necessarily carrying quite as much exit speed, but you get these boosters in, and then the reactor on this identity will not be any separation, will not be any bigger gap between Noisia and Mudda. In fact, that's a better zoom from Mudda. Noisia moving slow on this final identity, might even get caught by Josh at the end here, will hold him off, but Mudda takes first place and the 10 points along with it. Noisia has to settle for second, and we do get everyone across the line in the end, as we do just get, again, that second, third and fourth all getting a little bit closer to each other.
Yeah, the Leviathan fans definitely enjoying this here. I think going into it, regardless of the way you're looking at it, bias aside, you're going to be looking at Noisia as one of the least favorites, right? I think obviously Mudda and Lingo coming first and second is kind of the expected outcome. So if you're looking at this as a Leviathan fan, you're thinking this is a very uphill battle.
Sure.
This is looking good so far. Noisia is in that race.
Listen, I'll contest you though. I think Lingo second was never. Josh is a
I
very
don't think
good
so.
player
I
as
think
well.
that's just if you really had to get into the nitty gritty and make a split second decision.
I would have said Josh.
Yeah, because you're.
No. I would have said Josh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no bias.
Okay.
I would have said Josh.
Okay.
I would have said Josh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I don't want you putting words in my mouth.
Okay.
You can put words in the mouth of whoever else you
I thought you were going to say put something else.
No, I would never, Twiggy. I would
only
never
put beef in your mouth.
There's been a lot of beef.
There's been a lot of beef.
It's been very good beef, though, it does have to be said. We're so well looked after here at the EWC. As hey, we're on to our next map, Saudi Arabia. Josh was the player to pick this one, but it's a map we've seen a lot of so far at the event, and we're seeing a couple of clips just there. Josh, the big loser on that one, dropping down a little bit, and not an auspicious start to his time on Saudi Arabia this time around. Through this jump, and there can be mistakes, as that is one from Lingo, bashing his head off the upper bar as Mudda leads now, having inherited it from Lingo. Noisia not far behind and a lot further to the left, less steering to do up this hill, might be able to close that gap ever so slightly to Mudda, but as we all know, it really does come down to this final jump into the tiny gap.
Yeah, nobody taking that overzealous jump line through that downhill section here. But oh god, that is not a nice jump through that one. Hits his head off of the top of the checkpoint here. Noisia has good speed. Can he maintain it? No!
And he's upside down.
His wheel. It's only Mudder through. Now it's a question of who will get to the finish line. By the end, Noisia's going to get the slow motion. A lot of slow motion. Oh my lord. Oh, and Lingo just about makes it as well. Josh, nowhere to be seen.
Oh, it's always tough on a map that has been played so much that I think every player has kind of expected to see almost going in every match. Josh was the player to take the bullet on this occasion, to lock it in as his pick. Map number 4. And he DNFs in round 1, and that means that we only have 8 points separating Lingo from Josh, with Noisia now having overtaken Josh as well, a point ahead in 3rd place.
Yeah, Mudder has definitely pulled away from the rest of them. It's been a slow but sure process, but he has made it happen, getting up to those triple digits here, and now everybody else left to fight for the scraps that he is leaving behind. And well, while this map isn't looking so fast from Mudder, it's looking clean, and that's what matters. I mean, this is one of those maps where a small mistake leads to a massive amount of time lost. These checkpoints are not forgiving. The skill checks are difficult. You're going to lose a lot of time if you don't hit them perfectly. That is not a skill check. How many times have we seen players crash into that? So many. I don't know why that specifically has been such a problem point for everybody here. Josh this time getting through unscathed on that checkpoint. That was where he finished before. Well, not finished quite specifically, but Mudder again clean. Not the fastest time we've ever seen, but very clean. It is a very fast time, but it's not the fastest time we've ever seen. Josh this time manages to take home 2nd place, points he sorely needs, and things get even closer in the middle of the pack.
I will point out, Mudder with a time that was only a couple of tenths off of Gwen's world record, tournament record just there as well. Lingo and Josh were both about a tenth, maybe even 2 tenths ahead of Mudder up until they both crashed. So again, for all of the players in this lower bracket match, the pace is there. All of them capable of setting very good times, and maybe having to set those very good times based on what we're seeing from Mudder in that last round, based on what we're seeing from all of these players. Of course, the risk is when you are pushing for those very quick times and driving on the limit, the mistakes do follow a lot of the time as well. We've seen one from Lingo in both of the rounds here on Saudi Arabia so far.
Mudder.
There's one from Mudder, the first real mistake he's made on this map, and so it's Josh and Lingo up front, and both of them would dearly love to capitalize on that mistake from Mudder.
Fast and furious moment there. They kept swapping back 1st and 2nd place, driving alongside each other. Absolutely beautiful. This time, neither of them hitting that inside corner, giving it a wide berth as they move on into the final checkpoint of the track here. Either of them going to go too high. No, it's absolutely fine. That's so much speed from Josh. I think there might have been a clip from Lingo as well, and he drops back into 2nd. Josh now just needs to keep it clean. That is good enough. He's going to sail home in 1st place. Lingo drops back down. He will come home in 2nd. It's Noisia in 3rd, and Mudder needs to get to the finish line now. Does he have enough speed not to get slowed down? He's absolutely fine, but he'll have to take home 3 points.
It's another 107.7, this time from Josh, and that is very quick indeed. Again, the fact that lower bracket round winning times, you're kind of looking at trying to consistently get those times within a couple of tenths of world record is scary. We're going to see these world records drop lower and lower over the course of the next couple of days of competition, especially once we get into our upper bracket matches later in the day.
Josh giving Lingo a very difficult time right now. These two cannot be separated over the macro view, right? Over the course of the whole of this map pool, it seems like they are exactly in the right place. That is far too low. Not getting a field goal out of that. That is, very illegal if you try and get it under the bar. Oh, Josh clips a wheel on the edge of the ramp there as well. That's it's an awkward place to get a slowdown. Oh, a DNF from Lingo. Wow, he didn't even try. He knew he was going to lose more than 10 seconds from Mudder here. You might as well wish for a mistake from the front of the pack here, but no. DNFing. Is that an indicator of a mental state, maybe?
Could be. Look, we'll keep an eye on it. If he's down, if he's less than 3 points away from finalist when we get to the end of this match, we will point back to this round for sure. Ultimately, would not have been able to get more than those 3 points. No mistakes from anyone up front. Mudder quietly, I think in those rounds, especially where Josh and Lingo have been crashing, Mudder has just been able to continually sweep up those 10 points. You know, that's really what has led to this massive gap. But the battle for 2nd place definitely still raging, and Noisia definitely not out of it just yet either. He has been sneaking in some solid performances here and there, especially with Josh and Lingo pushing each other. Speaking of, there is Josh's dad.
Yeah, he'll be quite happy. Josh very much in the fight, and we're heading now to Lingo's home ground of Canada. Not quite his home ground in terms of picks. Actually, did he? No, I don't think he picked.
No, Canada was our final random map
Cider,
choice.
of course. So, well, he's being forced into his hometown then of Canada here, which not the end of the world, I don't think.
Oh.
But yeah, I think everybody has, over the course of this one, become a lot more comfortable with Canada. It was never anybody's love. It was never anybody's.
Yeah, it was a map that
hate.
We were maybe kind of. It has been banned a little bit, but it's definitely, there are maps that are more likely to pull bans. Australia for sure. Norway, absolutely a map that we see getting banned a little bit more. But Canada has been sneaking through maybe a little bit more often than we would have expected before the tournament began.
Well, it's Mudder in first place for the time being. Josh right behind. Noisia follows up. It is Lingo who's made an early mistake, whether that was a clip on the first turn. Oh, Mudder goes a little too hard in the paint, slams into and trades paint with one of the poles up on the uphill slalom there. It's Noisia and Josh that are fighting, contending for first position here. They're both setting good splits for the time being. Neither of them pushing too hard, and I think once again just trying to maximize the amount of points that they can get out of this round. Look, they're both contending with each other, absolutely, but in terms of the whole map, in terms of the whole the group of players here, you might just want to take a second very safely, and it seems like that is what Josh does. He did not go too fast on that last section, did not go overzealous with the turn there. It's Noisia who comes home in first, Josh safely in second, and Lingo is coming home fourth.
Yeah, and look, not an incredibly fast time from Noisia. Josh as well, like a little bit of a release, a little bit of a clip. It might have even happened towards the end of the track there for him, but banking the points for both of them when Mudda made the mistake there. I think more important than really battling each other as well to try and get the best possible time up the front to guarantee that win. So, Noisia, once again, moving up that leaderboard from what was a relatively slow start in the match, is now only 1 point behind Josh and 5 points in front of Lingo. Noisia quietly having an excellent mid-game here.
Yeah, but Josh has made that early mistake, so things might even out even further here. And Noisia, in fact, has dropped down just a little bit. It's a contender with Lingo and Mudda up at the top there. Noisia finding that slalom just a little bit more difficult, leaking out a little bit more time to the top, the front of the race here. And I think Josh, again, just finding it difficult to move on through. Mudda clips the edge of the wall. Lingo sails on past and can make up for that last round where he lost so many points to the rest of the pack here. Everybody looking like they will still finish at the very least, but they still need to get this last part of the track right. Mudda absolutely fine. He'll come home in second, but Lingo safely in first. And once again, things get even closer in the grouping between these players looking for second.
Yeah, close there at the end between Noisia and Mudda. Once that mistake came through from Mudda, Noisia just pressed him the entire way to the finish line, ultimately finished a couple of tenths behind.
Oh my God.
Josh and Noisia tied on 89, and Lingo with that round win goes 1 point ahead of the pair of them. This battle for presumably second place, I do still think Mudda is going to safely close it out from here, despite a couple of mistakes that we've seen sneak through.
As soon as Mudda is out of the game, things are going to get a little scary.
It's going to get intense very, very quickly, and heartbreak for two of these players upcoming, I think, frankly.
Well, that's the thing, right? Going out in the way that Spark did is one thing, right? Where you do have a gulf of points to the rest of your competition. You can kind of hold your hands up and go, well, I gave it my best, but it wasn't enough. When it is this close and two players have to go out, you're just thinking, if I was in a different game, I would have been fine.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be brutal. And well, that's all to come. We will see in just a few minutes. That'll be all to play
for the next 10 minutes.
At the moment, I mean, hey, Lingo beating out Mudda would be huge for him. Picking up 10 points while Mudda is still in the match. That'll separate the gap even further towards the back, but it will not happen. You're absolutely right. Mudda has the speed down the hill, beats out Lingo. So there's Mudda on 2 finalist mode. Lingo will settle for 6, so does extend the gap back to Josh just a little bit. It's now 3 points instead of just 2.
Oh my lord. Okay, well, Mudda now just needs to get one more round win. If he doesn't, then we're heading back to Germany, but if he does, he is out and home free, and he will be able to crush a couple of keys as well. But that'll feel good after dropping down to the lower bracket, being able to, well, maybe not.
I don't think it's going to feel that
players
good.
Are quite nice.
Yeah, I think after this match as well, especially, it's not going to feel good to have to crush the keys.
I don't know, operating a hydraulic press, even if it is, you know,
that's true. There is there's a joy in there.
Yeah, there's something. Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well,
the
Lingo,
human urge to crush things with heavy machinery.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good feeling. Lingo and Noisia, however, not looking to let that happen whatsoever. It's their lives that are at stake here, but Mudda arcs back into first on the dirt section. Noisia right behind, tucks catching the wheels, hitting the, getting hit by all of the dust coming out of Mudder's car here, and he goes even further ahead. The turn is good. It's all down to the identity. Can Noisier overtake, or will Mudder come home in first position? He's all over the place. He's going to have to correct. It should be absolutely fine. Mudder saves himself from elimination and will move forward in the lower bracket.
Look, ultimately, overall, a clean match from Mudder. And I think that's what you need after yesterday. To settle the nerves just a little bit. I don't think there were that many nerves coming into this match for Mudder. Yeah, well, no, we get the badges. We get the badges. That's Mudder's favorite emote.
Yeah, well, you didn't see the guy before. You were looking at me.
Oh, that's true.
He was mogging us.
Well, many such instances, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Hey, who do you think is going to come second in this match, Twiggy?
Oh, it's so difficult to tell right now, isn't it? That's the thing.
That's why I asked you instead of predicting myself.
I do think that... Lingo has been quite consistent.
Sure.
Has not had as many rounds where he's going insanely quick and getting first. So it does...
Yeah.
If Josh can clean up his game a little bit,
yep,
definitely Josh, I think, in my opinion.
Okay.
If Lingo can push a little harder without crashing too much, then I think Lingo. But it really could be anyone's game. I mean, it is anyone's game already. That's the thing. Noisier is right up there as
100%.
well. I mean, there's no reason to count him out of the competition. Making a prediction here is an impossible task.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And as I say, that's why I asked you instead of trying to do it myself. Noisier leading the round at the moment, but there's great speed from both Josh and Lingo slotted in just behind him at the moment. First quarter pipe, we've seen mistakes here before. Will we see one now? It'll be a bad time for it. And so the players simply choose not to make any mistakes. All of them entering this downhill. Josh keeping all the wheels on the ground. Better speed than Noisier, but not quite catching Lingo as they all make it cleanly around that follow-up drift. And Lingo extending that lead just a little bit. Up to a couple of tenths as we end towards the back sector of the track.
Lingo in first place for the time being. Oh, Josh, that's not good.
Dear.
That's not good whatsoever. Too much airtime. He slams into the wall. Those are valuable points he's going to lose out on, specifically because he is 4 down already from Lingo here. That could create quite a gap in terms of the standings as we move on forward, and we really are entering the final throws here of this first lower bracket game. Lingo this time will not make a mistake on the turnaround. He'll come home to 10 points. It's Noisier with 6, and unfortunately Josh will have to settle there for 4.
That's scary. That's good pace from Lingo as well. Low 111 here on Germany, and we did see Lingo look pretty solid on this map the first time around as well. I will say there were mistakes from Lingo on the map, but everyone now very much warmed up into this match, and you can't really afford those mistakes anymore like Josh did. At the very least, Josh did manage to get across the line, didn't give up that DNF in this instance, but is now 10 points behind Lingo. Noisier not far away either, in fact slotted in between the two of them at 104. You start to get the feeling that if Lingo can take one more round here, things start to get very dicey for both other players.
This is going to be an unreal finish here unless one player really wakes up and absolutely pushes away from the rest of them here. This could be very much a triple and whole lobby finalist situation. Oh, and
dear.
Lingo, it's not the worst mistake in the world. He won't lose out on much time, but Noisier is a little further behind. He has more speed, obviously, coming out of that section. It's Josh this time looking to make up for that last round, and this time it looks like the uphill was absolutely fine. It's these two in contention for those, well, I mean, it's a 2-point difference what you will get out of this one if you come second or third here. Josh is looking good on the downhill, and he will be home in first place barring any massive mistakes. It's Noisier and Lingo right behind now. It's good from Josh. He'll get 10 out of this one. 10 sorely needed points, and it's Noisier in second. So once again, it's exactly what every player needed out of this round.
Well, you say exactly what they needed. I'm sure they all would have loved the first place. It's exactly what we needed as neutral third parties, as that brings the field as close together as it can.
This is scripted.
As it is now 4 points separating all three of them, and Josh and Noisier are tied on 110. You just need one good run of first places right now for any of them, and that will really change the complexion of this match.
None of these players are looking like they are a first place player, right? So when we do get to finalist mode, what is the likelihood that somebody gets it done in 1, 2, or 3 rounds? I think it's pretty low. Honestly, I think there is a pretty much a 33.3% chance of every single player coming first in any given round. This time it is Josh out ahead or behind, depending on how you look at it. For the time being, it is Noisier and Lingo behind, and Lingo does not clip the wheel this time around, so things are a lot closer, but Josh is putting on the afterburners.
And I mean, look, a little bit scary for Lingo and Noisier now. now. Josh starting to put together a couple of solid rounds in a row. Now leading by just over a tenth. That gap will shrink a little bit as we head towards the final sector of the track. One more quarter pipe to go, and then a downhill, then a turnaround. It's great from Lingo is the problem. It was good from Josh. Lingo a little bit less speed out of it though. Josh leading into the final turnaround. Josh should be able to lock in his second round win in a row. Will manage to do so. The time is a 1:11.2, and Josh goes from trailing in the lobby to leading in the lobby, overtaking both of his competitors in just 2 rounds.
It could not come any more down to the wire at the moment. Everybody is giving it their all here. It's 4 points difference. It was 4 points difference last round. It's still 4 points difference now, but it has swapped places. Josh in first position in the points standing, and every single round, every single position matters more than it ever has for every one of these players here. We're going to be saying goodbye to 2 players that might be on finalists.
It's so scary for everyone right now. The nerves up on that stage have to be all-consuming, but you cannot let yourself be consumed. You gotta keep banging out those
They're
times.
becoming more consistent under the pressure
Which is
here.
terrifying, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. We are seeing less crashes now in these final rounds than we did at the beginning of the match, despite the fact that 2 of these players will be going home in a matter of minutes. This match is so close to a conclusion, but it is not over just yet. Lingo leads this round from Noisia. Josh won the last 2 rounds, now sitting in 3rd place, and this would bring the field back closer together once again. Can they all make through? Tiny touch from Lingo. He's lost a little bit of speed, but he's okay. He is going to lose out to Noisia though, and Josh is gaining as well. Can Lingo hold off? Turn around to go. Who's going to be cleanest out of the ice? It is Lingo who manages to hold on. He's just in front. It's a 10th and a half, but Lingo picks up the 10, and he just says, yeah, a little bit of a head shake. I think he knows he got away with one.
Oh my God, everybody is giving it their all, and no mistakes in those last couple of rounds from any player.
None.
Not at all. It was just pure skill that separated each of them in those, and we're going to keep on moving forward to Norway once again here. This one was a problem for a lot of the pack.
But what I will remind you of on this track, Twiggy, is our first large jump into the clock towers. Because
Josh
on
was
that jump, Josh has so much. Josh has an edge here.
Low.
That's a lot of pressure on both Lingo and Noisia in this map, because there's a chance that Josh is just consistently gaining 3/10 over them in every round.
Yeah, and look, in case you don't know, in case you're joining us for the first time at Trackmania here at EWC, look, having your wheels in the air, bad.
Slow.
Very bad.
Very slow.
You want to land as soon as possible, but if you go low into that jump, if you release before the jump and you go low, you run the risk of not making the jump in the first place. So it is so important that you don't risk too much, especially in a situation where you cannot risk.
Cannot,
6
you
points
cannot
between
afford the
all
mistakes.
3 players here. They need to be keeping it clean as possible here, but they also need to go as fast as possible. These are 2 completely conflicting things that they need to
Trackmania.
That's Trackmania, baby. Josh in first position here once again, wants to make up those points. He is currently sitting in 2nd place in the standings, but it is by a hair's breadth here. Lingo right behind. It's Noisia in 3rd by a decent margin here, but you can make up all of that time here in the jump. Who is going to land it cleanly? Josh is good. Lingo is good. Noisia clips a wheel. He's going to fall further back into 3rd place, but Lingo's still in the race against Josh here.
Yeah, and here is that couple of tenths lead for Josh. Lingo a lot further inside on the ice. We've seen Josh crash here before. Doesn't crash, but Lingo just has the speed to overtake him. Josh, I think, may have had to release at the end of the ice just a little bit. Made it through in the end, and so now Josh trying the same thing, coming back at Lingo from very far inside. Lingo hits the reactor first. Good speed. Lingo just needs to land this jump. Cannot afford to miss it. Cannot afford to hand these points to Josh. I think he's good. I think he's clean. He will make it around the corner. Good speed from Josh, but Lingo will take first place. That's a tournament record from Lingo. These players are pushing, and Lingo moves further into the lead. He's on. Twiggy, you're not going to believe it.
Wow.
That DNF mattered.
Yeah, it actually did.
Throw
he
your
would
mind
be on
back earlier.
finalist if he had finished that round.
He would have. I believe that was Saudi Arabia. We saw Lingo DNF after a mistake. And look, he may well have been more than 10 seconds behind.
Yeah.
But to me,
he wouldn't have known that. He didn't know that at the time.
No, he didn't know. And so Lingo now has to play at least one more round to make it into finals mode. Only needs to finish this round, but will try and deny as many points as possible from his opponents. But it does mean, at the very least, unless Josh Josh wins this round,
he had to slow down.
Lingo will get a round by himself on finalist.
And that's the thing, Josh is within sniping distance here of finalist mode as well, as long as he comes first place.
Look at the speed from Josh on that jump.
But yes, he manages to catch back up to his competitors here, right behind, heading into the bobsleigh, has more speed coming out of it. Noisia falls back into third place. I'm not sure where he went there on the ice. Josh wide, but Lingo looking good as well, staying in first, looking to deny those 10 points from Josh. At the very least, who clips the corner of the lights there, falls back into third by a decent margin. It's all Lingo's for the taking. He clips a wheel on the inside. Noisia moves through into first place. Once again, we could be seeing a whole nother set of rounds. Can Lingo even make it? Will he make the jump in the end? It's all good from Noisia and from Josh.
Lingo?
Neither of them can do anything.
He's here.
But Lingo has made it with 4. Lingo is on finalist despite a tough round.
A very, very tough round. It looked like he had it in the bag. The first place denying as many points as possible, but that's a lifeline thrown to Noisia, who is now tied with Josh on 136.
My God.
For just one round, these two are allies. They need one of them to beat Lingo, and then both of them would hit finalist as well. We would be into triple finalist, but Lingo, if he wins this, denies any opportunity for the comeback. Can he keep it together in potentially his most important round at EWC?
Lingo needs this win here, otherwise he opens the door to be eliminated in one fell swoop, because it would be one fell swoop with triple finalists.
Look at the jump from Josh. Is he making it? He goes in the wall. He's in the wall.
He's off. It's Josh sailing through, and if things stand this way, then it will be triple finalists, and one round will be all that matters for all of these players. Josh, what are you doing? Josh falls out of contention. All he needs to do is finish the track, but Noisia moves forward into first. Don't give Lingo the win. That's all you need.
Do not give Lingo the win.
Here, Noisia just needs to keep it clean. Josh just needs to keep it clean. Things do not matter from here. Neither of these two players can win. The jump is good from Noisia. He'll be fine. Josh just needs to make it cleanly through to the end, and he's done it. He's done it. Noah is triple finalist. One more round to make it all work.
Twiggy,
hold me.
Twiggy, two of these players are going home. And we only have one round to decide which it will be. It's one more round on Norway as well. This is going to be decided by mistakes. It's going to be decided by crashes. It's going to be decided by ice slides and jumps. And 2 of these players will be eliminated at the end of this round. Lingo out to an early lead, but we have seen how little that matters on Norway. There's so many places to clip, to make mistakes, to lose your run entirely. But Lingo is holding it together at the moment, only just in front of Josh.
Josh right behind here, and again, this is it for these players. It all comes down to one round. It's a great landing from Josh. He moves up into first place, but Lingo is right there contending with him. If either of them make a millisecond mistake, they will drop back down. Lingo goes further in, drops a gear, and he's slower, and Josh moves up into first. All he needs to do is keep this position to the end. He will be moving through, and he will be saying goodbye to Lingo and Noisia. Lingo thought that it would be himself and Mudder moving forward in the lower bracket, but it looks like Josh is going to crush his dreams, and Mudder is going to crush his key. It's Josh!
Oh my word! What an end. And I said this final round was going to be decided by a crash, by mistakes, and it was not. Full credit to Lingo, who gave it his all. He pushed those final few corners as hard as he could. The gap to Josh shrunk ever so slightly, and Josh, oh, what a round, what a finish, what a performance as well from all 4 of our players in that match. Josh won, but I'll tell you what, that is not a man who is full of joy right now. That is a man who knows how close it came. And what a feeling it must be. We're going to throw it over. We have no more words left to describe it. Let's head over to our experts and Rain Day to see how they felt about that one.
What a moment here. It is hard to describe. Triple finalist mode. Mutta making it out early. But it was the final race, the final moment on Norway that would decide this one. And it would be Lingo, whose dreams slid away alongside the ice, where Josh capitalized on what was one of our best endings so far. Maybe the best ending so far, because not only did this send a top 2? It sends 2 people home in Porte, as Mutta is about to do the honors of the first key crush here.
Yeah, I mean, what do you say? What do you say about that? At the end, the struggle from the 3 players at the beginning, they weren't able to reach Mutta's level. Mutta basically just had a free ride essentially throughout the entire match. There was no competition to him whatsoever. Basically, the only thing that happened for Mutta was a couple mistakes he made on his own, but as far as his opponents, there was no factor on that. But then looking at Lingo, looking at Josh, looking at Noisia, they tied it up. They were very close all the way to the very end. Triple finalist even. Lingo was the expected one to kind of go through here. Josh, however, we know Josh is a talented player. We didn't talk about him too much, but honestly, to see Josh kind of overcome the errors from yesterday, and I know he took that loss very hard yesterday. Well, we didn't also cover that either, but he took it very hard yesterday, and now to be able to win out, great story for him.
And honestly, like those last 2 rounds, we were up there reacting to it. I even slipped back to my native language with how the shenanigans fell off, with just like Lingo's car right off there, pulling a Mutta in a sense. Mutta having a catastrophic first round on the first rotation in Norway. Didn't hamper him too much, managed to average 30 points per map on the way towards concluding finalist status. But that, I just can't get my mind away from those last 2 rounds and how tense they were.
Well, neither can Mutta. The expression of just disbelief as he sees Lingo and his keys show up. What a moment from him, and what a moment across the board. Because this was maybe the most challenging race for these 3. Josh coming in with not too much of offline experience. He had a great 2026, climbing up the British-Irish international scene and really making it to a moment where he doesn't actually have a lot of people who have seen what he can do offline in Porte, but that right there could be the beginning of his story.
Yeah, I mean, seeing Josh be able to come through is just pretty incredible, especially knowing just how hard it was for him to go through yesterday. He had high expectations for himself, and already he was talking himself down. He was beating himself up, and then to be able to overcome that into this match is going to be great momentum for him going forward. He has the ability to do it. He just needs to get out of his head. He needs to forget what's going on. He just needs to be able to focus and play. And honestly, also, by the way, I saw an imposter in the crowd behind Josh's dad. We had a little clip of Josh's dad, and then I saw an imposter turbo behind him as if he was like part of the crowd or something. But hey, either way, Josh's dad is also really cool. If you ever get to meet him, he's a really nice guy, fantastic person. But yeah, honestly, great for Josh. I feel bad though for Noisia. We didn't really talk about him too much.
No, we didn't.
Did come though. He did put up a fight,
a great fight,
like great fight with Lingo. And honestly, they can't be too upset. It's a tough loss, but they can't be too upset. They did fight to the end.
Yeah, and you know, it comes down when you let it happen on Norway. There are so many variables, and that's one of the reasons I would anticipate why this will be a lesson for many of our players coming up, whether to leave it in the map pool or to take it out, because you don't want to be on the side that Lingo was. We're coming in as a favorite now, has that tricky ice, has a couple of those jumps in the identity where it could all go wrong so fast. But in the same way for Josh, it ended up being a little bit of like, hey, this is where I can catch you. Nobody's certain here. I've got a shot and let me take it.
Nothing's taken for granted. Everything is earned, not just at EWC, but in Trackmania. Nothing is ever done until you reach the finish line and take the checker flag. That's really the main lesson here. And for Lingo, a same case a bit later in the rotation of a map pack backfiring on the second rotation, no less. The first rotation went okay, but then after that, with all of the pressure, all the nerves setting in from that potential triple finalist that ended up realizing itself, and then all leading up to just that one split second where the wheels lost all grip on the ice midway through, allowing Josh to slide through.
And Mutta, the other story on the back end of it, coming into it as a favorite, coming into it as somebody who we anticipated shouldn't have probably even been here. Well, he certainly proved that in Porte. I mean, we look at him and he was out of this race for so long that it felt like, was he even in this race? Because it became a completely different dynamic in this match. But heading into our schedule, we've got some more games coming up. Group 2 just finished off, and I know that it's going to be a fun one here with Group 3 about to take the stage. It's going to be Wizzy, Richie, Neil, and J-Swag coming up, guys, and we're going to do a little swap out in a second. Any thoughts on this group about to get some Trackmania on?
Go ahead.
Well, I'm thinking, seeing another wheel from one wheel man to
Wizzy,
another.
yeah, get back to Wizzy.
And it's going to be a battle of the soul players. And I feel like there's going to be a little bit of heartbreak for the team because I feel like one of those two is going to be sent back in.
I definitely think so as well. I mean, Richie is also going to be a factor here, the Frenchman, for this match. I mean, every match kind of has at least one French person in there, but Richie is a good player, has performed really well in tournaments, and I'm excited to see how he pairs against the rest. I think J-Swag and Neil, they are going to have a little bit of a difficult time in this matchup, so we're going to be definitely looking at Richie.
All right. Yeah. I mean, listen, there's two representatives of SAUL going into this next match, and they already had one that did not advance earlier on in this group. So for the club championship, that could be a big deal for some extra points towards the final week. As we get ready for those new drivers to come back up on the stage, we're going to send it over to Chris, who's going to keep you up to date with what's happening as of now across all our stages with the club championship.
Big result here for Falcons and an expected one as well. They were going up against Mongols at the STC Arena and they take the game away, guaranteeing themselves some club championship points. They finish now within the top 8 at a minimum here in CS2. Other games going on though. Navi are going to be playing very, very shortly, and Vitality up against FaZe is a game later on in the day. If we're thinking about that conversation around that 3rd, 4th place spot, that's going to be very, very important as well. Just a small update here though from the STC Arena. We'll be back with more a little bit later on.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half a puff and blow the house down.
Down at the Allianz Vault, and there is a big moment in the club championship. Not necessarily a game that we're expecting a lot of points for Falcons from, but to come in with 0, I mean, that's got to sting.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Falcons here in Crossfire. Really difficult stuff at the end of the day. They weren't expected, as you say, to get far here, but 0 points is a big nightmare for them. Pretty much puts them back on equal standing this week with ag.al, considering now they're only going to be in 3 games each. So big, big stuff for ag.al. They're going to be watching these games, preying on Team Falcons' downfall. Obviously, they just had some success in CS2, making it to the quarterfinals and re-establishing that 300-point lead that they had. But here, they're not going to get anything else.
Yeah, it's not looking likely for Falcons, of course, over in Crossfire, but there are other games going on. Thank you very much, Tech. We'll be catching up with you throughout the rest of the week, guys.
Yep. All right. Let's go. Give
No!
Cries and Baguette, the Baguette battle to kick this off that will now see J-Swag be able to hopefully get some redemption on here on stage, as that was a fun one to begin. Welcome back to our panel. We've swapped out yet again. My name is Ray Nate. I'm joined here by my 2 fellows who you've seen both of in different situations, but the first time you guys have been together today, right?
Yeah, that's for sure. I'm very much looking forward to that 3rd match coming up here very soon. So I'm back and swapping out import.
Good. You get some lunch? Did you eat?
Actually, not yet.
Oh, wow.
We were busy talking, no?
Yeah, we were talking. That's right. We were having some nice conversations, man. It's been fun to get to know this crew as well. They've been having a lot of fun, and now we get to turn our attention to this next group here. We mentioned J-Swag. We talked about Wizzy as well, but Richie and Neil are going to be rounding this one out. I think a disappointing performance from Neil after we had a chance to catch up with him and his expectations in yesterday's matchup. But G.G coming into this, Wizzy as well, the other player who plays with a wheel and kind of comes in maybe as the favorite on paper. What do you feel, though?
I would say he comes in as the favorite on paper, indeed. Wizzy has, in his match, he hung in there. He kept pace with the leaders over the course of the first 3 maps. It was really when we got to Poland on his opening day match that everything sort of fell off a cliff, with only 13 points out of 40 possible that were collected by the man from Seoul Esports.
Wizzy played so well yesterday. He was so close of reaching the next round in the upper bracket, but he sadly fell down against Elcon and Massa. But I mean, he has strong opponents. Richie definitely out there, still a free agent, of course, still looking for a team. And then we have Neil in that match as well. But I mean, you're already mentioning it, right? He did not really live up to the expectations that we had.
Yeah, and that is going to come up in this matchup as well, expectations. Do we have the clear favorite in this one? I mean, the meta of this? We do.
We do. We have another wheel player in there, Wizzy. He will be the clear favorite for me. I'm not sure how dominant he will be looking like in this match, but I think he's going to win with quite the margin, maybe 20 to 30 points, maybe 40. I mean, Muda won, whereas I think everybody was still at like 90 points or something like that.
They were on 86. Closest, yeah.
Wow. You mentioned Poland as a kind of an aspect for Wizzy, correct?
Yeah, Poland was definitely one of those that were not exactly going too well for Wizzy. As I said, over the course of the 4 rounds that were played, only 13 points were collected. That's one of the most abysmal point hauls that you can get. Let's say if you're going into the 20-point range, you're having a very mediocre map. You got to really aim for the high 20s into lower 30 points out of each map if you really want to make a stand for yourself. And another driver that we haven't talked about yet, Richie, he has had some pretty decent pace. He managed to keep pace in terms of median times on 3 of the 5 maps he played against Carl Jr. and Mime, which is no small feat, mind you. Those two were battling against each other for the World Championship 4 years ago.
Also setting a world record on one of the maps on Japan. I mean, Richie was really getting in there, fought his way back into that match as well, but then also sadly got demoted into the lower bracket. So I think he will be the runner-up of this match, but Wizzy will be very hard to beat.
All right, let's take a listen, because Rachel had a chance to catch up with Wizzy heading into his match on the main stage today.
In the hot seat with me now. Wizzy, 3rd yesterday. Talk to me about the positives and negatives from yesterday.
I mean, I think the positives was that, in general, I drove what I wanted to drive on some of the maps. My pace, I'm actually really happy with. There's always that uncertainty of going from the home setups into LAN. It's the same for everyone. There's that uncertainty of what you're going to drive. Are you able to convert what you can drive at home onto LAN PCs? So there's all these variables, but I think I adapted well, adapted to the stage well, which I'm really happy with, to be honest. And I think in terms of the negatives, obviously, I'm in the low bracket, which is fair enough, but you know, my head is still high, my head is still looking for those playoffs. So, you know, my mental was still strong.
Tell me about a couple of the maps, including Poland. I have to mention Poland, don't I? What happened there?
So I think 1 round I just crashed. Like,
yep, happens.
Yeah, it happens. And as soon as I did it, I was like, well, what am I doing? Idiot, but no. And then there were 2 more rounds. 1 round, I actually saw I had a gap. I played with HUD on, so I could see the interface, I could see the time differences and such. So I knew I had a bit of time to play with, but obviously with Elcon and Massa behind you as like pace merchants, like literally 10 out of 10 rating. You know, I knew I had to try and push that a little bit just to try and secure the win. So I had to go, but unfortunately, one of the crashes steered a bit too early, and then obviously also got the checkpoint, so it was almost impossible to respawn, and I ended up not finishing. So went from 10 points to 0, and then the other one, I think I was already like 3rd or 4th in the round, so I ended up trying to push the water turn, which actually worked quite well, surprisingly. And then I knew I was equal with the other drivers, so I had to push for the end. And again, just the tiny details. It's the small details. And obviously, as soon as you do it, that's when you kind of say to yourself, like, what are you doing? Like, you know the mistake that as soon as you've done it, 100%. Like, you know the mistake as soon as you've done it, right? So,
is there one detail you're working on today?
I think for me, especially on those Poland moments, like I kind of forgot the game plan. Like I knew that, like the start of my match was exactly how I wanted, very consistent. And then I guess because of Germany, maybe subconsciously the pace and not getting 10 pointers was maybe subconsciously playing with your mind. So, maybe in Poland I was trying almost like overdriving, and then forgetting about, maybe we should actually finish the runs instead of like crashing. So I think today let's just try and stick to the game plan, just finish those rounds and take advantage of the crashes.
Don't overthink it. Lock in. Draw in your
100%.
karting experience. Let's go again. Good luck.
100%. Thank you very much.
What am I doing? What am I doing? I love the reaction there.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Poland moment.
Come on, man. A Poland moment. I mean, maybe we're going to start having more of this. That was great insight, though, and reflection coming around just the fact that, hey, listen, I'm trying to keep up with the pace merchants. And I think also just awareness that it wasn't too far off. I mean, a crash, sure, that happens. But then trying to do something because you know your opponents are going to catch up to you if you don't. I mean, it feels like a couple easily solvable mistakes for Wizzy. So easily why he's maybe a favorite here.
I agree. Poland might definitely be one of the biggest puzzle pieces for him, but also the positive mindset, even though that he has lost the match there, but he was saying it, Massa and Elcon being 10 out of 10 players as well. So yeah, I agree with Wizzy, and it was a very great interview as well.
I don't really have anything else to say about it.
Yeah.
One thing that really stuck out to me is around Germany, with the fear of not being able to get 10 pointers, kind of subconsciously playing in your head. I'm guessing that given that Germany was then feeding it into Poland on that particular map rotation, I'm guessing that's definitely something that he has to be a little bit worried about, trying to make sure that it does not really creep up too much.
All right. Well, this is going to be a big one, guys. I mean, S8UL, they've got two competitors coming into this, and Wizzy obviously looking to take first place. Turbo, it's going to be a lot easier said than done, though, in this race.
I agree. And I mean, if you're not in the top two, you will be eliminated from this competition. So it's still a lot on the line, and Richie definitely there to play for in this round for sure. So let's take a look of how this will be going. And my prediction still is Wizzy and Richie will be in top two. But then we also, of course, have Neil. He has a lot to prove after a sluggish first day.
Yeah, indeed. I would stay with that prediction. Wizzy P1, Richie P2. Sorry for Neil, but he's going to be sent packing early.
Oh, packing early. That's the last thing you want to do here when you're in Paris, France. Get to the hotel, see that, no, we don't have a reservation for you, sir. All right, we'll find out in a moment here. Group 3 about to begin on stage. Will J-Swag do a little something special, or will be all Wizzy on the wheel?
Yes, my friends, it is time to continue on with our day. Our third game for the day with 4 players. Before that, though, Mutta looking incredible in that second match. I mean, 3-way tie also to end it all out. I think eliminations so far have definitely had everybody on the edge.
They've definitely delivered. I really am looking at this trophy right now thinking, my goodness, isn't that glorious? Look at the way it shines in this beautiful light here. One of our players taking this home in a couple of days' time. Who will it be, though? But that's one thing's for sure, Milos. As you said, finalist mode, 3 players head-to-head. We want to see more of that action. We love what we're seeing here. We've got 2 more elimination battles coming up for you, though. 4 more players to lose today. Who will be the next 2 to suffer the fate of this competition? Let's find out. Let's meet exactly who's challenging for it in this next race. Please welcome to the stage, Wizzy, J-Swag, Neil, and Richie!
Another set of 4 big names in their own right. This is how it's working here at Trackmania at the Esports World Cup. No matter how much of a pedigree you have, everybody is on equal footing in the competition. And then another set of keys that are going to get crushed by the end of this game. 2 players will advance on, and we'll see who will that be. Still for now, we'll clear the air and all of that to get it all started with our studio.
Well, Poland was the lead off in this conversation. A map that really set the tone, some in the good side, but on the bad side for Wizzy, who crashed, found himself getting a 13 out of a possible 40. If he can make adjustments there, if maybe we'll see in the map bans to come out that Poland's not even an issue, we should be seeing him walk into an opportunity at either P1 or P2.
Let's see what maps actually getting banned here. So we have Norway, Argentina, and Australia, and then Wizzy does ban Japan, but Poland is still up for grabs. Saudi Arabia and Canada quickly being picked up by Wizzy and Richie. Poland's still open.
It could be a decider. We've seen that come up right next to Argentina as kind of the most common decider. Obviously, Argentina banned now, so we'll see here.
Yeah, it's been a 50-50 shot actually back on day one to see Poland as the decider, South Korea as map number 3 chosen by Neil, and right on
there
cue,
it is.
Poland as the decider. And we were talking about the topic of bans in the previous match. Norway and Australia banned. Neither of these players have played that map at all during day one as well. They do not want to risk it at all. They do not want to fall in the same traps that Lingo fell into in the previous match.
But you could see how important it's going to be for not only Wizzy to set pace, but also when we get there, if he is approaching finalist mode or if he's on it, the pressure, the thought from yesterday, have I corrected some of those mistakes? Can I tackle this moment a bit differently? Turbo, it's going to be up for him, but also for everyone else to put the pressure on before that.
I agree, and Poland, it could be the map where he is finalist on, so he might have to close it out there, but then map 1 and 2 will of course return again, so he should leave that all behind and just try to focus on this particular match.
All right, game 3 underway. Let's send it over to your casters. It's Nua and Twiggy.
A lot of pressure on Wizzy's shoulders coming into this match. Twiggy, I mean, you're hearing it from the desk. I think you've heard it from probably Wizzy himself at this point, from everyone who's paying attention. This should be Wizzy's match to lose. But with that in mind, there are 3 other very solid players in this match. I think Richie in particular yesterday in that match with Carl Jr. and Mime, that is a tough first round match, and I said it at the time that Richie's job in that match was to keep Carl Jr. and Mime honest, because that's how Richie drives. He is consistent, he is quick, he's maybe not a world beater at his best, he doesn't quite have the pace of some of those very, very top level players, but I think in a lot of ways then that makes him a very good benchmark for Wizzy here in the lower bracket. If Wizzy wants to go deep in this tournament, he needs to beat Richie, and I think he needs to do it convincingly.
I mean, look, if we learned anything from the last game, other than the fact that I will be draining EWC Dry of its honey supplies for my voice.
Correct.
It is that anybody can win these games, especially when we're down into the lower brackets here. Everybody is fighting for their place. It's not going to be as simple as just win a few times and Wizzy is through. Everybody else is going to be giving it their all, and nobody is going to lie down and not fight for their place here. And of course, look, when it does come to Club Championship, obviously Wizzy is against a teammate here. There is something to be said for that. I don't think the drivers care particularly in terms of they're not going to do team orders, but there's something there.
There absolutely is. And we'll see how things go for both of those drivers in this one. Neil and Wizzy, as you say, teammates for the event. And Wizzy leading the way, J-Swag just behind, Richie slotted into 3rd place at the moment. A solid first round so far from Wizzy, who's looking for, not redemption necessarily after yesterday, but to continue deep in this lower bracket and put together a solid run.
Yeah, Wizzy out ahead for the time being. Of course, it is his map pick, so he's quite happy to be starting things out here. J-Swag with a lot more speed, though. If he can convert that into a good jump, may just get that overtake done onto Wizzy, but it's an amazing line from Wizzy that gets him first place, just about 25 thousandths between the two, and it was more speed from J-Swag, just not quite enough.
Yeah, and look, a player I think our experts in the Wii have touched on a little bit less, I think fairly maybe, J-Swag, who is still a very good driver and is at this point, I think, playing a little bit with house money, right? He's here to do what he can and have a good time doing it, and what he might just do is upset the apple cart just a little bit. Incredibly close, 25 thousandths away from Wizzy in that last round, and definitely, falling behind a little bit in this first round, but it's not in the second round. It's not by much though, less than a tenth. Well, now 7 tenths down on the rest of the field. Our other 3 drivers all within a tenth of each other, though, as we head through checkpoint number 4, 5, whichever checkpoint that was.
Yeah, I mean, look, we could look at any player in this lobby and pick up a couple of highlight rounds from their previous game, right? And I do think, look, we're not going to talk as much about Neil and J-Swag over the course of this one, just because that's the expectation coming into it. However, they definitely do have the possibility of causing some upsets over the course of this one. And look, if it's anything like the last game as well. If Wizzy is the player that we're considering the mudder of this game, there's still all to play for when you do get to those final 3 players.
Yeah, well, Wizzy just like mudder, looking to start things off right. 2-round wins from 2 for Wizzy. That is going to be respawns from 2 players at the back, as Neil and J-Swag both trying to make it. Neil with more speed, as J-Swag had to release the air to make it, but he's still not going to make it to the finish in time. He flies over the camera and then gets Thanos snapped into the void. DNF from both J-Swag and Neil, as Wizzy extends that lead 10 points ahead of anyone else already.
Yeah, that creates a massive lead as well from the bottom 2 at the very least here for Wizzy, which is the safety point, right? If you are looking at it in that way, which may be in the lower bracket, you are just thinking, I don't need to win the game, I just want to stay safe, I want to get through. Survival is key here. You're putting a mental line where that third player is and going, I just can't drop below that many points here, and Wizzy well away from that one, and his speed, his consistency so far on Saudi Arabia. Look, he was talking himself about how consistency is his bane right now. He's got the speed. Oh, Neil, however, is the player that seems to have taken up all the inconsistency from Wizzy's side. Maybe teammates, he's just being very kind and saying, I'll do some voodoo magic and, I'll crash every time you're going to crash.
Well, I said J-Swag and Neil might be playing with house money, but right now the house is winning against both of them. As,
always does.
Big crashes again for both of them in this round, second in a row. We'll see if they can both finish, but for now, Wizzy on track for a 3rd round win in a row. Looking great across these first 3 rounds on Saudi Arabia, and Richie very happy to take another 2nd place. J-Swag does make it across the line this time, and so will Neil. He did make it. Picked up the 3 points, so no more DNFs in round 3, but one more round to go on Saudi Arabia, and Wizzy has picked up 30 points.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? He's not been pushing for world record times here, which on maps where you are doing large jumps is actually more difficult to do for sure, because you are more viable to, or you're more liable, to lose time on those jumps in a significant way. But still, he's not pushing insanely hard, right? He is doing exactly what he said he was going to set out to do. He's driving fast enough to stay in first position, but not going for personal bests. He's not going for the best possible time he could. He is getting to the finish line because points are more important than wins.
Absolutely. Look, this could be a great confidence builder match for Wizzy heading towards the rest of the tournament as well. Just settle in to this stage environment, get that consistency down on stage as well, and then you can maybe start to push the pace if you make it deeper into the tournament as well. You just have that solid foundation to build from as we move deeper on in. But hey, you said this was the mudder of this match, maybe. Wizzy looking to do a mudder. Start 40 from 40 on his map pick. Nearly clipped the back wheel there, but doesn't. He's fine. He's across the line, and that is another round win. More hard fought this time around, as Richie was a little bit closer, and J-Swag close to Richie as well. But that will be another 2nd place for Richie, another 3rd place for J-Swag. But it's another win for Wizzy, who is 40 from 40 so far.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. I mean, points aside, in terms of getting 40 out of 40, he's looking good. He's looking confident, right? That is it. His face did not waver at any point during that one. There were no close moments where he, apart from, almost clipping the wheel on the final jump. That's kind of the point of the final jump, right? So, yeah, I mean, he looks like he knows exactly what he's doing. Obviously, he mentioned Poland as a problem point. We're going to get to that one much later on. And look, there are many more maps to go. He's going to have to keep that up. And, as things get more and more, and you're driving more, the likelihood of you making a mistake increases exponentially. But hey, if he keeps up that kind of form, there's no reason for him to go super fast. He's not in the fastest lobby. He's in a lobby where players tend to favor consistency over speed anyway.
Exactly, and that may well play into Wizzy's hands. I think even just the map pack that we have for this match as well, we're missing Australia, we're missing Norway, we're not missing your biggest consistency risks in terms of the maps that really will catch players out on this one. You definitely can clip on this uphill, as Neil proves very kindly there. I knew there was a reason I left Neil. It's because he makes my job easy by providing on-the-fly examples of what I'm talking about.
That's considering the context, a scathing comment, honestly.
Neil will understand.
Well, he has less points than Wizzy got in one round so far over the course of one map. Wizzy,
now that's scathing. That's hurtful, actually.
It's factual.
Oh, it is also true, unfortunately. That is. And Wizzy not looking to slow down. Potentially another 10 points on the table just here in Canada. Look, if you're ahead, this is an end that you can get pretty safely. You don't need to full risk. There's no real risk as long as you can just keep it clean. He will make it across the line. He shouldn't be overtaken. Got a little bit close at the end there, but Richie will not be able to do it as... Yeah, Neil with another 4th place, unfortunately, and that is 4 4th places and a DNF. That is 12 points for Neil so far, but it's 50 for Richie and 50 for Wizzy and Richie with another 2nd place. Look, I mean, it is maybe the most consistent lobby we have seen. It's one of the most consistent lobbies I've ever seen, period.
Yeah.
You know?
I might ask something off the desk here if anybody who's going to be back on the desk after the game are listening right now. What is the longest streak of wins we have got so far over the course of the whole tournament? Because
it's got to be
yeah, exactly. It must be. But how many in a row did he get? And I mean in a row, not how many wins did he get in the whole game. How many wins did he get in a row?
Yeah.
And if it's anybody else, then perfect. But I want to see what the longest streak of 10 points has been over the course of this one, because if it looks like Wizzy is on the form to be able to take that away. But Neil out ahead, his teammate right now. Here's where team orders would go insane, right? Go, okay, I'm going to drop back by 200, and Wizzy can overtake, and he might just do so in the final corner anyway. Way more speed, coming through that final corner, and there are the team orders, and it kind of works. Neil is down in 6th place.
Don't miss now.
Oh, but Neil drops into 3rd, unfortunately. Richie with the overtake. It is Wizzy, however, 6 wins on the trot.
Neil will not get a 4th place. It's a 3rd place this time around, but it is another round win from Wizzy, and that is 6 round wins in a row. I think that has to beat out anything Carl did yesterday. I do think in terms of overall win percentages yesterday, I think that was Wizzy. He's gone. Hang on. Okay, this will not be a round win for Wizzy.
There you go. We're capping it at 6.
That'll break the streak for sure on this occasion. I think Carl won something like 14 rounds out of 19 that played or something. It must have been
broken up in a couple of places. Yeah.
It was broken up though. You're absolutely right. Wizzy's not that far down.
Kind of within pouncing
I don't think there's 7/10 to be gained on this.
Not on Canada.
Not on Canada. Not on pace alone. Now, mistakes from other players, he might definitely still get a place back if there is a clip, an error towards the end of the track just here. But so far, again, that consistency for all 3 of the other players. They have not been really, since the first map, making big mistakes. Just small ones, dropping a few tenths here and there. And Richie's leading from Neil, leading from J-Swag. A couple of corners left to go, and those mistakes have not come through yet. J-Swag is losing out on pace to those 2 in front. Final corner, Richie. Good speed into the downhill. Should be able to hold Neil off here as long as they can both aim correctly. Neil is gaining. Richie will land first, though, and he will get across the line. 11 thousandths ahead of Neil, and there you go. There's that one mistake to come through. It was J-Swag, so Wizzy will climb to 3rd.
Richie looked very happy with that as well. Neil is not looking happy whatsoever. That is head in hands kind of performance so far. That was one of the first rounds. He did not come last, and once again, look, hey, you don't have to worry about what Wizzy is doing whatsoever at this point. He is far enough ahead that the person you're worrying about at the moment is Richie. That is the player you have to set in your sights. Your other competitor is only 2 points ahead of you. It is not over whatsoever until Wizzy is out of this competition. And right now, J-Swag is making enough mistakes that at the very least Neil can overtake that player and look to set his sights on Richie and look to see if he can pounce on anything from them. And look, if Wizzy keeps giving him a slipstream, that is not a thing in this game, don't worry, then he is going to move on through into 1st place, gain himself some real meaningful points.
Look at that line from Richie and the speed as Wizzy had to release to not full crash into the outside of that dirt. He drops down into 3rd place. Neil inherits the lead, and so Neil looking for a big 10 points, and it would be a big 10 points at this point of the match for Neil. The gap is large enough that, again, as long as the aim is good, he should be good. The aim is not great. Richie's close enough, but he will not gain enough. He gained about 0.5 of a second there. So Neil,
there you go,
picks up 10, closes the gap up to Richie, and Wizzy, he's not out of sight just yet. There is a lot of match left to be played, and that's a couple of 3rd places in a row.
No, I would call what Neil is looking like right now nervy at this point, and I do think that might be the reason why those first few rounds very much causing him some trouble, but he's getting back into the swing of things here. That was a very clean round on Canada. Unfortunately for him, we're moving away from it towards South Korea now. Hopefully it's a slightly better map for him here, and I'm sure Wizzy, after spending quite a while with him, probably a few practice lobbies with his teammate, is rooting for him as well.
I will say, though, I mean, of maps that are good to settle the nerves on, the map that we still have not seen a DNF on, right? Like a map that you are guaranteed to get your finishes on, that you can get around safely every time. South Korea landing at a very solid time for, I think, a couple of these players. Wizzy as well now, 2 third places in a row. This is a map that you could settle the nerves on. On the other hand, though, what that means is a lot of the time, very close rounds on South Korea, and that can mean maybe a little bit of a shaking of the nerves. That can mean that you lose a round that you felt good in, and there's almost no worse feeling in Trackmania.
Yeah, well, right now Neil does lead the pack here. Wizzy right behind, and it is Richie looking for the lead coming out of that one there in the EWC skin cart. Wizzy, a good turn, but it is Richie once again right behind with brilliant landing. Will be contending for that position. J-Swag behind there, and Neil has dropped back by a couple of tenths. Easily make-upable in the identity of the map, but we'll see how it works out.
Yeah, Richie and Wizzy wheel to wheel up at the front, 7,000 between them through that checkpoint. It's 6,000 through the next one. A little 6-7 action here on track as Wizzy and Richie continue this battle through the chicane. It will be Wizzy carrying just a hair more speed than Richie out of that one, but we have the identities to go. Wizzy going a little bit deeper than Richie through the first. Wizzy again going to be a little bit deeper than Richie through the second. J-Swag lurking in case either of them crashes on the final one. Should be the speed for Wizzy in front of Richie by a nose. Half a tenth as Wizzy takes the round win. And Neil takes third as J-Swag just dropping behind at the very end.
Yeah, it's an important one if you're trying to keep close to second place. Not the end of the world here. It is a 20-point gap, which is very, very doable here. I do think we're going to have another one of those situations very much where once Wizzy is out of the way, things are going to get quite intense quite quickly, heat up, because it did seem like those 3 players, after Mudder was out of the way, they all just kind of found another gear.
Yeah, absolutely. They all managed to find that consistency as well, as you highlighted during that match. You know, once they were no longer trying to catch Mudder's times, I think was part of it.
Yeah, exactly.
That they were able to find the consistency that they were lacking up until that point. I will say, though, if Richie could pick up a couple of first places now as well, that would be very big for the shape of this match as we head towards the back half of it. Wizzy just over halfway through the required points to hit finalist mode, looking to pick up another 10 just here. At the moment, only just in front of Richie. Neil hovering behind the pair of them towards the front of the track as well. A couple of corners left to go before we get into that identity. This chicane, we've not seen it cause issues, but we have seen good speed out of it for players at times, and it was good from Richie on that occasion. Again, Wizzy is deep on this identity. Again, he carries good speed. Richie's otherwise crashed. He's gone. He's definitely not making it through there. So Neil inheriting second place. It's the 2 players from ag.al moving through as Neil will lose out to Wizzy, who is winning these rounds by less than a tenth every time, but he is winning them.
This is definitely not Wizzy's strongest map here, but it's good enough so far for him to maintain that lead, and that's all that matters for him. He does. He said in the interview he does not care if he's winning by a massive margin. He just wants to be getting points here, making sure he goes through. The glory is not on the line in the lower bracket. It is survival.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, hey, if you win the match as well, you also get to crush some keys.
Ooh, that does feel pretty good.
Like, hey, you get to operate the hydraulic press. That's what I think. There should be a day where all of the casters at EWC get to operate the hydraulic press.
Well, I think we should just do one game.
That's true.
Like a time trial, right?
That's true. And then I should get to crush your key. You're absolutely right.
Whoever wins crushes everybody else's fake keys.
Unfortunately, neither of us
some
would be
keys
the
out of cardboard.
Yeah, I'd take it. Hey, it's the same 2 up front, Wizzy and Richie, as it has been a lot of the time in this match. Although I will say Neil really has woken up into it. J-Swag, I think we're still waiting for a really good round out of. But this is at least solid. No early crash from J-Swag, but has just on pace dropped about half a second behind Wizzy and Richie. And on pace, Neil is catching back up to J-Swag at the back here as well. Wizzy pulling away from Richie a little bit up at the front. We'll see any mistakes this time around. It was Richie last time around who made that big mistake, who crashed out on this jump. But this time around, he is safe. Wizzy holding on to his lead, and it will be Wizzy out in front. Can J-Swag hold on to third? It looking like he can. He will do so as Neil comes home in fourth. Processional through the identity on that occasion, but a great map for Wizzy. 3 round wins out of 3.
Yeah, exactly. Looking good here. Neil starting to set in there on the face cam that, well, it's crunch time now. We're almost at the halfway point for second place here. Obviously, Wizzy well past that here, but 66 for Richie is very much once he gets to 70, then you have to start putting on the afterburners and thinking about, well, I can't really let this gap get any bigger. And of course, J-Swag will be thinking the same. It just doesn't show as much on his face. Oh no, that's not what you want to do. He turned a bit too early there. Wizzy almost clipping the edge of the track, and Richie moves well into first position.
Yeah, looking good for Richie. Again, I said it. A 10-pointer here or there for Richie while we're still looking to get the first player to finals would be huge for Richie. To extend that gap before anything else can happen in the match would be massive. And this would be a good start to that. Trying to hold off Wizzy, but can he do that through the final sector of the track? Identity to come. Chicane before that. Wizzy earlier on it, too early on the entry into that chicane. Will clip a wheel on the inside. J-Swag looking to pick up a second place and 6 points along with it. A little bit scary for Richie there. He does have to adjust his line into this second reactor, but he makes the adjustment well. Should pick up the 10 points and that first place easily from here. And that's big for Richie. It's big for J-Swag. It's a little bit unfortunate for Neil, who still stays behind Wizzy at the finish line and has to see his closest competitors pull away and gain on him as it is.
Well, here's the thing. If Wizzy can do anything for his teammate Neil at this point, it is just come first. Stop Richie from getting first place.
Honestly.
Right? That is the big thing. That's the only thing you can really do in a game like this for your teammate. You are racing individually. All you can do is deny points. And yeah, I think for Neil, he's just the most expressive player on stage. That's the reason why I'm singling him out.
He is
by far the most expressive person on stage. He's actually a lovely dude as well. I've talked to him several times. He is a wonderful guy. I would be sad to see him go, but I'm sad to see anybody go.
That's true.
We've said goodbye already to so many players, which I'm upset about.
4. Yeah. So many. Yep. It's true. We will say goodbye to a lot more before we're done here. We will have one winner remaining in just a couple of days' time. This will all be over. One key left standing and uncrushed. We will have to get rid of 2 more in just a little while here. And Wizzy's getting awfully close to being the player to do that crushing at the end. J-Swag will crush his own car against that wall as Richie inherits the lead in this instant. Neil is sitting in a comfortable second place at the moment, but it's not all that comfortable as Wizzy is on his back wheels.
Yeah, indeed. Richie staying out in first place now for the time being. Once again, I think he smells blood in the water. He sees that he can make a push for 140 now, and especially as Wizzy will be out of the conversation at some point soon enough. That's when you're going to start to get more and more of those 10-point opportunities coming on through. One less player to get in your way on your journey to survival through the lower bracket here. And right now, Richie is looking very comfortable on Germany. It's Wizzy trying to catch up through the dirt section, looking for a better jump than Richie. He does go lower. It is better. He is going to overtake into first place, but it's a tenuous lead, and it is Richie who takes it back. It's all going to be how quickly they get the turn done on the ice. They go different directions, and Wizzy straightens up a little quicker, but Richie maintains the first place position. And once again, crushing for the 2 at the bottom.
Yeah, 33 thousandths between Richie and Wizzy on that one, but credit to Richie holding on, putting together a little bit of a run here through as we head towards the end of our first rotation of the map. Germany now, Poland left to come, and Richie has just won back-to-back rounds across our map switch. So 20 points across 2 rounds for Richie, pulling away from J-Swag and Neil behind as Wizzy out to an early lead this time around.
Yeah, J-Swag and Neil will both be quite happy about the early mistake there from Richie, sending him a few tenths back. He can capitalize off of that one hopefully here, especially on a map like Germany where you can gain so much time with a low jump like that from J-Swag. Oh my god, that was risky, it's too much speed. He sends himself way too wide into the grass for the turnaround there, and it is going to be Neil who takes up second place. 2 players here from Seoul up in the top, and for Wizzy now. Just needs to hold this position. That is great as well. Once again for J-Swag and Neil, they will be very happy about it because those are the 2 players who stand to profit off of any mistake from Richie. That's fine. It's okay.
He's okay.
It's not a lot of speed. Wizzy will come home in first place. That is for sure. It's who comes home in second and takes the rest of that large share of points for first and second. It is Neil, his teammate J-Swag right behind, and Richie in third.
Yeah, it got dicey there at the back. Neil almost lucky not to lose any more speed because it ended up being a gap of only 4 tenths back to Richie, who could have ended up overtaking, and that would have been heartbreaking for Neil to have that crash and drop all the way down in that last round. but he held on for second place. He gains a few points back over Richie as Wizzy moves ever closer to that magic 140-point number. He's looking very good in the match so far. I said at the top of our match that I wanted to see Wizzy, if he wants to make that deep run, as he's been kind of talking about, it needs to be finding that consistency. Yeah. And I said I think Richie is a good player to benchmark that against, and Wizzy's done a great job of sticking that benchmark so far, of actually meeting that challenge.
I think lower bracket games have to be statement pieces for players who advance through them, right? You need to instill a little bit of fear against the players that you're bound to come up against in your next game, right? You're not, there's no other way out. You need to go all the way through the lower bracket, and you're going to come up against difficult players. Wizzy is going to come up against a Mudder here, and you need to think, okay, well, or somebody from the upper bracket, that's the thing, is an even more scary opportunity there. Richie up in first. It looks like more speed for both Neil and Wizzy here, but it might not be enough to get any kind of overtake done. Neil very wide. He will avoid, crashing into the wall. So will Wizzy, but Neil comes home in second place. The thing is, Neil is not going to be happy with that round. It doesn't matter if he came in second. It's Richie that he's worried about.
Absolutely. Wizzy just keeps ticking away closer and closer to that 140-point mark, and a little bit of a wobble from both Neil and Wizzy there at the end, but the fact that Richie didn't have one, that he just comes home happy in first, is big for him. A little bit disappointing for Neil and J-Swag. J-Swag starting to drop a little bit away from Neil as well at the bottom. He's kind of struggling to put the consistency back together, and we said that this is a map pack in this match that maybe is going to help with that consistency a little bit. You know, we don't have your Australias or your Norways, but Poland is still going to be a difficult track if you're feeling a little bit shaky at this point as well. So it's going to be a time that really makes or breaks this match in the same way that it did for Wizzy yesterday as well. I think Poland could be very decisive for how we see the overall flow of this match going as well when we get there.
Yeah, J-Swag with plenty of speed out of the first jump there. Richie is in first place, so more needs to be done from Neil and J-Swag to try and deny those points, deny a further gap from forming from that cutoff point here. Wizzy still just fighting his own fight up in first place in the standings, but in second place in the race, although it is very tight here at the top three. J-Swag goes a little more inside and a little higher. That's going to send him into fourth position here. Neil arcing for that position. Richie still in first, but it could come down to the ice on this one. It rarely does. It's Neil who comes out in first. Richie who overtakes at the final moment. 9 thousandths between them, crushing whatever happiness Neil had out of the ice there, because it was a wonderful turnaround.
Oh, Neil hanging his head a little bit at the back of the stage there. You gotta lock in. We're going to Poland right now. That's what I said. Those rounds where you feel like you drove well and you still find yourself dropping down the leaderboard. Richie, though, he really is coming alive in the back half of this match. Has strung together a lot of wins on the last two maps.
Catching up towards Wizzy as well, in fact, which, I mean, neither of them really care about each other at this point, right? They just want to get through.
You don't know what their relationship is like.
They care about each other so much. Well, let's go back to the Trackmania Yowie, of course.
It's Poland, Twiggy. It is Poland, and it is going to be messy, is my feeling on this one, because I think now...
he's from Argentina.
Well, I think with the end of that, like that last round on Germany, I think is going to set things up for these players to feel the pressure. And Poland is a map that eats you up.
I mean, it was
feeling the pressure
specifically for that reason, right? By Wizzy in the pre-game interview with Rachel. And look, exactly. Richie is looking comfortable now as well. He has come alive, as you said, into the latter half of this one. He has made it over past 100 points, while Wizzy definitely, I don't think, is an attainable kind of person to catch up to before he gets to finalist at the very least. It is very possible that he just keeps
he might be catchable.
Now he is, and J-Swag hits his wheels against the wall as well. I mean, Neil seems to be nowhere to be seen, so Richie is completely dry and free and dry. What's the saying? I can't remember.
Home free?
Home dry.
Yeah, safe and sound. I do know what you're talking about, and it's going to irritate me.
Safe and sound?
Yeah, sure, something like that.
I think it's home dry.
It's absolutely not. But sure, absolutely. He's home dry. Richie just needs to get through a couple more platforms here at the end of Poland. Looking good. The gap is 4/10 back to J-Swag, who is also going to pick up some solid points in this round. Wait a second. Richie slow. Can J-Swag catch him? I don't think so, but it got closer than it had any right to at the end of that round. Richie again picking up 10 points as Wizzy comes home in fourth place, and the gap closes by 7. It's down to less than 10 points, I believe. It is exactly 10 points between the pair of them right now, and Wizzy is 11 points off finalist. He can't even just win a round and lock it in at this point.
Yeah, an unfortunate situation to be in, one that we seem to find ourselves in very, very often as well. But yeah, now I think Wizzy does have to, worry a little bit more about everybody else behind him. Maybe less so J-Swag and Neil, but you do want to come home in first in this series. Again, if not just for the survival, then to make a statement to everybody else that you're going to come up against, right? You want to be coming out first. You want to be the strongest player moving forward. Second place, as we've seen, has been sad for even players who were moving forward in the upper bracket, right? They were, EPOS specifically, unhappy with his second place. I do think that is a tale that you can see in a lot of Trackmania players, is that perfection is the only bar that they care about.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's justifiable, I mean, you're looking at your performance moving forward through the rest of the tournament as well. This is close up front. That's crash from Neil. Richie and Wizzy have nothing to separate them as we head on to the final jump, the final platform. It's going to be nothing. It's 27 thousandths of a second, and Wizzy, for the first time in a while, picks up a round win, and it's maybe the most tragic round win because it's enough to propel him to exactly 139 points.
Well, a finish here at the very least, no matter what, is going to get him onto finalist, and that's going to be very nice for all involved. Rixie clips his wheels there on the first jump. He's going to fall on back, but he is going to be pushing back for that position over the rest of the course, so you still can't make a mistake. But this is where Neil and J-Swag can start making something happen. Look, neither of them are going to get to finalist before Rixie is, but if they keep denying first places,
it's true.
They can make it less rounds that they have to deny from Rixie at the very least. It's a tall task. The peak of the mountain is very high, but hopefully they can pull together a climb. I would love to see another close game.
Absolutely. It could happen. It's never over in Trackmania until you have actually won that round with the red number on the back of your car, locked in your final position. Wizzy looking to do that in the next couple of rounds, looking very good right now on Poland. A shaky first round.
You don't need first. Give it up. Give it up for Neil.
Do not give it up for Neil. Lock it in. Bully your teammate if you have to. Keep your confidence high. And Wizzy looking great. The boogeyman conquered at least a little bit on this one, as Wizzy will take first place again and hit finalist with one round left to go on Poland.
I don't know if you saw that from Neil, but he nodded at that one. He looked happy actually with that round. But whether that was just the time that he said or something, he was satisfied with that, or maybe it is just the fact that he chipped away a little bit from Rixie, right? Just a tiny bit. Well, Wizzy is on finalist now. Let's wait until he is out of the game before we start setting our sights back towards that battle, because Wizzy needs to get this one done. And obviously, again, as we have noted over the... Wow, that's 2 touches on the wall. As we have noticed over the last couple of games, first place is who crushes the keys. So, well, it would suck to crush your own teammate's key, maybe, but it's a good feeling, regardless.
It would be, and Wizzy is way out in front right now. The only player, well, apart from J-Swag, who had his own early mistake, but Wizzy benefiting from 2 early touches on a dirt outside from his opponents in this round means he's home and clear and free and away and whatever other adjectives you want to use to describe someone who is winning hard.
He's not dry now. But
he's not dry now as he drives into the water. Wizzy will dry off as he drives onto the dirt. Couple of corners left to go. He just needs to not miss these platforms. Wizzy looking to come home in front. J-Swag crashes behind him. There's no one within 0.8 of a second. No one within a second of Wizzy. Nobody in sight as he crosses the line in first place. And it will be Wizzy moving forward in the lower bracket here at the Esports World Cup.
Indeed. Well done to Wizzy. And Neil says thank you for those 2 mistakes from the players in front of him. Yeah, there you go. I love those driving gloves,
they're
obviously.
So clean.
That's what happens when you use a wheel like that could tear your hands up, honestly. I do wonder what, obviously I feel like Grenady can't set his force feedback so high that it would cause him injury with the wheel that he has. But definitely I think Wizzy could, so I understand it. But he's out of this one now, and it is the battle for Neil and J-Swag to try and make something happen against Rixie here. It's a long, long road to do so.
I tell you said earlier that Neil is maybe the most expressive player that we have on stage at the moment. And I think you could see it there as we head back to Saudi Arabia. The look on Neil's face was, kind of rub the hands together. J-Swag in the back as well, kind of flexing the fingers as we get back here, because The real battle starts now for those two. If they want to try and catch up to Richie, it is an incredibly tall task, as Richie is just potentially one round away from finals. The only way to deny him right now is to win the round against him, and even then you are going to have to
Might as well
win
make a habit out of it.
Yeah, exactly. As J-Swag will crash early in the round, Neil into second place, but Richie has built an early lead for himself.
Yeah, indeed. Neil struggling to keep up for the time being, and this was not a map that looked particularly good for him over the course of this one. The consistency was not there. He crashed almost every single round the first time. Maybe that helped him get a little bit of practice in, but right now Richie is looking the more practiced player here, and oh dear, he goes up the triangle of the checkpoint, and he's not happy about that one whatsoever. Richie over in first place, and he will be pretty much guaranteed moving up into finalist mode.
You can't safe this one. You really can't safe this final jump. So, I mean, look, there's still the chance that Richie fails. You can take it a little bit safer, but compared to some other tracks, you cannot safe it in the same way. Richie crashes, J-Swag into the lead. Will Richie manage to make it back in time? Can Neil overtake Richie? J-Swag gets 10. Richie is not going to be on finalist mode. He's going to be just as Wizzy before him, onto 139. Neil gets a finish as well, so he will move up, and a little bit of a grin from Neil over there. They know they got away with it.
Speaking of Neil.
Speaking of him. So you are now on your knees once again. He's fallen to his knees in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage.
These players are determined to make every single game as dramatic as possible here. It's not quite the same as a triple finalist, but we're getting that.
Yeah.
And it is possible if Richie keeps making mistakes, unforced errors like that. I mean, as you said, it's not one you can save, but at the very least, you can be a little more kind of go higher, you know?
Yeah.
Don't release until you need to. Yeah,
Absolutely.
exactly. But regardless, he's in first place now. It doesn't matter what he does as long as he finishes. Of course, Saudi Arabia, one of the lowest or the highest DNF rates out of every single track. It might actually be the highest now. Neil goes a little too inside before he can at that checkpoint, and J-Swag loses out on a bit of time as well, landing askew. But it is Richie in first place, and again, it really doesn't matter what position he finishes in as long as he finishes. Just get the jump fine this time, and he's way higher on that one, absolutely. Keeping it as safe as he possibly could. Richie onto finalists, and now the task really begins for J-Swag and Neil. They must deny Richie at every step, and it would take many, many rounds. If they're swapping back and forth, it's going to take at least 8, let alone.
Exactly the point I was going to make. Sure, if Neil can win every round from here on out, he's even then has to deny Richie by himself for 5 rounds.
One of them has to deny him for 5, and if one of them takes more than that, then 9 rounds is probably about where they're sitting at.
So Richie will have plenty of opportunities and even a couple of maps to try and get this one done on, but he's going to look to try and do it the first time of asking. Has looked the best of the 3 on Saudi Arabia so far, and is once again early on out to a lead. It's a 10th and a half through that last checkpoint. Through this quarter pipe, Richie will be gained on just a little bit by J-Swag, but it is not meaningful at the moment, as we still have plenty of track left to go, and Richie's starting to extend that lead a little bit again. Neil is gone. It's all down to J-Swag.
It is up to the Fnatic player here now, and Richie, the free agent, is looking clean. J-Swag goes for the jump line. He's going to lose out on time on the dirt, but at the very least, he has caught up just a few hundredths towards Richie. It's good speed. It's all down to the jump. Who can gain more from it? This is the time where you have to risk it. It's high again from Richie, but I think it's enough. He will be moving forward, and J-Swag and Neil are going to have to leave us.
Richie showing what he's got in this lower bracket. He will advance. Wizzy alongside him, and statement game from Wizzy. Ultimately, that was what we were looking for. That's what he was looking for. That's what he got. It is huge from him, and he is looking very good as he advances in this lower bracket. Unfortunately, we'll have to crush that key of his teammate on SAUL, and we'll have to crush J-Swag's key for Fnatic as well as that. But Wizzy looks happy. There's a smile on his face. And there's a smile on Neil's face.
This is going to be so heartbreaking.
To break it all down and to break down exactly what those smiles meant, let's throw it back to our experts.
Well, before we do the breakdown, we got to break down a couple of keys here. And although it's all smiles, it's going to transition very quickly as Neil gets a chance to watch his key crushed alongside J Swag. It's not easy. It's a part of EWC tradition, but at least he can say that he fought well against his teammate Wizzy, who will move on alongside Richie, who closes things out there. Adam just directing how this is going to go. As our Group 3 comes to an end, and I'm here joined again with G-Geek and Turbo, Wizzy really made a statement here in this matchup, I think.
Yeah, he did. And I really want to quote Twiggy here, who said, points are more important than wins. But it was Wizzy just securing 40 out of 40 points on the very first map. Exceptional performance, but yet a worthy opponent, a late bloomer, one could say. Richie really stepped it up on the second half of the match.
He was, I think, 6 for 6 in terms of first place. It had to be the record. They were trying to figure out on the desk, or excuse me, on the casting booth, whether it was G-Geek, but the Wizzy start, it was just something else.
Yeah, a close second. The only one that went much further in terms of the round-winning streak was Carl Jr. yesterday. 8 back-to-back round wins in order to close out his match. So Wizzy put up a really good effort. But yeah, as you mentioned, Richie, a late bloomer, well, mid-game to late-game bloomer, and especially Germany was one heck of a showstopper. Only one fourth place. The rest were round wins. 33 points out of 40. The fourth best outcome that you can potentially have when playing a map here at EWC.
Well, coming into this bracket, you'd think, okay, the distinction sometimes is everyone's making mistakes. We talked about that, Turbo, and so there's more variance where you'll see more crashes than we would see in our matchups yesterday, or maybe in our upper brackets later on this afternoon. But Wizzy, he was near perfect.
He was amazing. He only drove like a couple of hundreds or tens away from the pace that he also had yesterday against the likes of Massa and Elcon, and that just shows how incredibly difficult that opening match was for Wizzy there. I mean, I think all three of them can run deep into this particular tournament.
That key crush there, a symbol of their hopes and their journey at EWC coming to an end. And of course, it's our competitors who move on, who do the crushing. Wizzy able to take his spot alongside Richie in that final round that will move on in the next phase. And SAUL Esports, Richie, still a free agent, I believe, correct?
Yeah, indeed. One of the 6 free agents in the field this weekend.
Wow, it's a good sign. Richie, hey, if you're thinking about joining Trackmania, it's a great stage to do so. Biggest prize pool in history, and also now you got players like Richie who are ready to get maybe their shot at some consistency in the space. But let's break down again some of the themes of this. We saw, I think I think it was Wizzy who finished on Poland, if I'm correct.
He did. Yeah, he did win the final round on Poland.
Okay.
It was down on the fourth and final round. But it was not really all plain sailing.
But it was kind of coming back to that conversation we had about Poland earlier, leading into this, where he had those failures. So in many ways, does that come full circle for you?
It feels like it did come full circle. He finally got closure on that map, and it was a bit of a 2-part closure as well here on this match, as we'll be able to break down in just a few seconds.
You can keep going. It's just
yeah, and as I was saying, like, it's really nice to see, of course, him getting the demons from day one out of the way on Poland. It certainly did him a good service that Poland came in a little bit later than during that one, because I feel like there might have been some voices going in the head. I'm like, oh, what about if it comes up on map 3 again or map 4 again? And of course, I'm really happy to see him perform that way.
But I really think, like, just seeing the Saudi Arabia from Wizzy, even if he didn't close it out on Poland, and this might be still in his head, I think he would have closed it out on Saudi Arabia, because 40 out of 40 points, 4 out of 4 round wins, just an amazing performance there from Wizzy all along, really.
No, really dominant there. And you have a telestrator that you prepared for us, a few clips to break down some of the moments in Group 3. Take us through it.
All right, so one of the first clips that I want to show you is just how close the margins are. We've always loved some tight racing here in Trackmania. Just take a look. Final round of Germany here from the perspective of J-Swag. Just pause it there and look at how much the discrepancy is. Just, it's a freight train. Ghost within ghost within ghost within ghost. And then as I play the rest of the clip, just watch everybody almost in sync, and then 3 ghosts within one another at the first, it was the last nice turnaround, and then at the stripe, just a 9 millisecond margin, and just look at that, just a difference of a few millimeters really at the finish line. Now, circling back to Poland, it definitely is something that was a two-parter because look, Wizzy currently leading ahead and having Richie right on his back, and now we're going to go towards checkpoint 5, the start of the second sector here, and he's going to try to go for the same line as Richie is, and you can see that little bonk on the edge right there of the wall, right in that particular vicinity on the lower right of the screen, and that I thought for sure that it was going to be a little bit, again, the demons from day one creeping back up again, Kai.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. And he fought his way back very, very nicely, because if we take a look onto the third clip, Thomas, we're going to see that he was able to fight his way back.
Looking at this, you can see that he just quick rewind there. You can see that how much of an angle he took going into that platform. This is the same kind of angle that we talked about on day one when we saw Brent do it on the very first part of the platform. You try to go for as low of a jump as you can. Try to get ground contact with the tire patch on the road as early as possible. And both Wizzy and Richie did it perfectly. It's going to be a little bit of a far away perspective, but then it's going to be in the last corner where Wizzy managed to get a little bit wide and carry just that little bit more speed compared to Richie. And then at the stripe, 27 milliseconds was all it took for Wizzy to get that additional 10-pointer, which would allow them eventually to conclude at the end of the first map rotation.
And that was a very, very strong face that Richie had there. He really picked up some momentum, so it was really Wizzy denying that and eventually coming out on top.
I don't know why I want to say this, but you mentioned Ghost Train and my mind went to Hey Arnold. Does anyone remember the Hey Arnold Ghost Train episode? This is a millennial throwback, but if you remember it, it is a classic. If that just helps you, take some time as we kind of go to a little bit of a mini hiatus before jumping back into this next match. Just look it up. It's a lot of fun. That won't be a ghost, though, as well. The haunting of Neil and J-Swag is over. Wizzy and Richie no longer having to look back at them. Linkmax, Afi, Chimko, and Biwak will be showing up. And this will be our kind of halfway point once we get through Group 4. After this also, it'll be our final match where we send 2 players home, because after that, we're switching gears and going to the upper bracket, which means that no one's going home, but it might be the most competitive racers against each other, trying to see who really is the best and who brought their best game to Paris. In the meantime, we got a little bit of a memory test with J-Swag and Biwak.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This is the Trackmania memory race with Biwak and J-Swag here. Guys, first up, how tired are you? You travelled pretty much the entire way across the world to get here.
Yeah, very tired.
Yeah.
It's about 30 hours of travel, bit over it, but just enjoying being in Europe.
Can you remember your own names right now? How's your memory feeling?
Not great.
Not great. Okay, things are going to go well. J-Swag, what have you got to say about this game we're about to play?
I'm going to be looking at the left side, and Biwak's going to be looking at the right side. So hopefully that gets good result.
Tactics are already under play here. Okay, they're working as a team in this one. The countdown's going to go on. The first set of objects are all from Trackmania.
Mm-hmm.
You guys ready?
Yep.
Okay. Let's go.
Rocket ship, clock, flag.
They're saying them out loud. Ooh, that was quick. Can you remember anything there?
Yeah.
Yeah, right, okay. Which object was on the bottom left?
That was a stopwatch or a clock.
First answer, stopwatch?
Yeah.
Correct. Oh my goodness, that was quick.
Yeah.
Biwak, did you get that?
No, I was looking the right. Oh, so it's not cooperative.
No, it is, but I just wondered if which way he was looking. Okay, so very much tactics into play, left and right.
Okay.
Next set of objects are from France.
All
How long
right.
have you been here?
3 days.
3 days. Have you had a chance to look around?
Yeah. A little one. Yeah.
Let's go.
Yep.
Right. Have tactics come into play once again? Which object was top right?
Baguette.
Correct. You said you sampled one. There we go. How did it taste, the French baguette?
Oh, yeah, it was pretty good.
Pretty good. There we go. Like to hear it. Okay, final set of objects here are all Trackmania players. Their names are here, okay?
All right. Okay.
Okay, let's go. Ooh, that's quite tough. But then again, you compete against these guys. Okay, object was in the middle of the entire screen.
White style.
These guys are on it. I mean, there we go. They've traveled for 30 plus hours. They're jet lagged up to the eyeballs. They've been here 3 days and they got every single one right.
Yep.
Congratulations. Let's hope your skills on the track are as good as they were in that memory race. Thanks, guys.
Cheers.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. It's time to enter into the halfway point. This last match will decide the last 2 players going home today before deciders that'll take place tomorrow. But then we've got our upper bracket coming up. So the action just gets better and better as we kick things up a gear here for our final one where keys will be crushed. Welcome back. We've got the panel here. I'm Rain Day. I'm joined by Turbo and Import. Guys, this is another one where we get to see 2 keys crushed. The final one of today, which maybe is good because we've had a lot of emotion, had a lot of upset, and also had some triumph though, but it's kind of nice that we'll be switching gears, I think, after this.
Yeah, I agree. It's really just the contrast of all things, one could say. But yeah, the last time we're going to see keys getting crushed today. Amazing match coming up as well, but let's just jump ahead of things. And I also really like the sportsmanship that we had between the teammates, between Neil and between Wizzy in the previous game.
I feel like Neil didn't really get into his rhythm here. You agree with that?
Yeah, definitely not. No,
Yeah.
and from my understanding, he didn't even have really that much time to train leading up to this. There were things that happened in his personal life that was preventing him to get the proper training time leading up to here. So for him already, all you had to do was ask, "Hey, how are you feeling?" You kind of just get this.
Not quite.
not the answer that you want to hear.
Yeah,
so.
of course. Heading into elimination, it's a big run. Everyone is facing that moment right now, though, as well as Link Max, Afi, Shimko, and Biwak, who we've seen Biwak basically 2 to 3 times in some content with J-Swag. Performed pretty well in that, Turbo. I mean, was catching things you didn't even see, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't perform well in there, but Biwak certainly did. I hope he can bounce back as we see, of course, our players walking in here. We have the first one arriving here, of course, and I'm very much looking forward to Link Max in that match for sure. And also Afi. I mean, I think one important side factor here is he practiced alone. So that means he did not really share any strategies with any other players. So is that backfiring?
Great question.
It's definitely a great question. I'm not quite sure. We also know that Afi has been gone from the scene for a little while. So him coming back, maybe he's shaking off the rust, coming back into his groove, into this competition and this tournament. So it's something that we'll definitely need to be looking at in this match.
And I also do think the same problem goes a bit with Soja as well. I mean, both a similar pattern as players, both took an extensive break from the game, returning and then struggling. Of course, Soja finds himself in the upper bracket, but I also managed to talk to him and he was like, whoa, yeah, I mean, I already gave everything that I have, so tomorrow I have to risk it. We're gonna see him later on, of course, but both in the similar spot, I would say.
All right, well, Rachel has a chance to sit down and talk with Link Max heading into what will be our halfway point here on day 2.
Okay, Link alongside me now. Tell me about yesterday. 3rd overall. What were your takeaways?
I did better than I thought I would.
Okay. Where did you think you were going to come then?
Not that close to where Binks was going. I thought both of them would just pull away and we'd be a lot further behind, but I was closer than I thought. And I'm somewhat satisfied with how I did, especially in the second half of the match.
What were you satisfied with?
Saudi went very well. I'm very happy how it went. Argentina went good as well. I didn't make any major mistakes. So I just went through the map and it went well.
Got 120 points. What do you think you were lacking which couldn't get you automatically through to the upper side?
I DNF too many times.
Okay.
And that, like, not getting any points and finishing is just, it's brutal in cup mode. You always want to finish in cup mode.
What was that down to, do you think?
Over practice and nerves. And just, the maps are difficult.
How are you feeling on day 2 then? Are the nerves still there? Have they subsided a little bit?
Still there. I'm always nervous. Never not going to be. I don't know how people can't be. I just don't have that nerve control, same way some others do. That's crazy to me.
Is that something that you're trying to actively work on?
I'm not sure how you would work on that. The only real way you can is to play more, really. Play more competitions. This is my first ever. So I don't know how people like Park can just be in lower bracket and never get nervous.
Isn't it trying to look at your past results and maybe how practice has gone and hoping that gives you the confidence if it's gone well?
Yeah, definitely. If you aren't playing super well the past like few days, you go into the match without a lot of confidence and you won't play nearly as well. So having confidence is a major thing. It's why like doing well in the early is such a good thing for Trackmania, especially because you keep that momentum through. Like early to middle is where you really want to start winning matches. So if you like win a few matches at the start, not only does it give you a lead, gives you confidence into the rest of the map.
Are there certain things you're looking to try and execute early on in the races today, which might send you through?
Try not to crash as much as I did finish rounds. That's the main thing.
Well, you got a big chance today. I'm going to look at positives now as well. A couple of days ago, Lynx didn't have his suitcase. It has now arrived, so he has now got clean undergarments on.
I don't have to run to a laundromat at 7 in the morning.
So it's all about confidence for you today.
Yes.
Believe you can get through. Play your best. Don't crash.
Don't crash.
And we might see you on the other side. Good luck, Lynx. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, a great interview there. If you think you know who's going to come out on top in this race, make sure to get your pick'ems in for EWC. Scan the QR code, join, and maybe get your share of $300,000 in prizing by picking correctly. Guys, a lot to be revealed there. Aaron, you were looking at me mid-interview saying, I want to talk about that. Yeah. I think Max told us a lot about how he was feeling.
Yeah, I mean, even just post-interview, having Rachel's perspective on that interview, she was talking about how hard that interview was, basically from his to hear how down he was on himself. And they kind of had to take a break in between because he was just kind of beating himself up in the middle of it. And for Turbo, you can agree with me. We're so confused by that because he did so. Yes, he did make it through that match, but he did so well yesterday.
Are we talking about the same player? I'm so confused by this interview. I don't know why he's so hard to himself. He compares himself with Pac. Listen, my guy plays the first ever events. What do you expect? To be a millionaire already? I don't know. I mean, we talked about that as well, right? About that so I just wanted to refer to that. But he played against Wosile and Binks yesterday. Players that could make the grand final, and you played amazing. We have even seen a round where he just has beaten both of them by overtaking them in the end. I think it was on Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
I'm confused. It just left me with so many questions.
I really like that, though, because sometimes the greatest competitors, sometimes the most high-achieving people are really self-critical.
Yeah, of course. And I think there's a limit to how self-critical one can be before it gets to the point where it's detrimental to you and your mental health. And for Link Max, he needs to be able to recognize that he has some self-worth and he has the skill to be able to push forward.
But he has not really competed in any event so far. He came from Trackmania Nations, an older game. He plays with an N64 controller. It's his first ever event, first ever LAN, it feels like, because he's only participated in other events. So, I mean, he still has to prove himself first.
Some people may say that the N64 controller is the best controller ever made.
It is. I would agree with that.
And I think that might give him an advantage he's not aware of. At this point, though, it is time to get started our fourth group of the day. Link Max being a bit critical, or maybe just expecting the most from himself in the biggest moment in Trackmania history. Let's send it over to your stage. Adam, Milos, let's get it going.
Thanks, Rende. Busy, Wizzy. Crushing keys back there. And it has to happen in this competition. We have to say goodbye to some of our competitors here. But actually chatting to Wizzy just then, asking, how does it feel being here? He felt sad. He was like, we're all friends here. A big community of players. It's sad to say goodbye, but you have to do that. You have to make sure to go all the way to the totem to become champion here with Trackmania EWC. You've absolutely got to do the business and crush when necessary.
There's only one way to make it happen. I mean, you saw all 4 players convening at the end, shaking hands. There's camaraderie that spans years and years between all of them. But the thing to lock in your head is that when they're all on the track itself, when the lights are on and shining, those friendships cannot get in the way at the end of it. Only one can be left standing at the end of the tournament. However, our 4th game in eliminations-wise, before we advance on to the upper bracket, let's introduce our players. Joining us on stage, it's Link Max, Semco, Biwak, and Afi.
Here they come onto the main stage here, the final 4 competitors in our knockout phase today, 2 of which will be leaving us, sadly, and 2 progressing into the latter stages of the competition. Look at the fierceness on their faces, the eagerness to deliver here in front of this glorious crowd here in Paris as well. Everyone excited, hoping that their favorite player, their championing on here, will go all the way and position themselves at the pole going into Friday of this competition here. What's going to happen? We're going to find out very, very soon who will be the final 2 to go through and join the rest of the pack. You can see them here ready and waiting. So let's get this thing on the road. Let's get this show started. Let's get back to the desk ahead of this epic showdown.
Well, epic showdown as well. Eagerness to excel. It's kind of what filled in my mind there, and I think that is the name of the game so far. You know, doing well personally, one thing. Doing well and meaning that you, in the dream, you crush the key of somebody that you've raced maybe for many years against, spent a hotel night in a room, having fun, ordering out. I mean, that does leave a bit of a different impact for these players, knowing what they're actually doing to friends and compatriots by winning. But only one person will put their key in that totem at the end of the day.
Who that person is going to be the question for this match. This match is pretty even, I would say, for the most part. We do have one player, of course, Afi. I think he is kind of a favored to win this, but I think for the remaining 3, it is a bit of a toss-up. I would like to see Link Max going back to him. I think he has the talent to do it, but bands are already through. We do see Norway, Saudi Arabia, Australia, and Japan. And then for the picks, we got South Korea and Germany. Afi picking Germany.
Yeah, and also Linkmax being the top seed here in this particular order, picking up South Korea, then Chemko picking Hungary. But I agree, this will be a very exciting match to follow. Afi, of course, being the clear favorite on paper, but can he transfer that as well? Then Canada. And guys, we have a map 5 Poland. How poetic it is.
We need that stat.
Yeah,
we need the stat about the decider for Poland.
Yeah, definitely, that's for sure. So that is our map order. I'm very much looking forward to that. And if I had to go for a prediction, I mean, after this interview, like before, and I was really leaning in towards Link Max, but like he's doubting himself.
Okay, I feel like maybe that's just part of his engine. No pun intended. He's probably got himself going. He's gotten this far. He still feels like he's got more to prove. Maybe that's what he needs on this big stage, that self-doubt to just make sure everything is as focused and tight as need to be. All right, let's send it over, guys. Group 4, ready to start. We got a heck of a matchup here, and it's Onset and Bravo with the call.
And once again, elimination looms for 2 of these players who have just approached the stage for the 2nd time during this tournament here at EWC. When you look at the seeds of these players, Linkmax, Afi, Chemko, and Vaywak, I mean, it's not surprising to see them where they are, but this is an opportunity, Andy, to survive, to keep that tournament run going.
Yeah, just like the Death said, I think the favorite of the group is Afi, not just because of kind of what he's done so far in the game, but also, of course, that 16th seed. Let's not forget, that 16th seed is about, double the seed, if you will, of Chemko, also in this group at the 32nd seed. So Afi right now the favorite, and as the Death said, the question is who else might get through. However, it's not going to be a free ride for Afi. As you said, this is Esports World Cup elimination on the line.
And if you put a little bit more kind of stock into what Afi did yesterday as well, unfortunate to be down in this position, this group that he found himself in, you got Pac, DreamHack Birmingham winner, #1 seed coming into the tournament, and Stuffs, who was very, very good, but he still managed to put 126 points on the board, so it wasn't like he was eclipsed by those 2. He certainly was still in contention, very, very close to hitting finalist mode in that group, which is almost an achievement achievement in itself.
Yeah, less than a race and a half away, a round and a half away points-wise from being on finalist mode with Pac, as you say, packing stuff. So just a big statement from him. Ran some very good rounds yesterday and will be a contender in this series. Also alongside him, of course, it will be Linkmax, Chemko, and Baywak here. Round 1 of 4 on South Korea. We are underway.
Well, let's see who manages to hold on to survival here before, of course, we move a little bit further in the tournament towards the playoffs. We start sending a couple of players through to those grand finals. It's going to be an incredible day of action here, and to include some of these elimination rounds, we've got to find out who's going to be surviving and who isn't. A couple of early crashes coming in here, and Chemko's going to be chopping down to the back of the pack.
You could kind of tell there on the dirt that Linkmax was really sending it. The car was wobbling back and forth. He actually catches a big touch on the left side. That'll set him about 4 seconds back for now.
No surprise to see Afi out in front, the favorite for sure for a lot of players, and fans and people in the green room as well, talking about how close he was yesterday to causing that upset. Some really strong, consistent drives from him. A couple of the other drivers talking about how DNFs are really going to hurt them, as we saw a little bit earlier on. Those 0 points, they really, really do affect your chances when it comes to survival.
Certainly, a little bit of a correction there coming in from Afi. That should mean that Baywak has the wheels down first. Yes, he does, but Afi with a very, very good line off of the first zoop, and these two very, very tight in the final stretch.
Yeah, really good speed from Afi, but no, that is deep, and that is far too deep from Afi, and he gives Baywak the opportunity to take the 10 points and drops down all the way to third. 10 points. Looked like it was in the bag. All of a sudden, it turns into 4.
And I tell you what, if you've been watching really not only this weekend here at the Esports World Cup, but also any amount of South Korea in qualifying, you know that it's very rare that someone slips that deep on a reactor zoop, but he will give the points away in round number 1.
So it's Baywak who is the beneficiary of that mistake and gets those 10 points on the board to start with. And I think for him, it's going to be a very nice confidence boost. I feel like the first couple of rounds that you do see on a map as well, if you get out to a good start, you go through without a mistake in one of those first couple of rounds, just makes you feel that the confidence is rising and you're in the right headspace to really push when it comes to those points. Linkmax is going to be out in front again at the start of this one, but the mistake came in a little bit earlier on the previous round that did cost him.
Yeah, look at that, out of the reactor. He was the one with the cleanest line into the grass, and now continues that lead into the next grass section as well. It's Linkmax out in front. Chemko trying to push behind Afi and Linkmax.
And Afi, though, Afi has overtaken as the engines go off, and it's a tap on the brakes before the identity. A wonderful line coming in from the Swiss driver, but this is where things went a little bit pear-shaped before, and for Baywak, he's finding out that the reactor's a little bit difficult to manage as well. He falls back into third. Afi just has to complete the final turnaround, and he'll put right the wrongs of the previous round. 10 points on the board for Afi.
Yeah, as you said, just a little bit of revenge there for him on the final identity to make sure that he closes out clean. Not only puts points on the board, but maybe just a little bit of a mental regain for him as well. And we should talk about it now as it's really close up at the top. Baywak and Afi on 14, Chemko on 12, Linkmax down at 6. There was a lot of talk coming into qualifying back in February about the announcements of how many spots, if you think about Oceania, Australia, OCE, how many spots they had in this tournament. There's talk about should they have had that many. So it creates a pretty interesting loser semi-final here with Baywak and Linkmax both kind of having a little bit of a chip on their shoulder and wanting to remind the community in the world, hey, we do deserve these spots. We want to be here, and they of course want to make this an OCE and Australia, New Zealand qualifier if they can here. They want to be the 2 to advance.
A lot of fans at home are hoping they will have that success story to go back down on it with as well. But at the start of this one, it's going to be a 3-horse race at the front of the pack with Baywak kind of just unfortunately having to sit behind and watch what's going on in front of him. 7/100ths of a second separating the front at the moment. It's Afi who just goes into a lead, though. This is where he was very, very quick through before. Once again, uses that speed to continue to hold this first place down.
It was Linkmax with a pretty good line as well, maintaining second, but Afi may be too far out in front here.
Linkmax is going to be closest to him to challenge. Chemko goes very, very tight on that wall and just about manages to hold it together. It's going to be Afi who gets another 10 points on the board. Chemko will take that third place away as Linkmax sneaks into second place. Baywak will have to accept the 3 points at the end of that round. And when you're looking at the overall leaderboards at the moment, barely any separation really between the pack as we go into the final round here in South Korea.
Afi on a 1:12.721 there. If you take a look at the tournament records and the OTAG records so far, running a pretty clean round without a doubt. He will look to do the same exact thing here. As you say, round 4-4 on South Korea.
Afi out into a lead again as the engines are turned off and everybody has to jump onto that dirt before they turn back on, and we find ourselves sliding on the ice into the reactor boost now. To this downhill section, Afi's still in the lead as we jump through the checkpoint, but everybody pretty close, but just through that slide through the grass. Feels like Afi and Linkmax have just opened up a bit of a gap here.
Yeah, a little bit slow there from Baywak as well. Tiny bit of air time is going to cost him just a little bit of extra time. Chemko trailing, and Afi does not only hold the gear, but maybe even a little bit of a touch there. As he exits, he will now be all the way down to 4th.
Yeah, that's going to cost him. That's going to shake the leaderboards up. He was leading on points going into this final round of South Korea, but now an opportunity for Linkmax, Chemko, and Baywak to close that gap a little bit and essentially tie things all up as we head towards our second track. It's going to be Linkmax with one more turnaround to survive. He goes very wide though, and Chemko will steal away the 10 points. Baywak falls all the way to the back of the pack. Linkmax in second, Afi in third. And a tough pill to swallow there at the end of that one.
It really was. We'll take a look, of course, at the points so far after that. That means Afi will be out in 28, Chemko in 26, Baywak in 20, and Linkmax going to be on 18. So Chemko right now, the surprise of the group, neck and neck with Afi in terms of points.
And we head from South Korea over to Germany. And this is going to be an Afi pick here. So leading the pack going into your track that you have picked yourself is going to feel pretty good, to be honest with you. A couple of moments in that identity where a lot of players, I don't know if they were pushing on the nerves or getting to them, but either way, some clear mistakes being made, certainly on that final turnaround as well, which is where that pressure really is going to be ramped up.
Yeah, and with Chemko in second place now, I think he's earned a little bit of conversation around what his group looked like. Let's not forget, he was in the EPOS OTAC group, right? That is not an easy place to start this tournament. And despite the fact that he was only on 86 points through that, I think a lot to be said about what he's done off the start here, only trailing Afi by 2.
So guten Tag to Germany as our drivers enjoy the change of scenery here. If you're just joining us for the first time, the separation for a lot of these players will be made in those 2 jumps and reverse sections that you'll have on the map. Baywak at the back of the pack to start with. Everybody else very, very close to each other. Not even a 1/10 of a second is separating the front 3 at this point.
Yeah, really tight, clean landings and low landings as well, as you say, from those front 3 on the turnaround and the left-hander. We'll see who's able to emerge with a little bit of a lead. That's going to be Afi off of a tiny stumble there from Chemko as well as Linkmax.
Separates himself ever so slightly now as we ride our way through into the puddles, get those wheels nice and wet. Everyone coming through to set up for this dirt turn here before the final jump. Afi in the lead, Chemko just behind at the moment. Baywak trying to close the gap here. How aggressive does he want to be? Afi still has the lead. Chemko getting a little bit bumpy and wobbly. And he might take second place away from him here, Baywak.
And now Afi clean turnaround. It's also good for Baywak. Baywak should be able to finish here in second. He's able to do so as well. And now Chemko should have plenty of time there. 6 seconds on the clock. Will cleanly get in 4th. We'll make sure to get to +3. Afi running a 1-1-1-1-1-1 on that race.
I wondered if you got stuck there.
Yeah,
but we're all good.
And as you can see, that I won't say the time again. Don't worry, but it's just a bit off of the pace of, as you see, that world record, that tournament record coming in from Pack earlier, but it's still a good time there from Afi. That will put him now on 38 points and start to establish a little bit of a gap over Chemko, still on 29.
Yeah, Chemko a little bit disappointed. You saw the shake of the head and a little bit of a sigh and a look to the heavens after that round, and understandably so. This time he's going to have to start at the back of the pack. It's Baywak, Afi, and Linkmax who are leading the way. Chemko getting very aggressive, looking for that low landing. Everyone coming through the first jump unscathed. Afi running it close to those flags again. And this is where he made a little bit of time up last time, but this little turn here. But it's going to be Baywak and Linkmax who are holding the bay this time around.
Yeah, no one too tight on that one, not making up too much time. Everyone kind of really running the same amount around that line. As you say, wet wheels here as we get Linkmax, we lose him there.
Oh, it's so tempting sometimes. You feel like you can just take a little bit more speed, but as the undulations of that uphill take hold, you find yourself losing grip and flying in towards that crowd. And unfortunately for him, it's going to be Linkmax who gets a little bit too close for comfort with those crowd members. Baywak now is going to find the barrier. That is not good for him. Afi takes first. Chemko will nestle into second place. Baywak and Linkmax, big mistakes from them are going to cost them.
Yeah, Baywak there on 26. You feel like should have been a +6 pretty clean on that turnaround, but instead as they kind of intersect, almost looking double helixy the way that they were turning opposite one another. Baywak on the receiving end of that left barrier will certainly cost him points. That's Afi now out in front by even more on 48 points.
I think Max, you heard an interview with Rachel before we got underway here saying, you know, yesterday I just crashed too much. Yeah. That was another example of it. It's a very simple thing sometimes. But it stands true nevertheless. First turnaround coming up after the left-hander through the checkpoint here. Everybody very, very close to each other. Linkmax just a little bit of separation as the players take to the skies. Baywak not with the best of landings here. It's going to be Afi with a lot of speed though. Catching up Linkmax here as we go through the checkpoint. Just to grab a couple of thousandths there just to get him a little bit closer to the leader, Linkmax.
Yeah, Linkmax, as you say, out in front once again, coming out of that, out of the dirt as well. And Linkmax knows he needs to. A little bit longer of a release here coming into the dirt. It's clean this time.
Linkmax holding on to the lead. One more jump to go. Afi on his tail. Baywak hoping for some mistakes in front of him. Linkmax and Afi with very comfortable landings though. Baywak makes exactly the same himself. And it's going to be Linkmax barring a horrible turnaround here, who should take this one home. We'll do a clean run coming in from him and Afi as well. Baywak in behind him, and Chemko will have to settle for that final place. 3 points on the board for Chemko. Linkmax with the 10 on board.
Yeah, very important plus 10 coming in for Linkmax, because even after that result, will be on 35 points now. So at a point where he really needed those, take a look at the table. Think of Linkmax still being on 25 before the, after that race. That would be quite a deficit that would begin to be building. However, doesn't want to let that happen at all. Afi now on 54. The next closest is still Chemko, but he's down at 38.
One thing that's notable, how close the pack was before we came into Germany, and this was an Afi pick, and he separated himself just a little bit. When it comes to the points tally, as we go into our final round here, Afi, Linkmax, Baywak and Chemko all come through that first transition unscathed. Afi into the lead. Linkmax trying to push him all the way though as we approach this jump, the transition from tarmac into the dirt, onto the grass before those wheels get a little bit soggy.
Yeah, this time it's Afi again out in front. You can tell both drivers want to push it, but know the delicacy required there. They're going to send it right over this curve to hit the perfect line into your final jump.
How much does Linkmax want to try and push this on the final jump on the turnaround? Does he dare to land low enough to try and really get that speed out and close that gap onto Afi? It doesn't look like he quite has it for now. Afi still with a very, very comfortable lead, but here comes Linkmax. If he can land this, it might be a challenge, but Afi holds on. A beautiful run again from Afi, a PB for him. That's going to close out Germany with 10 points going to the Swiss driver.
As you say, now 8 rounds done across the two maps, South Korea and Germany, and that will put our points total now at Afi out in 64, slowly but surely, as you see the Afi support in the crowd. Little Swiss flags joining us as well here for some support
relic
of the Swiss player. 64 points on the board, and now going to be, speaking of ancient relics, 41 for Linkmax, 41 for Chemko, and Baywak on 38, which, just like we said, it's kind of playing exactly as we expected. I think as the desks expected and a lot of Trackmania regulars would have expected, with Afi starting to create that points cushion, but it is anyone's race. And keep in mind, it needs to be yours if you want to stay alive in this tournament. Anyone's between Linkmax, Chemko, and Baywak.
64 points in the bag here for Afi, 64 on the controller on our main stage.
Here we go then.
Let's see what Hungary has to offer us. We've seen so much drama in those final 2 jumps. Everybody has to walk the plank on the platforms to try and secure those extra points. If you're behind, you can push it. And if you're in the lead, you have the choice. Do I play it safe? Do I take that risk to hold down those first places? That 10 points. Lovely line from Chemko here. Going to go a little bit wide on the exit though. That's going to allow Linkmax to have the speed. But as we enter this dirt section and the players right at this outside dirt line, Chemko with a very, very solid start here on Hungary, which of course is his pick.
Look at just how close these drivers are as well in terms of the times between one another. 9,000 between Afi and Chemko through that most recent checkpoint. And rounding the corner here, everyone making a real tight line. Linkmax goes a tiny bit wide though, and he will get lost. Chemko and Afi out in front.
A little touch on the back left there. Chemko and Afi now in a 1v1 for first or second place. Chemko holding down first right now, and his pick is looking pretty good until the final seconds.
Look at the reaction, it says it all.
It's a heartbreaking moment every single time. Another shake of the head, and it's going to be Afi who is the benefactor here. 10 points for him.
I think everyone was thinking the same thing. So Chemko coming into the final final right-hander, he's pushing it so hard where he just barely didn't scrape the wall on the left side. And as a result of just how hard he's pushing that car, it clips on the right side on the final piece of the identity. But that's really the question here, Mark. I think it's so fitting that these drivers would be so close. By the way, 45, 44, 44 for Linkmax, Chemko, and Baywak. Here's the question at this stage. How much do you push versus simply running your races clean when you're trying to go for second here? It's a decision to make. Chemko tried to push. It cost him. Let's see how they go from here.
Just under 0.2 of a second, separating everybody as we go into this left-hander. Linkmax, Afi, and Chemko come through. Chemko with a little bit more speed. You can see him just gathering pace on the two cars in front of him. Baywak having to nestle in 4th place right now. But still, a mistake here would give him the opportunity to take some points away. Linkmax going to be first into the first jump. Goes a little bit wide. Great speed coming in from Chemko, though. Takes away first place, but there's still this final jump to go. Lands in this time around and will take the 10 points. Linkmax in behind with 6. And Afi will take the 4.
Takes it by a 0.014 as well. Very, very close between the two. And I love the correction, though, most specifically from Chemko. Notice how he brought the same type of speed into the final right-hander, but knew to just make sure he doesn't push it too far off the block and try to get the car even faster. Even though it came down to the wire, he just, as you saw, by a 0.014 is able to close that one out. That's a big win for him.
So Chemko jumps up those leaderboards. Still so close between the three. Afi still with just a little bit of a cushion with the 78 points he finds himself on. Look how close everyone is at the start of this one. Chemko with a big mistake though, and he's going to be joined as well by Baywak, and now it becomes somewhat of a 2-horse race at the front of the pack here. Afi trying to hold off the challenge of Linkmax. Big drifting right-hander here before we set up once again for the identity. Does Afi want to try and push this one here, or does Linkmax want to try and steal away the 10 points?
Right now looks great from the two of them here, both running a very clean line in the end. They know they've got the gap presumably as well, and they will simply run it clean to the end. Chemko also going to come across. Baywak should have the time. Yes, he will. It will be all 4 drivers across, but it's Afi. They're running in first place. Linkmax will be in second after that round.
And really important there for Afi as well. We keep talking about the closeness of the chase impact, but remember it's 2 qualifiers who will go through and stay alive here in Trackmania EWC. And for Afi, that gap is starting to get a little bit bigger. He's starting to feel a little bit more comfortable, and that point separation means like maybe you've got a few mistakes in the bag. Probably don't want to go to them, of course, but just knowing you have that cushion should something go wrong. It's going to be Chemko who goes through the first couple of checkpoints here in a lead. Linkmax is going to take that first place away from him, though. As Baywak is going to have to wait for some mistakes on this tight left-hander. None coming through, though. Everyone looking pretty good.
Yeah, and with how close everyone is, once again, with these point totals, only 8 points separating your entire pack of 2nd through 4th, it is the question of, on the identity, how much do you push it?
With 3 cars side by side, only the drivers will be able to answer it here. Afi with so much speed out of the exit on that second jump. Now can he stick the final one? Yes, he can! But it's Afi who comes through and snipes him on the line. 10 points on the board for him. Afi out of nowhere just takes that 10 points away.
3,000ths the difference there in the end. And like we said, I think Chemko let it happen again. When he tries to push on that identity, we saw him fall victim to it yet again. On both the right-hander and the final jump to the block, he's just trying to get a little extra out of the car, but it touches again. It costs him again. And we should check in on the points totals. It's Afi at 98. Linkmax currently in 2nd at 63 and Chemko at 62. If the end of that race went differently, those two would certainly be swapped. And Baywak is within only 1 race of both of them at 53. Everything to play for in terms of 2nd place right now. We'll see if Afi can keep up the streak and which player will emerge with more points once we are done on Canada.
And the good news here for Baywak, yes, he is trailing, but this is his pick of Canada that we go ourselves into now. The next track we will be in our players race on, trying to pop the thermals on. As you can see, the snowy slaloms in front of the players, a new challenge for them as we go full speed to start off with.
Out of this section, we'll see who coming into the reactor on the Sausage Road might have the lead, but it doesn't look good in the back of the pack. For now, though, Afi and Linkmax have left that behind in their rear view quite some time ago. Baywak will be 4 seconds behind, but Afi not as clean as he wanted to through the no break. It's Linkmax leading into the dirt.
Linkmax has said himself, too many crashes, too many mistakes, but he's got opportunity here at the front of the pack. Little bit of separation between him and Afi. 1.45, the difference between the two players at this point. Baywak is out of it. He's over 4 seconds behind. Chemko makes a mistake as well, so it's just these two at the front of the pack.
Oh, no.
Linkmax, no! That's what he has been talking about. Those mistakes, when he's not really under pressure, now allow Afi to take that first place away as he comes through the turnaround clean. Chemko will take second place, and Linkmax will have to settle for third.
A very important second place for Chemko there without a doubt, and will it cost him? Can he turtle across?
Oh, no.
Can't even get the wheels down to maybe turtle across, even though it would have been difficult, of course, at that angle with the back of the car, to say the absolute least. But after that, Chemko will now be ahead in terms of the second place race by 1 on 68 over Linkmax's 67, and that finish on that last round was the difference maker.
This time a lot cleaner from everybody. Just sausage slaloms, no sausage rolls into the barrier this time around for the 4 drivers. As we go into the no rake, and there's a mistake again, just coming out. The pressure really starting to get some drivers now as Afi, and he seems to be the coolest of all of the contenders at the moment. He's still at the front of the pack. It feels like Afi is always in one of those front 2 positions and just consistently gathering points.
Yeah, really clean tap steering through both the dirt and the grass sections here from Afi and Linkmax out front. Linkmax making sure to not make contact this time. Here they come into the identity.
Afi out in front. Only a mistake is going to cost him here, but Linkmax has good speed coming out of the exit here. Afi's going to go sideways. Just about manages to squeeze through. It's going to be Chemko who will take the third place away. Baywak will get the 3 for the finish. Oh boy, that was a scary moment there for Afi. I think he just started to lean a little bit further to the right than he really predicted he wanted to.
A little bit of a directional influence there. Lean as hard to the left as you can, but when you're also 180ing backwards in the air, it's a little hard to know where to lean. Luckily, from the vantage point of camera 1, it's a little bit easier to tell how you might want to control yourself in the car. Afi on 118 now. Chemko 72. Linkmax leading him by 1 on 73.
So close between the battle for second place, a second qualification place at the moment. As we go into the no-break chicane, it's going to be everybody coming through pretty good, to be honest with you. Baywak catching some excellent Xing speed here, which is going to allow him to start challenging the front of the pack. Afi and Chemko next in his sights, but goes a little wide there, just slides out and loses so much time.
What a big moment this would be for Chemko, as we said. Only trailing Linkmax by 1. To be out in front here with a +10 over Linkmax's potential only +4 would be a huge difference maker in these rounds.
Linkmax hoping for a little mistake, but none coming in from Chemko and Afi at the front of the pack. It's going to be Chemko, a big 10 points for him. Afi in behind in second, continues to add to his total. Linkmax will have to settle for third. Baywak bringing up the rear this time around, and Baywak just starting to lose a little bit of a grip on those 2 drivers in front of him. That gap is starting to extend.
So much right there in that player game. You just saw Chemko at the end of the race and before this one as well. Just lets out a breath. Able to compose himself for a moment, but knows you have to go right back into the track. But he starts to create a gap in second place. He's now on 82 over Linkmax's 77.
And Afi closing in on finalist mode now. 16 points away. Can't get it done here on Canada, but as we move towards Poland, he'll have that in his sights. A win here would make it very, very comfortable for him. He'd only need a first or a second place as we change maps. And he's leading the front of the pack at the start here. Chemko trying to pressure from third place. Linkmax trying to pressure Afi in first as well. Linkmax has actually come through with some pretty good speed here. You can see just closed the gap a little bit on the Swiss in front.
Yeah, right behind him, as you say. But Chemko is there waiting for anyone with the slightest bit of lack of line here, but they're all coming in neck and neck between Linkmax, Chemko just behind. Who can clip the turn the fastest? Side by side here.
Side by side, Afi just a nose ahead, but no, he hits the crossbar. It's not good on the final finish line. And Linkmax will be rewarded with that line to get the 10 points on the board. Afi, an opportunity squandered, but we did say with the lead that he's managed to get, at least he has somewhat of a cushion.
2/10 or so, the difference maker there between Linkmax and Chemko in the end. It's Baywak, less than a full second behind that, but of course Afi will be the slowest one in the end. It should have been another +10 for Afi, and I tell you what, that would have changed the outlook pretty big because he's on 127, and then of course that would have been a 7 points higher. It would have been even earlier in finalist mode. But the most important thing there is Linkmax takes a few points off of Chemko. and we got to keep an eye on that race. In second place, it's Chemko on 88, Linkmax on 87. They have been neck and neck through not only the past few rounds, but the past few maps as well.
They were not out of it either. A little bit of a gap opening, but certainly a couple of good rounds for him. And things do start to get a little bit more interesting. Change of scenery once again onto Poland. It seems to be the deciding map.
Yep.
A lot of the time. Our final pick. But Afi already out to a great start here. He seems to have put that mistake right to the back of his mind already.
It's another great opportunity for a map that falls at a great time in terms of a map rotation. This is an identity where if you know what you're doing and you put the hours in, you can send it and make up a whole lot of time over drivers that might be taking just a little bit of a safer line. And we'll see who takes those risks here as we jump into our first set of jumps.
First three drivers coming in clean. You're not going to see Baywak. He's over 2 seconds behind a mistake off camera. He's going to send him to the back of the pack. Linkmax aggressive. Holds on to the gear as well as we transfer back to the dirt in towards the first jump of the identity. Linkmax leans that car, gets the 2 wheels down, followed by the 4. Linkmax just needs to come through this final set of jumps here to get the 10 points on the board. Afi is going to slot in behind. He'll have to wait for finalist mode, but Linkmax, that is so vital for him to get the points over Chemko in that battle for second place.
Very important there, as you say, not only the +10, but it's a +10 over Chemko's +4, so that gap will widen ever so slightly now as he's up by 5. And Afi now is not only looking for a good run here in this round, he wants a win. It needs to be a win for him to get on finalist mode. Second would only put him on 139.
It's Linkmax and Afi who start off out ahead again, but a little touch on the barrier there from Afi. Looking for that tight outside dirt line. It's going to cost him. Not just one position, but 2 as well, as Chemko will come through. Remember, Afi needs a win here to hit finalist mode. And with Linkmax and Chemko all of a sudden starting to breathe down his neck, those points that are going to dwindle away will only mean one thing for the Swiss driver. That is the pressure will rise, but he's not feeling it right now as he takes second place back.
Little taps to air brakes perfectly puts him now in second place. And let's not forget, we've seen it before this weekend alone on this map. You can make up the time. No, but not this time.
No, you saw the line just sliding out and clips the wall on the way through. And it's given Linkmax a clear run to 10 points here. Baywak might be back in contention as well with a second place finish here. Linkmax will get the 10. Baywak will claim the second. Chemko will take the third, and Afi's mistake keeps him waiting.
Keeps him waiting. He will get the +3, which now puts him essentially, he needs third here to get across. Let's take a look at his points. Yes, on 136. So needs third for the +4 to make sure that he's on finalist mode next. I tell you what, if you could place the bets, you wouldn't have thought it would have taken Afi this long. It is a catastrophic touch that keeps him off of finalist mode and buys a whole lot more time for Linkmax to continue adding to his total as he's now up by 11 over Chemko.
Afi doesn't make the mistake on the line this time around. Just gave himself a few extra inches. But Linkmax breathing down his neck at the moment as we dabble on the brakes to drift out before we set up for the dirt slalom here. Everybody coming through pretty clean at the moment, but it's Linkmax and Afi once again locking horns, and for Chemko, a mistake on that first jump. Afi into the lead. But can he see it through this time around?
Afi's got to be thinking just run this clean, right? He does not need to put on any kind of crazy performance. Just run these lines clean, and he certainly will be on finalist mode here.
Linkmax looked very good here on Poland, I have to say as well. Seems like some of those mistakes he was making earlier round have disappeared. It is going to be Afi coming through the 10 points. He will hit finalist mode and have the opportunity now with a win to book his spot into the next round, keep his tournament life alive.
The Afi fan club, very happy to see him now on finalist mode as you see that red F come into the fray. And let's not forget, even though we've seen maybe just a little bit of wobbles from him on Poland, he does it with a very, very comfortable margin on finalist mode before anyone else is even on 115.
And the battle between Linkmax and Chemko. This has been a fantastic Poland so far for Linkmax. Separate himself just a little bit from the Turkish driver. It really seems to be finding that comfort zone that he was talking about. Afi out in front though with a chance of qualification, but here comes Chemko really trying to push the pace here as we approach this first jump. This is where Chemko made the mistake last time around. No such mistake this time.
This time he's clean, and actually it's Linkmax and Chemko slightly cleaner than Afi, who maybe just didn't get all 4 wheels down as early, as fast as he wanted to, but can he make up the difference? Can he close it out here?
A little more speed coming out of the exit here. Chemko with a mistake. He's going to fall behind now. Afi has to hope, but no. Had to push it and had the right to push it to try and secure that win. Linkmax, though, once again separates himself, gleefully accepts the 10 points. Chemko in behind. Wow. And Afi, that doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, as you say, with that...
You're going to have a fourth, at least be on finalist on your own.
Yeah, with that points cushion, obviously the right decision was to try to end it there. In the end, does not have the speed required and the line required more specifically to cleanly get onto the block, and it will cost him. It means he does not end the race. He will still, of course, be on finalist mode. And Linkmax slowly inching up as well. Linkmax now on 123 and leading over Chemko as we have wrapped up Poland and we get ready to loop back around to South Korea.
South Korea, where Afi looked very, very good. It was the track that he put some very confident performances in a little bit earlier in this matchup. Remember, one win will send him through, but with Linkmax getting a little bit closer every single round, only a couple of rounds away now from Linkmax from joining him on finalist mode if Afi can't close out right now.
And as fate would have it, Chemko actually had the fastest median time on South Korea during our first outing in the first 4 rounds of this match. We'll see if he can repeat that here. We're going to go full power down into this next section. We'll see Afi going to be out in front early on.
Chemko run his tail though. And Linkmax in behind. Baywak just seems to have fallen away a little bit when it comes to contention of who's going to be qualifying and who's going to be going home. Afi though, the pretty commanding lead right now. 0.2 of a second is going to be separating him from Linkmax and Chemko. And this might be the race. This might be the round where Afi secures his qualification.
Looks like a man on a mission. Such a huge lead here as we get ready to wrap into these big right-handers and wrap into the identity.
And this is where he was so good on the previous rounds as well. This little section, but look at Linkmax. He comes through very clean himself and puts the pressure back onto Afi. Afi has to be perfect on his turnarounds here, and here comes Chemko out of nowhere, really pressurizing as Linkmax gets the boost, goes ahead and denies on the line. Afi for qualification. Linkmax now 7 points away from finalist mode himself, and Afi's wait continues.
If you thought this one was over, think again. As we said, I think a lot of people would have guessed before we even got to Poland that this was going to be over. Keep in mind, he almost had enough points to end it on Poland, did Afi. However, in the end, he will still be racing, and it puts Linkmax on 133. You have to think Afi's thinking, I don't want this to even come near double finalist. I want to end it here. He's got another chance and a free shot, maybe his last one at finalist mode.
Feels like Linkmax has just found a comfort zone in the last couple of tracks that we've seen. The last kind of 6 or 7 rounds, it feels like he's just really found that flow state, and he's looking very, very confident, and he's at the front of the pack once again. Afi trying to challenge him. Just 8,000 separating the players in first and second, but it's Afi who just sneaks into the lead here.
Very important downhill section. A lot of time could be gained and lost there, and it's Afi who takes advantage of knowing how to dive into that downhill and has set him up now in first place coming in.
Side by side, Afi, this is where he's had the speed, but the line on the exit from Linkmax essentially puts him alongside him.
Wow.
Afi and Linkmax pushing each other to the line. Afi with a win here would qualify, but Linkmax again on the second turnaround takes the lead, gets the boost as well, and will deny once again. Finalist for Linkmax, and Afi, the painstaking wait for qualification just continues.
Linkmax has had to be perfect here. Disbelief in the crowd. Double finalist mode here, and Linkmax may steal this out in terms of the first to advance from Afi, and still a lot of points cushion for them both, but this has not gone the way that you might have expected here. Linkmax and Afi both on finalist mode.
It's been inspired from Linkmax. It really has. And Chemko says, I want to go at this. Afi's out of it. He just made a little bit of a mistake by the looks of things. It's Linkmax and Baywak now out in front.
Ligmax with a huge cushion over Baywak. As you said, Chemko.
Afi's out of it. He's 7.8 behind the pack.
A huge clip. And as you say, with a deficit like that, we may not even see him for quite some time. Ligmax knows that he can advance right here and right now.
And the gap between him and Baywak is gargantuan at this point. 0.7 the difference between him and the chasing pack. Ligmax has this in his hands, consistently denying Afi. And with Baywak making a mistake behind him as well, Ligmax has no pressure whatsoever on that rear bumper. The second turnaround is clean. The third one is even better, and Ligmax with an inspired run to qualification will make it through.
And you could tell what it means to him, as right away the hands go up. He can finally lean back in his chair. You could even see a shake of the head as well. And Ligmax, the Australian free agent, the 23rd seed in the tournament, will advance through. And now it's all up to Afi. It's a question of how many races will it take him. Will he let this continue? Or will he make sure to make quick work of this? This is our last lap around South Korea.
I almost feel like Afi's going to be happy that Ligmax is out of the race, because it just seems like the pace that he was set here on South Korea. And on the previous track was so good that Afi could be good, but it just wasn't as good as Ligmax, who found this pocket of form. But Afi is out in front, almost half a second ahead of Chemko here. And having had this agonizing wait, he now has qualification in his hands.
And really with these last sections, it's just about nailing the identity. And of course, the setup into it. However, he's looked very good on these lines. It's just been a tiny bit of a snipe that he fell victim to. This should be his round here.
Well, for Afi, sometimes good things come to those who wait. And boy, has he had to wait here, the Swiss driver. Final turnaround. And he can breathe a sigh of relief and start to enjoy himself. Afi will join Ligmax in qualification. Finally gets it over the line. And unfortunately, for Chemko and Baywak, it will be the end of their Esports World Cup.
And a lot of credit, of course, due to them. And I think we got to mention also the regionality we talked about. Afi, of course, representing Switzerland, but Ligmax coming in, of course, representing Australia, will make it through, and of course will make the ANZ community very proud of what he's able to do. It will be, as you said, Chemko from Turkey, Baywak from New Zealand exiting here at this stage, but quite a lot to be proud of as well.
Well, that's going to do it for now. We have, unfortunately, to send 2 more drivers home, but 2 more stay in the tournament here. We're going to go over to Rain Day right now. Who have you got for us?
You know, this is one of those moments where you, like the fans say, wipe away some emotion. It's pretty sad to see your favorites go home, but also what a performance. That man right there, he's smiling now. We talked a lot about how he was getting on himself, how he was talking about, I don't know if I did enough yesterday. I don't know if I'll be ready today. But he has done what many thought, I mean, would be only a fairy tale, to come back after Afi reach finalist mode and then take the win before him and put the pressure back on this group.
Yeah, what a comeback, and that really shows how well of a player Ligmax is here. What a comeback to take that top spot here from that particular match.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, look at Ligmax, man. Coming from that interview where he was just beating himself down to a pulp, and then now getting to this point where he gets to crush 2 keys. I mean, what a turnaround in that. And Ligmax, if you're listening, keep going. Do not give up. You are worthy of being here. You are worthy of competing. This is just a step into your further moment in Trackmania.
A great reminder of what you can do when you set your sight on something, and also what you can do when you push through adversity. There's always moments where we doubt ourselves in life, and those come about more often than you might think. People might be in the stands doubting themselves now, but the reality is you are one moment away, one step in the right direction, one bit of courage that could allow you to change your entire circumstance.
And usually those moments of success and downing yourself are so close to each other. Sometimes it's only 1 round in Trackmania. That it takes sometimes, but I think the interview as well from Ligmax really showed how much it means to him to be at this tournament.
I still can't get over that Nintendo 64 controller,
It's so
man.
dope.
That was awesome. We love to see it. And also, I think the energy is now shifting as well. As much as somebody who's going to be upset about going into this matchup, we talk about Link Max, there's no way he's going to have that same level when he talks to Rachel next time, because this is going to be, wow, I did it. I showed up on the big stage. I survived. Not only that, I kind of surpassed expectations, even on my best day, from pulling away Affy being out in front and now finally taking that spot away from him, and now being able to crush the keys on this stage, moving into the next round.
At least that's what we hope, right? You know, that
Absolutely.
he continues that going forward. And I mean, also, congrats to Affy as well, moving forward.
Yeah.
An individual we thought that was going to kind of run away with it at the beginning. That was our early predictions. But having struggle finishing out, it's kind of the recourse of what occurred in his first match, where he was just, there's a little bit of struggle. There's that rust that he has to shake off, because we know he has a higher level of play than us.
It's true.
And also the emotions there from Link Max whilst crushing that button. He was smiling, he was smirking a bit there. So finally, we were able to see that. That is good news. And I mean, I'm a fan of Link Max here after the match yesterday, but I'm a bigger fan now, topping off the group in front of Affy, one of the hottest free agents out there.
It's going to be a really good day tomorrow, because we get to see these players go back to back in terms of these tight contests where two players, are going home. And that means that the stakes get even higher here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. But for those watching and seeing some of these faces here from the crowd or on the stage, they actually kind of shift a little bit. We're about to start shifting our tone. The upper brackets are heading our way in Porte, and that means a whole different type of group, and a group that I think is going to be just so exciting to watch. These have been the best performers across our first day, across this entire tournament.
Yeah, we go from tension of potentially losing your run at the tournament. Now we go to the tension of knowing that you are literally playing against the best of the best here in this group of the upper bracket. And now it's time to lay it out what you have. I mean, there's really no hiding pace at this point.
Nope.
If you want to get into the single elimination bracket, this is your time to lay it down.
This is the all-out moment. Yeah, this is it. I mean, I love it, Turbo. When I look at this group of competitors, we're going to have obviously 16 racers who have been able to make it into this position. There's still a lot of fat to trim, so to speak. There will be some who fall down, who show up in that elimination, but 2 out of each group is going to be moving on to Saturday, already having their chance to be able to sit pretty.
Yeah, they have one day as a break. They don't have to play tomorrow, so they can breathe a bit, maybe explore Paris, but I think they have better things on their mind. But
I don't know, it depends.
I mean, better things in terms of, there's so much on the line, $130,000 for first position, but also just taking a breather after 2 very fully packed days is also very important, of course.
It had nothing to do with you, and it didn't make sense, but I was going to make a reference of my friend Bravo, who was just casting there. I said if he had a day off, even if he was competing Saturday, I think he would still go out into Paris. Let me know if that's true, Bravo. I think it's true that you would have. All right, our schedule coming up here. We're going to the next side of our bracket. It's the upper side, and that is the place you want to be. We've sent 8 players home so far, 8 keys crushed. But for those watching at home, maybe on the emotional side, you don't have to go through that again. So put the tissue box away and grab the popcorn. It's Carl Jr. and Massa going up in this next one. Neon and Soldier as well. The young gun, 17 years old, battling against what many we'll all call it, the GOAT in Carl Jr., representing not just himself as a 7-time world champion, but Falcons, who are only 100 points away from ag.al in the club championship race, which ends in just 3 days in Paris and has $7 million on the line. All of that coming up very, very soon, guys. In Porte, Turbo, we're going to switch out G-Geek with one of you. I don't know exactly which one, but we'll be back in just a moment, and we'll see you after this for our Upper Decider bracket matches.
Down the Qiddiya City Battlegrounds once again. Day 2 of Fortnite here for you, Lauren. But let's have a little chit chat because we are officially down to 3 teams who could go on to win the club championship.
Yeah.
Falcons, ag.al, and Vitality are the only ones who could do it. Na'Vi very much out of the running now after their poor placement in CS. But I think we kind of knew that that was the case for a little while.
Yeah, it was going to be a tough road for them regardless because they just didn't have enough teams available to really get those points on the board. The fact that they did as well as they did in the first few titles that they had, like a first, a second, and third, to start everything off of them was already impressive in and of itself. So I don't think it's a surprise that clubs that have 14 teams, it was difficult to from the beginning.
I think, if you look at their average of what they picked up over each title, they've done extremely well. So now with a very, very good placement, looking to try and solidify that 4th place, which I think they're pretty much done. But other than that, let's talk about your stage. Of course, there's a lot going on here, but it's only a group stage. As Falcons played yesterday, everything looked all right. Today, ag.al looking okay?
Not yet. But
Okay.
similar situation to what we saw out of Falcons, right? Falcons ended up making it through in 4th. You need to be in top 7, but they started off the day really slow. 10 matches on the day, so still some time for our teams that are playing here in Group B, and it's a similar situation for ag.al. They've started off slow. They're down there towards the bottom right now, but we still have a lot of matches left to play, and because they are a team that is expected to do so well, I envision a world where they are able to bounce back. But if we're talking about some of the other squads that are in here, they're not at the top of our CC leaderboard, but they are CC relevant. Right now, Twisted Minds are at the top in Group B, and Furia find them, I think, around the top 6 space as well. So even if it's not going to get them a win in CC, it could change their overall standings if they're able to do well and potentially get them some more money.
Yeah, I know. I think that's important to know this week. We're talking about ag.al, we're talking about Falcons, but 24 places to be played out. A lot of prize money to give out as well. Lauren, thank you very much. We'll have to check in later to make sure ag.al do make it through. Back to you then.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
A new update when it comes to the club championship that you want to know about, especially if you're looking closely at ag.al and Falcons. Only 100 points separate them, but ag.al just eliminated in Crossfire. That means that the 200 points they gained will be the last they gain from that game. Remember, we still have Binks and we have Gwen who are representing them in Trackmania, and they also have a representation in Fortnite, but that will be it. Falcons have Carl Jr. here about to race. They also have CS and they have Fortnite. So this is starting to look good for Falcons as long as we don't see anything crazy from Carl Jr. We'll keep you up to date with that alongside Chris and whoever he ends up talking to. We got G-Geek back with Import, and guys, this is a big one. This is a big day, but also now we get the upper brackets, which should be some great racing.
Yeah, it should be some really great racing. And the first matchup that we're going to have, of course, today, the first match, the only match of day 2 for Carl Jr., and he's going to be lining up against, we talked about this, the GOAT versus the Kid, or to give a Formula 1 reference, Hamilton versus Antonelli. This is the kind of vibe that we're getting here.
And I love that you led into that. Let's actually show up our Crunchyroll story of the day, actually our PS5 story of the day, excuse me. It's going to be the GOAT versus the Kid. That is Carl Jr. and, of course, Neon, 17 years old. Last week was 16, this week turned 17. And so talk to me about this expectation for this matchup.
Well, this is definitely going to be, I don't think it's going to be quite a 2-stage match. I think Neon is going to be able to put up a fight in the very early stages of the game, trying to keep pace. But as feel like Aaron, especially as the rounds continue to pile on, as we get to map 4, map 5, Carl Jr. is going to be really hitting his stride. And by the time we get to the second rotation, he's going to be completely unstoppable.
Could we see a 15-game, 15-round match? I doubt it.
Perfection?
This this one's going to be a little bit harder to accomplish. I think earlier round that makes more sense.
Yeah.
But this time it's going to be a little bit more difficult. But honestly, I think it's without saying, Carl Jr. definitely the topic here. Neon, we want to focus on him, of course, because of his age, 17, very good, has shown good talent, but we also have the factors of Masa and Solja. Masa being a very talented player, does really well at the beginning of tournaments. It's where kind of later tournaments is where he begins to sort of get the nerves getting to him. But Solja, on the other hand, similar situation as Afi, shaking off the rust, making sure that he's at the level that he needs to be for this tournament.
Took a competitive stint. That was the story, talking about Solja and how he would show up, but he did very well and found himself now in this upper decider. Masa, on the other end, said he expected to win. A slight trip there, but won't worry about that because he didn't trip in his actual match. And now these four ready to go toe-to-toe against Carl Jr., who I think, you kind of jokingly mentioned it, but almost drove perfectly yesterday. G-Geek, is anybody able to stop him?
I did check a little bit of the stats from that opening game day. A 77% round win rate. There you go. I was trying to find the proper pronunciation. 8 rounds of he won 14 rounds of 18, and 8 of those round wins came in a row when he went to conclude his opening game day match. So this is very... just looking at the numbers, it's kind of mind-boggling to see. We were talking about Solja shaking off the rust, doing very well, but a little bit off the pace, even in his opening day match, and he definitely needs to step it up because he might have gotten away with the pace that he had on day one. Here, that's not really going to cut it.
I mean, I feel like this is a great opportunity to talk to this young gun as well, who many of us have seen what Solja can do yesterday, but still questions, but so many questions on the 17-year-old who, just like we mentioned, turned 17 a week ago and now finds himself in a matchup to move on in the Esports World Cup against Carl Jr. and the squad of Masa and Solja. Rachel had a chance to catch up with his mentality and maybe nerves heading into this one.
Well, I got the youngest competitor with me now, Neon. Neon, age didn't seem to affect you yesterday. You looked cool, you looked strong. How did you feel out there?
I played good in the match. Nothing else to say about it.
In terms of towards the end of the match, it looked like maybe the nerves got the better of you a little bit when you tried to close it out. Did you feel that might have been the case?
Yeah, maybe that one round where I shouldn't have crashed, but the next round I finished it. I finished the match.
How pleased were you with your performances yesterday?
Like a 6.5.
Out of 10?
Yeah.
What was lacking? What weren't you happy with?
Consistency on some maps.
I feel like you're a little bit annoyed with some of the consistency from yesterday. Is that the case? Did you expect more?
Maybe a little bit more, yeah.
What did you expect? What was that?
Just good consistency, not crashing as much as I did. I crashed a lot of rounds. So.
You're only 17. This is your first time at LAN. It hasn't affected you. Why do you think you're able to adapt so well?
Well, I don't know. I'm just playing the game, I guess.
Yeah, how do you do that though? Because a lot of players get in their head, they get nervous. You don't seem to be nervous. Is that the case?
I just play like at home. I set up everything like at home and just play the game.
Who's here with you? Who's supporting?
My mom.
And what does she tell you before you go out to perform?
Nothing.
Does she give you any words of encouragement? Tell me about today then.
She supports me all the way though.
As mums should. Tell me about today. Obviously you've got Masa and Carl Jr. up next. Are you worried at all about those names?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough match. Yeah, gonna be tough. They are well established in the scene, and it's just going to be hard.
How are you going to approach it?
Just drive like I always do.
Which is?
Fast and consistent.
Good luck out there today. Thank you.
Fast and consistent. That's what Neon wants to do. And I mean, Import, that is a recipe for success. It's kind of the best of both worlds.
It's the #1 lesson of Trackmania. Fast and consistent. So yeah, I mean, right on the mark.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can definitely tell the youth is there.
Yeah.
The nervousness is a little bit. They're not used to this kind of platform and getting into this moment. But competitive-wise, he's held himself up pretty well so far. I can't wait to see what's going to happen in this next match, especially with the likes of Masa and Carl Jr. that he's coming up against.
Yeah, I can't wait as well. I mean, obviously Carl Jr., it's a big story. We talked about Neon, that's a big story as well. But Masa and Solja, how much of an X factor are they? Either one of them has had the potential to show up big. Masa winning yesterday. I mean, can he do that again? Is there potential for upset here? And where would it be?
This is going to be definitely reliant on any kind of significant slip-ups from Carl Jr. that may be unwarranted from the Team Falcons player. Masa and Carl Jr. have a lot of history between each other, regular sparring partners, competitively, as well as in practice scrims and whatnot. But technically, it's always been, as he said, Masa said, I've been trying for 9 years, and Carl Jr.'s always had the edge on me. I'm looking to get it. But even though he managed to win his first match, there were a couple of moments where he seemed to have tripped up a little bit. You could see the relief on his face at the end of day one. So it's going to be a matter of ironing out the kinks from day one, and also praying, fingers crossed, and we don't have any wood here, but knock on wood, that indeed there's going to be something coming from Carl Jr. that will allow him to get the opportunity to get an extra 10-pointer.
We'll see if he makes a mistake. If you think you know that somebody's going to make a mistake or maybe going to win, make sure to get your pick'ems in for EWC. Scan that QR code on your tablet or your phone and join us for a chance to earn your share of $300,000 in prizing. Carl Jr., pretty easy expectation, but Import, you know, the lights are bright. We're in Paris. I mean, and that's pretty standard for Trackmania. But in terms of what we have to play for here, this is epic. So I would expect an epic narrative. Maybe we will see something different. Maybe Carl Jr. will make one mistake.
We would hope. if he's not going to make a mistake, let's just go.
Let's all go home.
Let's just give him the prize now. Let him crush all the keys. let's just be done with it. But no, he still has to prove himself again and again and again. That is the nature of an event. You have to start from scratch and build yourself back up. Nobody, and I mean nobody, is entitled to the win unless you earn it. And that is a story for Carl.
And Carl, time and time again, we said it at the top of the show day one, no matter the era, be it the end of the 2010s, the middle of the 2010s, the beginning of the decade, or the current phase of the decade, he's always the benchmark, always at the top, and looks to stay at the top until the very end of the decade at least.
Well, our PS5 story of the day set the stage. It is the GOAT versus the kid. But Masa and Solja trying to put a little bit of their own storyline into the narrative, maybe rewrite a chapter in Trackmania history. That narrative begins right now as we head to stage for Group 5.
Yes, my friends, a new narrative, a new history, and part of that narrative is swapping things over from a lower bracket to the upper bracket. We've eliminated players at this point. Keys have been crushed, but your heart can rest easy for the rest of the day, because for now, there are no more eliminations. It's still, though, a story of who can really advance the narrative in their own way from now on.
Exactly. You cast your minds back to yesterday. These are the players that delivered the goods on day one. Now they go face to face to see if they can go and do it again and get themselves into a pole position going into the latter stages of this competition. It's time to meet the first 4 players. Paris, are you ready for this? Yeah? Yes, you are. And hopefully you folks at home are as well. Let's meet the first 4 competitors today, going through, trying to get their way all the way through into that pole position are Carl Jr., Neon, Solja, and Masa!
4 incredible players that put in the numbers yesterday, points in their own ways, but that story does not end at that first opening day. It continues because every single point matters. You want to advance on to the playoffs. You do not want to go down and face another set of matches, so let's get our way started and set.
Well, World Cup semifinalist with Grenade last year, Masa on that controller, ready to bring his international experience to the stage. But the Belgian right there, you see him, Solja, took a hiatus. Those 2 years proved to not slow him down a bit. He's found himself in an upper bracket race that could be one for the ages in Trackmania. There's no need to introduce the GOAT yet again in Carl Jr. Maybe all eyes here on Neon. G-Geek, the young star, who if he has another performance like this, top 2s again, maybe even top 1s, would certainly be making waves.
He would certainly be making waves, as he made waves in day one, how he climbed back up the ladder after a difficult start to game one. Australia, Norway, Hungary, and Germany, the map bounce pronounced. Carl Jr. locking in the first pick. It will be Japan, Aaron, this time around.
Yeah, Japan. Carl actually picking Japan last time as well in his match as the first pick. Let's see if he has a different performance on this going into this match. He didn't do too well, but on the second go around, he did just fine. Maybe this first time he'll be perfectly good. Also, fun little stat, because we're about to get to the decider pick.
And you know what we're about to say.
And I have the stat that Poland has been the decider pick. Saudi Arabia.
We go against the grain.
Oh, baby. Poland has been the decider pick 7 out of now 13 times. And Australia has been banned 10 times, now 11 times.
Wow.
Out of all the matches.
It makes sense.
So far.
And for one final point, again, we're not risking it on Australia, Norway. Both instant bans actually locked in. Neither player from this group has played that map at all over the course of day one. They do not want to gamble on that.
Upper bracket, here we come. Paris, I hope you're ready. I know these two are as well for the call. It's Onset and Bravo.
Oh boy, are we ready for this one. Looking forward to this all day, all morning. We've been hyped to get into this matchup where we've got Carl Jr., Massa, Neon, and Soldier on our main stage fighting out for those 2 spots to go through to the playoffs.
That's right, we've crushed some keys so far, but right now we are back into the upper bracket. And the only way you got here yesterday was, of course, winning rounds up against very, very talented opponents. They were able to top their groups. Tested each of them all the way through. However, now, as you say, Carl Jr., Massa, Neon, the man on your screen right now. I should say the young man on your screen right now at only 17 years old. Just 17 years old. And Soldier, of course, a man with a competitive hiatus who returned for one thing. The Esports World Cup, the biggest tournament so far in the multi-decade history of Trackmania Esports. I'm getting chills. As you heard, Japan is the first place we are going, and it is the perfect starting point. It is another Carl Jr. pick, but he was actually pretty weak comparatively on Japan yesterday. Did not have the fastest single time, did not have the fastest median time at all in his group, if you'll remember playing alongside Mime. So now a chance to maybe set this set of maps off on a better note, an even better note for Carl Jr.
One thing Japan does do, however, is reward you for relentless consistency. And I think if you were to, have a headstone with Carl Jr. and what's going to be underneath that, it's going to say relentless consistency. Yes. That is what he does so well. So few mistakes are made by him. And that is why he is always in the latter ends of tournaments, usually lifting up one of those trophies. For everyone else, it's going to be having to push him to find those quick times. And there's no one quicker than Neon, the young man in this lobby. One thing I loved from that interview, it kind of took me back to one of my favorite interview questions ever. What are you going to do well today? And he just says, going to play the game.
Yep.
And it's so simple. When you have an uncluttered mind and you keep it that simple, then you know there's not too much else that you're thinking about. We're underway here, on to Japan. Let's send some of these players into the playoffs.
That's right, that's all he wants is speed. Neon just out in front as we get ready for this first section. You and I were actually talking about Pac, and the one question that he said about Neon is, can he handle the pressure? That is the question for the 17-year-old in a lobby with the GOAT. Carl Jr., of course, 7-time world champion, looking to continue his already historic and maybe untouchable legacy here at the Esports World Cup.
Well, Neon with some great pace to start off here. No surprise to see that, but the question has always been for the young man, you're quick, but how many times can you be quick? Into the first engine off through the gates, and it's Neon who is going to have that lead. Soldier just falling behind, a little mistake at the back of the pack for him, but Carl Jr. with a beautiful drift in there, just catching a little bit of speed on the outside and just eating away at Massa's difference that he did have there. Neon, though, just streaking away in front. Look at this pace that he's saying.
As we said, we talked about the pace. The question is, how long can he do it over a 140-point format here, of course, in cup mode and into finalist mode. Neon looked clean, but he loses time, and he loses the lead as well.
Oh, boy, and Soldier might have an opening here to try and steal away third place. Instead, it's going to be Neon who gets second place, as Massa will crash at the end. Carl will take the points, and if you needed a better illustration of everything that's been talked about in the build-up to this, that race, that round
that is it, yeah.
was exactly that.
That is exactly it. Carl Jr. will end it with 10 points, despite the fact that that looked like that was going to go almost any other way. It is Carl that finds the most consistent and first place winning round off of your first race in the group.
Truly incredible. Neon so far ahead for so long. But that one little mistake is all you need to make. With the Canadian in your lobby, he's always there. It'll be 10 points to start off for Carl on his pick on Japan. Once again, though, it's Neon with the pace.
Really similar right out of the gate, right? It's Masa in second, it's Carl in third as you head into the first section. Into the boost, into the gates, and it's a really similar makeup so far, and we'll see if it plays out the same exact way.
This is where Carl made a lot of time up before. So down by about 0.4 here. Cuts a couple of hundreds off. Starts to approach Massa now, who just had to, I think, just take the finger off the accelerator a little bit more than he would have wanted to, as Carl now will put the pressure onto Neon. It's almost a carbon copy of the first round that we saw here in Japan. That's where the mistake was the first time for Neon, but no such mistake this time around. The young man will take home the 10 points, and Carl will hold off the pressure from Massa.
And look at the difference there as well. World record, by the way, for Neon, a 1:15.258 that he will lay down. Of course, a tournament record as well. And it's great from Neon, it's fast from Neon, and he corrects his errors from earlier. It's a world record to tie things up at 16.
No mistake this time around. Once again, Carl was waiting for it. Soldier at the moment just feels like he's a little bit off the general pace after those first 2 rounds that we have seen completed. But it's Carl this time around who actually leads the pack as we go into the boost across the double bridge. As they sweep from left to right into this left-hander. And we hit the boost just before this big sweeping turnaround as the players have to hit the brakes before this first gate section.
Yeah, Neon just back out ahead a little bit. As you said, through the no brakes earlier, it was Carl just narrowly in the lead. Soldier a little bit at the tap of the right side. He's going to see Neon and Carl fly way ahead of him here now in this momentary 1v1 between the two as we get ready for another big left-handed no break.
And you have to wonder what's scarier. Is it seeing the brake lights of Carl Jr. in front of you, or is it knowing that Carl Jr. is hovering in behind you, waiting for that mistake for Neon?
Oh, no!
That's going to be the answer that he's going to have to give us, because he's given Carl Jr. the opportunity once again here. But Neon with some good speed on the exit, but not enough to deny Carl Jr. another 10 points here. Neon just feeling a little bit shaky in that final part of the identity, and not for the first time, just falling to the pressure from Carl.
And you really do get the feeling that these two, as we get to round 4 of 4 on Japan, that it will be a story of these two starting to create the gap. It's Carl Jr. on 26, Neon on 22. And I tell you what, you heard Neon talking all about consistency. Maybe not with that many words, but at least using that word several times through the interview with Rachel earlier. And he wants to make sure that exiting Japan, he wants to be as close to Carl, if not leading Carl, coming out of this map.
Somersault on the landing, not great there for Massa. You can see him dropping down to 4th place. Now, Massa, coming out of Japan, will be thinking about South Korea being his pick next up. Still needs to get these points on the board and keep himself in contention, but at the back of the pack by 0.7 of a second. It's a long, long way to go, as once again, Neon and Carl Jr. are having their own separate race, it feels like, at the moment, separating themselves from the pack.
I tell you what, and what a pleasure it is to watch these two out in front. We always knew that this race was going to be this special, that these rounds would be as tight as they are, and they are delivering here. Nose to nose here, wheel to wheel. Carl Jr. starting to pull away just a bit.
Side by side as we go into the fragile section here before this left-hander. And the identity awaits Carl. Not with as much speed here as Neon, but the consistency once again is undeniable. He simply does not make mistakes, as Neon will fall down into 4th place. Massa and Soldier will take the 6 and the 4 points respectively as we close out here on Japan.
My word, and we talked about just how important it is to early on to establish your lead over the lobby, and that's exactly what Carl Jr. does. You could just tell a little bit of a breath there, but focused through those games. As we take a look, it's Carl Jr. on 36, and because of that last round alone, Carl Jr. on 36, that'll keep Neon at 25, and even Carl himself, with only 4 rounds down, starts to create a bit of a gap.
I mean, 36 points out of 40. That is phenomenal performance.
And it was only in the first round.
With Neon pushing him so hard all the way, he is just unflappable when it comes to those big moments. So consistent. And that's what happens, 36 out of 40 points. And now we move on to South Korea, where Masa has had his pick here and needs to find some points because it was a very disappointing start from him.
And I think we got to look at Japan encapsulated exactly what we expected in this lobby. It is Neon with the fastest overall time and now the current world record, but Carl Jr. actually makes good on his efforts from yesterday, and he had the fastest median time on Japan in an even more difficult lobby. So clearly a little bit of work was done, whether mental or whether on the track on Japan. Carl Jr. in the lead.
Well, good news for Masa is that he's in the pack. Carl Jr. has made a little pull to the back, but immediately jumps up into second place behind Neon.
Get used to this, folks.
Soldier in third place as the mini game at the front continues here. Left-hander coming up here for Neon, who is not surprisingly so quick up until this point. But it's not the first time that we've seen Neon lead at this point in the race. It's the end where Carl has made the difference.
Yeah, not afraid to lean into the speed on that downhill. A lot of times you'll see players get caught on the downhill. Not this time. Neon will still lead into the identity. You think Carl makes up a good bit of time there.
First turnaround now coming.
Oh boy.
Neon, just disappears. Gets a really good spring out of that turnaround. Carl trying to pressure him though, and Neon just clips, I think, a little bit, but doesn't actually cost him anything. Comes through it clean, and Neon holds off the challenge from Carl. A 1:12.398. That is a quick time again from Neon.
Just shy of the Gwen record, and also just shy of that OTEC world record as well.
He was so close to that wall. I think
he really was. I think, yeah, only required a minor adjustment, but that is the line that these players, of course, are looking for, to run it as close to the cement on the left and right side, respectively, as you zigzag through the identity. Run that as close as you can. Make sure you don't need to make too big of an adjustment into your next reactor soup. And now we'll see if Masa can find some sort of grip, no pun intended, through the dirt, and maybe in these races overall he's going to be still on 20 points, and Soldier also down on 18.
Speed from Carl Jr. here. Masa comes back at him though. Neil once again out in the lead. It's Carl and Masa who are battling out at the moment for this second position as we go through the checkpoint and sweep through deep into the gear. For the right-hander, where a lot of time is being made up here. This little section here, Andy, really has been a difference maker.
Really has. Let's see. So far, Carl had a little bit of a better line than everyone, and to be honest, it's a little tighter yet again, but Neon is still out in front.
Neon out in front, barring a mistake. Goes a little wide.
Yeah.
And an opening that he gives to Carl. Then he should be able to take this one away. Masa, by the way, was pressuring Carl, and Masa's actually going to get the speed out of that last turnaround to steal away second place, and it's Neon with another blistering pace here, another world record for him.
1:12.245 for Neon, as you said. That will wipe out the OTAC record and the Gwen record from this tournament. And we talked about pace. The young gun is bringing it here. He sets the world record, and he brings the points even closer. It's Carl Jr. on 46, and as a result of that last round, it's Neon just behind him in 45.
1 point separating the top two for Masa and Soldier. Sure, they're probably thinking, what else can we do? Watching what's happening in front of us. World record, world record, world record is not much you can really argue with when those kind of paces are being set. Neon out in the lead, Carl in behind once again. Soldier this time, it's his turn to be third.
Yeah, absolutely. Masa, by the way, you saw him 2 seconds behind, absolutely get lost on the reactor. We'll likely have to watch this one from the back, but Soldier certainly want to be parts of the conversation of Neon and Carl Jr., and it's a little bit of deja vu. It's still Neon leading yet again. If he's able to take first here, of course, he will take the lead overall in the match.
Reminder, no eliminations in this round of play, in this match. It's either qualification through to the playoffs for the top two or falling down to that elimination bracket for the bottom two. So for Soldier and Masa,
he's deep.
It's not going to be over. Neon still out in the lead here. And when you're looking at the top left of your screen, you're wondering how quick this time is going to be. This time around, it is again a very quick time as Neon will get another 10 points on the board and will overtake the points total now of Carl Jr.
Just about 2/10 shy, but as you say, it's much more importantly, it is now Neon leading the lobby over Carl Jr. at 55 over Carl Jr.'s 52, and now of course we can't get too excited. There's a lot of driving yet to come, but it is a statement once again from the 17-year-old from Poland. He is here to play against the best in the world.
And it almost feels with Carl on his back that he's kind of enjoying himself out here. Masa in contention this round as well. He's the one who's nestled in behind the young phenom here as we go into this left-hander, and it's pedal to the metal before we just dabble those brakes for the left-hander before we transfer back to the grass bank here.
Look at Neon. Both Neon and Carl gaining on Massa through that section. There's a very good chance coming out of this they could overtake. They both do.
Both players making time up. Carl making even more time on Neon, but Massa, look at the line that he has as we go into the identity. 3 cars almost side by side, simultaneously hitting that reactor. Massa, Neon and Carl bowing out for first place here for the 10 points they're looking for. Neon, though, he's going to have that speed once again out of the exit, and Carl has to settle for second once more. A wry smile for Neon.
You could,
the confidence is there.
That was a little bit of a smile. You feel like he was even maybe fighting a bit. He's pleased with himself so far, but you see with a nod of the head as well, he certainly knows there's a lot more work to do in this race. Neon, of course, wanting to find the consistency. And if we're only looking at the last few races relative to the whole lobby and his day yesterday, you could say he might be starting to find it.
Yeah, he says to Carl, whatever you can do in Japan, watch me. See what I can do on South Korea. Phenomenal runs, including a world record time coming in from Neon. And if you're a Neon fan, if you're enjoying what you're seeing from the young man, well, it's his pick next. We are heading off to Argentina. A track that is really going to test so many different facets of these drivers.
Yeah, and talking to pro players and anyone who's spent enough time on this map, you know very well that this map likely is one of the true mixed style maps where you actually have several styles testing the best drivers in the world here at the Esports World Cup. Going to be all about pace and a lot of precision in the end through the bobsleighs, especially the final bobsleigh as well.
It's going to be Massa who needs points desperately here. Oh, no. He's going to have to correct there. Just slam on the brakes as it looked like that reactor was going to send him off of the edge. And it's Carl Jr. who is out in the lead. If you're wondering where Neon is, a big mistake from him as well. I think he was sent off of the map off of that boost. He's almost 6 seconds behind, and Carl has a free run here as he makes that turnaround so clean. Soldier cannot say the same.
I was going to say, how about that for comparison as well? You want to know just how clean Carl's turnaround was. You got to see it immediately from Soldier's POV, how much he dropped back, and instead it's Carl barely any airtime, and he's already into the ice slide.
Sends the car sideways, like you say, for that ice slide, runs it nice and close to the barrier as well, through the checkpoint and in to the bobsleigh, barring a mistake, which you could probably fit them on the back of your hand from Carl Jr. throughout his career. This should be 10 points for him, and it will be. Slides his way through. A 1:13.54, not the quickest time in the world, but the 10 points is gladly received. Neon this time around is going to finish at the back of the pack.
Yeah, and don't forget, of course, you just saw in the upper left, Neon will be the tournament record and world record holder on the map with a 1:12.483. We'll see if he can find that pace yet again, specifically here.
Tied up, 68 points apiece between Neon and Carl Jr. Massa and Soldier off the pace at the moment, and it is a blistering pace that's being set by this young man, and the consistency that we're seeing from one of the greatest to ever do it.
And for the first time, maybe in all of these rounds, all of these maps, Mark, we actually see Carl Jr. in the back by quite a gap. Nearly half a second, but he's gaining here on the downhill. We'll see how much time he can make up in the bobsleigh.
Think about how clean his turnaround was last time around through this checkpoint. Neon still going to be in the lead as we leave, but that gap and the speed puts Carl Jr. into second place.
And Massa touches as well.
Massa touches, and Carl is back in the lead.
Do not count him out. You just saw him from fourth place to first. All it took was about an eighth of the track to be able to get right back into first place here, and he wants to reclaim the lead from Neon.
Well, Soldier with the chance to get some points on the board here. He's got a little bit more speed, it looked like, but had to just send the car a bit more sideways as Carl Jr. will take home the 10 points, and Soldier makes that mistake. Massa will be in behind him. Neon gets the 6 points though, and that keeps it very, very close. Neon almost out of nowhere there.
Talk about never being safe in this lobby. Even when you see Carl dropping by a full half second behind, you can tell everyone's like, we can't even count that out as any kind of advantage, because Carl will find the time, he will find the space on the track, and that's exactly what he just did on Argentina as well. As a result of that last round, it is Carl Jr. back in the lead at 78 points over Neon's 74.
Oh, Soldier making the mistake this time around, and tell you what, that jump into the boosters caught a couple of players foul in the previous couple of rounds that we've seen. Massa out in front though. Carl Jr. breathing down his neck. Now this is where the difference has been made for pretty much every single round so far. Massa comes through very, very clean though. Carl Jr. as well. And Massa this time around looks like he's putting together somewhat of a run here.
Yeah, make sure to not tap here coming into the dirt. We'll see just how much they can all reduce airtime. Lines are pretty clean, to be honest. Neon loses a little bit behind them, and it's right now Massa versus Carl Jr. out in front. Neon hoping for a mistake from one or both.
Now can Massa hold it together and get 10 points on the board, which would be really, really big for him. Carl Jr. is going to be nestled in behind him in second place. Rides the walls of the bobsleigh. No mistake coming in from Massa. And Neon, with a little bit of a fancy finish, will take home third place. Soldier, unfortunately, with that mistake right at the start, has not been able to make the pace up, but should just about be able to finish. But unfortunately,
gosh, is that
thumbs up a little
tough
bit
to
short.
see, and even from the drone cam, you could argue makes it even tougher to see there at the finish. That will be a DNF, no points awarded, but more importantly, we need to keep our eyes up top. It is Carl Jr. on 84 over Neon's 78. This will be your last lap around Argentina.
Line's pretty good from everyone. Not Soldier, who just slid out a little bit wide there. Massa, Carl Jr. and Neon. Oh, pushing.
Yeah.
It's Neon who really is pushing it here. He's got a little bit more speed than Carl as we transition into the nose steer, into the bobsleigh. Through the reactor we go. We know Carl's been so clean on this turnaround, but look at that one from Neon. It's just as good as he goes into the lead.
Absolutely so well done here. Lots of tapping coming in from Neon, but Carl already gaining a lot of time there. Neon out in front by just a small margin, but Carl takes the lead into the ice slide.
He was down on the ice slide as well, sends it side on. Neon trying to close that gap and run him a little bit wider than he would have wanted to go there, Carl. Neon now into the bobsleigh in the lead. A massive opportunity for 10 points to close that gap once more.
Yeah, you can really tell just how much this means to Neon. He knows he needs these extra points, and even though it will only mean 4 extra, it's a win and another world record here for Neon. A 1:12.425 to set a brand new world record, and more importantly, gain the +10.
That boy's quick. Boy, is he quick. A world record to close out again from Neon, giving everybody here entertainment that they've been looking for. And I kind of got to talk a little bit. You know, it's been the Carl Jr. and it's been the Neon fight at the top of the leaderboards. I kind of feel at the moment for Massa and Soldier, because the level that they're at is so ridiculous that they're just not even in contention at this point.
Yeah, take a look at Massa at 56, Soldier at 39. Like you said, it's all the Carl Jr. and Neon show, but to be honest, it is the show that we came for as we get ready to head to Canada. By the way, Carl Jr.'s on 90, and after that win from Neon, he is on 88. Only 2 points away after all of these rounds here. 12 rounds played, and it's only 2 points separating them, and you have to wonder if the home turf for Carl Jr. will make the difference maker as we get ready to load right into Canada here. We're underway.
Speed and precision, the name of the game here on Canada. Those slaloms and the lines and how close you want to run it can be the difference makers. Onto the sausage slalom, everyone through pretty clean at the start of this one as Massa disappears into the ether. And it's Neon and Carl again as we go through the next checkpoint. There is a 1/10 of a second separating them at the top. It's Neon in the lead.
Neon and Carl both very clean there through that no break, and also clean through the dirt as well. Neon just barely ahead here as we get ready for the final set of turns into the identity.
Final left-hander as we do go into the identity, into this turnaround here, and it's Neon with a little touch. Carl Jr. does not make mistakes, and he will take home the 10 points here, landing on that finish line for Neon. A heartbreaking moment. He'll drop back into third. 4 points on the board for him. Massa will take home fourth. That's the difference again. Yep. Trying to push the pace, Neon, trying to see how quick he can be. Carl just not making a mistake.
It's a big moment indeed. We saw it from Carl's POV, so you only saw just a tiny touch on that right-hander, the final bit of the ice slide, but Neon trying to run that as quick as he can and as tight as he can. It does cost him in the end, and it costs him quite a few points. It's a 6-point difference there that he's going to see Carl now jump to 100 points, leading Neon by 8.
Carl and Neon already out in front.
They're both
Soldier
so
and Massa
good.
pretty close in behind. It looks like it might have been a mistake there from Soldier, though. Unfortunately, he's going to be dropping way behind the pace that's being set through the slaloms here on the dirt. Massa trying to go for a little bit more of an aggressive line, does make a little bit of time and manages to hold the gear through it as well.
They're both so good through those sections. As we've seen earlier, usually you see someone gaining something through the no-break or the dirt, but instead, it's just Neon out in front again. Can he nail it this time?
Does manage to get the turnaround very clean. Has to slide out a little bit, but has the line on the finish line. Gets the 10 points on the bar. It's another world record from Neon. That is the level we're at, and it's only day 2 here.
It's a 1:01.775, as you say, a new world record for Neon as well. And it seems like as we go to each map, as we travel around the world, Neon just picking up new world records each time on each stop of this tour. He's very proud to do that, but right now he's not too worried about that. He just wants to go fast and put points on the board right now. It's Carl Jr. at 106 and Neon at 102.
It's the battle to who is going to hit finalist mode first between those two at the moment. Massa with a little bit of a gap at the secondary story in this matchup over Soldier. Neon and Carl just seem to be locked. The ghosts just seem to be consistently hovering over the top of each other for the majority of this match that we've seen.
Neon there dropping back 4 seconds. As you see now, Soldier and Carl Jr. This is the first time that they've been duking it out for first place out of the dirt as well. Soldier going to try to get some points on the board here. Carl Jr. though still leading into here. We're going to see 5th gear for just a second. Back down into 4th final identity.
Carl in the lead. Soldier trying to push him. Oh, it's a very aggressive line coming in from Soldier. But Carl holds the speed, holds the line, and he says you can keep your world records, Neon. I'll take the 10 points, and I will keep myself in the lead here.
Neon going to just get across in time as well. We'll make sure to get what is now a very important +3, because we know how close this race has been. Now, round 4 of 4 on Canada. Carl starting to create a little bit of a lead here. Neon still with a very comfortable margin over Massa and Soldier.
There's a wonderful thing kind of about the exuberance of youth in the way that Neon is driving. It's either as fast as I can and really pushing the track and himself to the limits, or I'm not interested.
For a second, it was a sizable lead there, but Carl this time makes up an enormous amount of time. Soldier out in front in the dirt. We'll see if he's able to hold that through this section, as he's got both Neon and Carl coming right with him.
2 scary names to see right in behind you. Carl goes a little bit wider to duck in a little bit earlier here, and he has a little bit more speed, which is going to put him in contention for first place on the identity, but it looks like Carl has fallen out of the contention. Gets that touch on the barrier, like you say, that puts him into 4th place, and Soldier will get his win on the board. 10 points for the Belgian.
A lot to be proud of there. He ran a really great round, and you have to think, for Soldier, with the break that he took, we saw a lot of times as that will wrap up Canada. We saw a lot of times where he was leading, but somewhere throughout the round would not find the consistency there. And Neon able to, almost with the back of the car, by the way, I think it was down to the 100th, able to now get across the line in second to make sure that he gets points on the board. Just double checking that. Yes, indeed. It was actually only less than 300th between Neon and Soldier in that last round as well. That will wrap up Canada, but we'll look at the point totals now. It is Carl Jr. on 119, Neon on 111. It's still just one race separating the two.
All of the ones, 1-1-1 for Neon. But like you say, only the 8 points separating the two. That is a race. That is a round. That is not much at all, regardless of how you want to phrase it. And as we head on to Saudi Arabia, is it going to be the young prodigy, or the greatest to ever do it, who's going to hit finalists first?
And this is exactly how we knew it would go. It is Neon with blistering pace and world records about just every single map that we've seen. in the split, but it is Carl with the overall consistency, but only by 8 points so far. Can Carl hold on here? Right now, the pack really close into the jump number 1.
First transition is made by everyone. Carl just in the back of the pack with a great line and speed coming out onto the ice. Just shoots him up a little bit closer. Carl about 1/10 of a second behind Massa, who actually has the lead in the start of this round. Neon, though, pushing him all the way. Massa with that Grenade line, we'll call it, on the outside. Manages to keep the pace that he needs through the penalty sand into the final turns, but now look what's happened. Carl has arrived once again when it really matters.
No, no!
Thread the needle. It's a rare mistake from Carl.
Very rare, and at the last second is Neon with a world record right off the bat. It's a 107.511 for him. Massa only 200ths behind that. Carl will pass, but as you say, a very rare moment in Trackmania Esports to see Carl leading into the identity and clipping on the final identity. On the tiny gap, he will catch, and that will be the difference maker. Carl Jr. is now only up by 1 at 122, and Neon, he is here to play.
What an incredible battle it's been between these two. And I'll say it again, I almost feel bad for Massa and Soldier. Having to sit in 3rd and 4th place for the majority of this, just watching this almost flawless racing or blistering world record pace ahead of them. That's going to be Carl and Massa at the front right here as we go through the checkpoint up and to the island jumps. Neon a little bit behind right now, but knowing how this young man drives, that gap could disappear very, very quickly.
Massa taking that big line, as you said. We could even call it the big line since he's sharing it with Grenade, as you mentioned earlier, and now it's Carl Jr. and Massa here right ahead of one another, but Carl starts to pull away. Can he nail it this time?
Carl in the air, nose down. Threads the needle this time around. Does he have the speed to hold off the challenge coming in from Massa? Yes, he does. It's 10 points for him. Massa in 2nd place with the 6, and Neon this time down in 3rd. It is a very, very close finish though between the two. 100ths of a second separate them at the line.
Yeah, 18 thousandths at the end between those two, and now Carl Jr. running a very fast round, but it's not Neon pace just yet, not world record pace, but really more importantly there, Carl Jr. yet again creating the gap. He's on 132. A win here puts Carl Jr. on finalist mode, but only a win.
Neon and Carl will be the first two through the hoop. Off the back of the first jump, Massa with the best of landings there, just lost a little bit of speed as we now go through the transition before the left-hander into the ice. Neon chasing down the pace that's been set by Carl here, but he is gaining a little bit of time. Currently down by a smaller and smaller margin to the point now where it's 0.006 between Carl and Neon is pushing this one. He wants to really put the pressure on Carl.
Absolutely pushing it, just needs to nail this jump. As long as he does, even with Carl right behind, he should be good.
He's clean. And as he goes through and takes the 10 points, it's yet another world record here for Neon. He is blistering. You can see Spam as well. I think he doesn't know what you can do to stop that.
I mean, unbelievable.
I think Carl doesn't know what you can do to stop that.
Unbelievable from Neon. It's a 107.466 world record yet again. Carl Jr. does not hit finalist mode. That puts Neon now within a 2nd place or a 1st place of finalist mode as well. We could very well see double finalist mode from both of them, of course, here, as long as the results continue.
Yeah, as long as the consistency of what we see continues with the 1st and the 2nd. You're going to have a straight shootout to see who will be the first qualifier between the two. If you turned away from your screen for just a second here, no surprise, it's Neon and Carl Jr. out in front, 1st and 2nd respectively.
Unbelievable between these two. We knew it would be special. It has been even more. What a treat it has been to watch these two generations of Trackmania go up against one another this early in the tournament.
This is where Neon is making the pace up though. And he's trying to do it again, but Carl is holding off the challenge for now. Neon trying to push him once again, but Cole has the line, has the advantage, and most importantly has the gap. But does he have the tiny gap down? Yes, he does. Carl Jr. will take home first place just about. But most importantly, both players will now hit finalists simultaneously.
How about it? We could not ask for anything more between these two. We knew it was going to be close, but now double finalist mode between Carl Jr. and Neon. That will wrap up Saudi Arabia.
What a battle this has been.
And it has been incredible between the two. A little bit of a subtle, confident smile coming in from Neon. And I tell you what, look at them right next to each other. You are witnessing two generations of Trackmania fighting it out here at the Esports World Cup.
I love the fact we're going back to Japan.
Oh, yeah.
Think about the pace that was being set by Neon, but the consistency that was being shown by Carl Jr. the first time that we saw the rounds go past on Japan. Neon a lot of the time leading, but making that tiny mistake towards the end. Carl's going to have to work very hard to qualify first, but it seems like they both will go through with the paces and the consistency we're seeing from them.
Now here we go, two red Fs on your screen, Neon and Carl Jr. We should mention, of course, due to the points gap, it is all about these two, and the question is, which one of them will advance first and take this match?
Into the wall, into the backflip. It's going to be Neon. He's looking closest, but out nowhere the speed from Carl Jr. Just all of a sudden, the ghost of Carl appears. And he goes into first place. Drops down, though, very, very close between everyone at the moment. It looks like Neon is actually DNF'd. He didn't like that run at all.
Okay, so Carl now has a truly free run here. Even though we have dual finalist mode, it's a very rare moment. Carl will have an opportunity to advance right here and now with no pressure from his co-finalist, and now starts to pull away as well.
Certainly does. A beautiful section once again coming through from Carl Jr. Made up so much speed on that tight, intricate part of Japan, but Masa trying to push him, trying to really see how close he can run him as he goes through the fragile section before the identity here. Carl drifts out to that gate. And with one more drift here and a little bit of a simple finish, Carl Jr., surprise, surprise, will be the first qualifier into the playoffs.
And as you see, Spam, of course, likes what he saw. We saw them backstage, of course. So you can imagine the amount of work that's been done between Spam, Carl, the entire organization to get here. As you say, Carl Jr. will officially and unsurprisingly be the first to join. And now Neon wanted to just let that one go, and now he will look to qualify as well and advance in second.
Masa and Soldier, they're hoping they see DNF a few more times next to Neon, as it's the only way you feel like with the pace that's being set by the young man, they're going to have any hope of stealing one of those qualification spots away. A reminder, though, for Masa fans and for Soldier fans, this is not the end of their tournament. They will go down into that loser side of the bracket and have another opportunity to see how far they can go here at EWC 26. Neon out in the lead, though, on finalist mode. It's looking like his to lose.
It certainly is. Just wants to stay out in front here, and given the times that he's set, let's not forget, it is still unsurprisingly a Neon world record on the top left of your screen. He knows that he's done the hard work here, just needs to run his simple lines, does not need to push it here, and should be able to advance here as well.
Has to curb the instincts a little bit here. He wants to go quick, he wants to go fast, but there's plenty more time in this tournament for him to do exactly that. All he has to do right now is get through the identity clean, but mistakes galore. Soldier now with a free run.
Unbelievable Masa clips, and Soldier will get through Neon in second, and we might have to wait just a bit longer.
We said all you have to do, but it's a little bit more difficult than that with those identities. Let's be real. Very, very tough to nail the lines on those little tap drifts that you have to really manage well through those boosts. So Masa and Soldier keep us waiting. Surely Neon can't let this slip.
I think with the buffer he's got, even less, we talked about he wanted and needed the consistency. He's at last again, he's a second behind. And he taps again, and you could even see already he releases the keyboard, he DNFs again. He knew that that was not going to be the one. He talked to Rachel about consistency. He hasn't found it here on Japan. and it will now just be Masa and Solja with a free opportunity against one another for more points on the board. They will officially deny here and see who can get more points. It's a long way to go for them, as Neon has to look ahead to yet another round.
I said for Masa and Soldier, they're going to have to hope to see DNF a few more times. Well, that's 2 rounds out of 2.
Yeah.
They're going to take a few more, potentially, to stop Neon from qualification. And it would be a complete implosion from the young man should he not manage to make it through. But Soldier,
he's going to get it.
Really going to push it here through the identity and does manage to take home the first place and the 10 points. And puts himself above the 3 figures now. Where's the run from Neon? It's got to be close, sure.
That's the question. It is just about where is this run from Neon. We're on round 4 of 4 Japan, by the way. He has not done it yet. Coming into this map on finalist mode, DNF's on 2 of the 3 so far. We talk about consistency. He's being given a big cushion of opportunity to find it. Is this the one?
Just hear the chants in the back of Masa and Soldier's minds right now, just DNF, DNF. Doesn't seem to be happening right now though. Neon looking quick, and he's got an established gap of over half a second between his closest challenger. That is going to be Soldier. For Neon, it's in his hands, but the mistakes, they've been plentiful towards the identity, but this time surely, even with natural kind of inclination, he has to go as quick as possible. It has to be about playing this one safe, Andy, and just closing out.
You can even tell not bringing huge pace into the no break, and he even knows, especially if he's toggling, that he's got the time right now. Just needs to wrap this and just needs to make the identity and the gates clean. It will be his.
I was going to say that was a very, very careful approach from Neon. One more gate to go for the young man, and he will be the second qualifier coming through. Carl Jr. and Neon will make it through. But what an incredible battle it was between the two. Unbelievable. A pleasure to watch.
It really was. I mean, and what a special moment. To be honest, I've got goosebumps to just see Carl Jr. there next to Neon with the battle that they had, with the dramatics at the end of those matches. But to see them with a handshake, to congratulate one another for advancing, and the show that they put on for us, you cannot ask for more here. This is the biggest Trackmania tournament in history. You can feel that, the players can feel that, and it was a special match between these 4, but it's the expected 2. It's Carl Jr. and it's Neon who will advance in the winner's bracket.
Take a look at some of the replays. It was an incredible series. World record after world record. Neon was eating them up for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. However, it's Carl Jr. who gets the qualification spot first. Neon had to settle for that second qualification spot. And I mentioned it already. Soldier and Masa not out of the tournament. They still have a run in the elimination bracket. And to be honest, I think they'll look back on that set of maps, set of races, set of tracks, and be like, do you know what? Sometimes you just got to clap. You just got to respect everything you've seen in front of us.
That really is. I think that's all we can do as well as fans of the game. You can see what it means to spam. Even though Carl's coming in with the seed, the legacy that he has, there's still everything to play for.
They certainly have a lot to play for. For now, though, we're going to speak to a man who held off the challenge from the young man. Carl Jr. is on our main stage right now with Adam.
Thank you very much, fellas. Please give it up for our first winner here. It's Carl Jr. Carl, I mean, Onset and Bravo just mentioned that they had goosebumps watching that. How did it feel, that head-to-head versus Neon, at the course of that? How did it feel for you actually playing that, experiencing it firsthand?
Oh, I needed to play my A game. He's a little demon. Like, what is that? What is his space? I've never seen that. He's very good.
I mean, he's so young as well. Coming onto the scene, a young buck there. We saw world record after world record, top of your feet, reminding you that he's hot on your tails. Is that playing into your mind as you're racing around, thinking about the guy sitting to your left and what he's bringing to the table right now?
Well, I need to push more. He made me push myself way more, and yeah, it's difficult to play against him, and I'll have a rematch in 2 days, I think. It will be exciting.
I mean, you seem kind of energized by it, like excited about this matchup, making it more exciting for you as a player as well. But do you go back and like kind of VOD review now, look and see exactly what Neon's doing to create those kind of records?
Probably. If I have something to learn, I'll learn for sure. But I think he just had an insane game, and massive congrats to him. Like he played insane.
Love that. For your fellow racer as well. Lastly as well, we see in the club championships right now, Team Falcons are right there, kind of at the top. It's representing. Does that play into your mind at all? The club championship as well, the bigger picture here at EWC.
Yes and no. I just want to represent them as much as I can and do the best I can because they deserve that.
Absolutely right. Guys, one more time, please give it up for the almighty Carl Jr. Thank you so much, buddy. Incredible there. I mean, he's going to have a moment after that insane battle there. It's back to the issue, back to Reindeer. Guys, what a way to kickstart this upper bracket. My goodness.
A lot of things I took away from that. First off, I like the Falcons sweatsuit. It's pretty iconic, but I think the white shoes at the bottom with the jersey, sweatpants, that's my preferred look. So I think Carl, very, very clean. Let's keep that up. The other thing, I think that was pretty magnanimous. You know, the ability to talk pretty much only about Neon in that interview signals a guy who's been there. He's done it. He knows how good he is. He doesn't need to tell you how good he is. You saw how good he was, G.
Yeah.
You were hitting the table at the fact that he held Neon off, but also is willing to say, you know what? Hats off. That was a heck of a performance, young gun. Little Demon.
Honestly, everybody would say fair play, man. Absolutely fair play. Like, I was genuinely on the floor seeing those back-to-back world records, especially on Saudi Arabia. The 5th and last world record off the belt, managing to make it not once but twice. I was genuinely yelling, who is this kid? We already know who it is, of course, with the way he performed earlier on this year, but that is just genre-defining performance right there, and probably the birth of a legend there, Aaron. That's in the making.
I mean, I may need a little bit of a fact check, but I don't think at any point of any event at this stage have we seen one player dominate all world records on a map pack of this caliber ever. So to do that at this stage, at his age, with that kind of confidence is absurd.
There's the man right there, Neon, walking by. He can hear us a little bit, but he may not look this way. No, he's not. But hey, listen, this is what happens when you get him in the building. You know, you see him walk by, you see the reactions, you see Carl mid-game, also end of game as well. How have you felt, G-Geek, that this turned into a lesson for Carl as to what could be showing up in his matches? I mean, it's anything but given here at EWC.
Yeah, anything but given. And we talked about at the very beginning of the tournament, even before the beginning of the tournament, that Neon, yes, we already know that he has the pace, that he can medal with the best. But the key X factor, the real unknown variable, was consistency. How would it look like? We saw that it was struggling a little bit at the beginning of day one, then slowly climbed back up. We're like, okay, this is a really good rise. Here, that is a statement game. Not at any single point during the game, he has been farther than 10 points away from Carl Jr. It's just to say, hey, you're consistent, fine, I can do that too now.
Yeah, and I was going to bring up the theme, you know, like, okay, well, this is a classic act here. You know, Carl's going to be the consistent one. We're going to have Neon with the speed. Well, Neon brought the speed, and like you said, he brought the consistency. I mean, what couldn't you say? Thanks to production, by the way, fantastic, just leaking the script right off the bat before we go into it. But hey, listen, it was a great match, and I'm excited to see what Neon has to bring in the going rounds.
I mean, PS5 story of the day hit hard this time. Goat versus the Kid, that's exactly what it was. Soldier and Masa not out yet, though. They'll go to our decider matches that will take place tomorrow. Neon and Carl Jr., alongside all of our other winners coming up in the schedule that you'll see on your screen in a moment, they will get a break. So the beauty of that means they get to go back, have some time to reset, put in an hour or two just to be sharp. Any of those little moments, which is not something that the competitors will have tomorrow, because they'll have to be thinking, I don't want to over practice. That was something that we actually heard one of the players mention. I think it was LinkMax talk about over practice and worrying about that. So one of the considerations not there for Carl Jr. and Neon. OTAC, Paco, Binks, and Stuff's coming up. Big one for Binks representing ag.al. Falcons just moved on through. We said we might decide it here on the stage. If Binks can move through, that is one more tight neck race that we will see go down to the wire here for the club championship at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. We'll be right back with some more Trackmania. Don't go anywhere.
Hi Trackmania fans, this is something we've been doing on Stage 3 for the past 6 weeks here at EWC, and the guinea pig for this one is Twiggy, and this Here's Twiggy's confessions.
Oh no.
You know what? Right, listen. It's not that bad, honestly. Okay. Well, you can maybe be the judge of that, I suppose.
Okay.
So this is where we find out a couple of things about yourself, and we ask you questions about certain things. First of all, what is it about women from Portsmouth?
Excuse me?
What is it about women from Portsmouth?
Where did you... Hold on.
See, this is how it usually goes.
Is this like...
He's like, how do you know this? And I go, you will never know.
At the risk of some of them watching this,
I think you'll be fine.
Evil.
I think you'll be fine.
Evil. And they support Portsmouth.
Oh, evil. Yeah. Well, yeah, supporting Portsmouth is one thing, I suppose. I mean, back in the day, if we're going to talk real football, they had some crazy bowlers. But other than that, right now, terrible. Yeah, awful.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But evil in general?
Some of them.
Okay. When can we expect to see another video on Twitter of you singing again after your performance in June?
Oh, God. That was an accident. I didn't actually mean to upload that to my main account.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a private account for that.
Nice.
But, I don't know. Soon, maybe. I don't know.
Let's have a little preview of what that looked like.
No, don't do this.
So, I haven't seen it yet, but that would have played just then.
Would it?
I think so.
Great.
How do we feel about that? Is that okay? Oh, I mean, it's going to have to be. Ultimately,
yeah, no.
Ultimately, it's going to have to be fine.
Okay.
I can imagine you being able to hold a tune, though.
I can sing.
Okay. Well, you'll be fine then. So don't worry about it. We're just getting it out there.
Cool. Okay.
It's fine.
I hate you guys.
Okay. Which of your fellow Trackmania casters would you most want on a volleyball team with you?
Oh. Who do I think would be good at volleyball? For some reason, I feel like Turbo would be good at volleyball. I don't know. Nua might have the like Top Gun volleyball vibe.
You haven't met Onset yet, but he's a big guy.
Yeah.
Well, sorry,
true,
you would have
actually.
met him,
Well,
but
yeah,
you don't
yeah.
know him like that.
But,
yeah, he's a big guy. I don't know if he's nimble.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think it doesn't take something different, but I think, you know,
bit of agility. He looks a bit stiff.
Sure, sure, yeah. Well, when he's around me, yeah. My bad.
What did you get for Christmas? A calculator?
Oh, nice. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Good bit of lore from back in the day.
Yeah, so we're going to have to explain this to me, because I have the explanation here, but we can't just show the card. So this is...
told you.
Yes.
Oh.
So this is a bit where you have to explain what that is.
Okay, we were. This came up. We were talking to Josh and Josh's dad. They're on their way to dinner. They walked past us. We were having a couple of drinks. And we're talking about childhood, and I went to a school in a town which had two schools right next to each other.
Okay.
If you passed the entrance exam, you went to the school on the right, and if you didn't pass the entrance exam, you went to the school directly next to it.
Gotcha.
And so, they were let out of school 30 minutes before us, and we would leave then, and we passed some of them, because we needed to walk past them to get home. And it was an absolute zinger. What did you get for Christmas? A calculator, because we passed an exam and they didn't. So
okay.
That's it was scathing.
So just
hurtful.
Dummies.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, probably
equal opportunity.
Ultimately, bet you they're not working in esports, are they?
I know somebody from the other school who works in esports.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh well, that doesn't matter then. Twiggy, thank you.
Thank you.
Hopefully that wasn't.
I wish I could say thank
like
you as well.
Like a deer in headlights. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
What's up, everybody? Esports World Cup continues here with Trackmania at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. We have done 5 groups. We have got, 3 more to go? 6, 7, and 8. We got another full day of action here. We've swapped... No. We were getting off to a good start, man.
Not anymore.
And now you're back. This guy has crowd energy because behind us there, he was actually talking to the ag.al. You guys excited for Binks? You ready for Binks?
I'm hoping that we're getting a replay on the disappointed dad look on your face.
That's right.
Because honestly,
That's right. Actually true.
That's the energy that we're at regarding that particular joke.
Well, this matchup is going to be a lot of fun. Obviously, ag.al is going to be taking to the stage, represented by Binks there. Paco, though, maybe the biggest story as well, coming in first place in that triple finalist mode, sending Mutta to the lower bracket, who qualified, but this is maybe where you would have expected him to be. Otak as well, sending his teammate Epos out of this group as he finished first in there, and Stuffs from Godlike Esports. That's not German, is it, Kai?
He's from the Netherlands.
Oh, the Netherlands. Okay. All right. I thought I was kind of setting you up for a joke there, but I guess you're right. It's not German.
What kind of joke were you anticipating?
Wow, that is a German thing to say as well. Let's look at Otak jumping in. What kind of joke were you anticipating with that humor? That was not bad. That was not bad. Okay, Paco coming in, player Ravels G Geek. What do we think here about this matchup?
Well, this matchup is definitely, for one, you cannot top the matchup that we just had before in terms of raw pace energy. Like, it was just, I mean, even though that you got the noise, you got the energy for Binks. But yeah, Binks, of course, one of the two chips still in the game for ag.al, one of the remaining last hopes in the club championship. But they're going to have a tough ordeal. Stutz having played against Pac, of course, Pac being a bit of a scarecrow, but Stutz being the best performer, especially on Saudi Arabia, got the best median. As for Binks, he's also able to bring his best, his A game against another fellow keyboard warrior, winning from a Versailles on day one. He was trading medians against him on that for opening day, so I'm very much looking forward to see how the two Frenchmen get on, along with Paco, who has not shown any sign of any chinks in the armor were not shown. He has been one heck of a consistent player, and it's going to be one heck of a goalpost to shift.
Paco really took the next step in his career. I think he even skipped 2 or 3 there with his performance yesterday. That was absolutely stellar from him, winning against Gwen and also Mutta, sending him into the lower bracket. And then, of course, we have Binks, who played against Versailles. Yeah. Second place in there. Versailles also with a very, very strong showing there. That is for sure. I think it will be a great match, and I think we're going to have a close one here again.
It does seem like these 4 are, in some ways, you have those 2 like Neon and maybe Carl Jr. who stood out in our previous matchup. I don't know who stands out in here with the way Paco's been playing. I mean, maybe Otak, Paco, and Binks vying for those top 2 spots. Maybe Stuff's maybe the most to prove here in your eyes?
Stuff's being a little bit of an outsider, really. The one that could really throw a spanner in the works and take advantage of mistakes, or of a slumpy, of a bit of an early game slump like befell Otak back in day 1, South Korea. He struggled a lot on that opening rotation, then corrected the shot back up with best medians on Canada and then South Korea recorrecting the shot of the second rotation. But much like Mutta during the previous day, early game slumps can really, really set you off on a really bad path.
They can, and hopefully how you respond to those is more important than the trips that you take. Speaking of getting it to the finals, there was nothing actually I was speaking of that got us to the finals, but let's just go talk about who is in this upper bracket decider matchup pretty soon. It's going to be Paco, who in that triple finalist mode made his way, kicked Mutta down to the lower brackets. Rachel standing by with him about his thoughts heading into this one.
I've got Paco next to me. The story of yesterday, absolute cinema last night. How did you do it?
I think I just got into the mood towards the end, and also in the start. I had a really good match, and I just went with the flow for the whole game.
Was it expected for you?
No, absolutely unexpected. But now my expectations are high for this game. If I can do what I did last game, then I can make it, I think.
How do you harness that feeling again, which you had last night, which propelled you into the next round?
I think it's going to be an amazing feeling, and hopefully I can push through as well.
What does it feel like as well to make Mutta drop down and have to go through that lower bracket?
It's a weird feeling, obviously. Nobody expected Mutta to go down lower bracket. Even I didn't. And, well, I felt bad for him in the end.
You don't need to feel bad for him. You're going through.
Yes.
In terms of how you actually played out there, what were your strengths? What did you think you did well?
I think back at home my consistency was lacking, but this game it was really good, and I also had good pace, so that's what made me good.
Yeah, the pace has to be there, of course, doesn't it? In terms of what you've been working on, because it was late last night, it's now late tonight. Have you had a chance to work on anything?
Not really, I'm gonna be honest, but hopefully it won't matter that much.
Did you get any sleep last night?
I tried. Obviously, I couldn't get the perfect sleep because I had such a good match yesterday, but I got more sleep than yesterday, so maybe that will help.
You got Binks and Otak as well.
Oh, yeah.
This is tough. What do you
Yes.
expect?
I expect, honestly, a really great match. I think it's the best match of today, and I cannot tell who will go through, but I hope it's me.
Do you feel like you are still riding the wave? You still have momentum on your side?
I think so, yes. Hopefully, it will show.
Okay, well, good luck out there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You know, I always think about going into a night where you do really, really well versus a night where you don't. It's two different complete versions of yourself. One, thinking about everything that went well and how to keep this energy up. Don't have something different for breakfast, shower at the same time, wake up with the same amount of sleep. Don't get in a fight with your significant other. The other version is like, everything went wrong. How do I change it? And it's interesting to note that Paco didn't have time to do anything, but he was on the side of I don't need to. He won. It was kind of a star-studded finish. He wants to be a part of the best matchup yet again. He thinks this could be the race. Who's to say he's wrong?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Isn't that what they say? I mean, I totally get on board with that feeling. Although I gotta say, saying that the upcoming game is the best match of the day, debatable. I mean, you see the caliber of the match beforehand and the two other matches afterward. This is going to be one heck of a contentious title at that point.
I love it.
I think at this point we only having great matches, but what I really like here, this mature interview from Paco, like he looked so comfortable, so confident as well. It's just so good to see that.
Such a far cry from when he came into the competitive scene actually less than 2 years ago. Well composed, well spoken. You love to see that kind of development.
This is what you hope for in virtus.pro. I mean, not in contention for the club championship, but 1,000 points. That'll do a lot for your hopes. It'll push you well up into the rankings, Kai, and that's a lot of money.
Yeah, I agree, but before that, he has to prove himself. He took the first step yesterday, has already beaten Gwen and also Muda with an exceptional performance. Now he has Binks and Otak as his main opponents.
He has taken down legendary driver and player in this scene, and he's trying to do it yet again. And Stuffs, well, maybe count it out a little bit at the pregame, but no one's counting out the potential. He has what it takes. He's here and ready to go. As we begin our next match, let's send it over to Adam and Milos.
Thank you so much there, Rain Day. Do you know what? Holy mackerel. Yes. Holy mackerel, Milos.
Huge mackerel.
Incredible scenes. I don't think anyone can hear me. Can you get there?
Hey.
There he is. There he is.
I could, but
hello, Paris.
It's the scene.
Bonjour. I was just saying, holy mackerel. I mean, Carl Jr., Neon, incredible to see them going head to head there.
Yeah.
But one thing for sure, I want to talk to Neon as well at some point, because just seeing like this, the young up and comer coming through, doing this incredible job, pushing a champion like that, a second timer to the limits, amazing.
It is, and the fact of the matter is, you got an ancient player in terms of history, especially compared to a 16, 17-year-old on the other side. It just means that Trackmania as an esports scene will constantly keep growing in a positive sense, and that's one thing to learn from this all. However, we're going to move on to Game 6 of the day. In the upper bracket, please join me welcoming our next four: Otak, Binks, Stuffs, and Pushti to Paco.
Here they come! Make some noise, Paris! As our players welcome to the stage, they see the fans, they get excited. We talked about Falcons, but ag.al fans are going wild in here right now. Who will be the two players going through to the upper bracket? Who will go down to the lower? We're about to find out in this incredible head-to-head here. 1v1v1v1. Let's head back to the desk, back to the gang, and let's get things started.
Well, you can hear it in the stands. ag.al representing, they know what's on the line, not just Binks advancing, but the club championship here. If they lose him, they could be out.
Yeah, this is very much their biggest hope to bring home valuable points for ag.al, but that man from virtus.pro, who was so eloquent and well-spoken, can continue to throw a spanner in the works, not only of ag.al, but potentially of Team Falcons in the longer run.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see how this one will continue here, because we have the ban phase now happening. Argentina is a very, very swift ban here from Stufts being spanning. South Korea, Australia and Canada will not be seen here as well.
Japan has not been played so far by either of these players. It's still left in the open. We have to wait and see whether it will be pre-picked or it will be a decider. It will be Poland as well. Well, I wonder if it's going to be coming back as a decider after bucking the trend a couple of games before that. It will be right smack dab in the middle of the rotation.
Saudi Arabia and Germany being picked up here as well by Otak and Pushitopako. And then we have Japan and Hungary as a decider. This might be the first time that Hungary is map number 5, isn't it?
Yeah, that might be the first time that we saw Hungary as the decider. And man, Japan and Hungary, a very technical heavy section to close off the rotation.
And I think this map pack really favors Pushitopako here. Very, very good maps from Saudi Arabia, Germany, and also Hungary. I think they're very, very good maps for Paco here.
Well, the stage has been set. Lenovo Legion Gauntlet filled with 4 drivers, 4 players who want to make their mark, set world records in their own stories in Trackmania. And we've got 2 casters ready to go to kick off this next upper bracket match in Paris. It's going to be Nua and Twiggy.
There really is nothing quite like upper bracket action in Trackmania, Twiggy. It's just the best.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, that was just a...
That was a very quick throw, yeah.
Yeah. No, I wasn't trying to. I was just like adding to the moment, you know?
Oh, you were letting it breathe, something that I
wasn't really letting it breathe.
fundamentally incapable of doing.
Yeah, I was making noises of pleasure in my ear, which, you know, it is what it is.
I'm pathologically averse to moments of silence on the broadcast. It's a deep failing of mine.
We've had our most exciting lower bracket game. We did that one. We had our most exciting. I mean, well, it wasn't tense in any way.
Sure.
In the sense that it was definitely 2 and 2.
Yeah.
But it was insane. I mean, Neon getting every world record. Not every world record in the...
on every map that they played.
Now he just needs to play the other 5.
Yeah. I mean, look, the upper bracket action already delivering here at the Esports World Cup 2026 for Trackmania, but the matches are going to be just as good, and as you said, maybe closer, because that last match ultimately ended up being a bit of a 2-horse race, and I do not think the same will be able to be said about the remaining matches in this. Otak, Pushitopako, Binks, and Stufts, and I'd be a little bit hard-pressed to pick a top 2 out of this one. I mean, you look at the 2 Frenchmen coming in. I mean, Binks and Otak, obviously excellent players, but Pushitopako looked great yesterday, and Stufts still has a little bit of that question mark over him after taking a break for the last year or 2.
Yeah, and look, there are massive implications for the club championship, here in this game as well. Obviously, ag.al right up at the top. They need as many points as they can get to try and dethrone Team Falcons once again. And virtus.pro, they're not too far down either. They can still gain positions with a very good placement from Pushitopako, who surprised us on his first game.
Yeah, VP sitting in 5th place in the club championship at the moment, only a few hundred points down on that battle for 3rd. Currently going on between Team Vitality and Navi. But we have a lot of tournament left to go to before that picture starts to become clear. At the moment, what is clear is that Pushitopako has crashed in round 1.
Yes, it does seem that way, doesn't it? Well, the rest of the drivers are going to move on through. And Otak is the man out in front. However, it is a separation of a couple of hundreds, and Stufts is now in 1st position. I get the feeling we're going to see this one swap around a lot. You said it best. It doesn't feel like you really can pick a top 2 out of this one, and I do think we're going to have a pretty insanely close matchup here. Whoever goes down into the lower bracket are going to be trouble for everybody that moves on through from the lower bracket. It's a good first round from Otak. Binks and Stufts make their way in afterwards, and Pushitopako will get himself 3 points.
Yep, was close enough, just inside that 10-second barrier. Had a little bit of wiggle room to spare as well. Didn't need it. It is going to be 3 points to kick things off for Pushitopako, but Otak looking good here on home territory, and Otak is a man, he plays to the crowd. He plays to the camera in a way few other Trackmania players, I think, really do. He loves these live audiences, and he'll give the camera a little cheeky smile when a round goes well for him later on, I'm sure.
Oh dear. Pushitopako having some trouble to start off here on Saudi Arabia. That's 2 rounds in a row where something has gone wrong early on. A hung wheel, a little bump into a wall. And unfortunately, Binks is having much the same fate. And it is Stufts and Otak that are out ahead this time around. Obviously, half a second is not the end of the world here on Saudi Arabia. One of the tracks with the most DNFs. Anything can go wrong at any time, and Stufts is out of contention as well. Otak looking to clean up as many points as possible. And as you said, definitely, maybe look, if energy is anything to go by, if hyping yourself up is a big boon for these players, and Otak is going to be profiting the most from that.
Absolutely, looking really solid on our first 2 rounds on Saudi Arabia. It's going to be a solid time again from Otak. It's a 107.7, 3/10 off of Neon's new world record. Very, very new.
Yes.
Coat of paint has not dried on that one yet.
Yeah, look, what we were saying in the green room as well is that, you know, a lot of the times, especially at the start of a tournament, when you see world record pop up, it's because, you know, the map has technically changed. The map ID has changed because there's a new version for the tournament, and therefore the world record isn't quite in sync with the tournament record. We are past that point now. Those times from Neon are on par or better than the existing world records for the campaign versions of the map, essentially, or at least very close to them.
Yeah.
Which on a stage is unreal. We are going to be hard pressed to find new world records for those, but I do hope we do.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard to stop talking about Neon in this match.
Well, his name is constantly on the screen. What do you want us to do?
I'm rattled by what I have just witnessed, and I can't get it out of my brain. It's a French battle up front in this one. I suppose we should talk about this match a little bit at least. It was a French battle up front. It is now a Hungarian joining the fray. Pushtido Paco has slid past both and is in the lead heading into the identity of this track. Big jump to go, and Pushtido Paco with a little bit of a lead into it. Very far left on this one, a very clean jump, and will be clean through to the finish line. A respawn at the back from Otak is going to still be in front of Stufts, and Stufts is going to be very close to not finishing this one. In fact, Otak now behind Stufts, and I don't think Otak will be making it across the line. There is the timeout. DNF from Otak, but it's a nod, it's a move on, and it is get ready for the next round.
Indeed. Well, now for Otak, not the best time, and would have very much liked a few points out of that one to maintain his lead as it stands, but letting Pushtido Paco and Binks in the door is a scary prospect. You do not want to allow yourself to give them some easy points at any point in this one. As we said, I mean, look, it could be anybody's game. Stufts is also not out of this one and is currently in first place for Godlike Esports.
No longer in first place for Godlike Esports.
Apologies.
No longer in first place for anyone. But Otak is currently taking the lead for Team Liquid, who, again, a lot of people expected to be doing better in the Club Championship this year. A little bit of a surprise for them. But hey, maybe a chance to score some points towards the end here. Liquid and Otak in Trackmania, not looking bad at all. EPOS, of course, also playing for Team Liquid. They could end up getting a nice rake of points from our esport.
I mean, look, if nothing else, you know, the fact that they have not done well in the Club Championship, it does not have an impact on the players they picked up before, and they are a team with a lot of prestige, right?
Yes.
So you are going to pick up some of the most promising players, and I do think that I respect that from Team Liquid as well, is that yes, while Otak and EPOS have results under their belts to back things up, they have taken somewhat chances when it comes to these players. It's not just going for the Team Falcons approach, get the best player on paper. Very much, I mean, ag.al, I wouldn't say went for the best players on paper. They just went in for very venerated players, which is another fine approach. And then Vitality have also just gone, we're just going to pick up the best player possible after Team Falcons have poached.
I think you said it best in the green room, right? Team Falcons were like, oh, Trackmania is coming into EWC. He has how many world championships?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess we'll take him.
Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, you can obviously, you know, talk to as many people as you want. Nobody's really going to... Nobody's really going to say, no, you shouldn't pick up Carl Jr. actually. Because... I don't know. Like, there's no reason not to, unless you don't have the money.
No, exactly. I understand exactly what you are saying on that one. And Otak, look, hey, 3 first places and a DNF on the match so far is looking very solid in this one. Pushtido Paco in second place at the moment, but a tight battle for that second place only a few rounds in. We move on then to Germany for our second map, and no big mistakes on the quarter pipe here. 4 drivers, it looks like, still on track. Pushtido Paco down into 4th place, but things starting to open up a little bit of a lead at the front. It's not much at all, and Stufts already challenging it.
you know what, when we were talking about, you know, the best skins out there, like obviously Team Falcons have a wonderful skin. ag.al skin is also just beautiful.
Really
the gold dragon on the white.
Yeah.
It's very cool. Very, very cool. But regardless, well, maybe a good paint job can make your car go faster then in that case, because Binks is out in first position for the time being, and it looks like he will maintain. It's going to be a close round either way. Make no mistake, Pushito Paco is well in there too. It's a great line from Otak so far inside, and he's going to gain back second for it as well. Pushito Paco falls into third, but it is, of course, Binks that gains the majority of the points, and you can hear the support from the ag.al supporters.
And Otak kept his wheels on the ground all the way down that final backward section as well, and you could just see the amount of speed he carries all the way through that entire final section then, able to get the snipe at the line, and Otak's still looking really, really good. But those are important points for Binks. All 4 drivers in this next round have gotten off the line well. They're all within half a tenth of each other as we head through the middle sector of the track. Binks, again, with a slight edge, but Quarter Pipes can really shake up the field. On this occasion, Otak looking shook as he will crash on out of this round. Should be able to get back on track, but for now, not in contention for first place at all.
Yeah, look, Germany is certainly an acquired taste, and some players have fallen at the hurdle a little more than others. Otak this time around not having a great time, second place, and now falling all the way back and sometimes just pushing it to the limit. It looks like Binks is pushing these players to their limit, can cause that exact kind of mistake. It's a great jump from Stuffed though, which will put him right level pegging with Binks indeed, and it might just come down to the millimeter here. It's a good turnaround for both of them. It's a good boost for both of them, but it's Binks who comes out ahead again.
Yeah, you could just see it. Binks got that traction a fraction of a second earlier than Stuffed on the turnaround.
Oh god, they've got the drops out. Oh
god, wild.
Barely here as it is.
And he will now take the lead of the match as well as a result, up to 42 points. And that was a very hard-fought race. I think a little bit unfortunate for Stuffed, who kind of needs a result at this point as well. It started to drift a little bit away from the pack. Those 10 points would have been big for him.
Yeah, exactly. And well, you can start to see a pattern forming right now. It is Otak and Binks that are pulling ahead, but Pushito Paco is close behind. A few good results could definitely put him right back up there. And look, it looks like he's trying for one now. In fact, both of the 2 players at the bottom of the leaderboard as it stands are looking for some good points out of this round. Stuffed overtakes into first, but Pushito Paco right behind. Less speed coming out of the dirt. In fact, Binks has a lot of speed as we go into the uphill and takes over second place, takes over first place through the dirt. He's going to maintain that position. Stuff's fighting back for it. It's all going to be about who gets a better jump here. Who is it? Both of them at level kind of verticality. Stuff stays in first, but Binks is right behind. Again, it could come down to a good turnaround. It looks like Stuffs is going to maintain that distance. Binks isn't going to be able to catch up this time. Stuffs needed those points, and he's gained them.
Look at that time from Stuffs as well. 1:10.888. Only half a tenth behind Pac's world record on this track. Big win for Stuffed. That'll get him back on confident ground, I reckon you could say, in this match. Now only a point behind Pushito Paco, and definitely still in the conversation. You really don't want to be falling behind too early in these matches, although that will be a little bit of a disheartening moment for Stuffed after that win in the last round, out early in round 4 on Germany, dropping several seconds down on the rest of the field. And Pushito Paco now in the lead, 2 Frenchmen chasing him.
Yeah, again, exactly what he needs is a good round where nothing goes wrong for him and plenty goes wrong for the players behind. And Otak right now contending for that position and is catching up on the downhill of the grass there. But he is going to fall away, losing traction on the ground on the is it a Neo slide?
Is it a Neo slide?
Is it? Oh, God, the debate. Yes, but well, for some people, yes. In fact, Epos was very much like, no.
Yeah, that's
absolutely
fair.
It is not. But then the person he was talking to was like, I don't know. But anyway, Pushito Paco will say thank you very much for that mistake. Binks right behind, though, an actually beautiful jump is going to gain him a little bit of time. Can he turn it into anything? Paco gets a wonderful backward slide down the grass. That will gain him a very small amount of time, but it is enough to widen that distance from Binks. A brilliant round for him.
Yeah, and look, every player getting their first place so far across 2 maps. So everyone in contention, everyone looking quick, and everyone having about the same levels of consistency. I'm not going to call it perfect consistency, but it's definitely been solid from all of them so far. We're not seeing lots of large errors. There's no one player who's crashing out repeatedly, and this is what we expect from upper bracket Trackmania.
Yeah, exactly. They're all pushing each other, and that is the only reason we are seeing mistakes pretty much every round from one player.
Yeah.
But it is a different player every time, because all of them are trying as hard as they can to squeeze out the thousandths in every single round. Squeeze out every millisecond that you can to try and gain an advantage over any of these players, because any gap that you can create now is going to do dividends for you later on in this game. We have not yet reached the halfway point for any of these players.
Yeah, well, heading into Poland then, we are, as you say, not even close to halfway really for any of these players. We're a little close,
They're
I
being
guess.
very generous and sharing the
They are sharing the
sharing is
points.
caring.
It is. They all obviously paid attention in kindergarten, these guys. Otak was briefly in the lead here, but when you have 4 players within half a tenth of a second, that lead is never going to last very long. Stuff's now starting to maybe open things up just a little bit, a tenth ahead of second place. That second place is in Otak's hands at the moment, but look at 3 drivers tracking down Stuff's here. Nothing to separate them, as Otak now gets half a car length in front and half a car length closer to Stuff's. We enter the platforms for the first time, and actually, I don't really love Stuff's line there. He might lose ground to the rest of the players. Binks is quick. It's Otak and Pochtito Paku fall behind. Stuff still holding on to a narrow lead for the time being, is through the water pretty cleanly, and Stuff's doing a great job holding on up front. Paco makes the first mistake, only a couple of jumps left to go. Binks still trying to track down Stuff. This is good inside line.
Binks.
I love it from Binks. He's got the speed, he's got the line, he might have the first place as well. Nothing in it, and at the line, Binks takes it. 7 thousandths of a second, and it took Binks half a track to find them.
Both of them with a sub 109 there. Absolutely ridiculous times from both of those players, and Binks sets a new tournament record with the 991. What a ridiculous round from those two. And again, this is just another microcosm of what is going on, and I think what was going on in the last game as well, with both Carl Jr. and Neon pushing each other to ridiculous lengths, to the point where we are setting new records because everybody is trying their best, even if it comes at the cost of a crash here and there, to push every single round.
It is so impressive. It might be happening again, Twiggy. Stuffed once again out to a lead. Once again, all 3 drivers close behind them, with Binks leading the way for those other drivers. This time around, it's better from Otak, but Binks has managed to use those jumps to claim the lead. It was only brief as Stuffs carries the speed, but Binks is still on that hunt.
My God, it looks like it may just be another repeat of that round here. Otak goes low, Binks goes lower, and he catches up to Stuffs again, but Stuffs goes further inside, carries more speed. It's a better jump from Binks. It's not enough. Stuffs is going to set a new world record on Poland.
You called it, Twiggy. It's the pushing each other. They know how quick they have to be in this match, and the answer is very, very quick indeed if you want to take consistent round wins. Stuff's showing he's got it in him after having that win snatched away at the line by Binks in the previous round. Says, fine, can you match this? And
anything you can do, I can do better. Well, let's see if anybody else can get involved with that one. It looks like Otak was right in the fight.
He was there, caught Binks at the line, right?
Paco's the only one who has been showing any trouble, and by trouble I mean down by 2.
Yeah, has not maybe threatened the world record here.
Exactly. Oh God, what a horrible player he is on this track. No, he is right up there with them, and again that just provides more pushing for these players here. And this time it looks like he may just be in contention. Never mind. Clips the pole on the way through, and it's another Stuffs, Otak, and Binks show. And Stuffs goes a little too low. He doesn't make it through. Binks, every single one of those is a side jump. He's able to get more time on the ground off the back of them. He's barely jumping. He's just driving between platforms here. Otak, his route is so much safer, and that's exactly why. But he clips a wheel as well. Stuffs moves through. Pochtito Paco moves through, and it looks like it's gonna be Stuffs to the line first. Oh my God, 4,000.
After all of that, it still comes down to 4,000s. and Stufts wins in the end. As we all expected. 10 points for Stufts as Binks and Otak. I think you're in that point as well. That part of the track, it's too involved to be checking your HUD. You don't know that you can stop pushing.
No,
right?
at
you
this point,
do not know your opponent has crashed.
Regardless of what it was like in the rounds, I think every single one of these players has entered flow state now. None of them are thinking about anything but their own driving at this point, and that is exactly what we want to see from all 4 of the players in this lobby. You thought Carl Jr. versus Neon was a fight for the ages. Try a 4-way tie between these guys, because it is absolutely ridiculous stuff. This time it is Pushtito Paco that leads into the dirt section, and this time nobody is clipping their wheels on the way through. It's a little slow down from Pushtito Paco. Oh, that's not going to be enough from Binks. He's going to clip a back wheel on that one. Stuffed is on through. Binks trying to catch up with the rest of the players in the lobby. Pushtito Paco just back from Otak, just back from Stuffed.
Oh no!
Pushtito Paco goes too wide through the jump. He's going to have to take the safe route round if he even wants to finish the track. Stuffed is on a blistering time once again. Can Otak catch? Maybe, not quite. It's Stuffed with another 109.0. It's another great time from Stuffed.
Within a 10th of the world record he just set. Stuffed on Poland.
I don't want to leave Poland.
For as absurd as that map was, for as back and forth as it was, for how much every single player got involved, Stuffed walks away with 36 points out of 40, and that was Binks' map pick.
Yeah.
Stuffed looked
unreal.
Stellar, untouchable, flawless. Well, look, he inherited the lead
Setting
in one
world
round after
records is
Binks.
one thing.
Doing
it 4 times in a row, pretty much.
Yeah, look, in one round, Binks and Otak did have to crash out in order for Stuffed to get it.
Yeah,
but
that was one sloppy round.
One sloppy round. We'll forgive him that.
Yeah.
It's
Thing
all right.
is, a lot of the time when you see players setting world records, I'll once again bring up Neon here, especially as we move to Japan.
Yeah.
It's you'll set that once, maybe twice.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the rounds you've crashed.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
because you are really pushing for it. But these players, they have another level of consistency, another gear within them that is letting them get this. Pushtito Paco is the only one falling back from the crowd, and barely at all at this point.
After 3 maps, only 22 points separating first from fourth in this match. That is closer, I think, than any match we have seen so far in EWC. All 4 of these players looking very solid, and as we go through this map rotation, as we get to new maps, still a chance for Paco to find his footing and to get onto a map that he feels comfortable on, maybe start to pull some of these first places away. Stuffed so close to the outside wall in that moment, holding on to this lead from Binks, and Binks releases a small bit. Stuffed is just sending it, man, and that gap grows as a result.
Yeah, Binks is gaining actually as well on Stuffed. Is right back in there with him. Of course, at this point, it is now just how much time are you willing to take away to be safe through all of these sections here, especially with the no engine blocks. And while Stuffs falls back, it's now a Binks show, and at this point you're thinking, well, if Stuffs was able to keep some of the speed that Binks is taking through this one with his start, we'd be on for some more world records, right? But he's actually catching back up to Binks. It's all going to be about how much time they're willing to sacrifice to get through these gates, and neither of them are really giving the other an inch. Oh, Stuff just goes for it, sends it through, overtakes at the finish line. Binks can't maintain the speed.
Brave from Stuffed through the Japan identity in that moment. And look, Binks was not tentative, but cautious, right? We've seen so many players crash. It's entirely justified caution. There's no guarantee that Stuffed manages to make it through that alive. But if you do, as Stuffed has just shown us, there is time to be gained in Japan.
Well, it's not a good start from Otak this time around. And everybody else right back at it again. It is a day to remember.
It's true. As Alphaville once said, Stuffed, big in Japan.
Sure. Wow, yeah. Okay. 2 band references in one.
Yeah, that's why we get paid the big bucks, Twiggy, right there.
Yeah.
We have ball knowledge when it comes to music, kind of. Knowing 2 bands, I don't know if that counts. This is very close up at the front, Twiggy. Pushtito Paco, for once, for the first time in a little while, challenging for the lead of a round, looking for 10 points of his own. But we've seen how clean Stuffed was on this identity the last time around, how much time he was able to gain. Different setups here. Paco going a little bit slower, releasing a little bit earlier than Stuffed. Will get good exit speed here compared to Stuffed, but the gap just there already, entering the identity. identity, and Binks is lurking behind Paco as well. Might be sending it a little bit more after he lost out to Stutz the last time around. He is gaining on Paco. He's gained and caught, and Stutz has crashed. And so Binks rewarded for the aggression.
Stuffs was on for a world record.
He definitely was. Yeah, it was a couple of tenths ahead there in the final time there, 1:10.454. I don't think Stutz actually managed to finish in the end there. He did. He still picked up the 3 points, 85 now after being on 82. So at least not the DNF from Stutz at the end of that round. But the lead now back in Binks' hand, and you love to see that. That's a great feeling, right? When you do push that hard in an identity and you get the 10 points for it when you were third entering it.
Yeah, exactly. He really needed to. I mean, there was no other way to do it apart from hope that Stuff's crash, right? The guy was so far ahead, and all of those were personal bests for all of the players behind him.
Yeah.
So that's pretty ridiculous, and this is an amazing start from Stuffs. I mean, harken back to when we were seeing this map in the last game, or not? Yeah, sorry, the Carl Jr. Neon game.
Yeah.
And you saw Neon a dot in the distance.
Yeah.
It's the same kind of story there from Stuffed as he moves away at the first section of the map. Binks right behind now.
Binks right behind, and if both of these players send it in this identity, who comes out on top? That appears to be the question we are going to answer. Stuffed going to accelerate away from this chicane, the release a little bit quicker, but the gap is going to be shrunken from where it was a few checkpoints ago, and as they both send it, Stuffed so close to the outside wall is holding on to his lead. Binks is going to gain, but not enough at the finish line. A 1:15.32 from Stuffed.
It didn't even feel like he was really going all that hard.
No, you saw it. Binks gained on him in that identity, right? Stuffed had time to, he left a little bit of time on the table there. That was great rounds, great driving from Stuffed, and he's being rewarded for it. Now back to with only 2 points behind Binks.
How quick is his start?
Crazy.
Before the first checkpoint, he's gaining a 10th on everybody in the lobby. I mean, that's ridiculous, but I mean, it's compounding so much as well. I mean, look at the comeback he has made in terms of points. The guy is now 2 points behind Binks overall. I mean, this was an OTAC show at the start of the series. OTAC is now down with Pushtito Paco at the low not the low 70s, but towards the midpoint.
Yeah. Well, here is Paco up once again alongside Stuffed. And look, Paco, you got to start picking up the points. I mean, this match is starting to barrel towards a point where we're thinking about the shape of finalists. Who's going to get there? How many rounds will they have before anyone else catches them? And Paco is starting to drift a little bit away from our top two. So is OTAC, who's been quiet for a couple of maps now. Big chance if someone crashes in front of him here. He is in position, but Stuffed and Binks have both looked really good. It will surely be one of them picking up the 10 points. It's looking like Stuffed's only a couple of corners left to go. One gate left to clear now, and he is cleanly through it. Will have once again, as you said, a great time. It's a world record by a 10th.
Oh
and
my God.
Stuffed is back into the lead of the match.
I can't believe I'm saying that Neon must have left some time on the table there, because Stuffed he looked like he was going. You know when you watch a 100 meters, or no, like a 200 meter runner, right?
Yeah.
And in that last 50 meters, it looks like they're barely moving.
Yes,
and yet they are running 20 seconds.
Still running 100 meters faster than I could.
Yeah, exactly. It is. That's exactly what Stuff's looked like for half of that map there. Like he was barely trying, and he was still setting blistering times right up next to Neon's world record there. What a ridiculous showing.
Yeah, it is definitely one of the things with Trackmania, right, is that these guys make it look so easy. Of all games, at all times, players are gonna make their game look easy, but Trackmania, when it clicks, it is effortless. It flows. It looks so beautiful, and Stuffed on Japan was in that zone.
Versailles AFC.
Football, never heard of her.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. This is the beautiful game. I will not take any kind of notes on that one. Stuffed, he's feeling it now. I mean, that is how you gain confidence. You set a world record, and not only that, you just set some amazing times on the last two tracks. It wasn't just Japan, keep in mind. He set a tournament record on Poland as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Stuffed is looking great. Now we are on to Hungary, a map we've seen a little bit less of, for sure, throughout the tournament, but still definitely have seen it more than some. RIP Australia and Norway, you will be missed.
Well, maybe we'll see it one more time.
Maybe, if we get lucky, absolutely.
Yeah.
OTAC and Stuffed out front at the moment. OTAC now has that car length of the lead. Binks will clip on the way through. That is your risk here on the identity. Hungary. The speed from Stuffed. The landing. It's there. He was too early. He clips Otak first. Binks takes second. Stuft he will take third, and Pushito Paco settling for fourth place. But pace is there.
An
pace is there from
is
Stuft.
quite rare, honestly.
They're tied again, Twiggy.
They're tied again, and we're getting closer and closer to the finish line in terms of points here as well. It does look like they're pulling away from Otak, even though this is a strong map for Otak. Historically, he's done very well on Hungary, and you can see the confidence as they move into the identity as well. He's usually a little ahead of the rest of them, and far more consistent than the rest of them on that identity there. Is Pushito Paco pushing for first place this time around as they get into the dirt, but again, Stuft is holding position.
Stuft is holding position. It kind of feels like it doesn't matter who it is. It's the rest of the lobby taking turns, trading off who is the player challenging Stuft round on round. And, I mean, despite that, you have to say Binks is still right there on points. This could be a big round for Stuft. Currently holding the lead with Binks in fourth, but there you go. There was nothing in it. Less than a tenth between all four players as we now enter the identity. Stuft has the lead. Binks coming back at him. Stuft will have the speed though. He comes from wide. Binks is trying to hold on. He clips, and there goes Paco behind Stuft at the line. It was tied. It's a tied round, and Stuft was ahead at the last checkpoint. So there you go.
See him. You can see the Stuft through the Paco.
10 points for Stuft. Binks only got 4. That's a 6-point lead.
Oh my god, we're playing Trackmania now.
That's the Trackmania version of couldn't see the forest for the trees. You couldn't see the Stuft for the Paco.
Yeah, that was what I was going for.
I get it. I heard.
Thank you. You were trying to get your point across. I was trying to make funny quips. It's all good.
That's how we operate.
That is
everywhere. We know it at this point. Hey, you liked a close round last round? How about another one?
Yeah, let's do it again. Why not? Why not? And it is Pushito Paco who needs those points desperately now as well. We are reaching the final throws of this game, and Pushito Paco being below 80 points really needs to find another gear and step up his game a little bit if he wants to catch up by the time these guys get to finalists, and that's not a great way to do it. He has to double tap that break, and he will catch back up in the end with a little bit more exit speed, and that's a great first jump. Binks losing out on time too, and it's a good transition too, and it's a good jump. It's not enough to take over Binks, and Otak was pushing back for that position as well, but he maintains second, gains a few more points, but not before Binks can make it to the big 120.
How about a 1-point advantage for Stuft? For Binks, over Stuft at this point of the match. Only a couple of rounds away from finalists for either of them if they can pick up those wins. But Paco, I mean, look, it's trite, it's cliched. The Hungarian starting to come alive here on Hungary, as he is now starting to threaten some of those first places. And here he is, that orange car out in front. Not for long though. Stuft looking to catch him here on the outside dirt. Stuft's that back wheel achingly close to the outside, and that's what you want. The speed from Stuft's the reward for how close he pushed it.
Yeah, Paco's still right behind though, and actually overtakes on the transition as well. Stuft falls back into second. How is this turn going to be this time around? Good release from Paco. He's going to gain a lot of exit speed off the back of that. Take it straight down into the first jump, which is so low, so risky from Paco, and it might just pay dividends. Can he get it through to the finish line? He can indeed.
No!
There's no way! I'm dead.
Twiggy is back on his knees.
I was on my arse there.
I'm in pain. Paco as well is in, I think, a little bit of distress after that one. That was... That's potentially match defining.
If he didn't get whiplash from the...
Yeah, if that's match defining for Paco, I think, unfortunately, right? Like, that was 10 points at a critical time as people are closing in on finalists. Maybe a chance to make a surge yourself towards finalist as well. And instead, he ends up with third place in the round. What a way to say goodbye to Hungary. The Hungarian let down at the last second by his own nation in that one. And we head back to the top. We do it all again. We're heading back to Saudi Arabia. And, well, we'll have to see now. A little bit different from where things were when we started things off. And I think in particular, remember, Otak won 3 rounds here the last time we were here. So he's not that far away. And if he can start to win some rounds here again, all of a sudden triple finals may be on the table, and that would give Paco time to catch back up too.
No, exactly. Otak is going to be breathing a sigh of relief that this is back in the rotation here. But Paco missed out on so many points on this map as well. Hopefully he can clean up his act, and it's looking like a much better start here to begin with. It's whether or not he can make the first field goal here ahead of Stuffs, ahead of Otak. It's clean from Paco, and he'll take over first position handily as well, as Otak goes a little bit wide, maintains that speed, but it's all good. Paco staying in first place, Stuffs pushing after all of that momentum he's gained from the last few maps here. Just the insanity we've had on the show, and it looks like we might be trying to see it get even closer together, but that's so much speed from Stuffs after that downhill. He's going to maintain it all the way to the finish line, well inside on that, but that's a very slow jump. It's so low. Two of them miss it. Paco is out as well. Otak is back to winning ways here on Saudi Arabia. Binks is going to come home in second, and exactly when Stuffs needed 10, he's only going to get 4.
Yes, they have time is the answer, and they will at least get across the line. That was a chance for Paco as well to at least take second place, get those 6 points. I said it, even if Otak is winning rounds on this, that gets him back in, but gives Paco time to catch back up, climb the ladder towards 140, and that was a chance to pick up 6. He only ended up with a couple instead. So here we go again. Paco once again looking like a quick start, but Otak so comfortable on this map, honestly. The worry is, even if Otak gets to 140, Binks and Stuffs, it was their show in these rest of the maps, kind of in the middle section of this match. Will Otak be able to close it out if we even get there?
Well, that is the question, as it is now very much right at the finish line here for Binks and Stuffs. All they need to do is get one good round in.
They need to get second or above, and they're being denied it right now.
Yeah, right now they do not want to let that happen, Otak and Pushtito Paco. They may have awoken slightly late, or maybe Otak had a dip in the middle of the game, but at the very least they're making it count now, and it's Paco who goes into the final jump.
No, he's
ahead.
done it again.
He smashed his nose into the bottom, and Binks has a lot of speed. It's not quite enough to overtake Otak, but regardless, the ag.al fans don't care. They know their driver is on 140 points. Oh my lord. Those really compound, don't they?
They really do. Those slow-mo blocks can be lethal. Double finalist, though. Stubbs has made it up there as well. I was wrong. He was 4 points away. He got 4 points. So, double finalists. Otak has looked great on this map, but I will highlight he did have 3 firsts and a DNF the first time we were here. This map can catch you out at any moment, as Paco has unfortunately been demonstrating for the last couple of rounds. Pushtito Paco once again leads from Otak. Stuffs and Binks room to catch if they can.
However, Otak currently 4 for 6 in terms of first places here on Saudi Arabia in this series, and if that form continues to the end, if he manages to make it 2 more, he is also on the finalist with Stuffs and Binks as we head forward into Germany. And so Pushtito Paco is the only one trying to keep that at bay, indirectly helping out Binks and Stuffs in not letting another player into the finalist mode here. Pushtito Paco is on a tear. He's so far ahead of Otak. He's so far ahead of Binks, so far ahead of Stuffs. Only needs to get it over the line this time around. The 3rd time of asking. Pushtito Paco sets a world record.
Sure, why not? Crash twice, world record on the 3rd time of asking. Pushtito Paco able to do it. He breaks 100 points. He's in the triple digits. Otak 13 points from finalists. It feels like it'd honestly be a little bit surprising right now if Stuffs or Binks manages to close on this round, but I cannot stress enough that on this final jump in Saudi Arabia, anything can happen.
Oh, is that Otak who just fell out of contention? I think it is. That is going to be heartbreaking. It's all up to Pushtito Paco now. He just set a world record, but every other time so far, he has slammed that bonnet into the jump. Well, 1 down, only 1 left to go here for Paco, and he can take it a little bit easier. Stuffs, he knows there's no point in going for this. I can't get any points. He's DNF'd. He's out of this one. Binks has to push, has to get through here. Otherwise, we head back to Germany. But Paco is still pushing him at every single turn. Can one of them overtake the other? Can one of them get away? It's a good turn from Binks, but the exit speed is with Paco. All he needs to do is not fail the jump. It's low. It's good from Paco, and he's going to get it done.
He missed. Is he missed? Oh, he's in.
Oh my God.
Oh, I thought God, he was too far left.
Oh my God.
Drama.
Oh, we're going to Germany.
Oh, he looked left. From Binks' POV, he looked too far left. There is stress in the crowd. As
The
well
ag.al fans cannot wait for this to be over.
Yeah, it's been a little while. Honestly, Binks and Stubbs now have had finals for a couple of rounds, and Otak and Paco combined. Listen, do not jinx that. That is one of the few things I do think we can jinx in Trackmania, is our potential for quadruple finalist. It could happen, ladies and gentlemen, everyone watching at home. We could get there, but we do have a little while to go. We would need Otak we need Paco to win a few more rounds here. And really, as we head back onto Germany, the question is, how was Paco doing here last time around? And the bad news, I'm afraid, for fans of quadruple finalist is fine.
Yeah, middle of the pack. He was okay. His median was the third best. His best time was the third best out of these lot. So he needs to put on, once again, a really good performance, but that's not going to help. A wheel clip at the back. It's not the end of the world, not by a long way, but he now needs to pray that Otak gets it to finalist, and then he has to pull it off 3 times in a row, get himself over that finish line in first place to even have a chance of getting through on this one. And Otak still needs to come in first. Stuffs goes wide, and he's not going to be making it this time. Binks for ag.al. Can he put at ease the minds of those fans in the crowd? Maybe. Otak is currently stopping him from doing so.
I will remind you, we saw some very, very good ends from Binks on this map.
Where did Otak go? Is he okay?
He's fine. He comes back with speed. Paco comes back with speed, follows Otak's line. Both of them using that same line. Better exit speed than Binks, who has had some really good ends to this track so far. Does he have a good enough end to catch? Paco will keep wheels on the ground. Great speed down the hill. Will not, I think, catch Otak in this moment. The straight neck. Paco might just catch Otak. He won't.
Oh my God.
It was close. Otak hit finalist as well. We are triple finalist. We have Paco on 121.
I'll tell you what, Paco exactly got the amount of points that he needed to get him over that 10-digit border and make it only 2 wins that he needs to get himself onto finalist as well. But they need to be 2 in a row. He cannot have a break. He cannot slow down for a millisecond. He must get 2 wins. If he had knocked out Mudder and then gone out as the only player not on finalist here in this series, it would be frustrating to no end. But he is fired up and he is locked in, and currently he may not be in first place, but he is in contention.
Stuffed for godlike esports, overtaking Paco at the moment. There is good pace, there's good speed on Paco just here. Stuffed will land a little bit earlier, he's quicker down the hill. Otak lurking in the background just in case the mistake comes through. We've seen errors here, there won't be one this time around. It'll be good speed from Paco on the exit just here, but Stuffed with an inside line. It's going to be a little further ahead exiting the turn. One last quarter pipe jump, Paco touches! Stuffed ahead, 1 hill to go, 1 turnaround left, and Stuffed, after being on a finalist for mode for several rounds in a row, will finally convert. He is our first player through to the playoffs here in this match.
It's heartbreak for Pushtito Paco, but the job is not yet done. Otak and Binks still remain, and he still needs 2 wins here to get himself through. It is not impossible whatsoever. We may not get the quadruple finalist that we were hoping for here, but at the very least, we may still have all 4 players vying for that next place in the upper bracket. Of course, we're not going to be saying goodbye to the 2 players that do not make it through. We're going to be saying sorry to everybody in the lower bracket, because you are we're dropping a couple of sharks in the water, I'm afraid.
Absolutely, it is going to be scary meeting any of these players in the lower bracket. Still a very high chance that they make it to Saturday, but right now one of them is looking to book that spot straight away. Otak and Binks, countrymen up against each other at the front. Binks trying to do it for ag.al. Otak trying to carry the flag for Team Liquid, and right now it is Binks who has gotten a nose in front. Up this hill again, we've seen mistakes just here. You need to knock out that air time. Otak on the inside, Binks straightening out a little bit earlier. Otak a little bit of wheels in the air just there. This quarter pipe is what it all comes down to. No mistakes. Binks is landing a little bit too high, and so Otak has speed down the hill. It's again gonna come down to the turnaround. Binks looking to straighten things out. Paco, he has the speed. Otak, he could not catch him.
Thousands between them,
and it is the ag.al man who moves forward in the upper bracket, much to the elation of the crowd here today. What a ridiculous way to end out our second. I can't believe this, Noah. Our second upper bracket game, and it is just showstopper after showstopper. I'm speechless.
Listen to them. Glad they brought the drums along now, I bet they are.
Yeah.
Be hard pressed to make the amount of noise that Binks deserves without a drum that
It's
size.
not enough. It's not enough.
And ultimately, as we all expected, Stubbs and Binks hit finalist mode and then made it through. Nothing else happened in the middle, right?
Yeah, nothing at all.
The first two players to hit finalist are the first two players to make it through. They are our third and fourth qualifiers to the playoffs happening on Saturday for the Trackmania at EWC. But what a hard-fought match it was. Twiggy, I think you said it best. Good luck to whoever now runs into Otak and Bushdito Paco in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's well, imagine if it's Mudder and he's back against Bushdito Paco and oh god, what will happen there? But I mean, all of these little mistakes that we're seeing here in the replays, any one of them not happening would have crowned a different victor.
Paco, those two crashes in a row on the map.
Exactly. Any of these not happening would have crowned a different person.
Twiggy, I'll tell you what, we need to find out from the players how they felt about being in that match. Heading over to Milos on the stage for an interview.
What an incredible matchup we just had here in the upper bracket. Stuffs joining me as #1 victor of this game. Talk to me through it, because 3 finalists at the end, but it was tight from start to finish.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was one of the best matches I played, and it must have been amazing to watch.
I mean, for me, just sitting back and watching it, it absolutely was. Everybody was on the edge of their seats, even here in the arena. Speaking of which, you're playing in front of the arena. You have the crowd, the roar, the noise all in between, the ag.al fans also that are screaming in between. How do you kind of separate all that noise and focus up on the match in front of you with 3 other players that are on the highest caliber?
I think it's kind of impossible to draw out the noise. There's, the AG fans, they're so crazy, you can hear it through the headsets, but you just have to try and focus, and that's all you can really do.
How do you feel you can enter that flow state? What really gets you in there?
I think it's just me being confident in my lines, being confident I can win rounds if I just survive, and yeah, I think that's really it.
At the end of the day, it worked out for you, Stuffs. Thank you very much. Congratulations on the victory. Our #1 from Game 6 is Stuffs! A lot more to get through, but we'll leave that to our desk to break it all down.
Well, Stuffs, the first to get to match point, or finalist mode, as you would say here in Trackmania, and the first across the finish line to send himself into the upper bracket. He will skip out on our decider matches tomorrow alongside his racer. I mean, for me, when I look at Binks and ag.al, barely making it through. What was that? Half a millisecond.
2 milliseconds.
2 milliseconds.
The clocks. That was about as close as you could get. It felt like downright the top field dragster finish at that point in the race. And we joined back up there to witness that finish. And I think my vocal cords are starting to give out with how big of a scream I let because of how close this race was. And I think anybody in our position would have done the same.
Okay, listen. If you're new to Trackmania, welcome to Trackmania Esports, everybody. We're just getting started here. What an amazing match. Stuffs falling behind at the start, guys. 14 points after map #1 and bouncing back, setting 2 world records in this match here as well. Amazing performance.
And when you get that world record, you start to feel like, okay, I'm on. Everybody in this lobby has no idea what I can bring, and I just did it, and I'm going to do it again, and Stuffs just carried that momentum, and it started really well after that, but then it started to slip a little bit, and that's where Otak and Paco kind of got into the mix, G-Geek. It was a little bit nervy for Stuffs, and especially Binks with the ag.al fans getting a bit quiet during that time.
And Stuffs is not unfamiliar with this situation. Back in another tournament, XP Evo, back in 2024, he's lived that same situation. He was first to reach finalist, and that's the whole crux of cup mode. Once you reach finalist status, if you're not able to conclude, you just see the gap shrinking and shrinking and shrinking and shrinking every round down. And it just starts to set in. Oh my God, what do I do if I don't manage to close it out? He was on the wrong side of the fence, got bumped out of the tournament that time and when it happened. This time, he was on the good side of the fence, made amends, and he's through to Championship Saturday.
One could say he was godlike in this match.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely incredible performance on Japan. I was talking to the former teammate from Stuft, Wizzy. I watched the match together with him as well as Neil. And he said on Japan, Stuft is really good here. Well, guess what? He set a new world record, 0.1 faster than the time from Neon.
Yeah, but that's still really good. I mean, it applies. He gave a lot of wiggle room there in the really good.
It's an understatement
It's
there.
a bit of an understatement, though. We will say that as well. Stuff's, I think, the bigger story for me in the desk heading into this is the unexpected first place. That was not what we thought. We thought it would be a race with Otak and with Binks and with Paco, especially after Paco sent Mutta down to the losers bracket as well, qualifying with Gwyn up into the upper bracket. But no, it was actually Stuff's all the way. He was the first to qualify to finalist mode. Binks was the second, and those two eventually, despite a couple of bumps in the road, both literally and metaphorically, find their way back into it. And that leads us to our next matchup of the day, which is coming up, our penultimate match, our 7th group match. And this is going to be it for everyone who loves Trackmania all day long. This is kind of your last little moment to indulge, but it's a good time to indulge because boy, oh boy, are these matches worth the calories. Grenady, Bryn, Elcon, Mime, and then Pac, Wosile, Gwen, and Epos to close it out. G-Geek Turbo, you guys are going to be casting that one as well. But this one upcoming, I mean, this is a show.
Yeah, and a very interesting thing, 3 out of those 4 drivers have practiced in the same group together, and that's going to be interesting to see how much strats they have kept from their sparring partners coming into this weekend.
Yeah, and I mean, also Paco said in the interview, match of the day. This might have been match of the year material, but we have more to come. We even have 2 more matches today. This is absolutely incredible. Too bad that Paco was on the wrong side of the end, but I surely think that he will make it through into day number 3, 4.
Yeah, at this point we're losing track because it's so dang crazy. I mean, Trackmania, losing track of things doesn't go hand in hand, but certainly the action has sent us into another stratosphere. Thank you. Kai says it was a good one here. All right, we'll send you with a fun little Aramco tier list where we had Solja chatting a little bit with Mime about who they think are the best players here at this venue. We'll see you back for Group 7.
Trackmania at EWC 26 is in full swing, and I think it's time we ask some of the players who they think are the best. It's time for our Aramco Power Ranking, and with me are Mime and Solja. Now, you have a stack each of player plaques, and I want you to pick one player to put in each of these tiers from E to S on who you think have the best ice skills. Who masters the slippery surface the best? That might be switching things up quite a bit when it comes to choices.
Oh, okay. Take a look, because I have someone in mind. I think you have him.
I found for E.
Oh.
Is he good on ice? Or?
No, he's terrible.
He's terrible, okay. Let's pick him. E tier.
Someone taking a dig at their own countryman. Wow, that's sportsmanship right there.
Well, he's rather new to this game, so...
Yeah, fairs.
Maybe, things.
Maybe, yeah.
He's also TMNF player mostly.
Oh yeah, he is. Oh, he told me he was terrible on ice.
All right, Link Max in D tier. Another one of the first timers of the World Cup as well.
I'll pick Nico.
If you say so.
Yeah, C.
Bottom half done, free to go.
I'll pick you.
Okay, it's fair enough.
All right, Wosile on B tier. Huh, interesting. All right, time to go for A tier, second best on ice.
What about Bren?
Yeah, I guess Bren. Bren sounds good, like he's.
All right. Man, this is getting tougher and tougher to pick, isn't it?
Especially these are really hard.
Time to see who among the field is the best ice racer.
Well, I guess Mud is.
Yeah, mid-ice.
I mean, for someone who has an avatar of a penguin, I guess it makes sense.
He is really good.
In case you don't know, yeah, that's right. Mudda is known as the Australian penguin sometimes. All right, well, that's our power ranking for ice done. I suspect we're going to be seeing that board again very soon.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We're closing in on finishing group number 6 and now going to group 7 here in our second day of Trackmania. The group stage actually in general about to be done, and it's going to be deciders, but we aren't sending anybody home. We've crushed 8 keys already, and now it's time to see who's going to make it all the way to Saturday and await those who play tomorrow to see if they can match up and go toe-to-toe in our final day of the event. But before we get there, we have got some star-studded matchups, including this group upcoming as well. And I've got some star-studded talent ready to do it with me. We've got Import and Turbo. Turbo's still clearly recovering from what he saw there. And Import, I mean, how did you feel? That was a banger.
That energized me. You know, first the break and then to watch that match on the same time. It was very energizing to watch. Seeing Stuffs. By the way, fun fact, I'm not sure if G-Geek brought it up, but Stuffs was in a very similar situation back in 2023 XP Evo and triple finalist situation.
Right? Yeah.
He did, right? Okay, so yeah, all right. So we don't need to retract that back. I just immediately when I saw it, I was like, oh no, what if it happens again?
Oh no.
But good thing it didn't happen. Awesome that he moved it through.
Yeah.
And, I can't wait to see what comes more from him now that he's gotten over that hump, gotten over that trauma that he's experienced. Now he can move on.
Well, big tournament, big money for being in that position as well. Everyone else going to try to join him. That top 2 elusive, but obviously also exclusive. And when you get there, you get to earn not only your bigger share of the prize money, but you get a chance to race against 2 of these members who will be coming up. Which 2? That feels like it is a dice roll yet again. Grenati, Bryn, Elcon, and Mime. Not as sincere, big. Twisted Minds, Team Nemesis. Not as many implications for the club championship at the top 1-2. Not as sincere though. And Mime actually battling a little bit with Team Vitality in that 3-4-5 spot.
Yeah, that's for sure, but he has strong competitors here with Granadi, the wheelman. For me, one of the strongest players from yesterday. He was looking very consistent. He played the format. Then we have Bren. We have seen Neon's performance today. Bren was ahead of him. He was taking the top of his group. So very good performance from the Twisted Mind driver. Then Elcon already played against the Berlin International Gaming driver alongside, or the name of Massa. So he was playing against him. Got second place. And last but definitely not least in this one is Mime, the runner-up of the 2022 World Cup, just behind Carl Jr. Also still in the running, and I mean, he's still looking for his great title there.
Yeah, power stance walk for Mime.
Oh yeah, of course. I call him the happy warrior. If you ever see him play, he's always got this slight smile on his face. There's also a meme where he gets like flashbanged from like one of the games he was playing, and even afterwards he was just kind of like, and then he starts smiling again. So I just anytime he's playing, he always looks very happy, even in stressful situations. So I love it when Mime gets to play. I will say though, this match is obviously stacked.
Yeah.
But it's a match that I don't think there is a single prediction you could ever make to determine what the outcome for this match is going to be, because I feel like everybody in this match is on the same level.
Yeah, agreed. It is such a close match, and already the 2 matches beforehand were incredibly close.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what happens here as we have a chance to chat with Mime and his expectations heading into this Group 7 match.
Mime, tell me about yesterday. Second, I thought you'd be happy with that, but it doesn't seem that you're that satisfied.
I mean, I did made it through the upper bracket, but I'm not happy the way I wanted.
Why?
To play, because I started good, but just the mistakes after just kept coming and coming, and it made me way closer to the other players compared to how I wanted it to be. So that's not what I wanted to have, especially in the opening match, where getting a good start is good to just have the momentum rolling through the match. But yeah, it's something that I will hope to get better tomorrow.
Why do you think the mistakes kept coming?
It's hard to say, but once you make a mistake, then you're like, I'm not really confident. I can't risk that much. But if you don't risk, you're not gonna win. So you have to risk and you have to push. And when you do that with low confidence, it's just a recipe for disaster sometimes.
Do you think you got in your head?
A bit, but I'm trying not to overthink it. I'm just trying to focus, lock in next round. It's okay. Mistakes happen.
You had Carl Jr., obviously, in your match. You came second to him. How important was it to play him early on, so you now know how he plays when you hopefully match up against him again?
It's good, I think, but especially when I don't have to play a qualification match against him. That's already a good relief, because he's basically the favorite. So that's good. Like also seeing how he played today, just gathering the information, whether it's necessary or not, it's definitely helpful.
Do you think he's beatable after the information you gathered yesterday?
He's still a human after all.
In terms of what your aim is today, are you looking to change anything from yesterday?
I've did some changes. I know what I did wrong. I know what was good. So I'm just trying to do my best today.
Can you tell us about what any of those changes are?
Not really, just making sure I don't do the same mistakes as yesterday.
Okay, and in terms of how you're approaching today, mentally, are you a little bit more confident now? Are you trying to be a bit more confident?
Honestly, I have no idea. I'm just trying to do my best every single time. It's the opponents. Like I know the 2 players I've practiced with, so it actually helps a bit because you kind of know how they will play most of the time.
Which 2 are they?
Grenade Elkon. Like I know their weak maps, their strong maps. They know mine as well, which is of course not the best, but it's definitely helpful.
Okay, well, good luck today. Thanks for chatting.
You know, and that's real honest from Mime, and I think these interviews with Rachel have been great. Shout out to Rachel doing a wonderful job getting into the psychology of the players heading into the games. And I think talking about pushing, that is an interesting dynamic, knowing that, you know, you got to play to obviously complete the map. But when you push, which is the only way to win, you have to also feel confident when you're doing that, because otherwise you're bound to make mistakes.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't blame him for trying to force himself into a positive mindset or any type of mindset necessarily. It is really just taking it case by case basis. And I think he has the right approach coming into this match, because you can't get phased by who you're coming up against. You can't focus too much on all the variables and all the possibilities that you come across. You just have to hone in, lock in, because that's the only way you're going to succeed in this game.
He knows Elkon. He knows this some of these Grenade as well. How do you feel that factors into the maps? Maybe what we'll see in terms of any target bans, anything that they like to go to? Yeah.
I mean, target bans, at this point, I think no one really has like a very, very weak map. Maybe there's one ban of a map that they don't like to play. I could really see that, but Mime is a very complete player, I would say.
Yeah.
He doesn't really have that many weaknesses. And I mean, great question there from Rachel as well, because he somewhat got a little bit into his head, and I think that's his main opponent, not Elkon, his former teammate, or also Grenade, who he extensively practiced with. I think the main opponent here for Mime is himself.
Well, that's good because they can't even bump cars as well. So they're literally, you know, racing against the best version of themselves, which hopefully they can get into as we head into it. If you think Mime is going to handle that solution, is he going to win the battle against himself? Well, make sure to check out your predictions in our pick'ems. You can scan that QR code and be a part of all the action. Earn your share of $300,000 prizing and join what has been going on for the last 7 weeks here in Paris and maybe find yourself at the top. Guys, final thoughts before we send it over to the stage.
Honestly, if I can, I just want to say this match is going to be insane. All these 4 players deserve to be there. All these 4 players deserve to be in the next round. So I think at this point, lay it all on the ground. There's nothing to hide. It is time to focus. Get in there.
I think so as well. I mean, the previous 2 matches were just absolutely stellar as well, and I think we're not stopping here. I think it will be the same case, maybe even a quadruple final situation. I mean,
Okay.
I made a nice call yesterday.
You did.
Prove me right, guys.
I prove him right. I love it. Well, whether it's Elcon, whether it's Grenady, whether it's Bryn, or whether it's Mime, like you both mentioned, these players deserve to be in this moment, but there's only room for 2 to continue on. Which one will it be? Who will win the battle, not only internally, but externally on the track as we send it over to the stage? The Lenovo Legion Gauntlet gets ready to host our penultimate match of the day.
Penultimate match indeed, but that last one was a screamer. Game 6. I mean, I just gotta say it. 3 finalists at the end of it, and a 4th that was close just behind them. Honestly, I'm in for it. This is why we're here. I'm actually glad that nobody got eliminated.
Yeah, me too. Impeccable scenes. Otak there as well. Was it 0.2 of a second?
2 1,000s.
2 1,000s of a second away from upper bracket there. So it just goes to show how close it is at this level of Trackmania at the Esports World Cup here. But as you said, penultimate. There's just 2 more to go today, and we'll have ourselves our upper bracket and lower bracket all settled ahead of this crazy Friday as well. Let's meet the next players here, ready to rock the stage. Would you please welcome Grenady, Elcon 21, Mime and Bryn!
Making it on stage for game number 7. They're all lucky and counting their stars that nobody's gonna have their keys crushed by the end of this match as we had earlier on. Our crowd is cheering for all of them because even on top of the players themselves, there's the gameplay around the club championship here at the Esports World Cup, and every single player is a part of it, whether they like it or not. Speaking of which, all set up and ready to go. 4 players, game 7. Let's get it on.
Grenady takes his place, wheel in front of him, but Bryn in Twisted Minds doesn't want to let anybody get it twisted. He should be out in front according to him, but it's Elcon and Mime who may have the last say.
Mime focusing on what he has set out to do. Is he going to be able to get his mindset in the right place to move on to this match? Elcon, he's going to have to figure out, is he going to be able to be consistent? We know he's super fast. Is he going to be fast enough? Is he going to be consistent enough? We're looking at Bryn. Is he going to be able to shore up the mistakes that he had yesterday? He wasn't perfect, and he admitted that. Now, looking at Grenady, is he going to be able to keep his dominance?
Don't get your mind twisted here, that is for sure, as the first ban is from Mime. Germany, Japan, Australia and South Korea are also bans here from Elcon, Bryn and Grenady, and we see Poland being the very first pick here. Brand picking up Saudi Arabia, a map that suits him very well. He comes from RPG background. A lot of transitions were cleared on those kind of maps. Then Elcon picks Argentina, also good map for him. And then we have Norway and Canada as the decider here in Porte.
Yeah, Canada is going to be interesting play here at the end. I don't think any player necessarily is advantageous on this map per se, but we will know. Like I said, too hard to predict. Everybody's on the same playing field. This is now the time. Who is going to shine this match?
Well, those jumps from Norway will determine the winners and losers. And of course, that straight shot at the end from Canada, it's given a lot of our players trouble. We'll see who was able to take to the track and start that legacy here on stage by moving into Saturday's quarterfinals with just 1 match win. Let's send it over to your casters. It's Nua and Twiggy to call the action.
A spicy little map pack for a spicy little match. Twiggy, we get Norway back. And we are going to end things off on Canada as well. Not surprising, but definitely an interesting South Korea ban coming in there, given how much presence that map has had so far. I believe Mime banning that one away and then picking Norway. Really throwing a little bit of chaos into the mix. You love to see it. We'll see, does it pay off for him in this match? It is going to be a knockdown, drag-out affair between 4 evenly matched players here.
Mime does seem to be of that camp that playing it safe does not exist. Yeah, I know. It does not exist. It is you drive the fastest you can at all times, and if you crash, then you're bad.
Yes.
That's exactly kind of, I think, how he feels about things, and maybe that is why he has gone for a more difficult map.
Absolutely, we will have to wait and see. We are just pointing out that in Trackmania you can put that trigram, the 3 letters or 3 figures on the back of your car, and Mime, in a desperate attempt to appeal to the youth, has put a 6 and a 7 on there. Well, hey, we'll see if it pays off. If that pays off for him as well. What a first round we are having. Anyway, Bren, the first player to make a mistake, and it's going to be Mime making one shortly afterwards. So, Elcon and Grenady well out in front on this one. Elcon good early landing on that one. Grenady a little bit more inside, but looking like a comfortable win for Elcon here in the first round. And a big 10 points. What's the time? Pretty quick.
Pretty quick. Not Stuff's quick, but quick.
2/10 exactly off Stuff's.
I'll ask you a question real quick.
Yeah, do.
This is just a brainworm of mine.
Sure.
Since we're in Paris,
absolutely,
do you ever want to pronounce Grenady as Grenady?
Maybe.
Because I feel like every time somebody says his name, I'm like, Grenady.
Yeah. Mime. Ça c'est Mime. Well, I mean, he is just French.
Yeah, I mean,
like that one is good. Yeah. Elcon's a hard one, I think, to Frenchify, if you will.
A little bit.
A lot of hard consonant sounds in Elcon. Yeah, that is absolutely true. So yes, no, I do absolutely want to do that. Chime in at home. Unfortunately, we don't have an app where you can do that, but you can always get your pick'ems in. Elcon back out to a lead again in this one. Grenady once again finding himself in 4th place. No big mistake, but a small touch this time around has dropped him about a second down from the pack. And Mime pushing Elcon through the middle of the track here, looking to avoid any mistakes himself.
Yeah, well, it did turn into a big mistake from Grenady. He's down by over a second now. And Lord, it's just opened up for Bren, who did not have a lot of, did have a lot of trouble in the water last round. He's going to be making up for it here. It looks like on the identity of Poland, maybe these players taking a little bit longer to warm up. We're not starting with the exact same fervency of competition we've seen from the other upper bracket games so far, but that's absolutely fine. We can start off with 109.4s and work our way up.
Yeah. Look, still looking for a clean round from Mime, who's just set another PB, 7/10 down on the lead in that round. Definitely will have the pace there. I think at this point in the tournament, all of these players, even though we're only in the second round of the upper bracket, all of these players have the pace on the tracks for sure. We just need to see them get a chance to show it, start to get that consistency locked in. And I mean, look, especially for Mime, we saw in that pre-game interview talking about how he wanted a quicker start to the match this time around, how he didn't want to be making those early mistakes. There's another one. 3 rounds on the trot. Mime has had a touch, had a crash, had an incident, and this time around he will drop immediately to 4th place. Do not pass go. He's sitting on 9 points, looking like he won't be collecting many more on this round.
Indeed. Well, it is Grenady moving on through into first position here. The other wheel player, we got plenty here over in EWC, a wide variety of different input devices. It's Elcon though trying to hold them off, and Bren again being cautious entering that water, but lots
Mine's
of speed.
There as well.
We're in 2 groups
hiding inside
here.
Bren.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait.
Anyway, Grenady now trying to go for the overtake here at the finish line, but it's a really good landing on the inside from Elcon. However, it's a little slower over the 2 final jumps. It's good enough to get himself into first place. Grenady will have to settle for 6 points. And unfortunately, Bren and Mime will take away the scraps.
Yeah, and you know, we're taking a little bit of time with this lobby, this group of players to settle in. You know, I mean, it really has been over these first 3 rounds.
We've been spoiled a little bit.
A little bit, but it's been a consistency battle so far. And I think, look, fair to say, coming in, that not that we were fully expecting that to be the case, but, you know, with Mime talking about that was what he wanted to work on.
Sure.
I mean, Elcon, traditionally, that has been something that he struggles with.
Yep.
He is doing great so far in this tournament. The match we saw yesterday has been one of the better kind of tournament performances on a big stage I've seen from Elcon in terms of just getting those times in, because he can be incredibly quick. And of course, Bren and Grenady, both players with a wealth of experience when it comes down to it as well, both of them capable of incredible times. But right now, just looking to maybe beat out the other players, feeling out the waters at the moment, testing the waters, I suppose you could say.
Indeed. Mime now right behind, trailing from the other 3. Bren hangs a wheel over the edge, the far edge of the first jump there, and it is once again Elcon and Grenady that enter into
first and second place, and Grenadi trailing by just a little bit. Elcon has seemed a little better on those jumps, keeping it lower, keeping it risky. Oh, but he clips a wheel on the inside of the turn. He's going to have to take the full safe route, and Grenadi is free to take away a first place. I mean, Mime pushing with all of his might, but he's not going to be able to bridge that gulf.
Yeah, nearly a second off the world record, but a win's a win. 10 points is 10 points, and that is 3 different players picking up a round win on this map. The only player not to do so was Mime. And like, look, with that said, he's still not far out of it yet. One map is only one map in this competition. He does pick up a second place at the end there, but you'd have to see. I mean, look, stops, takes a drink of water, deep breath then before we move on to map 2. I suppose the question is going to be, don't forget, Mime had 4th pick in this match.
Yeah.
Did pick Norway. So there's going to be a little bit of a spanner in the works. Things are going to shake up as we move through this match at some point as well. So even if Mime starts to fall behind a little bit, he's given himself that panic button, that out, when we get to map 4.
Yeah, well, we're heading to Saudi Arabia. We've seen plenty of drama here.
Yes,
over
we
the
have.
last few games. Plenty.
Oh, Paco. Oh, what could have been. My Lord.
Oh, my God. Yeah, it's heartbreak. But I think that is what this track is very quickly becoming known for. If it wasn't before here.
I mean, we saw Pac even before Paco did it, right? He was on 139 points and then DNF'd by crashing finish on this track.
Yeah, it is very quickly becoming the most difficult track to not DNF out of all of them here. And that kind of notoriety, even though it hasn't stopped it from being picked whatsoever, in fact, it's not entered most people's bans at all, is definitely... everybody seems to think that they're good on it, despite the fact that the stats show otherwise.
I think it's definitely one of those tracks that's maybe a little bit deceptive. You know, when you're driving your practice rounds, even when you're pushing your practice rounds, you can definitely time those jumps well. But that's one of those things that goes out the window a little bit quickly. When the adrenaline starts pumping, is your ability to time those releases and make sure they are exactly the right amount, you know? And if you release just a little bit too short, a little bit too much, all of a sudden you're having a big crash. You're going to be dropping a lot of time, maybe even DNFing on this track. And that has very much been an issue for players as we enter this big jump. Elcon so close on the inside. Anyone gonna make it? Not make it? It's everyone making it this time around, and it is going to be processional into the finish. Elcon in first, Mime, Grenadi, Bren, and that's a big 10 for Elcon.
That is a rare round on Saudi Arabia where everybody is fully processional. Yeah, exactly. No mistakes from Eddie. There was a hung wheel from Bren earlier on, but not a bad hung wheel, right? It was just a small slowdown, nothing at the end of the world whatsoever. And I think you can tell this is what it was going to be set up as from the beginning. It's basically exactly what the desk said. It's 4 really, really good players. You thought the last one was a close game. This one should be even closer.
Really should be. I mean, we are hoping for currently 12 points separating those players, as you say, and it is very close on track as well in this round. Bren, the player, a little bit further behind, but here we go through these uprights for the first time, and Elcon will survive. Everyone surviving in the top 3. Bren also still hanging off the back of them, as Elcon has built a car length of lead from both Mime and Grenadi.
Elcon seems to be quicker in the earlier stages of the track, has been converting it quite well so far, but it can all go to pot in one go if you're not careful. That's an unfortunate landing. Grenadi and Mime overtake. It all comes down to that final jump though, and Elcon very much still in the conversation, looking to put a word in of his own. It's Mime out ahead to begin with. It's nice and low, but Elcon zooms on through. Elcon overtakes both of them in the final sector and takes away 10 points from that. How did he find that much speed?
I mean, you heard it. My eyes were on Grenadi. I thought that was a really nice landing from Grenadi, not quite enough to catch Mime, and Elcon flies in, timed those releases perfectly, and you get those wheels down early, you start accelerating, and off he went into the distance. Big round win for Elcon, who is now 14 points clear of anyone else. When we entered the map not 2 rounds ago, Twiggy, there was 12 points separating first and fourth, and now Elcon is 14 points ahead of second.
Yeah, it can all change very, very quickly if you enter a map that you're more comfortable on than the rest of the field here. And somebody who is not feeling comfortable, but is very much in first position right now, is Bren. A few times now he has clipped a wheel on that first jump there and fallen back into 4th position by quite a long way. This time around he has not done that and may just be able to convert it.
3 cars weaving back and forth, swapping off that lead as they go. It's Bren for the moment. Different line from both Grenady and Elcon, keeping the wheels on the ground. Very little separate them, but Bren gets a little bit of that separation with that line. He's now leading into this final jump into the tiny gap, but we saw Elcon so clean on the last time. Grenady early release.
It's clean again.
Grenady is going to drop away, but Elcon is the cleanest. He will move through onto the line. Great time from him. A PB as well. And there you go with Grenady.
It's something that we don't really talk about as much, as well as the releasing on the final jump of Saudi Arabia as well. But the more you tilt your car, the quicker your front wheels land. Yes. However, the higher the back of your car is, and the more likely you are to clatter that into the top section of it. So that is also a risk you can take, and it's a risk that Elcon takes. His car is almost as vertical as it can be when he lands, and that gains him so much more speed than everybody else, and it's been paying dividends. Players might need to take notes on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's something where you're kind of like, is it worth it to try and change your approach at this point? You know, you're already mid-tournament almost, but you might have to consider it if Elcon keeps being such a threat on this map and looking as good as he does overall. Everyone else within a couple of points. Elcon 20 points out in front.
Of course, we should, I'm sure you saw it there, those lights flashing up were the brakes. The way you do stop your forward rotation is by tapping the brakes, and that will completely cancel it. You can cancel other kinds of rotation by moving your steering. Oh my god, Bren almost falling out of that one there, but let's see if Elcon can do it again. I want to see if this is a pattern. It is a good one. He did it a little more early that time. He's happy with a second place, but as you can see, Grenady did get more vertical rotation, did get more speed at the end. That could be the make or break factor here on Saudi Arabia as we move on forward.
And it was also, I think, Elcon just not quite enough of a release before the takeoff there. He slightly overjumps the landing. You do want to be landing as early on that final ramp as you can. Catch as much of the downhill as you can, because it turns out rolling a car down a hill is faster than driving it across flat ground or being in the air.
Who would have guessed?
Who would have guessed? I'll give you one guess what map we're going to next.
I mean, I can see it. No.
Yeah, exactly. It was a very easy guess, and you still haven't. You still got it wrong.
No,
you still got it wrong.
No,
I gave you one guess for something you could see.
I have honor,
and you still got it wrong.
I have honor.
That's
you told me
crazy,
to take
Twiggy.
a guess, and I'm not going to take false.
Wild.
I'm not going to take
Twiggy. If I give you one
pity,
guess,
I'm not going to take your pity praise. I am worth more than that, Nua, and we've talked about this.
That's true. Hey, just in case anyone is watching without video right now, the map is Argentina. I realize we haven't actually said it up until this point. We do head to map 3. It is Argentina. It is Elcon with a commanding lead, frankly, at this point of the match, nearly at that halfway mark, sitting on 63 points as we enter this one. But Mime has queued up Norway for us next. Elcon queued this map up, though, so a chance maybe to extend his lead. We'll see how comfortable he feels on this one.
Yeah, precisely. Well, it is Bren out ahead on this one, and he did have a rough Saudi Arabia. He is going to need to make Argentina work for him. He goes very wide there on that turn. I think dropped out by quite a decent margin. I think as we get into the next sector, yeah, we'll see. It's a few tenths down. Oh, I couldn't tell if Mime was going to be able to turn around and let himself get that checkpoint. We have actually seen over the course of the tournament many players turn around before they catch the checkpoint. That is the
Mime and Elcon.
Elcon goes for it as well. Yeah, we're seeing it. Two schools of thought, right? Whether you want to go on the inside, you land a little later and therefore you don't have as much time with your wheels on the ground, or whether you want to go all the way on the outside, really push for every millisecond. However, you run the risk of running into the wall there. Grenady manages to clean up that line. It's good from Mime. It's very good from Mime. In fact, it's well within a 10th of Neon's world record. Everybody else stays processional too, and I think we're going to see a pretty insane Argentina as well.
We absolutely are, as we follow the cars down into the void that they have vanished in at the end of the track just there. Wow, great round and big win for Mime. Kind of needed that one to get back in. Bren also, I think, a little bit in need of a win at the moment, but sitting in 3rd place at the moment. Mime sitting a couple of tenths down as well. Nice jump from Bren. Will land very far back on the booster, so very good speed on the grass here. You can see him closing on Grenady's back wheels through this entire section. Drops early as well, so drifting a little bit more, and all of them over jumping that engine off block as much as they can too. So once again, we're going to this jump up in just a second. We'll see now Elcon is going to be taking the different line, assuming everyone makes it cleanly through this turnaround. Elcon does not, so I guess instead we'll see Mime's attempt at this jump up onto to the upper platform and see how well it pays off for him against Brennan Granati.
Yeah, how much time does he gain over this one? Currently about 2/10 down. We'll see what that bridges down to here. It's more speed heading into the ice section. Oh my lord, and it does catch him up. He doesn't.
Right?
I mean, yeah, that was about a 10th that he gained back over Brennan Granati. However, that might not be enough. There's not much time you can gain here on the identity of Argentina.
Oh, there's a little.
Somebody clatters. It's enough, yeah. Oh my god, I should not have said anything. Granati overtakes Bren. I mean, it was a matter of thousandths, but it was enough to get the overtake done at the finish line here. It does look like Mime is the quickest player on this map so far. However, if he doesn't have a perfect round, then everybody can pounce on that.
Yeah, Brennan Granati, really nice battle there at the end of the track. And you're right, look, frankly, there is not a huge amount of time to gain in that bobsleigh.
It just happened that they were within 500ths of each other.
A little bit unfortunate for you on that one, Twiggy.
Yeah.
As, well, the players do love to make fools out of us on the broadcast. One of their favourite pastimes, and absolutely.
Their dads, however.
Lovely people.
Lovely people.
Oh, absolutely.
Parents, actually, but we've mostly been talking to dads. So.
Yeah, Wizzy's dad, lovely a chat with him in between.
Yeah.
A little bit of karting. Oh, that's a bit of a crash. Unfortunate there for Elcon, who has now gone a little bit quiet in the match. Has not had great results after winning 5 out of 8 rounds on the first 2 maps.
Granati's turn. Keeping in mind he's on a wheel.
Keeping in mind that he's on a wheel, which does make it hard to exactly.
Over, yeah.
You do have to snap it all the way across. It's harder to go from full left to full right, or vice versa on the wheel than on some other forms of input. Granati doing a great job of it. It does help him a little bit on some of these ice slides, able to hold such precise angles, such a smooth exit from the turn as well. Then, and in this final uphill as well, going to make him very, very difficult to catch indeed. Mime a very long way back. Granati getting a little bit of a side touch there. Should still be able to make it. Mime will close, but he was just way too far back. Elcon will come home in 3rd. Bren in a distant 4th place, and it's starting to feel like maybe a little bit of a distant 4th place in the match as well, especially if Mime can pull up the results on Norway. We're heading there next. I keep talking about it because I am excited. We've not gotten to see much of that map.
I mean, look, for a non-heavily picked map as well, Argentina, Elcon must have been thinking, you know, everybody kind of seems to hate this map, or not hate it, but not like it as much. I was going to say, he might be surprised by how consistent Granati has been. That's one mistake coming from him, but over the course of the other rounds, he really has gained a lot of points on Elcon here on this track. Let's see if anybody else can get it done here, because Mime and Bren both vying for first position. You do get the feeling that Bren is a little more uncomfortable on this map than the other 3.
Absolutely, has not really made his mark so far. In one round, it looked like he was going to win, and then snatched away cruelly by Granati. Elcon goes so high on that inside wall. When it works, it works. As he does end up a long way in front, close to the poles on the exit, but does survive. Releases a little bit more than Bren, so the gap will be closed just a little bit, and there goes the wide line from both Elcon and Mime. Teammates in the past, before this tournament ever began, so possibly something there, maybe trained together a little bit in the lead up to this one. They both have clearly come up with the same approach. Elcon does stay alive in this bobsleigh, is still way out in front, and should now be able to make it all the way cleanly to the finish. There's another round win for Elcon. The lead re-extended over Granati, who'd closed in to within 2.
I was thinking that it was closer to a world record than I was thinking it was going to be. I knew it was going to be a good time. I did not think it was going to be a 4-7 there. But hey, moving on forward
Elcon's
now
pace.
to the map that you have been looking forward to, Noah.
Norway. Much like an Australian trying to deny something.
Norway.
Norway. That was an awful Australian. For someone who's been living in Australia for 6 months, that was a truly abysmal Australian effort for me. Well, we're getting on to Norway anyway, and whether or not our accents are good, this map certainly is fantastic. I'm having a great time watching it. I called it out before this event began as one of my favourite maps to watch.
The final round of the triple finalists.
Absolutely. The drama of it all as well. I mean, you saw it as well. What I like as well, something I've talked about a lot in Trackmania, is I love maps that provide decision points for players as much as possible. You know, when you can push, when you can risk. And this is a map that does that in spades. Not necessarily in ways that players love, because a lot of it comes down to these ice slides, how aggressively you are going for the inside line, how hard you are pushing it, how hard you're pushing these jumps as well, right? The players don't necessarily necessarily love doing that, but I love watching these decisions in real time.
Yeah, and there was the risk on that first one from Granati. He went so far inside that he clipped the penalty snow and lost out on a lot of speed compared to Bren and Elcon on the start of this one. This is, however, Mime's pick. As you can see in the top left, thank you to our producers for adding that today. It has actually been incredibly useful to us, and he hangs a wheel there on the first jump. And look, again, I will reiterate, we heard today that from Mime, consistency is not a reason that he would pick a track. It is because he thinks he can go faster than everybody else on his best runs. He goes 100% or nothing. And that is what matters to him. And this time around, it's the nothing part.
It's unfortunately the nothing. But there's 3 other drivers still in this race. And we go to one more big jump here on Norway. Elcon won't be making it on this time of asking. Bren is landing very far to the right, but he will survive. Granati is just there. Elcon will drop to third. That's a new tournament record from Bren in our first round on the track. Goes down to 110.3.
It was still yet to quite get as close to the world record there shown from Pag.
Yeah.
Still a 10th away from that one, but we haven't played a lot of Norway, so...
No. I believe that was, in fact, probably about our 15th round on the track or something. It's really not that many compared to a map like Saudi Arabia that we've played over 100 rounds on, probably about 150 plus rounds already over 2 days.
Yeah, exactly. And, well, hopefully we'll see that improved upon over the course of this one. Still yet to see Pack an attempt at improving upon that time. Maybe he won't even get one, considering how little we have been seeing the track here. But Mime, now right behind the players, got a lot of exit speed off of that jump and is catching up to Elcon. He's catching up to Granati and Bren as well, but they're a little further away. Let's see how much more Mime can get on this one. Everybody deceptively quite good at this map.
Yeah.
For the amount that it gets avoided, everybody has seemed quite confident here.
But I think there is the problem where you could still just trip up on any round. And these players trust themselves. They trust their consistency. They're going to have to trust themselves on this final jump. Mime a little bit further left, then Bren. Granati's going to be on for a great time. Bren gaining on him at the finish line, won't quite catch. There's another tournament record.
There's the point 2.
Bren nearly caught him around the outside, but it still ended up being a 10th and a half difference.
I think we're going to see that time get broken.
I think we might still, feels like there's more in the locker for these boys.
That was
Granati.
not the perfect final landing from Granati there.
Tied with Elcon. All of a sudden. It was not a perfect final landing, you're absolutely right. But it has brought him back up to tie for first place overall in the match.
Indeed, there's a little more left in the tank on this track. We only get to see it 2 more times here. I'm not sure we'll get back round to this one unless we're incredibly lucky. So we need a little more pushing from these players. It seems like all of them have it in the tank. We knew that before we started the game. It was just whether or not they could bring it on the server on the day. And Elcon right now on a very good time. It's a good landing as well. Mime once again goes a little wide, but he doesn't clip the wheel over the edge this time, and he gains a lot of speed, and he is going to go for the overtake here on Elcon. Can he put his money where his mouth is and set the time that he wanted to set when he picked this map?
Looking good, at least in this round. Looking fast, looking like he's got a little bit of daylight behind himself. Back to Elcon, but that's a nice exit from the reactor from Elcon. Going to be high. Good enough speed down the hill though. Mime, as you say, a little bit slower than Granati was in the previous round, but it's looking like it might be good enough to win this round. Elcon's going to hang a wheel. Granati slides on.
It's good. It's good.
That's
it's
a world
good.
record.
It's good.
You called it.
I told you.
You called it a little bit slower than Granati into the previous checkpoint, but the landing was cleaner. And Bren.
Oh, DNF. Ouch.
DNFs.
Well, there you go. We've hit the
point
1. Can we get it down to the 109 would be
109 would be.
If you manage that, that's about a perfect run at that point.
2/10 can be a lot when it comes down to Trackmania. I will say though, I mean, that middle jump on the track, we've seen how much time Josh is gaining there.
There's so much left.
Potentially a couple of tenths on the middle jump of the track as well. So, look, 109 definitely possible. Will we see it in competition? Well, maybe not.
Highly doubtful. I'm actually going to check the campaign record
the
for this track over the course of this round.
There goes
Bren is still
Bren.
having a tough time keeping up with his competitors, and as we go, as everybody keeps warming up, it looks like Elcon is thriving. He seems to be doing a lot better as the rounds go on. In fact, he's on a very, very good time here this time as well. Everybody dropping back from him, and Bren seems to be kind of faltering as we go through this series here.
Yeah. Elkon on really good pace in this round as well. What does this final jump look like? Throwing it away now would be a tragedy. Just gotta land this one. Goes far from left to right. That might send him off the right. It will just about. He hangs a wheel. Grenady once again slides on through. Mime gets past as well. And Elkon will drop to third. That back wheel getting dropped off the side a couple of times.
Absolutely nowhere near. The world record on the campaign version of Norway is on 110.42.
Yeah, we've already beaten that.
Yeah, we haven't just beaten that. Blown it out of the...
Obliterated. These players are the best in the world. The competition you are watching is some
That's not always the case when we get onto a new patch for the tournament. We usually think the campaign record is a little bit better, but this time around, absolutely not. Well, we're heading to Canada here. Oh my lord. If we keep up this pace, I don't know what Saturday's going to be like.
I don't know, yeah. I don't know how many more levels we have to reach.
How much more can these players push?
How much more can they push? Is genuinely the question.
Well, that's the thing, right? In a lobby like this,
yeah,
you're pushing, everybody's pushing you. In a grand final type lobby?
Yeah,
I don't
absolutely.
know. I don't know.
You are so right, as always. As always. As sometimes, for sure. But this is the thing, I have said that before in tournaments, in kind of, these rounds, still relatively early rounds of the competition, and I have always watched these players find another gear time and time again. These exact players sometimes, but all of our top players have that ability to just lock in when they need to. Big start for Bren here on Canada, looking quick, but Elkon is smooth with it through that slalom, and so is Grenady. It makes sense. Grenady, look, it is one of the things we talk about is the advantage with the wheel is your ability to be precise, to get this straightened out, to get your nose slide, to stop the slide on dirt a little bit earlier. Grenady's gonna have the advantage over these non-wheel players, and he takes full advantage as he gets past Bren in this round.
Really, really good couple of sectors there from Grenady. Can he do it all in the final? You can see him whip his wheel over to the left there to try and get that turn done, but it's all too good from Elkon, who's going to set a 102.1. It's not the fastest times that we have seen by a long, long shot, but it's good enough for a first place here on Canada. And sorely needed points here for Elkon, who wants to make sure he's got that gap from Mime and Bren.
Yeah, as we are now starting to close in on finalists as well, it is time to start looking really at what that picture looks like. And, well, it's a pretty, what's the word for it? Chiaroscuro? You know, strong tones of black and white. It's a pretty divided picture is what I'm saying.
Like contrast.
Just a little, yeah, exactly, you know. Or, in French, clair obscur.
Is that actually?
That is what it is. Yeah, that is the French for chiaroscuro, which is an Italian word. But yeah, paintings with high contrast, and this is a high contrast picture on our scoreboard right now, Twiggy. Grenady and Elkon out in front, and then a bit of a fall down to Mime and Bren, who have been getting involved. They've been winning rounds, but it's just not had the same consistency as these two drivers who are looking to threaten the 140-point mark.
Well, Mime has maintained some really good momentum here through these final few sectors, and he's overtaken one of the players. Can he get the second done? I don't think so with that turnaround. All Grenady's going to have to overcorrect. Maybe we see an overtake, not quite. Elkon can't quite get it done. I turned into a duck at the end there, but Grenady finishes it off in first place, gets himself to 123.
Yeah, I mean, look, we heard it yesterday. Onset and Bravo called it out that Grenady's time on the public leaderboards as well does have that turnaround at the end, right? Doesn't necessarily lose you time and can be a solid way to correct if you've gone a little bit wide on that final turn. It does work. And Grenady has just shown us exactly how effective it can be, picking up the 10 points in that last round, now at 123, potentially only a couple of rounds away from finalist. There's still time for Bren and Mime, but they will need to wake up in the next couple of rounds.
Well, here it looks like a round that Bren could go ahead and do so here as Elkon clips a corner. And again, Bren was a little slower there on that NASCAR section than Elkon was looking like, but Elkon risked a little too hard, and Bren overtakes into first. Grenady right behind and is gaining on Bren, but Bren just needs to maintain that distance, those few tenths that he has over the German here, and hold on to that position, hold it onto it through this final corner. It looks like it's going to be enough as long as he doesn't crash in to one of these poles. It's looking good for Bren, and it's going to be good to the very end. He's going to get some sorely needed points here.
Yeah, look though, I mean, Bren kind of taking advantage of a slightly slower round, frankly, from his opponents. Elkon bounces into the finish there. It great for Bren. 10 points, as I said earlier, is 10 points, but that time from Bren was not beating some of the times we have seen from Grenady and Elcon already. We do only have 1 round left on Canada, but you want to see another big performance from Bren or from Mime here to keep this match nice and close heading towards the end of it. Grenady now on 129. I feel like we've seen a disproportionate amount of players end up on 139 already in this tournament, and there's a chance we get another one here, Twiggy.
It does really seem that way, doesn't it? Yeah. Well, if Elcon has anything to say about it, Grenady will not be getting 10 points from this round, and we will avoid that, hopefully, on this one. But Bren is also looking to gain that position. That last round would have been good for his confidence here, good for looking towards the next few. It's good speed out of the dirt. He might just look for an overtake here onto Grenady, but it's mostly the Elcon show up there at the front, looking to gain that position, looking to maintain it, and it should not move much further from here. It's all about whether or not Bren can overtake Grenady, whether or not Elcon hits the barrier. It's absolutely fine, and it is an overtake from Bren over Grenady, and those are 2 points that he will be very grateful for.
Yeah, and I mean, very unfortunate for Grenady, because Grenady now sits on 1-3-3, which means it is still first place, or you do not hit finalist for Grenady. That's a big snipe by Bren.
Every wheel player in the middle of between maps, you can just see their camera going around. It's just silly.
You gotta look at the wheel player as well, right? Yeah. It's how it be. Look, there is Grenady still focused. Look, Grenady still, it has to be said, in prime position, right? Like, sure, it's a little bit of an awkward points total to be on at this point in the match. 1-3-3. You know, if you get second, you're on 1-3-9. You don't get finalists straight away, but you're still, look, only a couple of points away. You have Elcon relatively close to you, but you do have a pretty sizable gap down to third and fourth still at the moment. I was trying to think of a more political way to say that, and I'm not sure I found one.
Yeah, I think, look, the kind of drama that we have had over the course of this one, the only other game in the upper bracket which wasn't, or which was like this, I mean, which wasn't like everybody vying for first place, was one where they were both setting world records, and they were both...
Neon set world record on 5 maps, yes.
And Carl Jr. still won. Exactly. So this does feel like a lower energy game, but it isn't at all. I mean, we've still seen world records here is the problem, and Bren is now looking to fight back for this one. In fact, it is Brem and Mine who are up in first and second place here and looking to gain themselves as many points as they can get out of this one before Grenady and Elcon fly their way into finalist mode.
Yeah, I mean, Grenady, I said he was in a comfortable position, but he's not in a position where, you know, he has already finished. It is still catchable. You are catchable until you win in finalist mode. And Bren and Mime looking to do just a little bit of catching right now. Bren from Mime as we head over the last couple of jumps here on Poland. One more to go. Can Mime catch Bren? Maybe. It looked like Bren was going to hang a wheel, but he didn't. It will be Bren at the finish line. He picks up 10 points, and that is a very good time. And you can hear it in the French crowd, right? They'd been a little bit silenced. It's been a little bit of time. The applause coming out for Bren. They're happy to see that one.
And of course the Twisted Mind fans as well. Yeah. Club Championship? But still, nice to see the clubman win. And look, this map was very much the Grenady and Elcon show to start off the series here. But right now, I don't know what is happening to these two players, but they are bumping into walls left, right, and center.
Yeah, this is a little bit unfortunate. This is the kind of thing I want to see Elcon do well. This is the kind of thing that I sometimes see from them in competition, right? You know, the times are there, but then when you get towards the end of a match, you still have to be able to close it out, especially in cup mode. And Elcon right now, maybe at risk. Maybe not, though. Still does have that buffer. Still has a few rounds to play with. This is a great battle up at the front right now, though. Mime, Grenady, and Bren all looking for it. Mime a little further left on the platforms. Maybe the speed there for Grenady to make a dive. It's looking like he's trying. Still getting those wheels down a little bit further than Mime. He's going to carry great speed through this corner as well. Through the jump they go, and they are nose and nose together as we head around this final corner. A couple of platforms left. Mime, great landing. Bren's going to crash on out. Elcon through, but it's Mime from Grenady up at the front. It is going to be Mime holding on to a lead. Grenady wide, has the speed, will not catch. Mime has to set a world record to hold him off as Grenady was hunting him down.
Mime clipped a wheel on the second last jump. And he still got world record?
just managed to avoid that acceleration pen. I don't know what to tell you, Twiggy.
Well, regardless, Grenady is not going to be unhappy with this situation. Yeah, Mime, you can go ahead and take the world record. I'll take finalist.
Can he close it out?
Well, I mean, everybody is getting quite close to him now, actually. That gulf that we were talking about earlier has very much dwindled between these players, and Bren is looking for even more points. Mime right behind. It does seem that when we get into the final throws of the game, players seem to come alive. The ones that are below 100 points start to go, I need to do something. Yeah. And they start driving out of their minds.
Yeah. So Grenady, he didn't touch on that early outside dirt, but he did have to release. That's why he's now about 4/10 down on the rest of the field. First time of asking on finalists, and he has left himself with a tall question to answer. This is going to be a difficult run, and I'm not sure there's enough track left to make up the time that he would need to. He is making a valiant effort, though. Full send from Grenady. The gap is closing in. It was 4/10. It's now 2/10 up to the leader. It is Elcon in the lead. He's looking for a finalist mode of his own. Grenady has overtaken 2. There's only 1 left. Elcon has held on to that lead, though. He will take down the win, and Bren will take second. I was maybe premature, as Mime will crash. Will he even get the finish on this one is the question. Surely he does. He was 4 seconds down. He will manage to finish with about 3/10 left before he was going to DNF.
We have
Double finalists. 2 players on 117, each of them a few rounds away from making a finalist of their own. It feels like we get guaranteed almost at least 1 finalist out before Mime and Bren hit finalists, but will both of them make it out? And I don't think that's a guarantee, Twiggy.
There is a couple of problem areas here on this map specifically that they both are losing a bit of time on, and I'm really not sure if Elcon is in the kind of business of, in this tournament specifically, to be honest, making those kinds of mistakes on this stage here. He's been looking very good here at EWC, and Grenady pushing for it as well right behind here. Neither of them want to let the Na'Vi player nor the Twisted Minds player back into things. However, they have let the big player through, and I'm talking in terms of notoriety as well as in terms of the team. Grenady out in front, and he's setting big times as well. Mime right behind, who just set the world record on this map. Can he do it once again to get the overtake? It's well inside. It's a good line. He can't get quite enough speed, but he's done it. He has denied Grenady at the finish line, picked him to the edge, and he'll get himself to 127 points right in the nick of time.
And I don't think that was not a bad end by Grenady.
No,
he didn't. He maybe lost half a tenth.
More of the grass.
Yeah, it was pretty average, but it was pretty average. It was what we've seen. I think that was just really, really quick from Mime.
Yeah, Grenady does tend to take a wider line on that second to last jump, and that does lose you out on a bit of time. However, the setup becomes a lot easier, and it just wasn't enough. Sometimes when you're pushing against somebody who pushes for breakfast, they are going to take your lead, and it is now Saudi Arabia. So look, we've seen plenty of drama here on this map. If there is ever a map for DNFs to come on through,
there absolutely has been so many on this track so far. I think still the most DNF'd track in the competition. Not quite. Australia, having been played for a handful of rounds, technically has a higher percentage rate of DNFs than this map, but given how many times we've played this map...
Don't fake us out on the quadruple finalist again.
Don't fake us out on the
Not one more time. Again. Oh, I would love it.
It's so scary though. Like this map, look, and I think especially for Grenady, who's now been in finals for a couple of rounds, right? That is one of the things we talk about in Trackmania, is the longer you sit in finalists, the harder it gets to convert, because you start getting into your own head about it a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Grenady is off to a good start this time around. Bren had problems here on this first jump quite a few times in the first time of asking. It's good on this one, but he is not close enough to Grenady to capitalize just yet. Gonna have to push a little bit harder. Goes very inside on that checkpoint, runs the risk of hitting the wall, and Grenady, he arcs out a little further. Mime and Bren just behind though, and there goes Bren with a slightly faster line, keeping it smooth there, and he moves back on up. Plenty of speed for Mime and Bren, both of them looking to deny. Bren touches Grenady touches behind him as well, and I don't know where Elcon is either, so as long as Mime keeps it clean, both of them are fine. These are points they would love to have. Mime on 137 and Bren on 127.
Our path to quadruple finalists
Lord.
is becoming clear. Bren is not quite there. He's on 127, but Mime's only a round away from finalist right now.
He can taste
and Grenady very nearly managed to use that map break, the swapping of the map, as kind of that mental reset, right? And then you convert your finalist. But now he's lost a round on Saudi Arabia as well. That mental reset chance may be a little bit gone. Grenady now has to work for it. He is now pushing through the mental block of having been on finalist for 3 rounds. Elcon has been on finalist a couple of rounds himself as well. Can one of them get it done before Mime joins them?
These players might not be going through as long days as the Counter-Strike 2 players or the Crossfire players or any of the other games here at EWC this week, but they still have to have the mental fortitude and the grit to get through a full series of Trackmania to 140 points. Bren is out ahead this time around, looking to once again deny Grenady, and not only that, but put himself onto 137 points, which would be perfect. All he needs to do is not screw up this end. Can he get it done? No! But Grenady crashes well.
Elcon's through.
Where's Mime?
Where's Elcon?
Oh, Elcon has done it.
Elcon
has done it. We didn't even see.
Elcon wins. Elcon's in.
Oh.
He made it on through, inherits the lead from double crashes. And Bren has to be kicking himself. Mime, I think, has to be kicking himself a little bit as well. That was his chance to
he was
deny.
right there. He was behind Mime and Grenady there.
Mime and Grenady, they have finalists. Bren is still in a position though, and Bren's looking quick on the track. Let's be fair, he could still very much deny on this one, but Mime is out in front, and Grenady, having hit finalist first, is now at risk of dropping to the lower bracket.
Mime has pushed through in a tough situation, was down by a decent gulf of points from both Grenady and Elcon just earlier on in this series, and now is on finalist alongside Grenady and is poised to take Saudi Arabia and take the next spot out of the upper bracket straight into the playoffs. However, if he doesn't get it done here and Grenady maintains this position, he's going to be joining the rest of the players down in the lower bracket. Grenady is out of the picture. Bren, can you save him, or is Mime going through into the playoffs unscathed after what was an amazing comeback? He just needs to get it done. He's done it for Na'Vi. It's Mime.
What a finish to an intense match. I've said it before and I'll say it again, Twiggy. That is Trackmania, baby. Oh my God. There's Mime. Smile on his face. Less of one on Bren's, who had a chance, honestly. Bren had a chance in that match. That crash at the end, Elcon getting through as a result, making it to the finish. And Grenady, our first player to finalist, unable to convert, unable to book his spot directly to the playoffs. We will see him again tomorrow. He will have to fight his way through a tournament that is becoming increasingly scary. Yeah. And he will have to try and get a spot in that playoff bracket the hard way.
Every single one of these upper bracket games has been unbelievable. Every single player has been at risk of going down in this round, and it's only going to get worse from here on out. Once we say goodbye to the rest of our players and we get into the playoffs, every single player will be able to win the whole thing.
Yeah, look, it's tough. On Norway, Grenady inherited that lead so many times. Just watching the highlights back there, right? The amount of times he was second or even third on that final jump, and he was there. He had the consistency all match long. But when it came down to it, some of the other players just able to get him on pace. This denial by Mime, right? You look back to that
every
round.
Single time.
Excellent highlight selection. I love our production team. They're so beautiful, actually. With that said, I'm being told by production I need to get rid of them. Get rid of us, I guess,
rid of
more
them.
than anything.
Get rid of production.
Well, get rid of us. We're going to the stage for an interview.
Thank you very much, guys. Paris, please get up your Game 7 winner. It's Elcon 21! Elcon, we were screaming our heads off backstage just then. I mean, none of us could believe what was happening. How is it for you being in that race? We saw that 3 of you in contention for finalist mode. It was wild.
It was definitely stressful. At the start, I started off pretty good, but towards the end, I just started crashing so much, and I don't know, I wasn't feeling it towards the end, but thankfully, it worked out.
It did work out. I think Grenadi was actually maybe the first into finalist mode. Mime was the one to go through there, we saw as well. Were you surprised how things worked out in the group going into the match? Did you imagine it to go as it did, or was it different to what you expected?
Definitely different. I expected like a lot of sick times to be driven. We were kind of like at the middle stage pace, not up there already, which is what I kind of expected, but it went out pretty well, and I think everyone deserved their spot.
Going through into through the upper bracket there, I mean, this must be a great for you coming into this event. Did you hope it would end like this at this point, like going into this the final day? It's such a strong position because you did so unbelievably well.
Well, originally when I arrived here, I expected to be out in the group stage, so already coming out like this, it's incredible.
Lastly, EWC, Trackmania. I mean, it's delivering all the goods entertainment-wise. What's it been like for you being here in Paris, performing, playing here at EWC?
Yeah, it's definitely incredible. The venue is insane. Everything is just insane around here. I'm feeling pretty good.
Well, your driving was insane as well. One more time, give it up, Paris, for Elkon! What a hero there. It's the Maya in that picture, that winning picture as well behind. Back to you guys in the studio. What a penultimate game we had there, but there's one more left today. One more.
And I cannot wait for it. Thank you so much, Elkon. Congratulations there on the first place. No keys crushed. However, that will leave for tomorrow in our decider matches as we come back here onto the desk. Import Turbo. Wow, great race there. What do you want to say?
I mean, honestly, Turbo was almost right. It almost was a quadruple finalist.
It was.
So close.
So close.
Imagine I would have been right with that, like this.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get to see that at the end of that one round with the slight cam switch option. But outside of that, really great job for Elkon. Really great job for also the others as well.
Yeah, so many things to talk about here in this match. I mean, Norway, Bren, tournament record, Grenadi, tournament record, and then Mime. World record, okay,
yeah,
all right, just go for it.
Go for it.
An incredible performance there from Mime. I mean, Mime really falling behind is in this match as well as Bren, and then yeah, Grenadi wasn't able to close it out.
The thing I loved about Mime's reaction though at the end, it was just puffing his face out like, oh my gosh, I survived that. And I would have that same exact reaction as well. I can't imagine kind of what the relief you have. Also knowing the fact that you're now top 16, you're on Saturday, you're at that finals day. So, I mean, what a great relief for him as well. For the side of Grenadi and Bren, maybe I'm going to be a little mean when I say this. Maybe it's a streamer debuff. They're also really good streamers. So they're well-known streamers at Track. Maybe a little bit of streamer debuff being played in.
Grenadi has been streaming so much as of very recently. He's so hardworking. I don't know how he does it, but he still creates YouTube videos. He streams on Twitch and then also practices for the most important Trackmania tournament out there. And he was choking it in the end. I mean, he did not close it out. I think he had at least 3 finals attempts there to work with.
Yeah, and coming into this position, closing it with the quality that's here in this group, from Bryn, obviously over to Mime, to Wosal coming up soon. I just saw on my card, but of course, Grenadi. I mean, they're getting to this place where they get to rest. And how important is that? I mean, we got one more group to go, but I feel like it's just an understated thing. Having to work tomorrow, having to focus tomorrow, or being able to reset and just focus on Saturday. I feel like it's a huge deal.
Yeah, I think having a lack of stress is definitely going to be a big factor. Not having to worry about what's happening tomorrow necessarily, but just focusing on the days ahead.
Right.
You may even already know what your matchup is going to be from Saturday, depending on all the matchups. Yes, we have a couple deciders, a couple last ones, but at that point, you can almost kind of predict who is going to go through at that point, I feel like.
I think we also here feel how long the days are. Of course, players only have one match, but you have to be ready. And I mean, usually in Trackmania tournaments, it's the following. You play match upon match upon match upon match. And now we only have one match per day. And I mean, tomorrow it will be very important. We're only having 4 matches coming up, but it's still a long day for the players because you start thinking about it. Even if your match comes up only at like 9 p.m.
Of course.
You're still practicing. You're still there. You're still awake at this point.
I mean, in talent, it's kind of like hurry up and wait. And for these players as well, getting warmed up is a part of your process of playing Trackmania. I mean, it goes hand in hand. This is a different setting, a different tournament, but so much more on the line. I've seen some prize pools that, 5K, 10K, that's a big deal. 10K just for qualifying into top 16. So already securing that Elcon and Mime here with this.
Yeah, awesome for them. The fact that they already have a little bit, coming back and say, okay, you know what, it was worth at this point.
Yeah.
Regardless of what happens, I got my money's worth. Also, for average community land, 10K is about what you get.
Yeah.
So
the winner, yeah. That's like a winning land.
That's like a winning land.
That's a good winning land.
That's only a cut of
event.
10K. Let's be real here.
Yeah.
It's only about, 4K that you would get from a 10K prize pool.
Yeah.
So, honestly, they've already made bank for the year.
Yeah. Where do you live? What zip code do you live? Because we're trying to figure out how to get some apartments, some housing in California, man. 10K, you're making the whole year? No, Trackmania, we love it because we get to tell these stories too, whether it's doing a dual profession like the accountants that we've seen show up in Pac and Neil, or whether it's just making these moments last on stage. We have one more group to go. It's going to be an exciting one coming up in a moment. Finishing off, we've got Pac, Wosile, Gwyn, and Epos to close us out. Turbo, that is going to be one that you do not want to miss.
So before the whole matches happened yesterday, we said this will be the match of the day, but we have seen 3 exceptional matches already, almost a quadruple final situation, a 2000 snipe there from Otak against Binks. It will be hard to top that, but the quality in this match is just... I'm speechless.
It's going to be amazing and truly one of those members, whether you pick out, maybe throw a dart at a board, 3 out of 4 of them, many people say, yeah, I expect them to be in the top 4, maybe have a chance to win EWC. And one of them, who is mentioned maybe more than others, is Pac. His road to EWC, to get here, to be a favorite, has been something special. We've got that documented for you. And on the other side, we go to our final match of the day.
Next up, representing the hometown heroes of Vitality, it's Pac TM!
How he qualified to this event was just absolutely amazing. He dropped into the lower bracket of GMAC Birmingham very, very early on, but then eventually made it into the grand final and actually won it.
One of the greatest feelings. It kind of set a story from when we didn't win back in 2023. And so I've always wanted the second win. This year has been complete change and I've put everything that I have into it. Having the breaks that I need to as well, because you need to think about the mental health.
He's certainly one of the headliners acts, but it's going to be one tough competition for him, that's for sure.
He was always behind Carl Jr. And this year it might be Pac's year to win it.
Pac is definitely a top contender for sure. He will always deliver, he will always be good, and I need to play very well to have a chance against him.
Most of the time it is what's in your own head and how you are feeling, especially with Trackmania. It's just a mental game, really. It does change lives in some ways. I always want to do well. I feel like a podium is sort of always my goal in every event I go to. And this one being the biggest event that Trackmania has had in its history, it's one of those where you want to be able to perform at your best and do well. And I want to do well for the Vitality fans. The viewership from it and being that world champion of EWC Trackmania is just something that is a real stepping stone for anyone.
I think he can win this whole tournament here.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
It's been a full day at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, and now we welcome you back for our final match up. And this one is one you don't want to miss. Whether it's Pack or whether it's Gwen, we have a chance to see some of the best in Trackmania at the stage when the lights are brightest and the stakes are highest. Top 16 on the line, but when you lose, you don't go home. You still get to fight, but that's left for tomorrow's action. Today, we have to break down what this star-studded group has in store for us, and I've brought a special member of our talent alongside with us. Import's back, but now it's Twiggy!
Yeah, thank you very much for having me here. I had to run on over. Yeah. I'm out of breath.
Oh, man.
My voice is dead from the excitement of today. It's lovely to be
drama
there.
queen.
Oh,
Come
well,
on.
you know.
I love it. You bring in a sense of nonchalance and just relaxation, even though I know it's probably just tiredness from having to cast so much today.
Look, my heart rate's been at about 140 the whole day, but yeah, no, relax is what I'm going for.
I love it. Well, let's slide into this real nice and easy because we got a group of 4 that have need no introduction pretty much as well, especially in the crowd. Pack, we saw his road to EWC. Versailles with gen.g. I see a couple of gen.g signs in the building as well. Gwen from ag.al. Their fans have represented. They kind of, I guess, stepped away. No, they're still here. They're just a little quieter than when Binks was around. And it's late in the night for them. And then, of course, Epos from Team Liquid. Exactly where all 4 of these drivers expected to be in Porte.
Yeah, definitely. Pack coming in through now on your screen here. He is ready. He is set to go and prove success for himself to say, I am still a top contender. You know, he's always lived technically in the shadow of Carl.
Yeah.
I would think many would agree upon that. And I think this is an opportunity for him to be like, listen, this is the most toughest tournament he's ever been at. This is an opportunity to say, okay, no more shadows. This is my limelight here.
Yeah, exactly. You put it exactly how I would. When it was 2v2s and he was paired up with Carl Jr., a lot of teams do like to play first and second fiddle in that one will push and one will play safe, and Pack usually was living a little bit in the shadows of Carl Jr., but I think here he has been shining so much. I mean, look no further than DreamHack Birmingham.
That's the beautiful thing about this new setup as well. For many people who've watched Trackmania esports over the years, a little bit different than, you know, what has always been the standard, but it also brings different storylines. Now the individual achievement can shine. Another member we mentioned with fans sitting in the stands is Versailles, who has a chance to shine here as well. Let's see what Rachel and him had to get up about, ready to get forward for this match.
Versailles joins me now. Congrats for yesterday. First, couldn't gone much better?
Yeah, honestly, there was no way to do much better for me. Ending up in first was like so great for me. The only bad thing was that I ended up going in a match where maybe I'm a bit last in terms of pace, like all the other guys are driving faster than me. But I'll try my best for that.
This is today, you mean? You've got Epos, of course, you've got Gwen, you've got Pack, you've got some big hitters there.
Oh yeah, really big hitters. That's a bit scary for me, but yeah.
But how much confidence does yesterday and coming first give you for this match?
Honestly, a ton. Like, I was not expecting to be first yesterday, even against Binks. Like, I know that he's a bit better than me in normal times, but yeah, this time, yeah, it gave me a bit of boost for maybe the next match, the today's match. So maybe a bit of confidence, yeah.
What will you have to do against these other 3 opponents today to have the edge?
Drive faster. That's the only thing that I have to do, drive faster. Still keeping the consistency, but drive faster.
What do you think they will have over you that you might need to come up against?
Still driving faster. I mean, I'm one of the slowest one, I think, but more of the constant guy, so I just gotta push up myself to just compete with them.
The fact that you did take out someone like a Binks though yesterday, does that give you confidence that on your day you can beat anybody?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's like 1 in 5 chance that I can make this match work. I mean, all depends on the guys I'm facing. And yeah, I think honestly, even without luck and anything, I think I can make it. Yeah.
What have you changed from maybe yesterday to today?
Just chilling more, I'd say. That's maybe not a good answer, but I took time off since we had a lot of break time, and I think this helped me a bit to just focus up on myself.
Yeah, how have you been doing that then? Obviously, you haven't been playing much of the game, but what have you been doing outside of the game to try and keep calm and chill?
Yeah, I've been doing, like, I grabbed Gwen and we went playing on just some stuff, some darts, ping pong, some stuff that EWC provides us, so it's really cool to have this kind of things.
Everything away from the game. In terms of obviously being a home nations athlete as well, obviously from France, have you been listening to the crowd out there, and did they give you a boost yesterday?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of people came by to just watch what I was doing today. Even people from work, from friends, family, my girlfriend. I mean, everybody came, so that's, I mean, for the moral, it's like very, very good.
Do you think it helped you? Gave you the edge?
A lot, and I thank them for it.
In terms of today then, what are we expecting from you?
Do the same. I mean, I'm hoping that they'll come back stronger, so I can compete with all the guys, Bings, Gwen, and Epos. So yeah, no, sorry, Pac. Yeah.
You did it yesterday. Let's see if you can do it again today. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Rachel. That was exciting. I mean, all of these guys, they were headliners in their own right. And when they come into this matchup, who keeps that headline? Is it Pac, or is Wosal maybe got a little bit of a dark horse theme on somebody that we need to pay attention to more?
Well, me and Twiggy, we're going to present two other options that we haven't spoken about yet. I will take the first option. Twiggy is going to quickly take the second option. I would like to present to you Gwen. Gwen, one of the fastest Frenchmen on the track. He is definitely somebody to constantly watch out for. We talk about Carl. Yeah, whatever. Gwen's here. He's young. He's vibrant. He has a smile on his face. You come see him. He's always in good spirits. This man is somebody to watch out for. I think he's going to be able to win it.
And much to the chagrin, I think, of the ag.al fans, I'm going to have to back my own country person in Epos. He has been absolutely ridiculous over some community tournaments. He had a great placement in DreamHack Birmingham, and really, apart from the finals where he placed 4th, was absolutely show-stopping. I think Epos can put up an incredible performance, and look, I've got a backpack and Epos here.
Do you think that is how it's going to go? I know you're backing them, but do you think that's how it's going to go, 1-2?
I think it's more than likely, in my opinion, that the two Brits do actually come out 1-2.
Yeah. I think that's a safe bet. Well, maybe not a safe bet, but I think it's mostly a safe bet.
Never a safe bet.
And we're slightly biased. I'm also good friends with Epos, and Pac is such a nice guy.
Yeah.
Literally just go talk to him. You'll understand. But honestly, they are such talented players, and that's not negating from Gwen. And also, I can't think of his name. Wosal, there we go. My brain is mush right now because I am anticipating what we are about to get into here. This is the match of the day.
Certainly is.
This is going to be the toughest competition. Maybe Turbo will get that dream quadruple finalist here in this moment.
That's right. G-Geek and Turbo keep getting these great games, Twiggy. How are you letting them get away with it?
Well, look, we gave it to him ahead of time. You'd think that we were like, here, have our favorites, have our best.
Yeah, can we have a chat? At the bus, I was expecting, can we have a chat about that last game as well? But no, you guys are nice enough, and I know they're excited for it. I know two guys as well excited for this final stage walkout in our group stage to kick off group number 8. Stars abound at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. It's Adam and Milos.
Thanks very much, Rain Day. We've all got to follow Wasil's advice. Drive faster. Just drive faster. That's what I do, and that's how you succeed in this game here.
Life advice for everybody. Genuinely, it comes down to it. You can apply it to every game. Simple lessons to add in there, but I know we make the joke around it. However, sometimes it does go down to it, and you have to here in our final matchup of the evening.
Can you believe what a day it's been, though?
Yeah.
What a day it's been. Our very last one here, obviously at the end of this, 2 of our players progress to the upper bracket, 2 also in the lower bracket, but they'll still be in the competition at the moment.
Until tomorrow.
Change until tomorrow. Things get very, very crushy again as keys are destroyed.
Well then, let's introduce them on stage. Join me in welcoming our Game 8 4 players, Pac, Wosal, Gwen, and Epos.
Here they come. 4 juggernauts eager to round out this thrill fest of a Thursday by progressing through to the upper bracket. Which two will rise? Which two will fall into our lower bracket? We're going to find out very, very soon as this final series of the day gets underway. So please get ready for this. It's going to be huge. It's going to be big. Back to the desk and let's get this show on the road.
Well, whether it's Vitality or Team Liquid fighting for points in the club championship, or ag.al literally fighting for the club champion with their French representative in Gwen, or maybe it is Wozile on the side of gen.g. Everybody has a story. We'll see which narrative packs the bigger punch tonight.
The narrative for Pack is going to be shadows, right? Getting away from the shadows, stepping into the light. Another storyline for Epos, solidifying himself in that S tier of Trackmania, being one of the top 4 best players in the world, arguably yes for now, but is he going to solidify that is the question.
Well, there's plenty to prove for everybody on stage here, but you know what I've also realized? It is France versus Britain here on stage, and I think for the home crowd, definitely, while they also have ag.al to be cheering for as well, there is that, I don't know, something to be cheering for the French people.
Yeah, definitely. As we look now into our bands and our picks, we see Poland picked as the first pick from Pack, Saudi Arabia coming from Wozile. What will we see coming next? Canada from Gwen. What is Epos gonna pick here is the question. Maybe Japan, there it is. Yeah. And decider is gonna be Argentina. I think these picks pretty good overall, a little bit of balance across the board.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of excitement on all of these ones, especially I'm looking forward to, I think, Argentina, in that a lot of players have been avoiding it, a lot of players have not wanted to head to that map, and we've been seeing times get better and better and people get more and more comfortable there. I'm excited to see what these guys can bring out.
I'm also excited to see the rivalry between these two teams, Vitality and ag.al. They're kind of booing each other right now.
We need to keep people, get the marshals in between them.
Well, it's a lot of fun here on the desk, a lot of fun in the crowd as well. The France versus Britain rivalry taking the stage at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. I know 2 guys who are ready to keep the energy high. It's G-Geek and Turbo.
I tell you what, Rain Day, it's downright getting rowdy down here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. Pack, Epos, Gwen, and Wozile.
Last but definitely not least.
We've been through so many barn burners this particular second day that I'm starting to lose my own memory.
And what will that be? We have 3 amazing matches, but now we're starting with the final match of the evening. Pack, Epos, Wozile, and Gwen fighting it out, and the first player to fall for a mistake is Pack.
Right now, Pack unfortunately falling foul of the start, finding himself half a second back. It will be a 3-horse race between Gwen, Epos, and Wozile, following along with the keyboard warrior from gen.g Esports, trailing Gwen by less than 1/10 of a second, going through the grass wall ride. It will be to checkpoint for Gwen, and Wozile losing a bit of speed, but managing to get back into second place.
Deja vu, Gwen with an absolutely amazing start, similar than yesterday, but he loses ground to Wozile, who had an amazing match against Binks yesterday as well. But look at that fight between the Frenchmen, Gwen versus Wozile. Gwen with great air control there, Wozile falling a bit behind. Epos is half a second behind and has nothing to say here in this very, very first round. Who's gonna win, Gwen or Wozile?
Right now, it's unofficially Team FRA who goes away until the round goes away from Wozile with that unfortunate apex clip before the end of the water part. Forced to respawn, and a huge stop pick from Epos as well, which will let Gwen a very solid 10-pointer on a silver place.
This might be the pressure. I mean, we have seen Epos not really being that comfortable on stage. I think I talked with Import about that. And XP Evo is one example. He doesn't really perform that well on his very first match of the day, and we see a DNF as well.
It's early in the game, so Wozile can still recover from that null pointer. You were talking about Epos feeling under pressure, Gwen getting a great start, but throwback to game 8, day 1, could have been another Nyko situation with a great start that could have faltered and sent him down to lower. I wonder if it's going to be the same thing on a different day, or if he's going to have that dialed in.
Yeah, that is for sure here, but let's take a look onto round number 2. Another mistake has come into play, and I think if I was not mistaken, it was
Wosal
Yeah,
again, right?
He's indeed Wosal. Oh no, that was Epos actually,
Epos,
the man from Team Liquid, with an unfortunate clip before the reactor of checkpoint 3 to 4. So he finds himself about a second down, and right now it's Vitality versus gen.g versus ag.al up ahead, separated by just 86 milliseconds.
Oh, and great jump there from Peck. Look at that, how low he jumped there. Gets that checkpoint as well. Good approach there from Wosal, finding himself back here, but it's Peck with overspeed into the end.
First setback from Gwen at that first platform jump. He finds himself half a second down. Pack still leading the charge ahead of Wosal by about half a car length. He goes low on the first platform jump. Wosal tries to catch him back up, tries to go for the full inside line. Is it going to be enough? Maybe a full outside. Unfortunate clip from Wosal. Just a few jumps from the end, and Team Vitality are loving what they see. A 109.098, and Pack gets his first 10-pointer, making amends from the first round.
Gwen also lost what he sees there, getting that 6-pointer, and now it's tight for that first position. 16 and 16 points for Pack and Gwen here, and then Epos and Wosal 7 and 4 points. Already quite far behind here in this highly anticipated match that we already alluded to beforehand. But let's take a look onto Epos here. He has been majorly falling behind, and this might be one of the favorites here in this match.
Right now looking to try and just sort out the kinks from the first two rounds, just like Wosal, that they both have been victim of very hefty crashes early on in the rounds, which penalized them greatly, thus finding themselves in the bottom two positions. Gwen going a little bit wide, manages to get back in. Pack is not the greatest of line though, and will fall back down the fourth.
Epos also with a very wide line there, trying to accumulate as much speed as possible. Fell a bit behind. Gwen still in the lead here, but Wosal is trailing behind. Oh, what a great approach there from Gwen. Is so far ahead. I think we're on great pace. That could be sub 109. Epos trying to push it, but Gwen looks unstoppable.
Let's see who gets the best outside line. Oh, what was that apex from Wosal, putting it all on the track and then some. Right now it's still Epos and Gwen going almost side by side into the final set of platform jumps. Gwen slightly overextended, still retains the lead. Is it still going to be enough? No, Epos with more speed. Just a couple jumps from the end. It will be the victory for the man from Team Liquid, and a new world record of .955. It's raining fast times. When will it end? When are we going to have a dry spell?
What an amazing ending there from Epos. He has gained so much time there and gets himself 17 points, or up to 17 points. Wosal not able to answer that exceptional pace from those three players, and another new world record, this time from Epos.
Epos just deciding to continue the trend that we've seen since the start of the winner bracket matches, along with Neon, who just absolutely blew us out of the water. Even though we are not seeing, I wonder if we're going to be seeing a 5 world record sweep again. This is very unlikely, but how exciting would that be?
Yeah, Neon Type 1, right? I mean, he has been doing it in the match before, and if you haven't seen that, guys, this was Trackmania Esports at its finest, but all of the matches have been so great, and I think we're just witnessing yet another one. In this round, we have both of the Frenchmen in this lobby, Wosal and Gwen fighting it out, but Gwen on a monster time again.
Epos with a slight wall brush a bit earlier on finds himself 1.3 seconds down. Pack without any answer to the pace of the Frenchman up ahead. This might be yet another great time coming in, just back-to-back rounds. Gwen still 2/10 ahead. I wonder what kind of time he's on, what kind of fuel his car's burning. Is it regular fuel? No. Is it 104 octane? No. Is it nitromethane? No. It's even faster than that, and it's almost a world record. Still, a 004 is nothing to scoff at.
But most importantly, 10 points for Gwen. Gwen is someone high risk, high reward, claiming those 10 points to his name. 32 points in that opening map here, Thomas. That is a great start from Gwen, who also had a good start in the match from yesterday, but then only, quote-unquote, got second place.
Yeah, again, we are not far from, we're not safe from seeing that scenario from day one that has befallen Gwen, along with Nyko back in game one, repeat itself again as we're going to be moving on to our next map. It is now time for Saudi Arabia to ring the bell, to jump through the tiny gap, the map that will likely see this day of action conclude by virtue of being the second pick.
Yeah, I agree. This is this is my favorite map, really. Saudi Arabia is so complete. It's such a nice map. It has so much to it. Also, this sector here, where you can go for that nose dive. We have seen Mura going for it, and plenty of other players. The rock transition in the ending is definitely tricky, but then the jump. Oh, we all hold our breath there, and I think if this one comes up again, we might see a couple of finalists here. But let's go into the first round. Wosal 14 points out of the first map. Definitely not the start that she was anticipating.
Yeah, looking to try and correct the shot right from round number 2 onwards. Right now he finds himself in the leading group, currently led by Epos. Gwen trying to take advantage of the slight slump in the dirt from the man from gen.g. Everybody regrouped within 2 tenths. It looked a little bit shaky there for Wosal, didn't it?
Yeah, Wosal really falling behind here. Pack is at 23 points right now, as well as Epos, so they're only 3 points apart of each other. And then we have Gwen, of course, commanding lead, 9 points out of second place. And also in this round, Gwen finds himself in the lead, doesn't lose control there. But look at this speed from Epos on Pack.
Both going on the left-hand side of the car, doing a bit of two-wheel action. Everybody going for the conventional faster line, arguably, over the penalty sand and with the flow trick afterwards. Now the clip of the rock. Oh, this time the backhand popping out, managing to save it, Gwen. It's still a three-way fight, and Gwen and Epos are side by side, going into the tiny gap. Are there any heartbreaks? Yes! Pack goes for the double bug. Gwen will take a narrow victory with a .648. A 35 millisecond gap is all that was in it.
But I really respected there from Pack, because he knew that he had to push it and he fully committed to it. He did not release in the air. So very smart decision making from Thomas Cole there. Only at 27 points, and also Gwen 42 points, denying that first position to Epos, who has been crashing out at the start here. And it's Wosal now in the mix, so he needs to pick up some points. But look at the start here from Pack and Gwen yet again.
Right now, Gwen looking to sow the seeds of the typical two-stage match that we've been so accustomed to in Trackmania. Gwen looking to jig the role of the scarecrow, trying to get those 10-pointers locked in his favor and leave nothing but breadcrumbs for the opposition. And when he comes out, the rest of the players will then start their own match, which might be even more exciting than the race for the lead, although it is still very exciting, all right, with Pack and Gwen almost wheel to wheel.
Pack fighting back here, and Wosal with a good line here as well. Goes wide, has so much speed, but doesn't stick the landing there, so he is bleeding some time there. Pack still in the lead. Gwen on that second position, chasing him down. What can the Vitality member do? Gwen with a wide approach will have more speed, but has to slow down a bit more here on that last jump here. Let's hold our breath here. Pack is in the lead. Pack with good speed, but it is Wosal overtaking Gwen in the ending, but Pack barely takes that first position. What was that ending from Wosal? Only 15 thousandths of a second.
I thought for sure that Wosal will have the run on Pack in that very tail end of the track with just a few caves of speed difference. That's all it takes to really start building momentum with how much you can carry through over the jump. It wasn't meant to be for Wosal. He still keeps pace, quote unquote, with Epos, even though it is only for third provisionally. And Gwen now finds himself not quite that far up front and still cannot really sleep on his 2 ears.
I agree, but Wosal, what an ending that was. This 10 points would have been huge, of course, but it wasn't meant to be. If the track had been a bit longer, well, that would have been a different story, but that's not the case as we go into the penultimate round here on Saudi Arabia, and it is Gwen in the lead. Pack with a mistake, though.
Yeah, Pack, unfortunately.
You can see the reaction as well.
Yeah, you could see basically just how tight he went for that transfer, and unfortunately the rear wheels clipped on the way into the block, and that kind of penalized him in a big way. What's also going to be penalizing someone is Wosal with that huge apex hit on the way to checkpoint number 10. It is going to be Gwen and Epos still leading the charge first and second. Again, that clip from the rock is always so perilous, even for advanced pro players. No matter the skill level, it's always going to be scary. But right now, it's looking scary quick. It's Gwen and Epos. It's still going to be maintaining a gap of about a tenth. What's the time at the end? It is a .675. Nothing to scoff at, despite our minds being recalibrated with a .424.
Yeah, great time there from Gwen, but he has figured out this rock transition very well. He always has his nose diving downwards and just has so much exit speed from it. So that really caught my attention. And now he's again quite comfortable in the lead, 15 points ahead of Pack. So Gwen came prepared, and that's what we were anticipating. I mean, yesterday, second place, and I mean, that's why this match is so dangerous, because he comes here as a second seed, but we see a first mistake there.
That was a huge stopping and a half from Pack. I felt like a punch in my gut when I saw that, even though we were feeling it by proxy from the perspective of Wosal, who is now at the tail end of this 3-lead group. Epos trying to pull a little bit of away, but does not have the best of optimal setups for the eyes. Manages to get away with it, though.
Yeah, Wosal with a very good quarter pipe jump there, but cannot really stick to the line afterwards. And you see, if you slightly lose control there, you are just done with it. So Wosal down, as well as Pack. It is Epos and Gwen, and the gaps are
quite large here in this round.
I think this is the most significant gap that we've seen so far, and a lot of attrition. The only one that hasn't put a foot wrong in this round at all is Epos, but we're not safe from seeing someone slump the jump, but this time it is going to be good. And look at the gaps from the overhead shots. It is quite consequential. Like Gwen even flunks it before the final jump. Will be hitting the slow-mo, drops down to third, allows Wolfstyle to get a couple of extra points. And Pack, he's having a bit of a shocker on that final round, finishing down in fourth. He shakes his head as well, like what on earth just happened there?
Yeah, I mean, second place was 100% up for grabs, so that was a very good round there. And yeah, we go into, I think that was just Binks. I think Binks was in the crowd, if I wasn't mistaken.
I see him with the...
I know that guy.
I see him wearing a bandana. I'm like, I know this guy. Yeah.
That's so good. Supporting his teammate Gwen here as we move on to map number 3, which will be Canada. And this map has brought us so much content.
So much excitement, so much drama in that finish, time and time and time again. And yeah, Binks looking to support his teammate. Remember, ag.al still in the race to win the club championship overall. The outcome of Trackmania being one of their only hopes remaining in this club championship and looking to keep their 2 chips in the game for as long as they can. Remember, Trackmania being a solo game, only the highest ranked player from a team will score the points for said team. So that is also the case for Team Liquid, although they have only one of their 2 players in the winner bracket at the present moment.
Yeah, that is for sure. As we go into the very first round here on Canada, Epos with a great start, picked up the pieces in the last round on Saudi Arabia, where he won the round, and everybody else has just made a mistake there. But look at that start. That reminds me of Neon's start here from Gwen.
Yeah, Gwen looking very, very racy. Now through that very tight chicane, and you can just hear Pack rolling on and off the throttle, just playing with the throttle. Gwen does not have the best exit from that low brake part, and thus Pack is right back in it, looking to pile the pressure on the Frenchman from ag.al, the French prodigy. Now seeing Pack go up ahead of him. They're almost side by side. It's Pack leading by 19 milliseconds going into Sector 3.
Yeah, very good apex there from Gwen as well. Not really slowing down too much. It's 1 car length between them, but Pack is committing to it. Has so much speed into the drift. But now we go into the identity, into the slalom. Gwen with a great line there. Look at that. Has a lot of speed. Gwen can overtake. Gwen will overtake. But will he miss the ending? The answer is a no. Gwen wins the round.
I thought for sure Pack would have had him. Did you see how much earlier he got the ice slide set up before the jump? He just had maybe 1 or 2 Ks. That was not enough. And man, what a race already to start things off.
I thought Gwen would miss the ending there, but he had that one figured out. Amazing ending there, staying ahead by I think only 15,000th of a second there ultimately, which was enough. And also, look how close it is. For second place, 50 versus 49 points between the fellow countrymen, the friends, Pack and Epos. And then Wolfstyle at 35 points. And also in this round, he's the one who's 0.1 behind.
A single point separating you from the safe haven of Championship Saturday, and otherwise having to go through the gauntlet of the Championship deciders tomorrow. Right now, it is going to be the Frenchman pulling away, with Gwen up in the lead, a 10th and a half ahead of Wolfstyle, who's heading ahead Pack. But that tight chicane wreaks havoc once more in the dirt and claims the race leader. And now, the gloves are off. It's blown wide open.
It's wide open for Pack here this time. Can he finally win the round here on Canada? Round number 10. Wolfstyle is in there as well. Epos clipping. He will be up, but Pack with great speed. Wolfstyle is not there to catch him up, even though he's a bit faster, but it's not enough. Pack winning it. Wolfstyle with a PB here, and that just shows how incredible this level is. Pack up to 60 points, and since Epos was only on last position this round, look at this gap now. It is now 1-8 instead of 1 point.
Yeah, indeed. He's starting to try and build up his advantage, although I feel like those variants of rounds are going to be coming few and far in between, or maybe they're going to become more prevalent, because we're still at this, where we've arrived at the stage of the game where the matchups are so tough, and the field so stacked that you have to give it 103, 105, 110%, but overdriving leads to much more common mistakes, like we've seen with Gwen, for instance, at the chicane.
Did Pack touch the inside there?
Doesn't
really
seem like
looked like it, but he didn't slow down.
Again.
This wasn't the best approach there. Wolfstyle with a monstrous start, but he has Gwen ahead of him, having a great slalom there, but Wolfstyle trying to fight back. Only 0.1 between them.
The battle of the Frenchies still raging on. In the battle of, it's Pat versus Keyboard, with Pat currently leading the head, with Gwen about a 700th of a second ahead of Wolfstyle, the lone Keyboard warrior here in this particular match, but he goes a bit too far wide before the turn around and hits the wall, drops down to 4th, will not get to Pasco and get a couple of points extra. It will be Gwen taking the win with a .140.
And this was so important for Versailles to come back into the match. It feels like he's there, but at the wrong moments, he just makes those mistakes. And with that, he's only at 44 points. And Gwen, 84. So Versailles 40 points behind the leader here. And also in this round here, Thomas, he doesn't have a great start.
Yeah, so far it looks like the magic from day one has really truly been lost, and so far no signs of recovery are showing for the man from gen.g Esports, who finds himself trailing by 0.3 of a second after the uphill slalom over the sausage road. Now onto the no-break sector, the very, very tight NASCAR section, and a great section from Pack, which gets completely annihilated with the tiniest of wall brushes.
Pack was really going for it there, but it wasn't meant to be. And with that, Epos goes into second place. Pack drops all the way down to last place here, but Gwen is again on a monster of a time. I think it could be a sub 1 minute 2 time, but Epos is trailing behind him.
Epos looking to pile on the pressure, looking to try and make Gwen the same mistake that Versailles did in the previous round. So far, it's no use. It is not happening, but he gets a better turnaround compared to the Frenchman from ag.al. A little bit more speed, but the gap is already too consequential, or is it? It was very, very close, but for 25 milliseconds, Gwen passes the 90-point mark, moves on to 94 points, and Epos gets slowly closer and closer to the halfway mark as well.
Yeah, but he could have picked up that 10-pointer there as well, but it wasn't meant to be, but still a great ending. Gwen kept up to it, and now we go to Japan. Identity based on tightrope, and boy, oh boy, this is an identity where we have seen a lot of mistakes happening already.
One of the most crash-heavy maps that we've seen so far at EWC 26. It looks as though that reputation will continue to be upheld at the very least towards the end of this day, and it's to wonder how many of the players that are going to be still in this fly, that are still in this deal, are going to be going back to the practice rooms and going back to the VOD studies, figure out, okay, I was a little bit late there, I was a little bit early there, tune things out.
You know, I think the players who win or who made it already to Saturday, they will certainly do that. Also, to take a different approach, because you had to play one match now every day, like for the last 2 days. Of course, it is not too much, but playing for stakes high like that, it is indeed taxing there. So players, having one rest day is very, very important. And also then maybe work on your weaknesses, don't play a match, but take a look onto this round. Pack a bit further behind.
Yeah, so far the backflip has not really been that well kind to Pack, who finds himself trailing as we go for the first very big NASCAR part. Big lift there, trying to tighten yourself up with a chicane, then going onto the reactor part, and a very heavy braking after the reset gate to make it through the checkpoint. It's Epos leading, but look, his countryman, his fellow rival from Team Vitality is coming back before the start of Sector 3, and he's taking the lead at the split.
Yeah, Epos pick is working out wonders for him, as this part was very, very nicely cleared. Oh, losing a bit of time there, but Pack is not capitalizing from that slight bit of braking there from Epos. Great release timing there from Epos, great apex, and he finds himself there. But hello there, Gwen coming out of nowhere. Good speed here, but will this be enough? The answer is a no. Pack is a bit further behind. Only Epos can not run this up with a mistake, and he crashes into the pole there. So it will be his fellow countryman winning this round.
Indeed, and with a time of a 1:15.463 off pace compared to what we saw today. It feels crazy to say that at this point of the day, but it just goes to show you the quality of the racing and the quality of the field and the way that they've played today.
Stufz was an absolute madman on this map. It was amazing to see, but those players are no strangers to fast times here as well, and you can see it in the start. Look at that, you're from Epos going for the speed slide there and having so much speed into the backflip.
The Vitality fans sending their energy to Pack, as we did see Epos not getting the perfect backflip, and just clipping on the way back down, and that will drop the Team Liquid player down to P4. Right now it will be Gwen ahead of Pack, first and second, a 10th apart, and then a further 10th down. We find Versailles in P3 for gen.g, but a much better entry for the man from gen.g Esports. The Frenchman will be overtaking Pack before the first freewheel parts.
Gwen is, I think, on a very good time there. Pack is the only one who tries to keep up, but look at the gap, 0.35 of a second between first and second position. Pack slowing down. Now the gap is even larger because Versailles moves up into second place. But Tom, what is Gwen on right now?
I wonder what it's going. I have to do it. I have to do it. Qu'est-ce que ça va nous donner ce temps? Qu'est-ce que va donner le chronomètre? What will the stopwatch say? By the time Gwen reaches the finish line, we are awaiting with bated breath as Versailles cannot do anything to answer Gwen's pace. 6/10 ahead. Stopwatch says it not a world record, but we're getting closer and closer each time, slowly turning up the heat. 0.324.
Yeah, great time there from Gwen, that is for sure. I mean, he could have saved it. He had no real competition there because everyone has made a small mistake. But Gwen dominating this match at this point. Of course, everybody gets something off of the cake here. But 108 points, the first player surpassing that 100-point threshold here. And his nearest competitor is Pack, was 26 points behind, so it's looking very good for Gwen that he will be the first one reaching the finest mode. But Epos definitely falling a bit further behind Pack here. But look at this round. Now it is Gwen who's a bit behind, so the 10 points are up for grabs. Oh, how did Pack survive that turn?
I am wondering that this might be one of the greatest mysteries of the 2026 year so far. How did he get away without clipping just a micro break tap? We will never know. Right now, he can see also that Gwen is right back in his wing mirrors and actually making a charge not only for third, but also for second, as Wosa is looking very slow. And now Epos might just be coming under threat in the third sector. Look at this. Gwen making his move, going for the throat and for the lead, but so does Pack.
Pack with a great line there. Gwen went a bit too wide there, but it's still not over here. Pack very, very tight approach. Doesn't hit the wall there, but look who's joining him. Gwen and Epos in first and second position. Pack is trying his best here. Who's committing more in the ending? Who's willing to take more risks here? Epos in the lead. Gwen not too far behind, crashing though, and it is Pack now chasing down Epos, but it will not be enough. Great setup for the Team Liquid member, and he will set a point 418 to take home the 10 points.
One of the very rare instances where Gwen makes a very uncharacteristic mistake, thus freeing up the 10-pointer. I was going to say that the two-stage match physiognomy that we've become accustomed to has well and truly developed so far in this match, with Gwen endorsing the role of Scarecrow, maybe not to the same extent that we've seen so far during the tournament, and proof in the pudding, Pack is still very much in the running to try and conclude that match a little bit shortly, but now he's also got Epos trailing him by just 9 points.
Yeah, Epos is not slowing down here, that is for sure, and also getting an exceptional start. I'm a bit worried about Wosal here because he does exceptional, but really, again, more mistakes for him in those rounds, and he's again 1.5 seconds behind, and also Pack has nothing to say towards Epos in this round, but Gwen also with a mistake, so Pack comfortably picks up those 6 points here.
Yeah, just looking to slowly bridge the gap, but that will not be happening anymore as he completely messed up the lineup for that particular free will section, and thus will be respawning and finding himself down, I think even in last place, or even at the very least in third from what the splits are telling us. Epos right now being handed a 7-10 lead on his silver place.
Wasn't the last round on Saudi Arabia similar than that one? I think we also had like a large gap on that.
It definitely sort of felt that way, but
no tiny gap.
No tiny gap this time around.
No pun intended.
All right. Well, in the meantime, let's check along with Epos and with Gwen. Currently half a second behind. Will not be able to recatch back up until the final gate, the penultimate gate, has claimed Epos as its next victim. And Gwen, in the most unlikely of circumstances, takes a 10-pointer. And Wosal will likely not score any points here in this round.
Yeah, and Epos can do nothing, just smile about it here. Those things happen. I mean, it's a very hard turn. You have to commit to it. You're free-wheeled, and with that, the braking and everything, the acceleration feels different, you know, in comparison to if your engine is activated. But Gwen, with that, going up to 121 points, and we go to Argentina, a map where Gwen can close it out. We have seen some insane action here today, but I think we're just getting started for this one in this match.
Argentina, our final map of the rotation, coming up now in a few seconds, and you'll be about to see the score recap on the left-hand side of your screen. But of course, Gwen into the triple digits handily at this very point in time. You can see 121. The rest haven't even broken the triple digits bar yet.
Yeah, Gwen is really dominating here, that is for sure. He can close it out, but for that he needs an exceptional map. He needs to win 3 rounds. And then he could also then get first, and no, never mind. I mean, he can reach finalist mode, but he needs to win 3 rounds in a row in order to close it out here.
Actually, 2 rounds in a row. He's on 121, needs 19 points, back-to-back for finalists, and then a third win, I agree, to conclude his match.
Yeah, exactly, and also he wants to do it right here, right now. Gwen with an amazing start. Epos has been falling a bit behind. Pack also has this one figured out very, very nicely. Now the turnaround comes into play. Gwen has it
very good here as well. Pack is not slowing down though. Gwen, is he able to control that line? No, he's not. He lost so much speed.
Unfortunately, he's stuck a little bit too far to the side, and you can see the car bubble from one side of the wall to the other, and that is going to be opening the door for Pack and the rest of his competitors to actually slide on through and get some vital points away from Gwen to delay the inevitable just for one more round at the very least. It will be Pack with a good entry into the bobsleigh. Epos in second, shadowing him, and Gwen looking to catch back up some time, and bad entry from Pack will promote Epos into the lead and the victory of the round with a .045. Gwen salvages a couple of extra points. Good damage limitation, but that means he'll have to wait until round 4 if he wants to close this one out.
From first to last here for Pack due to one transition. Landed a bit too tilted with his car, and with that, yeah, it's not getting grip, and you just slow down there. So very, very unfortunate stop there for the Team Vitality driver, but he's still up there, still now tied in points with Epos. And look at that round here from Gwen. What was that start?
What was that send from Gwen through that fragile chicane? Again, fragile block, avoid walls at all costs. How tight was that setup to avoid wall brushing and getting the wheels completely bent out of shape?
Yeah, and Gwen will move up to 137 points, so he's not quite there just yet, but he can close it out on this particular map. Is he making it this time around? This looks like a great turnaround, and Gwen, he's so far ahead here. Will it be a world record? I don't know. I cannot really think about it.
That was the second take for his reverse turnaround, and that actually worked out for him. What's not working out is the line from Pack on that dirt. Everything just completely crumbling. We're falling down to all that needs is almost the Benny Hill music for some of these actions that are happening. But right now, Gwen is far from running in the Benny Hill cartoon or movie. He's currently looking very solid, very sharp, navigates the last obstacle, and will cross the line with another world record, a .220. The Mystique, the Gwen Mystique is back in shape, and the events from day 1, game 8, seem like such a long time ago now.
Okay, Gwen, okay. I mean, that is so fast. What an incredible time there from Gwen, setting a new tournament and world record there, moving up to 137 points. Also, Epos overtaking Pack, ahead by 2 points there, so the battle for second place is on. Who will have a free day tomorrow? Will it be Epos or Pack, or maybe even both of them, because Gwen still needs to clear the finals mode that will be activated once he finishes this round, regardless of what position it will be.
Right now, Gwen in the prime position. All he has to do is sit back and watch the chaos unfold as his opponents are chomping up the bit and scrambling to try to get some points back. Pack going way deep into that turnaround, avoids barely the wall of poles on the left-hand side. He's still going side by side with Gwen, but currently it's still the ag.al Prodigy holding the lead and extending that lead as Pack has a very abysmal dirt, if I do say so myself. And Wosau had the opportunity to go to third, but does not have the best line over the platform.
Yeah, and Gwen again on a great time here. Not sure if there will be another new world record. I doubt that, but Gwen is always there to prove us wrong here. Pack will happily take that second place. Gwen denying some points to his opponent. But let's take a look up to the stopwatch once again. A 0.6, much slower than the previous round, but still 0.4 ahead of Pack. What an amazing performance from Gwen here on Argentina. And he is in finals.
Did you see on the split screen? Even his teammate is flabbergasted. Like, come on, what are you doing? This is just, you can't compete against that, can you? Moving on to the fourth and final round of Argentina. Finalist status for Gwen. First attempt to close it out and move directly onto Championship Saturday.
Round number 20. After that one, we all the way go back to Poland here. But firstly, let's take a look onto this round. Plays out Wosau. What an amazing start that was. Gwen and Epos both slowing down there dramatically. And it is Pack and Wosau who can pick up some points. Oh, for second is on, and Wosau will not join to get any more points.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate line. He went to
Gwen in the lead.
And Gwen back in the lead out of left field in the same way that we saw Granati pull the same comeback off on day number 1. And right now, the man from ag.al looking to keep his team afloat with both of their chips still in the game. Overall in the club championship, doesn't get the best of nosedive, and Pack senses the blood. He can smell the smoke. He can see the smoke and smell the blood. He goes for the throat, sees Gwen go too wide, Can he still hold on though? Can he draw this out one more round and keep the dream alive for the Beehive? Pack takes the win, moves on to 115 with a .750.
But again, Gwen does something magical, coming there out of nowhere. He's one of the few players who has this incredible pace, and he was almost there. But Pack defending that attack there from Gwen. And we go now to Poland again here. That was map number 1. I'm excited to see that one. Gwen still in finals, and also Pack picking up some important points on that last round.
Pack 25 points away from finalist status, could technically get to that set finalist status with back-to-back wins and a second place points-wise, but then would still have to win one more round in order to validate his spot straight into the 4th and final day of competition here at EWC 26 for Trackmania. We're circling back to Poland. Man, it feels like we've been on a wild journey throughout the entire day, and this journey, this second day of competition is just a gift that keeps on giving, and it looks as though we've got a great gift in a re-galvanized Gwen after a day 1 that was so complicated for him.
Yeah, I agree with that one, and now we go into the first round here. Gwen, finalist, 115 points for Pack. Epos is losing a bit of ground here, and then Wosal. I mean, he played so good, but what can you do against Epos, Pack, and Gwen in this match? They just seem unstoppable.
Gwen at his prime, the alien as some like to call him, beyond just the French prodigy, right now going toe-to-toe against one of the best talents the UK scene has to offer in the form of Epos, the second best talent, first best talent. You can intertwine those rankings because right now they are pounding on the advantage, looking to put the Frenchies under pressure so far successfully.
Yeah, that is looking really good here from Epos and the Pack, but the ending from Gwen was amazing. Pack struggling there, and Gwen coming closer as well as Wosal. This is a great round here. Epos still in the lead here, as well as Pack, both holding it together. Gwen in last position, he has been crashing out, but most importantly, who gets those 10 points here? It looks like Epos, but Pack with a great landing there as well.
Right now, Wosal looking to play a bit of a spoiler role, sees the Pack going a bit too far on the inside, and thus it will be Epos moving on to 118 with another new world record. When will it stop? When will this onslaught of stopwatch crushing stop here on Trackmania? Another world record, man. It's absolutely insane the amount of marks that have been broken throughout the day, even just one afternoon.
It's been incredible, and I think we're just getting started with that one. We're going to see plenty of more world records here to come. Maybe even a .7 opponent. Maybe a bit too far-fetched, but I think that might be possible.
.8 is definitely
.8, yeah, certainly. 17,000 or 18 in this case are doable. But now we go into the next round. Of course, Gwen not clearing the finalist mode just yet here. Pack and Epos coming closer, but still at least 3 rounds away from it. And Gwen with a commanding lead here going into round number 22.
Right now, a 10th ahead at this stage of the round. It might seem commanding on paper, but right now you can see that the gaps continue to shift around, a bit of an accordion effect. As I ever like to say, sometimes anything can happen in Trackmania, and usually does, but what was that line over the platform from the 2 leaders? Gwen still holding onto the lead, maybe about to make the dream of ag.al come true, still keep 2 opponents to the other competitors in the club championship alive. Gwen holding on to the lead by 0.2 of a second.
Epos trying to go for the attack, but it's looking good here that Gwen will close it out. He doesn't have that much speed, but it will be enough, and Gwen will qualify with another world record!
I'm lost for words. I just don't know why. Are we dreaming? Is this reality? Pitch me for a second. I'll pitch you. Apparently this is real.
Ow.
Oh, yeah. Ow. I didn't mean to hurt you that way. Sorry about that, but we had to do this. Like, we still can't believe what on earth is happening.
What a performance there from Gwen. We were expecting that from him. After he took a break from the game, he came back asserting dominance, and you can see while he was the wonder child, he started playing Trackmania when he was 4 years old or even younger, and even there he was winning in his lobbies.
Yeah, 21 years old, 17 years of experience will do that to you. Would like to conclude EWC as a winner on the eve of his birthday. How crazy of a birthday gift would that be if he was able to go all the way and claim the grand prize of 2026 EWC Trackmania champion? A huge crash from Wosal. It's down to a 2-horse race between the 2 Brits.
Yeah, it is, and I think we will most likely see a double final situation if Epos wins this round. But it all really depends what will be happening in the round afterwards, or if Pac is able to get that first position here. This is so important here. Then Pac will have a couple of finals attempts on his own if he continues to play at that. Pac with great speed, and Pac wins this round.
Pac wins the round with another solid time. Sure, it ain't no 108s, but a .068 would win you rounds any day of the week.
This was so important because with that, Epos is not crossing the 130 point mark. So it means he needs two good finishes. I mean, second place, Wolfsal still in this match, he plays exceptional, has to go out of his comfort zone, of course, a bit more, but look at the starting from Wolfsal, he's playing great, but what can you do against pace if players drive those times that Gwen just did?
Right now, he needs to play beyond out of his skin. He needs to rip the skeleton off of his own body if he really wants to play as much as he can, as well as he can, to hold off those two hot Brits coming down for that second place finish. Right now, it will be Epos and Wolfsal head-to-head, side-by-side, 23 milliseconds apart at the split before the tight chicane, and it will be the Frenchman who will be the first to yield before the first platform jump.
But that was so important because with that, with +6, Pac will move up to 141 points, and that means he has a finalist mode on his own. Epos is not there just quite yet. Pac knows how to play the format. He's experienced enough to just cruise him into the ending. But look who comes there. It is Wolfsal with a lot of speed. Wolfsal with the overtake, and it is Pac who now has to push it here. Pac with a great line there. Will it be enough? Pac, it goes to the line. Who will win it? It will be Wolfsal winning the battle for second place, and Pac is not in finals, and we will have a double final situation going on to the next map. But for that, we still have to play one more round.
One of the worst feelings that a Trackmania player can ever experience in World Cup, having a score finishing on a 9. That means you were 1 point underneath the threshold. Not good enough, son. You're gonna have to suffer for one more round, get it to the finish line to get that red trigram, red number on your car, and the red F on your name. And we now circle back to Saudi Arabia, the jump through the tiny gap, which will decide who gets straight to day 4, gets an early day's rest, and who has to fight for survival in the deciders of day 3.
Okay, let's take a breather. Guys, it was a long day. Thank you so much for watching, I hope. If you're new to Trackmania Esports, firstly, welcome. And thank you so much for watching it. It's been a lot of fun, and Trackmania Esports is just awesome. And we're far from being done with this tournament, that is for sure. But now in this round, it doesn't matter how the positions is. It's only setting the tone for round number 2, where we will have a double final situation here, Thomas.
Yes, indeed, and it will be a battle of the Brits brewing up after the end of this round. But right now, all three are within each other's ghosts. 18 milliseconds going into sector number 2. The jump into the hole. Everybody clearing it without touching the rim of the hole. Now onto the transfer jump in between the gates. And who gets the best landing? It looks as though everybody got it pretty equally. Pac had a bit of a rear wheel clip in the first rotation. This time, not any mistakes or mishaps to report.
And Wolfsal now in the lead here. Great approach, but I mean, it might be too late here because he's at 97 points. He's so far behind. Of course, he could still theoretically make it happen, but I think it's only like 1, 2, maybe 3 rounds, something like that. So there's still a long way for him, but I hope the next round will be like that here as well, Thomas, because it's head-to-head, 9,000 of a second going to the checkpoint. Epos makes it, takes the win. But as I said, it doesn't matter because he wasn't finalist. Pac also clears the ending. And there you go. The stage is all yours here, Thomas. We go for one final round, and I think we have no better cast than you to take this one over.
One final round, potentially. Key word, potentially. Of course, there is a lot of asterisks, a lot of ifs that come with that condition. But in the meantime, let's just enjoy this round, shall we? Going into the second round of the second rotation of Saudi Arabia, Epos gets the best start through the Hail Melon sector. Start of sector number 2, going through the drone shots, through the hole, everybody making it through clean. And now going into the transfer through the gates, nobody going too low or too high, but Pac is completely out of it. The best friend of Thomas Cole, the Giga Chat, might be Johan Moren, the keyboard warrior from Gen.g Esports. Epos holds on to the lead, goes on two wheels, does not lose control of the car just yet. On to sector number 3, down the hill. The flow trick is missed from Versailles. The gap continues to widen by Mind's Eye and by Eyesight as well. And with that, Team Liquid might just be still in it to win this thing with one player still in the winner bracket. Epos takes the win on the round, second place overall, and takes a ticket straight to Championship Saturday.
What a great round there from Epos, just holding it together. Pack with a mistake, and Pack has to play one final match tomorrow to seal the deal into the Super Saturday, one could say, where it all comes down. We have 7 matches there, but congratulations to Gwen and Epos. Amazing performance, especially from Gwen here. Absolute stellar performance there. And wow, I mean, just the pace from Gwen here in this match was amazing.
And I was fearful that we will not, well, it certainly wasn't up to the amount of insanity and craziness that we've had in the first 3 winner bracket matches, but it's still delivered in spades with world records left, right, and center. Just look at us being absolutely berserk. Every time we see a world record is such an occasion that we just cannot pass up on.
Yeah, and that was just great to see. I mean, our reaction, I think we were just so hyped and stoked, and this match was definitely no stranger. It was, like, all 4 matches were just so unique that we have seen in the upper bracket, and I cannot wait to see more like that. So some mistakes have happened here. You can see the reaction, the stakes were high. Gwen won that round here as well, where Epos just was throwing it away there.
Yeah, Epos managing to make a solid comeback after a mid-game, which seemed to be pretty complicated, as you could see in the STC highlights. And again, another world record, and even himself knew that that was quite something to behold, and Epos managing to get the job done here on that final match of the day.
Yeah, and also now we have one more final interview with Milos and Gwen.
Yes, my friends, I'm here with our victor in the game from ag.al. It's Gwen! Gwen, it's our last game of the night, and yet you still have the energy through it. What carries you through against 3 of the best players in the world here?
Yeah, I think it's the fun in the crowd, yeah. So we are in the zone, it's just like playing the game, and yeah, I'm very happy of the game. Yeah.
Well, very much locked in for it here, but you know, it's a tough game to get through so late at night, also with the fans around, but it really has to be asked about, because when you're facing such big opponents on the other side, do you feel like, even though you have that friendship all between you over so many years, does that get into your head sometimes that it pulls you out of the lock-in zone that you're in?
Yeah, of course, because we know each other perfectly, we know how everyone plays, so yeah, we just play and hope for a win, but everything can happen, so...
There's the extra bit of pressure as well, because ag.al is competing as part of the club championship. 2nd place right now, very, very close. And of course, you represent the team. Your teammate already made it through a 2nd place. That's something to be quite happy about. But for you, you're here in 1st place. You get to skip things tomorrow. Does that add more pressure on you as a competitor for AG?
Yeah, of course. I'm happy to not play tomorrow, and I'm happy to have made the playoffs. Yeah, I will do my best for AG, and I hope I will win.
Well, for you, the best for AG is the best for Gwen, so that works out very, very well. Thank you very much, Gwen. Congratulations on the win. That is our last matchup of the day. ag.al victorious. The crowd is loving it. We went all through it, and there's our panel to discuss it all.
ag.al going crazy. Kisses on the neck, just to celebrate what was a double advancement into the top 16 for both competitors. We talked about this as well, kind of being able to double dip in Trackmania, where we made aside the club championship on Saturday. Carl Jr., Binks, and now Gwen are all in that top 16. So the action continues. It is going to be an exciting one. But notably, Gwen, Carl Jr., Binks, all those who made it top 2, they're not going to have to go ahead tomorrow. And that is a big deal. They get a day of rest to relax, reset, and be prepared for Championship Saturday. Saturday.
And it's a little bit poetic as well. We started off the day with the storyline of the GOAT and the kid, but I would like to introduce you to the original kid, and that is Gwen. Gwen was the original kid. He was the original young blood that was super fast and had the maturity that he needed as a Trackmania player. Then came Paco, Pushito Paco. He was the next kid after Gwen, also having to come into his own, that maturity to be able to become more consistent. Now we have Neon, the new blood that has become the kid of Trackmania, showing off fancy times and everything. But this is the OG, and he has shown why. He is fast. He has now got that maturity of a Trackmania player, that consistency. He can show that he can throw down with the best. So honestly, deserved win from his side.
Wow.
Yeah, and I think that was just another level. Maybe it was the drums in the crowd that were doing something for Gwen there. The support from those fans has been absolutely mental. But Pac and Epos must have had a moment where they just went, oh, only one of us is getting through. There's just no way we can do this.
It's an incredible sight to see the fans reacting. We were kind of positing what will Saturday look like. But Twiggy, I mean, this is an environment that already has got to get your heart pumping. We talk about just the lights, we talk about the prize pool, but it really is the atmosphere here in France.
Yeah, I mean, it's new for everybody involved, right? This level of the kind of lights, the action, the fans cheering your names, the drums, right? We don't get this very often in Trackmania. These guys are going to have to get used to it. They're going to have to get used to it. They got years more of this to come.
It's going to get louder.
Exactly. And the players that we're seeing here, they're only going to gain more fans. They're only going to come to more competitions. They're only going to get better. And they're going to have to deal with it over and over again.
$10,000 guaranteed in that top 16. We talked about the impact of the prize pool. But what about the impact of on the other side? You see Wosile, who comes in. We had the interview with him as well. Obviously, will be a bit bummed not qualifying. But also, it was clear that it was really going to be a race between the top three here. How do you feel he takes going into tomorrow as we're going to see more keys crushed?
Sorry, yes. He needs to take his own advice here and just, reset and just
drive faster.
Drive faster. Drive fast. That's what he has to do. He literally said it. It's going to be the theme. We said it at the very beginning on the first day at the first match. This is your theme: consistency versus speed, driving faster. Unfortunately, Trackmania analysis doesn't really get that much deeper than that. Hate to break it to everybody. That's why it's the common theme amongst all players and all analysts. But it is just how it is. This is a mental game. Everything else is muscle memory. That's why these players, for example, Epos, the man has done 100 hours cumulatively training on this mat pack.
Wow.
So for him, he's a musician, he's a beatboxer. That's got to be a repetition. That's muscle memory. Some guys don't do it as much, but it is how it is. You have to train, you have to get that muscle memory. And then on top of that, you have to deal with the nerves, and that's all about mental. So Wosile, he's going to have to take his own advice. He's going to have to apply it to the next one. And I don't think he's necessarily was too shaken up. It's just that the pressure that was there and the pace that was there, he just wasn't able to reach it necessarily.
Yeah, and I think here's the thing. Me and Noah, while we were on the casting booth there, every time we were seeing an upper bracket game, the two losers, we're like, this is going to be horrific for everybody else involved. They're going to have to deal with these players. And every single player who has made it into the upper bracket, who won their first game, came top 2 in their first game, has just shown a level of mettle that I think the lower bracket are going to find a difficult job to deal with. And I think for Pac especially, but even for Wosile too, they're going to have a good time in the well, maybe not a good time. It's going to be stressful. It's going to be horrible, but they might. I think they have a better chance of winning.
Yeah, and I definitely think focusing on Pac for a second here. Apologies to anybody who's currently in that decider match that has to face against Pac. Good luck on that one. Kind of one of the people. If you're facing against Mudda, if you're facing against Pac, you're kind of in a little bit of trouble there. Yeah. That's going to be a tough match. I don't even, we'll get to see the schedule here in a minute, I know, but I'm interested to see what those matchups are.
Great call. Let's throw it up there. All right, as he said, schedule coming up here. The results of the day: Nako and Flimsy obviously advancing. Mudda and Josh, Wizzy and Richie, Link Max and Afi. As we switch to the next page there, we'll get a little bit more of what happened. It was Carl Jr., Neon, Banks and Stuffs, Elcon and Mime, and then Gwen and Epos. And that sets us up for tomorrow's schedule. This is a big one. Only 4 matches. It's all deciders. 2 keys getting taken away. What are we pointing at? What's the big matchup
final
we're looking
match?
at here?
Pac, Mudda, Paco, Afi.
That's the game of death.
A total disaster waiting to happen. Great match for everybody. Great match for the viewers. Wow. It's going to be exciting. But for those players, man, that is rough.
Yeah.
That is a rough matchup to be in. And that's why I was worried about. That's why I said, hey, let's look at the schedule real quick, because I was going to say, what if they were in the same match together? And then my premonition happened, and here it is now. What do you feel like?
I mean, look at decider number 2 there. Grenadier Massa in the same game together, and with Wizzy in that lobby, and even Flimsy, who was putting together amazing times not only in his first game, but in the second game in the lower bracket. We will probably be saying goodbye to one of those big players. It will be horrible.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day if you are a fan. It's going to be a tough day if you're on the losing side of those, senior key crush, but it's going to be a day that gives you some hope if you can make it through, because Championship Saturday still awaits 8 more players to join the top 16. Speaking of the implications of Saturday, it's the Club Championship as well. We talk about 70% of the chance being able to be determining who is the winner on this stage. Let's send it over to Chris, who's got an update from the Qiddiya City grid with Lauren.
We're here at the Totem, where just behind us for the last 2 years, Team Falcons have been at the top. They have been the winners. Might be happening for the 3rd time now, Lauren. That might have just, well, not quite secured it today, but close. That moment from ag.al in Crossfire, massive moment in our Club Championship.
Yeah, kind of surprising as well, considering we were looking at them as a top contender, defending EWC title champs. I mean, I think a lot of people were expecting them to potentially get an easy win there. I don't know if that's the right word for it.
We were definitely thinking finals, right? I mean, that was the indication and a real likelihood that they were going to win it. But to crash out in a top 8, even if they got like 3rd or 4th, it's not the end of the world. But to go out like in that series of events, like the way that it happened, they lost to the same team that knocked Falcons out just beforehand. So you're thinking, oh, all right, cheers, lads. Now we'll move on through. Didn't happen. So for ag.al, that is a massive, massive blow. And Falcons looking pretty good across the board. How did ag.al do on your side of things today?
So they were literally at the bottom of our leaderboard for Group B. We've got 2 more matches left to go, and heading into those matches, they're finding themselves just outside of the top 7 bubble and about 10th. Now, they've been slowly climbing the leaderboard. 10th is not enough to make it straight through to finals, but worst case scenario is enough to stay alive into survival. Definitely a disappointing performance for them on the day, considering they were a team that a lot of people were saying could take the whole group home in that top spot. So they need to figure something out, especially if they want to help ag.al get these points on the board. There's a lot more pressure on their shoulders now when it comes to the Fortnite side of things.
Yeah, and Trackmania, I think, we've seen some good performances from them. Nothing is decided until that last day, and I'm sure that fight will go down to the wire. But we had a stat come through in one of our chats that ag.al's chances at the beginning of today were 50%, just below 50%, that they could go on to do it.
I'm calling that 50%. That's practically a coin flip,
49.17 or something, that ag.al would be able to take it away. That is now down to 11% with that loss.
Tragic.
Truly tragic. This was really a guarantee almost for ag.al, but nothing is guaranteed any longer. Lauren, thank you very much. We'll catch up on Fortnite, but ag.al need a win somewhere. Certainly ain't going to be in Crossfire.
Well, thank you for the update, Glitter and Chris. We'll hear more about that. Falcons pushed the lead to about 300 points, and Porte, as you can see, that's important. One of the things I wanted to actually ask you about was when you look at PAC and you look at MIME, Nodus Vizier, Vitality, they're only 250 points away from each other, and actually the Impact 150 points away from each other now. The Impact in 3 and 4 in last year's of EWC, it's about $1 million.
Yeah, it's a lot of money to be playing for. Not only those 2 players, but also Paco as well with Virtus.pro. They're still slightly in the mix there as well.
That's true. That's true.
Could potentially play a factor into that as well. So yeah, the 3rd through 4th place teams, they still have things to root for as well.
I mean, Bren Twisted Minds is still actually alive, right, Twiggy? So I mean, that's 300 points. If Paco goes out, Bren has a star-studded run. I mean, that's possible.
Another option is Team Liquid could also jump up the standings as well.
Where is he? 1,500? Yeah, there is a chance too if Epos keeps on that run. There's a lot of actually things that could change because of Trackmania. So that Saturday is going to be awesome, but also tomorrow as well in the deciders. That is going to be amazing. Final thoughts for today, gentlemen, because this is closing it out. Day 2, group's done.
You would think it was a long day, but it went by so quickly. It was a blur. Yeah, that's what happens when you have all this action. If you're just becoming a Trackmania fan, I want to apologize. Make sure you maintain your heart health. I think that's very important because if you felt heart attacks today, they're unfortunately not going to stop. They're going to keep on coming. So make sure, take care of yourself as you're watching these, because the action and the adrenaline, the blood pressure, it's going to keep going up.
Today was already this, and that is just the first round of upper bracket games, right? Once we get into the playoffs, when we get to the top 16, it is going to be ridiculous. Like, every single player, I think, that could make it to the top 16 is going to make for an amazing game, an amazing game, an amazing game, an amazing game, and then 2 insane games, and then the grand finals. You can only imagine it's going to be ridiculous unless somebody falls ill at the end of the day.
It's going to be a fun Saturday, but an even more fun tomorrow as we decide who is going to be playing there. Still half of the top 16 to be qualified. We'll start a little bit later, so check your schedule, and we will have 4 major matches where keys will be crushed across it all. Import Twiggy, thank you guys so much. Everybody who's been casting, who's been a part of the show, we appreciate you. My name's been Randy, and as always, remember to never give up, never stop gaming, and we will see you all next time. We'll leave you tonight in Paris with the SDC recap, and stick around for the EWC Spotlight Show.
Welcome to the EWC Spotlight. And just like that, the spotlight disappears. Wait a second, because the Spotlight show has started. I'm Amelie, and we have 2 very special people joining us today. We got Glitter Explosion once again, and Machine.
Hello.
I got a question for you. And Glitter, I want you to weigh in on this. Is it like Counter-Strike 2 dress code that they all have to wear all black? Ooh. Like what? Banks did the same thing yesterday. Right?
Okay, I see. Well, it actually, unironically, my casting partner and I, Sponge, we have given ourselves a dress code.
Oh.
We just decided, like, yo, no one gets upset when we just rock up in black. All black, no one can complain. You know, they send you a PDF, like, not this color. Black's always cool. It's always cool. It's a safe bet.
He's not wrong. No, and it is flattering for being on camera.
It is, and as a sweaty man, I need all the help I can get. You know, no sweat patches in black. Respect.
I hear
But also, girl, you always have like, you had geese or ducks yesterday. You got puppies today.
Yeah, you know?
Love
We're
it.
having a little bit of fun with it. Listen, I'm on the Fortnite stage. We're keeping it fun.
All right, well, let's talk about some different puppies. The puppies over at the STC Arena, because we had some CS2 going on. And what did we see, Machine?
Oh man, I thought the puppies were these shoes you're rocking. These are great. I think honestly, my gran has been looking for a new pair.
It's crazy, Alex.
I'm sorry, it's kind of giving gym chic. Counter-Strike, yes, good question. So, to recap, we're round of 16, which is a little unusual. Normally we do like 8-team playoffs. This is a bit larger than we're used to outside of the majors, so it's cool to see more teams in the playoffs. I do air quotes just because, I don't know, pre-quarterfinals, it can feel like it's, maybe more of a proving ground than it is the big dogs. And the big dogs have been eating. As far as, your kind of underdogs and your familiar faces, oh, there go all my notes. But, it's kind of a story of three as far as the top is concerned. The podium expectations are like Falcons, Spirit, Vitality. Those are your big dogs, and everyone's doing well. Everyone's winning their games.
What have you been most excited to see for this tournament, though?
Ooh, good question. I mean, one would actually be just these kind of very clearly defined fans. For Vitality and Furia, we have the drums, we have the chants. Earlier today, we had Vitality. It was so cool to just hear the ups and downs they were going. It turned into a library when Vitality lost a clutch. It was a French guy winning 1v3s and dead silence. So there are some dedicated fans throughout for Counter-Strike. That's probably a highlight for me. I think the second biggest highlight is the upset of the tournament, which was Na'Vi bombing out. I don't know what happened. Can't explain it. Legacy smashed them. 13-2. 13-2, that's not even a fight. Coach Blade afterwards said something like, if you play like that, you're never going to win. But that's just kind of how he rolls. It's cutthroat.
I was going to say, I feel a little bit self-conscious, so I feel like I'm just...
Look what you've done. The shoes are off.
What's wrong with them?
Because you
It's good for your lumbar support or something.
This is bullied me for the last time, so now I'm sockless.
Whoa. Socks out for free. That's the spotlight guarantee.
Coordinates. It all matches.
But also, it helps me go fast because we have to go fast when we talk about our next game over at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage. How fast are we going in Trackmania?
That was an amazing transition.
Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast.
That was an amazing transition, okay? But let's talk about Trackmania. Last time we spoke, we were a little bit concerned about where Muda was going to be, dropping down into that lower bracket. Didn't need to be worried. Absolutely smashed it. Able to stay alive in the competition for now, but some other standout clubs or moments that we need to talk about is the fact that Carl Jr. Falcons, of course, the 7-time world champion, now qualified through to top 8 alongside Binks for ag.al. And we've been keeping tabs on both of these clubs.
We're watching.
So Trackmania is going to be a big decider, I think, when it comes to seeing how everything kind of shakes out.
Yeah, I was also surprised we were talking about fans to see some of the Trackmania fans and how loud and rowdy they get too. I think that, Glitter, you've been here just as long as I have. I feel like we haven't really had too many disappointing crowds.
No, it's been amazing. I think that's what's been so wonderful about being in Paris is that new set of people coming through and crushing it.
Oh, 100%. But let's go ahead and talk about the Qiddiya City Grid stage where we have some Fortnite. I love all the Fortnite casters. I'm so glad to see them all backstage and everything. But we got to talk about some of the games.
Okay, a little bit of an unexpected finish out of Group B, to say the least. ag.al was supposed to be at least at the tippy top, maybe top 4 if they were a little bit slow. They didn't make it into top 7, period. They are not straight through to finals, which means they do still have one more opportunity in the survival stage to get a spot in finals. But this is a big surprise out of ag.al, specifically in Fortnite, which means they also had Twisted Minds and Furia in that lobby with them as well, and they did do well.
But you're saying that there is still a chance.
There's one final chance.
One small chance, because again, we'll talk about it a little bit at the end with the club championship potential there, but they are going to want to take that one final chance. And finally, over on the Allianz Vault stage, we have a little bit of Crossfire.
And I don't know what is in the water, but defending champs ag.al and Crossfire out.
What?
Absolutely out of the competition.
No.
Falcons out of the competition. And Crossfire was supposed to be a place where ag.al could guarantee themselves some club championship points. That is not happening anymore. They did make it to top 8, but that's not going to be enough to leapfrog anybody on the leaderboard. And we were looking at some statistics. That means that ag.al are now down to like an 11% chance of winning CC. It's not looking so great.
Oh dear.
Ooh, okay, well, you know what? We do have a question for everyone who is watching in the chat right now. now. Who do you think will make it to the top 3 of the club championships? Do you have any guesses, Machine? What do you think? Well,
I'm no expert, but I would hazard a guess. It might be between Falcons. I looked at a while ago. Falcons, Vitality, I believe, were around there. Na'Vi bombed out, so no longer them. I know ag.al. We were counting on them, but no Crossfire might be a problem.
It's definitely
You had the percentage. It's not pretty.
Yeah.
All right, well, we could take a look at our club championship rankings as they are right now. And look, hey, you said Falcons. Look at them up at the tippity top. ag.al right underneath them, and Vitality I was going to say not far behind, but that is a pretty big number jump there.
It's definitely a big number jump, but I am glad that you shouted Vitality out, because a win is 1,000 points. If they get it, they're back in that discussion, right? And by doing so, they would also then deny those other clubs those points, and their placement in CS has now guaranteed them that top 3. They were in 4th. They leapfrog Na'Vi.
No, absolutely. And looking good for Falcons to make a deep run. They just won the Cologne Major in Counter-Strike, so hot prospects for the trophy lift in the Counter-Strike tournament as well.
Okay.
They're up against Legacy. It's going to be an interesting one. Those Brazilians pack a punch, though.
Anyone else that we should be keeping an eye on as we get closer to the end of week 7 and also the end of the EWC glitter?
I mean, even if we're not looking at the top side, we need to be looking at the teams that are at least getting some points on the board, because it's going to be changing the pricing at the end of the day. So we're still looking at the Furias. We're still looking at Twisted Minds. Any of these clubs that can change their ranking will guarantee a little bit more pricing.
I've been told that we have no answers for our questions.
Everyone's asking me to take my feet out.
Everyone's asking.
Everyone's saying, Machine, no. I've given myself a cramp. I'm an old man.
I'm going to point out that at least his socks are also black.
Yeah,
They
also.
are also black.
Consistent. That's what I'm one thing, I'm consistent.
And you know what? We love that for you, and we
Thanks.
love that for all the CS2 fans. But before we wrap this up and let you go, is there anything else that you want to say besides maybe some mentions of the feats?
Yes, if you have any questions about K-dramas and which ones you should check out and in what order you should check them out, and you want a little synopsis, I'd like to recommend these two, Overly and Glitter. We had a fantastic chat before we went live, and I've got a couple of things on the watch list, right? Night and day. One worth checking out if you're interested. But yeah, direct your questions. Ideally, the chat, you could stop talking about her feet for 5 seconds and focus on your favorite K-drama. That's my question to the chat. What's your favorite K-drama? Mine's Attack on Titan.
All right, okay.
That's a whole
we got to
different
get him out. We got to get him out. I don't know who let him up here. He will not be invited back again. But, Machine Glitter, thanks
for having me.
For joining. Yeah, I didn't make this request. Who let you up?
I don't know. I forced myself over here.
We have one answer is what I'm being told. Let's go ahead and see what the final... I need 20 more minutes for the emblem.
Okay. So should we just do a 20-minute podcast about
do you have anywhere to
K-dramas?
go, or should we can hang out maybe?
So the emblem.
All right. Okay. So what was your favorite K-drama?
Like I told you, Crash Landing on You was like my foray into it.
Okay.
So it might just have to be.
Would you say that's a good start for like an ignorant guy?
Yeah.
Just jumping straight in?
If you're ready emotionally.
I think I'm ready emotionally.
No spoiler alert. There's like a car chase on a motorcycle and explosions. There's like all of these crazy political plots. It's fantastic. I highly recommend it. But I'm being told that if I keep talking about this, I won't have a job anymore. So thank you guys for joining us. Thank you for watching the EWC Spotlight, and we will see you next time. It's good though.
Yeah, I'll check it.
It's really good.
Legit. I'm gonna put my shoes back on.
I lost mine. Mine are gone.
Who needs those?